Chapter 1 Rebirth in a Different World. Long Chen, an ordinary university student 10th 21st century on Earth, grew up in an orphanage, devoid of experiencing the harsh realities of life. Maturbe in his years, he could bite dapper Cositian shrewd nissa typica for his age. During the summer vacation, with Timmy and his shans, Heventure Dalanin toth Shinning Jirijan off Ube for an adventure. In an untachejungle, Long Shin ways attempting to capture photographo fan and known bird win. Distracted, he mistaken lie stepped into avoid Dan fell into an underground cavern, sustaining a grievous head injury. Asha tried Tagatharis bearings, a sever headache struck him, rendering him weak and disoriented. No way, Camiluk Bethismerable? Hetho fell pulplessly. Inades, Hinatasid a palmzized metallic object glimmering with a golden hynthopalof blood nearby. With ahush, it thurtled toward him, and ha prompt lilist consciousness. Getaway, Kipio Ertis stands from. On Thedonchen continent, Longchen abrupt lie sprang up from his bed, shoutin' gine alarm. Shoutchin, what's wrong? Iu girl beside deathy bed looked at them with concern. Before she could finish her sentence, Longchen was taken ack, rendered speechless a saturant to fun familiar memory asserted his mind. On Thedonchen continent, in Wanshan city, in Sanyang village, Longshin lived with his grandfather, Long Tian, and his sister, Long Zishuan. Long Tian waste the village sold hunter, and both Long Chen and Long Zixuan had been raised by him of Terhef found them in the mountains. The trio Hadeaways relied on another. 2 days prior, Long Tian Hajona Hun Tin Jin the mountain sand had not returned. Anxious, Long Chen and his sister the plan he would search for their grandfather in the mountains, while Shwood seek help from a few family friends in the village. However, misfortune struck as Long Chen entered the mountain sheen counter at a massive wild boar. Although his grandfather had taught him some of basic fighting skills and hunting techniques, he was merely a frail 14-year-old boy, unable to withstand the beast's attack. In merriments, he was left battered and unconscious. Fortunately, his sister arrived promptly with several hunters from the village, who managed to slay through ill Barand rescue Longchen. Upon returning home, before the doctor could arrive, Longchen succumbed to his injurious while unconscious, allowing the spirit of Thirthslaughter to terrorist in Saint body, merging that with owls. Damn, is this really happening? Have I crossed a dover? Long Chinker said inwardly, Heisy swide with this best beef. For a long while, hesitance to excellence, unable to fathom the had suddenly transitioned, from earth to an entirely different triome. Shoutchin, what's wrong? Don't scare your sister. A voice fled with urgency jolted Longchen back to reality. Sister, has stammered, gazing at the strange beauty before him, momentarily dazed. Having been an orphan on Earth, Longchen had never known familial bonds. Now, in this foreign world, has suddenly found himself with two relatives, a revelation that left them momentarily overwhelmed. However, influence said by the spirit of Dongchen's Longchen, he managed to respond, Sister, I'm fine, just a bit dizzy. It might have been knocked around by tagu dressed should suffice. Alright then, you're well. If I don't need anything, just call form. Ilbrant the courtyard, she assured him. Sister, you should also take some rest. There is no need to wait chover may assure you. I'm all right. One said Guomain closed the door behind her, Long Chin began to survey his surroundings. Theorem was sparsely furnished as Ida from the bed he lay upon. There were only a few essential pieces of wooden furniture, given jita primitive appearance. What hell? He muttered, feeling gas and of disorientation. Hair climbed back in the bedand, vainted the memories of predecessor. In ancient times, the ancestors, endowed with unparalleled wisdom, forged martial arts that have been passed down through hedges, evolving governed house and so 5 years. With the creative contributions of countless ancient sages, amateur and intricate cultivation system had merged, comprising 3 main branches: martial cultivation, body refinement, and so well refinement, with martial cultivation being the primary focus. In martial arts, there were real splendid dog salurai paths of pill crafting, weapon forging, formation crafting, and talisman crafting. The legacy of cultivation civilization had become a fervent pursuit among gal race in the continent, with martial prowess being gone universal aspiration. Martial practitioners cultivatetic nikisto absorb the spiritual nerjufia vin and earth, storingetin theoringensto enhance a their strength. The ranks of martial artists are classified as follows: martial apprentice, martial master, martial spirit, martial sovereign, and soon. Practitioner Smail so learn various formidable martial skills capable of striking down foes from miles away. The rank soft technique has ranged from the highest to the lowest scriptures, classics, formulas, and methods. Martial skills are categorized from the highest to the lowest as heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. On the ancient continent, humans, beasts, and demons coexist, with martial prowess being held in the highest regard. The continent is divided into 4 regions: east, west, south, and north, where ancient sects, millennial dynasties, and century-old families reign supreme, fostering a thriving martial culture. Sanyang Village, Longchencham Town, falls under the jurisdiction of Wanshan City, a small town situated at the foot of 10,000 mountains in the eastern region of the continent. The villagers predominant literally in hunting for their livelihoods. Shaoqin, the Door Creek Depenisha sister, Longzi Xuan, entered, accompanied by a middle-aged Gedman with a long beard. Now, Longchen finally had the opportunity to praise his adopted sister. She had lustrous black-haired back with a simple cord, adorned with a full leaves. Sweat-soaked strands clung to her forehead, while her featureless mountain-like brows, ink-black eyes, a cherry blossom-like mouth, and skyness with the scarimex beauty dana ethereal beauty, despite her slight emaciation and poverty. Shaoqin, what's the matter? Dr. Sun, please take a look at me brother. Long Zixuan exclaimed, japonatizing Longchen's bewildered fresh. Sister, fine just need a few days store cover. Anna news about grandfather? Don't worry about grandfather for an uncle Yangan. Several village elders shavial ready gone to the mountains to search. Shoot, here's some things, just focus in healing. Dr. Sun, how is Shaoqin? Is she in serious condition? Helbiel rightis constitution is robust. The bruising hassle read is subsided. Tha faith rib shay vimy nor fractures. Il prescribessa medicine, and a should recover in a few days. Ah, Long Zixuan breathe a day sigh of relief, assifoying Tad Bean lift head from her shoulders. Thank you, Dr. Sun. After seeing the doctor off, Long Zixuan hurried to the courtyard to prepare medicine, leaving Long Chen to ponder insolence. These world dis wild li fantastical, akin to theta leasant the fantasy novel soft my previous life. Surely, I cannot be dreaming. Long Chen missed, raising a chandelier of himself sharply. Ow! The Sudan sting on his cheek confirmed that thighs was no dream. I can't believe I've actually crossed over, and am stuck in this situation. In the novels, characters will cross over are usually Prince Sorwell the Merchant Shodadine du Passerly Alf. Long Chen grumbled, gradually calming to terms with his extraordinary circumstance. Yet, there was no denying Jithy had no means to return to his former life. Well, I was an orphan on earth, without familiarities. Even if Simeon noticed said my absence, they likely wouldn't care to make. Since I'm here, and my task will make the best of it. Moreover, now I have a two relatives, no longer alone. This should but better than my previous existence. The earthly Longchen had word lifig ned indifference, yet deep down, higher ned for familial bonds. Ah, Longchen, where can dread spirits know? I will live on for you, care for you or family, and treat them as me own. You can rest ye see. With this thought, the lingering attachment soft he original Longchen dissipated like smoke, leaving his mind feeling remarkably clear. These world is indeed wondrous powerful warriors or through Heskies, pluck stars from Thevens, command rivers, and shatter mountains. They can defy the laws of nature, taking leves and aphodophrage, revel in vengeance. I fio possess strength, life I spound less in neat splendor. Such feat scuden live by imagined in movies on earth. Since have arrived in such a mysterious and extraordinary world, it must liveth is lefetith full statude bidis serveth them or otherwise. As these thoughts raced through his mind, excitement began to within Longchen. At that moment, his consciousness sways abruptly drawn into an unfamiliar space. Everything around him was rowdy Dina brilliant white light, and at the center float the palm-sized black Iran plate, emitting a soft golden glow. Gradually, the golden light twisty Dan morphed, coalescing into 3 gilded characters Body Jing. Chapter 2 Body Jing. Longchen stared in astonishment at the black Iran plate before him. What is this? Is this black Iran plate the reason I was transported from Earth to here? Asafin responsido Longchenskari, the black Iran platey trim bled slightly, releasing a cascade of golden light. Good heavens, can you understand? Longchen pointy day the black Iran plate, his shan trembling slightly. The black Iran plate swayed gently, as if no dingin affirmation. Longchen finally grasped that this black Iran plate possessed consciousness. After a moment of stunned excellence, has shouted, "What in the world is going on here?" Crossing over, legendary warrior escape by off-light, sentient black Iran plate test where exactly is these donjon continent? Is it merely a planet in the universe? Could it be thought the ancient myths offer theory actually true? Asa 21st century university student on Earth, Longchen Hadelways identified as a staunch atheist, firmly believe in vengeance. Yet events unfolding around him struck like a heavy hammer, shattering his beliefs into countless fragments. After a long while, Longchen regained his senses. Damn it, let it be it may. Im just a relate if the sky falls, there will still be so many to hold it up. What does it matter, Tome? Worry you? We have brought these eastern morning continent. What is this place? And is the dominant body scripture you possess a cultivation method? The black Iran piece remained motionless, but suddenly emitted a brilliant golden light. In an instant, the three character soft dominant body scripture transformed into torrent golden symbols, surging towards Longchen. In his astonishes, he crashed into his mind, manifesting as a scripture suspended like a celestial tapestry in the air. Immediately, Ersanant voicikinto mi baleko eden Longchen's consciousness. The path of martial arts seizes the anandiyang, usurps creation, strengthens the self, and truly defies fate. Third journey of martial arts is akin navigating Gastormisia, relying solely on the physical body ase vesland the indomitable Willis Theo our storyach theater shuri and atteltnatafrido. The recitation enveloped Longchen like the sound of evening drum sand morning bells, leaving him in trance and unable to escape. After a considerably time, Longchen's awareness returned to his physical form, his eyes gleaming with newfound clarity, fully comprehending the unfolding events. It turned out that the black Iran piece, having absorbed Longchen's blood, passively acknowledged high its mastered, seeing Longchen on the brink of death, it had not choice but to transport the soul from Earth to the eastern morning continent, occupying Thursant lit deceased by Diapha boil sonum Longcha. That was souls merged, while a black Iran piece nestled itself within Longchen's mind, establishing its residence. Indeed, there exists a cultivation method, and martial arts are a truly real. This revelation filled Longchen with immense excitement. As a fervented mirror of Jin Yong, Longchen had long been enamored with whirled-off martial arts, yearning for the day could wield a sword in ever sand lakes, right or wrong sand avenge grievances. Now, have found himself in such a world. On even more wondrous hand his dream soft martial arts how could it not feel exhilarated? He began to brim with curiosity and anticipation for this world. Longchen eagerly flipped through Hepage soft dominant body scripture, and gradually his Shi'artan mind trembled with intensity. The dominant body scripture, inherited from the black Iran piece, weighs an unparalleled body forging technique. It required supreme willpower to temper the flesh, enduring countless trials sandagonese throughout the cultivation process, surviving near-death experiences to achieve Jaques's own lighthouse with immense will and courage could practice it. I think could taint he perfect foremost dominant body, their physical body would be impervious to fire and water, indestructible, capable of free birth through blood, immortal and eternal, possessing various incredible abilities, able to traverse the void dandro amthesia soft stars with ease. Cold it bethedify successful I cultivate the complete dominant body, I could traverse the void dandro to earth? Longchen murmured himself, Hishiar tracing with excitement. The dominant body scripture consists of 9 levels the firstelvelri finest theskin, the secondra finds the flesh, thetherdrefinus the bones, the fourthrephinus the blood, the fifth refinus the meridians, the sixth refinus the organs, the seventh refinus the brain, the eighth refinus the acupoints, and the ninth refinus the cells. The fourth level signifius minor success, the seventh level major success, and the ninth level perfection. Why the ac level for their divide in tone tree, minor success, major success, and perfection. Achieving perfection at tia clavile allows nato natural lit derive corresponding physical abilities, which are indeed marvelous lie extraordinary. A fortuitous encounter, a miraculous encounter. If I achieve the perfect dominant body, wouldn't heavisness of heaven and earth be my disposal? However, judging by this description, the cultivation process is likely to be excruciating. Even dordal manner of hardships and seckled who thou connived on it bimmerwards? I shall certain lysiophitus trulius one drowsia claim. At that moment, his sister, Longzi Shuan, entered the room, shouchen, it's stimma for your medicine. Long Chinto could deep breathe, forcibly suppressing his excitement, secretly vowing to cultivate teth dominant body. Sis, im fine issue dressed to buy tan notary ourself. Understood. Just make sure to take armadisini our injury isrius. Alright, has the rabin any news from Grandpa? Don't worry about Grandpa for na sunasteris news from Uncle Yang. He will inform. You just focus and ring. Got it. Sis. You two Grandpa il sure libial right. You've been working hard all day, so hurry and drist. Im fine. Very well. After Long Zixuan left, Long Chin cooed hard like Hontain. His excitement tan sprang from the bed, closing the door behind him as she prepared to begin his cultivation of dominant body scripture. Hue securely aware at hat nometer where Ionuas, only with sufficient strength, couldn't pursue their desires. Long Chin sat cross-legged on the ground, calming his mind, and meticulously studied the Firstal Volof skin refinement and dominant body scripture, gradually entering gastat of transcendental enlightenment. As night fell, Long Chin suddenly opened his eyes and declared, Knowest time, dominant body scripture. Hathan activateth the Firstal Volof skin refinement, and distant Tiredemize erupted with a terrifying absorbent force, drawing strands off celestial energy into his body, beginning to refine his skin. Hiss. In an instant, Long Chin full piercing, tearing pain, as if Simeonuera ruthlessly ripping skin apart, then scraping away impurities, and finally steeped it back together with needles. Long Chin gritted his teeth, blood streaming from the corners off his mouth, his ears turning crimson. Damn it, this pain is unbearable. You'll regret this him not backing down. Long Chin cursed and wordy like a stubborn mule. As Thebes beat and urge increased, their refinement accelerated, bringing forth Mari and more black impurities. Long Chin's skin gradually became tighter, appearing grab a stand full of strength. Yet, as the refinement intensified, the spiritual energy in theorem began to dwindle, showing signs of insufficiency. At that moment, the dominant body scripture received to sense the situation outside suddenly erupted in fury, operating with a terrifying absorbent force, instantly depleting Galth spiritual energy theorem. But the wasn't all the terrifying absorbent force setter when a beam of moonlight has thick as a barrel from Thesky, crashing into Long Chin's body, causing the refining speed to surge dramatically. In a time, his body was covered with a layer full, black-red filth. At dawn, Long Chin seized his cultivation and opinized, this dominant body scripture is truly remarkable. No ton like an to absorb the spiritual energy of Yavin and earth, boutique canal studio of Timon. In a single night, Long Chin had refined the skin and purged impurities, his physical strength rising from 0 to 10 rutens, equivalent to the fierce stream of a martial apprentice, and his injury had healed completely overnight. As daylight broke, Long Chin went at the backyard, washed off the grime, and began practicing the boxing technique his grandfather had taught him in Seckledhood, moving with the grace of fatigue and the swiftness of fire. Indeed, following the refinement, his strength, speed, and agility had significantly improved. After staff punches, he remained calm and composed, a stark interest to his previous self. His combat prowess was no unper with a versatile martial artist, a progressed hat couldn't be described as miraculous. Shaochin, why are you feeling better? Cometh a voice of his sister, Long Zixuan. Sis, incompletely healed. Just watch performance he tough punches. Without waiting for Long Zixuan tossed him, he began to demonstrate, unleashing a powerful strike that struck a nearby bluestone, instantly cracking it with numerous fissures. Really? Your strength has increased so much, what's going on? I'm just as puzzled, sis. After waking up, I felt much lighter, my strength increased, and my reflexes sharpened considerably. That why I did to the backyard to try it out. And as you can't see, it seems he haved fortune from his fortune. Long Chin lead nonchalantly, his heart steady. Thievant shapning to him were to extraordinary, and Long Chin hadn't intention of revealing anything to Anyon. Just as long as you're fine, Long Zixuan, seeing that Long Chin was indeed well, though perplexed, didn't dwell in it, further and went out to prepare breakfast. During breakfast, Long Chin said to Long Zixuan, Sis, you want to go to the back mountain again. It's been several days, and Grandpa has returned him worried something might have happened. Now that his strength and speed have greatly increased, im equivalent to a versatile martial apprentice. Come on be his scanatharm, and Nino Grandpa's usual hunting grout is best. Don't worry, Cecil definite liar turn safely within 10 days. In truth, Longchen had ulterior motive Shawanteto seizeth the opportunity to cultivateth dominant body scripture. The spiritual nergintha villageus stu intimithis needs, and hefired that cultivating hiramitag in attract the moonlight, causing to commotion and being hard to explain. Thus, heseth the sights in the vast mountains. Long Zixuan instinctively when tedderfuse, butte upon seeing Longchen's determined expression and recalling that grandpa'd been insolent for so long, she considered Shaochen's strength hand realized threesimid tobanobit alternative at themament. Wait on a more day. If there is still no news from Uncle Yang tomorrow, you can go, Long Zixuan said through gritted teeth. The next day, Longchen packed a shunting knife, provisions, and stuff. Shaochen, Numatera find grandparent, remember to return, in 10 days otherwise, I will come a-looking for ya. Long Zixuan warned sternly. Don't worry, sis, Longchen replied with a faint smile before turning gone heading towards the back mountain. Chapter 3. Training in the back mountain. The 10,000 great mountains, shrouded in mist year-round, are adorned with ancient trees that reach towards the sky, presenting a vast and verdant expanse. Towering peaks pierce the clouds, while deep valleys plunge into unfathomable depths. The mountains are rich in spiritual energy, nurturing countless treasures of heaven and earth, as well as rare and exotic flora. Within this realm dwell various ferocious beasts and colossal monsters. In essence, opportunity coexists with peril. Countless adventurers, driven by dreams of overnight riches, flock here from all directions, yearning for a chance to soar to greatness. Some encounter fortuitous events, rising to fame, while many others meet their demise in the shadowy woods. Their dreams shattered in an instant. In a dense forest, Long Chun, clad in agile attire and wielding a hunting knife, cautiously surveys his surroundings, his movements deliberate and measured. Suddenly, a hissing sound emanates from behind him. Long Chen swiftly pivots, leaning forward, his back slightly arched, and his legs positioned apart. He raises his knife defensively, revealing a thick, dark blue snake coiled among the leaves, its blood-red eyes glaring as it flicks its forked tongue. Goodness, what a size! It's my first encounter with such a massive serpent. To claim I am not nervous would be disingenuous, yet experience dictates the necessity of remaining composed. Fixating his gaze on the dark blue serpent, he tenses, remaining utterly still. The serpent suddenly unleashes a piercing hiss, its enormous body lunging towards Long Chen like a cheetah, its jaws agape. Gripping his knife tightly, Long Chen leaps to the right just as the serpent's head approaches, narrowly evading its bite while simultaneously striking down towards the serpent's head. Before his blade can make contact, the serpent's tail lashes out like a whip, forcing Long Chen to halt his downward strike and roll to the left, the tail grazing his face and leaving a stinging sensation. Before he can react, the serpent redirects its attack, lunging towards him once more. Long Chen seizes the moment to charge forward, then falls backward. Aiming a fierce strike at the serpent's midsection, blood spurts forth. The dark blue serpent emits a series of anguished hisses, thrashing wildly, causing surrounding trees and foliage to scatter, soil erupting in clouds. Long Chen retreats frantically, seeking refuge behind a large tree. As his vision clears, he waits for the opportune moment, then dashes out from behind the tree, leaping and plunging his knife into the serpent's wound with force, causing a fresh spray of blood. Just as he prepares to withdraw, the serpent's tail strikes again, sending him and his knife flying 3 meters away, blood erupting from his mouth, several ribs fractured. Ignoring his injuries, Long Chen scrambles to his feet, but sees the dark blue serpent's wound gushing blood, its breath rapidly fading. Soon, the serpent ceases to thrash about, succumbing to its excessive loss of blood. Phew! Long Chen exhales in relief, struggling to stand and ready to leave when a flash of red catches his eye. Upon closer inspection, he discovers a vermilion fruit growing where the serpent had been coiled. Every treasure of heaven and earth is typically guarded by a spirit beast. The dark blue serpent must have sensed a threat before attacking me, inadvertently providing me with a boon. Damn it. At least I've acquired a spiritual herb. This injury wasn't in vain. Inside a secluded cave, Long Chen sits on the ground and swallows the vermilion fruit whole. Coughing violently, he expels a mouthful of blood. The fruit possesses a fiery nature, its energy immense and volatile. Long Chun hastily channels the first layer of the body refinement technique, dividing the fruit's energy into two parts, one for healing and the other for refining into his skin, enhancing his physique. The cave reverberates with muffled cries of anguish. If the previous experience of refining his body felt like tearing his skin apart with bare hands, this time it resembles being mercilessly shredded by countless blades, as if 1,000 daggers were piercing his very being. Long Chen collapses to the ground, veins bulging, emitting deep, beast-like growls from his throat. As the energy from the vermilion fruit wanes and the pain subsides, Long Chen's consciousness drifts into oblivion. How long has passed, he knows not, but as he stirs, his eyelids flutter open, revealing a body ensconced in a black-red armor, reeking of decay. Just as he attempts to rise, a wave of soreness washes over him, causing him to wince. Damn it! After some time, Long Chen gradually adapts, locating a water pool to cleanse himself. Upon channeling his energy, his skin takes on a faint bronze hue. Having entered the first layer of the body refinement technique, he possesses a strength of 30 Dan, comparable to a third-tier martial artist. His injuries healed. It is evident that opportunity and danger coexist. The body refinement technique is indeed no ordinary practice. Even at the first layer, it is remarkably challenging. Long Chen shudders at the thought of what lies ahead. Could it be that the black iron piece was playing tricks on me? However, recalling the effects of the body refinement technique, he feels a slight sense of balance within himself. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch. In the dense, shadowy thicket, a ragged youth wielding a knife scurries about, in dire straits as he escapes. After refining the vermilion fruit, Long Chun resumes his quest to find his grandfather, Long Tian. Over the course of several days, he encounters numerous spirit beasts, engaging in countless battles, emerging battered yet rapidly advancing in skill. Not only has his combat experience surged, but he has also fully absorbed the residual effects of the vermilion fruit, increasing his strength to 35 and at present. A mighty demonic ape, equivalent to a fourth-tier martial artist, has relentlessly pursued him for half a day. The demonic ape unleashes a flurry of furious attacks upon contact, leaving Long Chen bloodied and bruised. Had it not been for the strengthening of his physique from the vermilion fruit, he surely would have perished beneath the ape's assault. In a state of panic, Long Chen flees without regard for direction, inadvertently stumbling into a valley. Spotting a lake within, he dives in without a second thought, leaving the demonic ape roaring furiously on the shore. Before he can revel in his temporary safety, a shadow beneath the water approaches rapidly. To his horror, a black water serpent, as thick as a barrel, emerges, glowing ominously as it lunges to bite him. What misfortune is this? First the wolf, now the tiger. Long Chen swiftly turns, desperately swimming towards the shore, his mind racing for an escape plan. He suddenly notices the demonic ape on the shore, pounding its chest and roaring, and an idea strikes him. Immediately, he alters his course towards the demonic ape, aware that the black water serpent is hot on his heels. Long Chen's heart races. It feels as though he is dancing on the edge of a knife. Just 2 meters from the shore, he leaps from the water, channeling all his strength into a frantic escape. The demonic ape, enraged, swings a mighty paw, coincidentally colliding with the black water serpent, which had also leapt from the water. Jaws wide open, aiming for Long Chen's back. With a resounding thud, the serpent is struck on the head by the demonic ape, crashing back into the lake. Both spirit beasts, believing the other to be after their prey, instinctively abandon the insignificant Long Chen, turning their fury upon one another. In an instant, the valley is transformed into a breathtaking spectacle of brutal combat. What a remarkable strategy of driving the tiger to devour the wolf. Long Chen smirks slightly, quickly distancing himself to observe the fight from a safe vantage point. He watches as the black water serpent bites down on the demonic ape's neck, while its body is grasped by the ape, leaving only its whip-like tail thrashing wildly. The demonic ape evades the serpent's tail while viciously biting at its body, attempting to rend it in two, all the while pounding the serpent's head. The black water serpent screeches in agony, yet refuses to release its grip. For a brief moment, the two beasts are locked in a bloody struggle, neither yielding, causing the very ground to tremble, as dust and debris rise into the air. Nearby beasts, startled, flee in terror. After several hours, witnessing the battle's conclusion, Long Chen musters his courage and approaches the valley. The landscape is in ruins, stones collapsed, countless flora and trees broken, reduced to a wasteland. The two mighty spirit beasts lie motionless on the ground. Having perished together, their blood pooling into a small crimson puddle, glistening under the sun. Dare to challenge me? You are no match for me. First, I must tend to my wounds, then continue my search for Long Tian. Channeling the body refinement technique, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surges towards Long Chen. Suddenly, Long Chen violently expels a mouthful of blood. Unbeknownst to him, a surge of crimson energy has emerged within him. This energy is dense and savage, wreaking havoc as it manifests. With no recourse, Long Chen can only push the body refinement technique to its limits, hoping to refine this crimson energy. Soon, a powerful force of absorption envelopes the crimson energy. Rapidly refining it, familiar pain surges through him, quickly overwhelming Long Chen. Yet within the crimson energy lies a ferocious consciousness intent on annihilating his very soul. The excruciating agony leaves Long Chen no room to focus on anything else. He must steadfastly maintain his concentration, refusing to succumb to unconsciousness. It feels as though a century has passed, and when the pain finally dissipates, he opens his eyes to find himself adorned in what resembles a blood-red armor. A sight both shocking and awe-inspiring. The blood pool beside him has inexplicably dried up. Could it be that the crimson energy I absorbed was derived from these beasts' blood? Reflecting on the energy's immense and savage nature, Long Chen becomes increasingly convinced. So be it. Turning, he leaps into the lake, cleansing himself of the blood, and upon channeling his energy once more, his skin takes on a faint bronze hue, exuding strength and resilience. Having reached a minor accomplishment in the first layer of the body refinement technique, he possesses a strength of 65 Dan, comparable to a 6th-tier martial artist, a single punch capable of shattering mountains and splitting stones. What an unexpected delight! Could it be that I am a natural talent for body refinement, experiencing a sudden increase of 30 Dan in strength? Yet, the pain was indeed genuine. Thankfully, this suffering was not in vain. It seems that the body refinement technique is extraordinarily formidable, capable of refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the essence of the moon, and even the blood of monstrous beasts. Could it truly refine all forms of energy for one's own use? Long Chen is taken aback by his own thoughts. Could it really be so defiant against the heavens? If true, then I have struck gold. But first, I must find my grandfather, Long Tian. Just as he prepares to depart, he suddenly spots a dark entrance peeking out from the ruins. Surely, there must be something within? Long Chen cautiously ventured into the cave, where the air was exceedingly dry and devoid of any signs of beastly activity. As he pressed further inside, he glimpsed a withered skeleton seated cross-legged upon a stone platform. His pupils constricted, and he hastily advanced a few steps, noticing a piece of sheepskin on the left. Inscribed with characters and 2 scrolls on the right, a jolt of excitement surged through Long Chen's heart. Could this be the legendary martial arts techniques? Chapter 4. The Return to Origin Technique. Trembling, Long Chen unfurled the scroll, revealing the bold characters Return to Origin Technique and Flame Sun Technique. Indeed, these were martial arts techniques, and of the highest caliber. Long Chen's heart raced with exhilaration, unable to suppress a triumphant cry. It seemed that the heavens had not forgotten him, Long Chen. This journey into the world was not in vain, and now fortune was within his grasp. Ha ha! In truth, he was acutely aware that the Body Dominance Sutra far surpassed both the Return to Origin Technique and the Flame Sun Technique in terms of advancement. However, influenced by the martial arts dramas of his previous life, he subconsciously regarded the Body Dominance Sutra as an external technique. While the other two were considered internal, a martial artist, no matter how formidable in external techniques, could never rival an expert in internal arts. It took a full quarter of an hour for Long Chen to gradually calm himself. Grabbing the sheepskin, he discovered that the individual was named Yijian, the foremost disciple of the Return to Origin sect in the eastern domain of the Dongshan continent. 30 years prior, he had ventured out with his fellow disciple Lu Hai for training. only to be schemed against by Lu Hai, who coveted the highest technique of the sect, the return to origin technique. Ye Jian narrowly escaped with grave injuries, leaving behind a token of opportunity and personal belongings. Hoping that a fortunate individual would seek vengeance on his behalf, the return to origin sect, a true disciple. Long Chen pondered for a moment and respectfully bowed to the skeleton, saying, "Senior Yi Jian, I am deeply grateful for your kindness. In the future, should I attain success in my cultivation, I shall certainly avenge your unjust death." As soon as the words left his lips, the skeletal hand that had been tightly clenched suddenly opened, dropping a ring. Could this be the legendary storage ring? Seizing the ring, he probed with his mind and indeed discovered it to be a spatial ring. It measured 10 meters square and contained 10 bottles of qi-nourishing pills, 6 bottles of body-refining pills, 1 bottle of true essence pills, along with various foundational and healing elixirs and miscellaneous items. Long Chen's thoughts stirred, and he extracted a triangular bronze token from within the ring. One side bore the characters "Return to Origin," while the other side was inscribed with the words "Outer Disciples." This was the identification token for outer disciples of the Return to Origin sect. Holding this token would allow him to join the outer sect. The qi-nourishing pills were essential for martial apprentices, serving as substitutes for the natural spiritual essence, thus accelerating their cultivation speed. The body-refining pills could enhance one's physique, while the true essence pills were the cultivation elixirs for martial masters. Truly, as a disciple of the sect, Long Chen felt that his fortunes were about to change. The Dongtian continent was divided into 4 domains: East, West, South, and North, each dominated by a first-rate sect: Return to Origin sect in the East, Sword Pavilion in the West, Flame Mountain in the South, and the Demon Fortress in the North. Each sect occupied its territory, competing and balancing one another, beneath which lay various second- and third-rate sects, dynasties, and clans. Coming from the wilderness, how could Long Chen not feel exhilarated at the prospect of joining a legendary first-rate sect for cultivation? This was an opportunity to soar to great heights. However, the matter of joining the Return to Origin sect was far off. For now, the pressing concern was to leave the valley, as the disturbances here were too significant. It would be wise to depart to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. A waterfall thundered down from a 100-meter-high peak, cascading like the Milky Way and pooling into a cerulean lake at the foot of the mountain. Behind the waterfall lay a concealed cave, where Long Chen retrieved the Return to Origin technique and the Flame Sun technique. After a brief comparison, he had already formed a plan in his mind. The Flame Sun technique excelled in its fiery attributes, scorching and domineering, whereas the Return to Origin technique focused on the quality of the essence, being neutral and devoid of any specific attributes. Once mastered, the quality of the essence often surpassed that of opponents by several folds, even at the same realm. With the perspective of an earthling, Long Chen unhesitatingly chose the Return to Origin technique. After sitting quietly for a while, he opened the Return to Origin technique and began to study it word by word. What on earth is this? Is it truly necessary for it to be this difficult? Long Chen pored over the text for half a day, his eyes nearly bloodshot, yet he comprehended not a single sentence. Unfazed, he calmed himself anew, closed the book, and closed his eyes to contemplate the essence of the text. Gradually, Long Chen entered a state of self-forgetfulness, beginning to grasp the true meaning of the technique, and unconsciously began to circulate the incantation. At first, there was no reaction, but slowly, he was unaware of when a wisp of spiritual essence appeared within his meridians. Darting around like a tadpole, the Return to Origin technique's mind method circulated. It gradually made its way toward the Dantian. Finally, upon reaching the Dantian, the essence did not flee but instead began to swirl about as if it had returned home. As the mind method continued to operate, an increasing amount of spiritual essence entered the meridians and arrived at the Dantian. After completing the circulation of the technique through 81 cycles, there was a resounding boom. And the chaotic essence within the Dantian suddenly began to spin in a unified direction, forming a vortex the size of a grain of rice. Subsequently, the vortex generated a pulling force, causing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth to surge in. Strengthening the vortex, an hour later, the vortex stabilized and in turn, refined a pure essence to fortify the body. The first level of martial apprentice was achieved. Long Chen opened his eyes, his gaze profound, shimmering with a dark brilliance. His body underwent a thorough cleansing, with enhanced coordination and flexibility. As a first-level martial apprentice, he possessed a strength of 10 bulls, and with the strength of his physique, could reach up to 75 bulls, equivalent to a 7th-level martial apprentice. Moreover, compared to an average 7th-level martial apprentice, his body's agility, flexibility, explosive power, and defensive capabilities were on an entirely different level. Long Chen estimated that among 7th-level martial apprentices, he would be hard-pressed to find an opponent, and he could even contend with 8th-level martial apprentices. Overjoyed, Long Chen noticed the sunlight streaming outside the cave. It turned out 5 days had passed. He had not anticipated such immense opportunities from a single excursion into the mountains, elevating his combat prowess directly from the 1st to the 8th level of martial apprenticeship. Fate truly was wondrous. Now that his strength had significantly increased, he should be able to protect himself at the periphery of the 10,000 Great Mountains. He needed to find his grandfather, Long Tian, as soon as possible. Delays could lead to unforeseen changes. Furthermore, the 10-day period he had agreed upon with his sister, Long Zixuan, was also nearing its end, and he must return before nightfall. Without further ado, Long Chen exited the cave and leaped into the pool beneath the waterfall with a splash. Just as he intended to cleanse himself, he suddenly froze as if struck by a spell, for he beheld a breathtaking maiden before him, equally paralyzed, both of them wide-eyed and shocked. "You lecher, I shall kill you." Accompanied by a piercing scream, the maiden launched a palm strike, unleashing a massive imprint of energy in the air. Good heavens, the energy is penetrating. She's a martial master, and so young. If I were to be struck, I wouldn't die but would surely be left severely injured in an instant. Long Chen felt as though the binding spell had been lifted. He hastily fled toward the shore with all his might, shouting, "Beautiful lady, please let me explain. I didn't mean to. I didn't know you were bathing, and besides, I didn't see anything." Boom! The massive palm of energy struck the lake's surface, sending a spray of water several meters high. "What else do you have to say? Don't run, you lecher." The maiden glared at him with her beautiful eyes, furious. "Lady, I'm about to come ashore. A friendly reminder. It would be best if you put on some clothes first." Lecher. You dare look? I will surely slay you." The maiden hurriedly donned her clothes before continuing her relentless pursuit, unleashing palm strikes. Yet, Long Chen's physique resembled that of a beast. Although he had not cultivated any movement techniques, he moved with astonishing speed, remaining elusive and never allowing her to catch up. The chase continued, and they soon lost track of their location. "Maid, could you please calm down? I truly did not intend to. How about you hit me once? I won't dodge. Consider it my apology," Long Chen shouted as he ran. Estimating that this maiden was at the 1st level of martial mastery, he believed he could withstand a blow with his physical strength. Offer an apology, and perhaps cool her anger. "You wishful thinker. I must kill you today to vent my anger. Then you must first catch up to me," Long Chen retorted, a bit cheekily. "You infuriate me." "Stop right there." The maiden's teeth chattered enraged. An hour later, seeing that she could not catch Long Chen, the maiden gritted her teeth and declared, "You little lecher, stop running. Let me hit you once, and I shall spare your life for today. Do you promise? If you speak any more nonsense, I will chase you to the ends of the earth. Please, I won't run anymore. But let us agree first, not to hit my face." Before he could finish, a series of agonized cries echoed from the dense forest, startling countless birds into flight. Good heavens, after being beaten, Long Chen was left bruised and battered, his hair a disheveled mess. Utterly disheartened, "That hurt so much. No more, no more. You little lecher, what do you eat to grow up so tough?" The maiden collapsed to the ground, exhausted. "Hee, thank you for the compliment, beautiful lady." Long Chen lay on the ground, sighing with relief. Although this maiden had pummeled him for nearly half an hour, she had not truly attempted to kill him. Though he appeared wretched, he had merely sustained superficial injuries. Otherwise, with her martial mastery, he would have perished several times over. This realization greatly increased Long Chen's fondness for her. "Hey, beautiful, It seems we have formed an unintentional bond through our scuffle. My name is Long Chun. What is yours? Humph, you lecher. My name is Zhong Ling. Do not even think of harboring any ideas about me. I am a celestial being, far too exquisite to be interested in a toad like you. The maiden glared with fierce eyes. By the way, how did you end up bathing in that pool? What I do is none of your business, Zhong Ling retorted, her anger flaring. Long Chun wished to explain further, but suddenly, a dialogue filled with flattery echoed from a distance. That old fool, unaware of his own insignificance, dares to compete with young master for the vermilion fruit. He truly must have the audacity of a bear. Indeed, you old relic, a mere rustic hunter, akin to an insignificant insect. Do you not realize the stature of the young master before you? The hunter, Long Chun, felt a jolt in his heart, and his expression darkened instantaneously. Chapter 5. The first kill. Long Chun hurriedly dashed towards the source of the voice. Hey, where do you think you're going? We haven't settled our matters yet. Don't run, Zhong Ling shouted from behind as she hastened to pursue Long Chun. Before long, Long Chun's gaze fell upon a group of 3 individuals. 2 were clad as guards, while 1, adorned in luxurious attire and wielding a jade fan, exuded the air of a young scion from a noble family. Where is the hunter you just mentioned? What has happened to him? Long Chun approached, fixing his steely gaze on one of the guards, and inquired in a low voice. Guard Zhongshan was taken aback for a moment, casting a sidelong glance at Long Chun, and replied, Kid, where did you spring from? Do you even know who you were speaking to? I demand to know where that hunter is. What has become of him? Long Chun retorted impatiently that, oh ho, the little brat has some audacity. Do you not inquire who dares to speak to my young master in such a manner within the territory of Wanshan City? Scram, or I'll break your legs. I demand to know what has happened to that hunter. Long Chun bellowed, unconsciously channeling his overwhelming presence, exuding an aura of authority. Seems like that old fool is your kin, huh? Zhongshan mocked with a grin, then brandished a hunting knife, stating, Recognize this blade? I broke that old fool's legs and arms and fed him to the wolves. Care to tell me where he is now? Upon seeing his grandfather's personal blade, Long Chun's mind exploded with shock, as though struck by a heavy blow, his eyes narrowing with rage as he glared intensely at Zhongshan. I will slay you. In his past life, Long Chun had known no familial affection, yet deep within his heart lay an intense yearning for it. After his reincarnation, influenced by the soul of the original body, he had come to care deeply for his grandfather, Long Tian, and his sister, Long Zixuan. Before his words could fully escape, Long Chun surged forward, leaping high into the air, and with the momentum, he descended like a meteor. Delivering a powerful punch, unleashing a force of 65 bulls upon his target. Seeking death, Zhongshan roared, his eyes glinting with malice as he retaliated with a punch aimed at Long Chun. However, Zhongshan, merely a 4th-tier martial apprentice, stood no chance against Long Chun's overwhelming might. Upon contact, the violent force shattered his arm, and he was struck in the chest, sent flying several dozen meters away, leaving a deep imprint on his torso. His body a mangled mess as he breathed his last. Unbridled. Another guard, Li Chong, bellowed as he charged at Long Chun. Like a tiger descending from the mountains, yet, Li Chong, also a 4th-tier martial apprentice, though slightly stronger than Zhongshan, was still no match for Long Chun. Even with the yellow-grade martial technique, Tiger Fist, he was outclassed, as their fists collided. Li Chong's right arm twisted and shattered like a pretzel. A scream of agony escaped his lips as he was propelled backward, sliding across the ground for several meters, rendered unconscious in an instant. Witnessing his subordinates lose their combat effectiveness so swiftly, the young master, Wang Zhua, appeared unfazed, narrowing his eyes as he stepped forward leisurely. Speaking with a hint of condescension, not bad, kid. To be able to instantly eliminate my 2 guards at the 1st-tier martial apprentice level, you must possess some talent as a body refinement martial artist. Moreover, your physical aptitude seems commendable. I value talent highly. Serve as my guard, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, your fate will mirror that of your grandfather. Why men are not to be trifled with. Little lecher, need assistance? At that moment, Zhong Ling arrived, her eyes widening at the scene before her. Wang's gaze turned lewd upon noticing Zhongling's arrival. Long Chen, seemingly oblivious to her presence, fixed his crimson eyes on Wang Zhua, coldly demanding, "Why did you harm my grandfather? A mere rustic old man. To die at my hands is a great honor for you. Anyone dares to touch what I desire, I shall flay you alive." Long Chen roared like a mad bull, his fist aimed straight for Wang's heart. "I offer you this chance because I see potential in you. Since you are so ungrateful, then perish." Wang's did not evade. His fist enveloped in a layer of crimson energy as he unleashed a swift strike. Boom! An invisible shockwave erupted, sending both figures reeling backward. Wang's regarded the coarse-clad youth before him with astonishment, yet maintained his arrogance. "Kid, to withstand my strike, you have every reason to be proud. But now, allow me to demonstrate my full strength." Thunder Fist, Second Style. Falling Thunder. At 18 or 19 years of age, Wang's prowess as a 7th-tier martial apprentice was indeed remarkable in the remote Wanshan city. Long Chen dared not underestimate him, channeling the body dominance technique, his skin taking on a light bronze hue as the force of 65 bulls surged forth. Puff! Both were struck by the tremendous power, spewing blood as they slid backward for several meters before managing to regain their stances, momentarily evenly matched. Wang's expression twisted in fury, his eyes bulging with rage. "You little bastard! How dare you injure me? This is unforgivable, utterly unforgivable." Ah, Thunder Fist, Third Style. Thunderclap of 10,000 June, perish. Long Chen's heart quivered, sensing the imminent threat. Desperate, he pushed the body dominance technique and the return to origin technique to their extremes, unleashing both physical and elemental power. Originally, Long Chen's total power surpassed Wang's but due to his lack of martial skills, he could only exert 90% of his strength. Thus, the two combatants found themselves evenly matched. With a thunderous crash, dust erupted from the forest like a tempest sigh. Upon closer inspection, both figures were spewing blood as they were propelled backward. Wang's right arm fractured, bones protruding grotesquely, while Long Chen merely suffered a ruptured palm. Indicating the strength of his defense, a piercing scream echoed as Wang's lay crumpled on the ground, muttering repeatedly, "How could I lose? How could I lose? Little lecher, are you all right?" Zhongling's eyes flickered with surprise. "I shall not perish." Long Chen struggled to rise, approaching Wang Zhua, coldly stating, "Speak. Where is my grandfather's corpse? Hee, perhaps it has already found its way into a wolf's belly. You seek death." Long Chen's eyes were instantly clouded with crimson as he ruthlessly stomped down on Wang's left hand. "Ah, you little bastard, do you dare to kill me? I am the young master of the Wang family in Wanshan City. If you kill me, your entire family, your whole village will perish. Still daring to threaten me?" Bang bang, 2 more kicks followed, shattering Wang's legs. "Utter one more word, and I shall break your third leg." Wang Zhua, now filled with fear amidst his cries, finally relented. "Stop. I will speak. Spare me, and I shall tell you. Speak, or I shall kill you this instant." "All right, I shall tell you. You little bastard, when we return, I will annihilate your whole family." Wang's thought viciously. Upon learning the location, Long Chen retrieved his grandfather's blade and prepared to depart. Noticing the malice flickering in Wang's eyes, he shot a sharp glance and delivered a punch directly to Wang's heart, ensuring his demise. Even in death, the young master's eyes were filled with disbelief. Gazing at the 3 lifeless bodies on the ground, Long Chen was taken aback, the bloodlust in his eyes swiftly dissipating as chaos filled his thoughts, leaving him in a state of confusion. After all, his soul hailed from a lawful society on Earth. Taking a life felt like a heavy mental shackle to Long Chen. So this is what killing feels like. I have just taken the lives of 3 individuals. Long Chen murmured, his gaze betraying his inner turmoil. At a certain moment, a jolt of realization struck him. To hell with the law-abiding society. I am now in Dongshan continent, where no laws exist, only the jungle principle of the weak being preyed upon by the strong. Here, a powerful word can dictate life or death, as long as one possesses strength. They can act freely and deal with grudges as they see fit. These 3 men murdered my grandfather. Avenging him is only just. With these thoughts, Long Chen's resolve solidified. Behind him, Zhong Ling silently observed the unfolding drama, a flicker of admiration in her eyes. Taking Wang's with spatial ring, Long Chen followed the route Wang's had described. Half an hour later, he spotted a figure lying motionless beneath an ancient tree, dressed in hunter's garb. Long Chen hurriedly approached, only to find a dark-skinned, rugged elder, bloodied and mangled, his limbs twisted, devoid of breath. In an instant, tears streamed down Long Chen's face as he knelt upon the ground. "Grandfather, I am sorry. Chun'er has arrived too late. A man may shed tears but rarely does so lightly, only when sorrow strikes deep." "May you find peace," Zhong Ling spoke softly. After a long while, Long Chen hoisted his grandfather, Long Tian, upon his back, preparing to leave. "Long Chen, I wish to return my grandfather's remains home for burial. Thank you for your kindness. Perhaps we shall meet again." With that, he turned to depart. "If you encounter any troubles, you may find me at the Broken Blade Mountain, Qingyun sect," Zhong Ling called out to Long Chen's retreating figure. Long Chen halted for a moment, but without turning back, he gradually faded into the distance. The sight of Long Chen's battle with Wang Zhua, a figure stirred from unconsciousness. It was guard Li Chang. Upon seeing the corpses of young Master Wang Zhua and Zhang Shan, Li Chang trembled, glancing around in panic before hastily attempting to escape. Chapter 6. Cultivating Thunder Fist in Sanyang Village. After Long Chen and his sister, Long Zixuan, laid their grandfather, Long Tian, to rest alongside his personal blade, they went door to door to express their gratitude to Uncle Yang and the other villagers. "Little Chen, there is no need for excessive thanks. Your grandfather has always looked after us. Now that he is gone, should your family face any difficulties, feel free to approach Uncle Yang. You and your sister should live well, understood, Uncle Yang." After the siblings completed their tasks and returned home, the night had enveloped the surroundings in utter darkness. Long Zixuan was about to inquire about Long Chen when she was interrupted. "Sister, you have also toiled throughout the day. You should rest now and enjoy a good night's sleep. We can discuss matters tomorrow. Yes, you too, you still bear wounds. It would be wise to retire early." Long Zixuan hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. Once her sister departed, the room fell into complete silence. Long Chen took out a healing elixir and consumed it, activating the Guiyuanju as he pondered the events that had transpired since his reincarnation. Eye in the darkness, his eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky. It seemed the occurrences at the back mountain could no longer be concealed. He must inform his sister. However, the matter of his reincarnation was one he could not disclose to anyone. It was too absurd and must remain a secret. Furthermore, he wished for his sister to cultivate martial arts. Only with formidable strength could one chase after the life they desire, both on earth and in this realm. This world was indeed extraordinary. Resembling the mythical worlds from ancient legends of Earth, could there be a connection between the two? Or was it possible that the mythological realms of Earth's ancient tales truly existed? This notion was utterly mind-boggling. Long Chen dared not dwell on it further, as these thoughts consumed him. A wave of fatigue washed over him. After 10 days of numerous battles, his spirit had been under constant strain, compounded by his injuries. Even the strongest of men could not withstand such exhaustion, and he soon fell into a deep slumber. The following day, Long Chen awoke to find that his injuries had healed significantly, and he felt invigorated. Truly, the body of tyranny boasted remarkable recovery capabilities. After a quick wash, he noticed his sister had yet to rise. He retrieved Wang's storage ring, focusing his mind to survey its contents. Within the 3-meter square space lay 5 bottles of qi-nourishing pills, 5 bottles of body-refining pills, 1 bottle of bone-cleansing pills, and a single zhu gua. The thunderclap fist, indeed. Wang's martial art was contained within. Long Chen had a vivid recollection of the thunderclap fist. Its immense power perfectly aligned with his tastes. He felt a pang of desire. In previous battles, he had suffered greatly from his lack of martial skills. Upon seeing the zhu gua, Long Chen felt a twinge of sorrow. It was likely that his grandfather was killed in a dispute over this very item with Wang Zhua. This world was undeniably cruel. Where power reigned, murder and arson were mere trifles. Long Chen rummaged through the ring, discovering some healing, detoxifying, and foundational pills, along with various miscellaneous items. Most importantly, he found a tome on martial knowledge and a stack of silver notes. Ha! Indeed, the adage rings true. Wealth often follows those who engage in perilous deeds. With these 50,000 taels of silver notes, his and his sister's living conditions would be assured for a time, allowing them to focus on their cultivation. Just as he pondered this, his sister Long Zixuan entered the room. "Sister, you're here. Please, have a seat." "Sister, much has transpired these past few days, and I wish to be honest with you. Brace yourself for what I am about to reveal." Long Zixuan looked at Long Chun with calm anticipation, waiting for him to continue. After a brief moment of contemplation, Long Chun spoke. "In truth, grandfather was not slain by a beast but by Wang Zhua, the heir of the Wang family from Wanshan City. The conflict arose over a Zhu Jiuo. By the time I arrived, grandfather had already met his demise. In a fit of rage, I killed Wang Zhua and his 2 bodyguards. Wang Zhua was formidable, and in our struggle, I too sustained injuries. Fortunately, there were no traces left at the scene, so I should remain undiscovered." Upon hearing this, Long Zixuan's face exhibited a multitude of emotions: hatred, anger, and relief. "Sister, you must be wondering how I suddenly became so powerful. Before I found grandfather, I was relentlessly pursued by beasts. By sheer luck, I obtained a Zhu Gua, which greatly enhanced my strength. I then inadvertently stumbled into a valley and encountered fortuitous events, significantly augmenting my physical might, and I acquired 2 martial arts techniques, advancing to the first rank of martial apprentice. This is the martial arts I obtained." Long Chun handed her the Guiyuan Ju and the Yin Yang Ju, a technique of such caliber. Long Zixuan gasped, astounded by her brother's fortuitous encounter, then promptly regained her composure and said earnestly, "Xiao Qian, you must never casually reveal these 2 techniques. Doing so could bring about great peril." "I understand, sister. I have contemplated this matter. The upheaval in our family ultimately stems from our insufficient strength in this world. Power is paramount. If we wish to seize our destinies, we must possess formidable strength. Sister, you should also cultivate martial arts. Only with great power can we protect those we cherish and pursue our desires. Moreover, with grandfather's passing, we are still young. Why should we not aspire to explore the wider world?" Long Zixuan murmured, lost in thought. "You are right, Xiao Chun. We shall cultivate martial arts together." "Very well, sister. I have chosen the Guiyuan Ju, which emphasizes solidifying foundations. I prefer it. Please review these 2 techniques and see which suits you best. This storage ring is for you. It contains qi-nourishing pills, bone-cleansing pills, zhugua, and other cultivation resources for your use. Additionally, there are 30,000 taels of silver notes within the ring. Please procure some essential supplies for us in the upcoming period. We shall focus solely on our cultivation. I have already consumed the zhugua, which contains immense energy that can be taken in doses. You may cultivate here while I stand guard outside." "Understood." Observing her brother meticulously arranging everything, Long Zixuan felt a moment of disorientation, as if her brother had matured overnight, evoking a strange sense of unfamiliarity, yet overwhelming gratitude and melancholy simultaneously. Xiao Chun has grown up. Long Chen stepped into the courtyard, dividing his focus to keep an eye on the situation indoors. He spent an hour poring over martial knowledge before taking out the Thunderclap Fist to comprehend its intricacies. The Thunderclap Fist was a high-level yellow-grade martial technique, boasting tremendous power. When perfected, a single punch unleashed like a roaring thunder, unstoppable and capable of obliterating all. The Thunderclap Fist comprised 3 forms: the Flowing Thunder Style, the Falling Thunder Style, and the Thunderclap of 10,000 tons. The Flowing Thunder Style emphasized speed, where swiftness was paramount. The Falling Thunder Style focused on strength, embodying the principle of overwhelming force, while the Thunderclap of 10,000 tons balanced both speed and power, emphasizing relentless advance, becoming invincible through sheer momentum. What an exquisite technique! The more Long Chen studied, the more he appreciated the finesse of the Thunderclap Fist, gradually losing awareness of his surroundings as he involuntarily began practicing in the courtyard. Flowing Thunder Style, Falling Thunder Style. Thunderclap of 10,000 tons. He executed punch after punch, constantly adjusting his direction, speed, and power to adhere strictly to the manual. Gradually, his understanding of the thunderclap fist became increasingly clear and profound, the fluidity of his movements growing more natural and cohesive. In no time, the courtyard was alive with Long Chen's agile form, sometimes darting like a shooting star, other times crashing down like a mountain. With each punch, the air crackled, furniture in the courtyard toppled under the force of his strikes. Lost in his practice, Long Chen was unaware that the sun had risen high, approaching noon. Suddenly, 3 booming sounds echoed from within the house. "Sister!" Upon hearing the noise, Long Chen instantly snapped to attention and rushed inside. He found his sister Long Zixuan with a furrowed brow, her expression pained, her body enveloped in golden flames, resembling a divine being descending to earth or a phoenix reborn, radiating an unapproachable nobility. "Martial apprentice rank 3, Long Chen gasped in astonishment. This was simply extraordinary. Within a mere morning, she had ascended 3 ranks, and the golden flames surrounding her were no ordinary elemental energy. Were it not for their shared upbringing, Long Chen would have doubted that this person was indeed his sister. Long Chen had toiled diligently for several days to achieve the first rank of martial apprentice, yet the disparity in their progress was staggering, leaving him feeling utterly disheartened. Just as he was lamenting this, Long Zixuan's golden flames gradually receded, her brow relaxing as she opened her eyes, from which a beam of golden flame shot forth, scorching a large hole into the ground. Long Chen stood there, speechless in astonishment. "Sister, are you all right?" he asked hesitantly. "I'm perfectly fine. In fact, I've never felt better. I feel warm all over, as though I could float, brimming with boundless energy. Moreover, it seems my mind is teeming with new knowledge, though I have yet to fully explore it," Long Zixuan exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. She failed to notice that the inconspicuous jade pendant she had worn since childhood was now radiating a golden glow. "Sister, you're scaring me. In just half a morning, you've reached martial apprentice rank 3. Truly a genius." Long Chen was engulfed in shock, oblivious to the fact that Long Zixuan had mentioned the newfound knowledge in her mind. "Really? I didn't find it particularly challenging. Moreover, I feel the yin-yang ju is perfectly suited for me. I grasped it immediately. Here, I return the Guyuan ju to you." All right, I admit I'm the fool here. "Sister, solidify your rank further. I'll stand guard outside." Meanwhile, in the divine martial continent, in the southern barbarian state, at the ancestral grounds of the Phoenix clan, in the conference hall, clan leader, the 3rd princess has been found. A tall, slender figure rushed in, calling out as he and is that true? Where? Upon hearing the commotion, a middle-aged man at the head of the table sprang to his feet, eagerly inquiring Yandongi State, in the eastern region of Dongshan continent. To the east of the great Shandong Mountains. Good, my daughter, at last. I have found you." The man's eyes glistened with tears. He then turned to the empty space beside him and said, "Nan Puer, please make a trip and bring Shanner back." Understood. Chapter 7. The monkey wine. In the following period, Long Chen diligently practiced the thunderbolt fist by day and consumed body-refining pills, bone-washing pills, and energy-nourishing pills at night, all while cultivating the return-to-origin technique and perusing the foundational knowledge of martial arts during his leisure. As time passed, his physical body and martial arts realm steadily advanced, and his understanding of martial arts flourished remarkably. Time seemed irrelevant in his pursuit of cultivation. After half a month, Long Chen's pure physical strength reached 70 newtons, and his skin gradually transformed into a deep bronze hue. He made significant strides in the first layer of the body dominance technique, achieving minor success in the thunderbolt fist, marking a rapid progression. In contrast to his physical training, the increase in his cultivation level felt painfully slow, consuming dozens of energy-nourishing pills just to barely attain the second level of martial disciple, which left Long Chen somewhat disheartened. It appeared that his innate talent in martial arts was rather mediocre. Alas, such is fate, and there is naught I can do, however. With the body-dominant scripture at my disposal, a mysterious and formidable text, I am certain that diligent practice will yield results. As the saying goes, diligence can make up for lack of talent. I refuse to believe that one cannot become a powerhouse simply due to inadequate innate gifts. At this moment, Long Chen's physical and energy prowess combined allowed him to reach a strength of 90 newtons, significantly enhancing his defenses. Below the 5th level of martial disciple, no one could hope to breach his defenses while he stood still. Coupled with his minor success in the Thunderbolt Fist, he could be considered a formidable expert among the ranks of 9th level martial disciples. More importantly, he was still under 14 years of age. With ample time ahead of him, reflecting on these thoughts rekindled Long Chen's confidence. Though his strength had increased, his resources had been depleted. Aside from a bottle of true essence pills and some healing, foundation-enhancing and detoxification pills that remained untouched, his spatial ring was utterly empty. More critically, both his martial techniques and skills had hit a bottleneck. It was time to venture outside for practical experience. Only through real combat could he swiftly consolidate his realm and elevate his power. A martial artist must grow amidst blood and fire, rather than as a flower in a greenhouse. Upon visiting his sister Long Zixuan's chamber, Long Chen was once again taken aback. She had reached the 6th level of martial disciple. In just half a month, she had ascended 3 levels. Good heavens, strike me down with a bolt of lightning. How can the gap between individuals be so immense? Long Chen lamented inwardly. Sister, I feel as though I have hit a bottleneck and wish to venture into the 10,000 great mountains for some time. Perhaps to seek fortune. Worry not. I shall merely linger around the periphery of the mountains. It will be fine. Ever since their grandfather's demise, Long Zixuan had sensed a significant change in her brother. Though she could not quite articulate what it was, nevertheless, she could feel that in many aspects, her brother remained the same, and his concern for her had only deepened. With his current strength and stable disposition, he was now capable of standing on his own. This realization brought her solace, alleviating her unease. Little Chun, while your strength has indeed grown, the 10,000 great mountains are rife with spirit beasts and dangers lurk everywhere. You must exercise caution and vigilance. Do not let your guard down. I understand, sister. Just like last time, I shall return home within 10 days. Otherwise, I shall come find you in the mountains. All right, you may rest assured. With the prospect of returning to the mountains, Long Chen felt a tinge of excitement overshadowing his previous anxiety. In a dense forest, a ragged, disheveled youth was engaged in a fierce battle with a saber-toothed tiger. The tiger lunged with a powerful pounce, its massive claws descending like mountains. Even before impact, the gust of wind it generated stung the youth's face. Long Chen dared not underestimate the situation, channeling the 2nd form of the Thunderbolt Fist to unleash a thunderous strike. The collision of their blows sent him rocketing backwards several meters, blood spewing forth from his mouth. The sight of blood only incited the saber-toothed tiger's fury further. As soon as he landed, the beast leaped high into the air and emitted a deafening roar, its fang-like teeth lunging toward him. Long Chen, still regaining his balance, had to dodge the onslaught, rolling to the side just in time to avoid the tiger's bite. Seeing its attack fail, the saber-toothed tiger twisted mid-air like a martial arts master, swinging its whip-like tail with ferocious intent. Long Chen, caught off guard by the tiger's ferocity, managed to perform a hasty roll to evade the sweeping tail, narrowly escaping in a rather undignified manner. Seizing the opportunity to create distance, he spat out the leaves and blood from his mouth, gritting his teeth. You big beast, you enjoy this, don't you? Next, let me show you my might. With that, he unleashed the 3rd form of the Thunderbolt Fist, Thunderbolt Fury. The saber-toothed tiger's fierce eyes glinted with malice as it unleashed a mighty roar, striking at Long Chen's incoming fist with a powerful claw. With a resounding boom, both figures were sent flying backward. Long Chen's hand became a bloody mess, exposing bone beneath. Hiss! You big cat, wait until I recover from my injuries, and I shall return to teach you a lesson. Seeing that he was at a disadvantage, Long Chen promptly fled, leaving the saber-toothed tiger roaring in rage behind him. After a breathless chase, Long Chen finally evaded the saber-toothed tiger, seeking refuge in an inconspicuous tree hollow where he quickly consumed healing pills. With my current strength, ordinary spirit beasts of the 9th level of martial disciple pose no challenge, but if I were to encounter a powerful 9th level spirit beast, my only option would be to flee. As most spirit beasts possess formidable physical strength, and those with strong bloodlines are particularly terrifying, My physical prowess offers significant advantages against human opponents of the same level, but when compared to spirit beasts, I still have much room for improvement. I must either enhance my cultivation level or quickly boost my strength. As Long Chun tended to his wounds, he reflected on the battles of the past few days. An hour later, as Long Chen's injuries healed, he was about to leave when a conversation reached his ears. Junior brothers, as per our prior agreement, we will split up shortly. You two will draw the red monkey horde away while I steal the monkey wine. Once successful, we will rendezvous at the agreed location to share the spoils. Senior brother, the Monkey King is a formidable foe at the 9th level of martial disciple, and with a horde of monkeys, we may find ourselves in peril. Junior brother, every opportunity comes with its risks. With your 8th level martial disciple abilities, if you coordinate well, you can contend against the 9th level Monkey King. Besides, you are not seeking a death match with it. Merely drawing its attention will suffice. Just imagine, that monkey wine could bring us closer to the 9th level of martial disciple. Let us do it. The two junior brothers exchanged glances, their initial caution drowned by greed. All right, just ahead is the Red Monkey Peak. We will part ways here. You two approach from the front, while I will conceal myself to the side and act according to the situation. Unbeknownst to them, someone was lurking in the nearby towering tree. Monkey wine? What a treasure! If I could obtain it, I might just reach the 4th level of martial disciple. I should follow them and see. Long Chun stealthily trailed the 3 individuals to Red Monkey Peak, concealing himself among the branches and leaves at the top of a towering tree. Looking down, he beheld a forest teeming with ancient trees and vibrant foliage, where dozens of red monkeys frolicked and played. Exuding a lively atmosphere, he then observed 2 youths clad in sect uniforms boldly advancing toward the monkey horde. Without a word, they drew their swords and struck, catching several red monkeys completely off guard. Resulting in instant decapitations, the monkey horde erupted into chaos, screeching as they charged toward the 2 intruders. Although outnumbered, most of the monkeys were at the 5th and 6th levels of martial disciple. And amidst the clash of blades, the horde suffered devastating losses. Meanwhile, the senior brother hid in a thicket, fixated on a specific spot. Following his gaze, Long Chin discovered a concealed cave within the dense foliage atop the peak. Ah, the monkey wine must be hidden within that cave. At that moment, a nearly 4-meter-tall red monkey emerged from the cave, towering like a mountain at the entrance. From a distance, its fur appeared to blaze like flames, and a tuft of golden hair on its forehead gave it an extraordinary appearance. This was the mutated Red Monkey King. Seeing the slaughter of its kin by the 2 humans, the Red Monkey King let out a thunderous roar and leaped down from the cave entrance. Launching a colossal punch toward the duo, not daring to underestimate the threat, simultaneously struck the Red Monkey King with a sword and a knife. Clang! The weapons shattered, and blood sprayed forth. The 2 were filled with dread and turned to flee. With a powerful leap, the Red Monkey King launched itself like a cannonball, its palms sweeping forward, sending the 2 flying several meters, their chests mangled. With no time to ponder anything else, the 2 turned and ran toward the thicket where their senior brother was hiding. Senior brother, help, you fools! Seeing that he could no longer remain concealed, the senior brother sprang up and dashed to the side of the 2, kicking a nearby boulder toward the Red Monkey King. Before grabbing the 2 and escaping, his figure darting away in a blur, the Red Monkey King roared in fury, leading the horde in pursuit. What a perfect opportunity! Long Chin's eyes lit up as he noticed the monkey horde trailing further away. He quickly leaped down from the tree and raced toward the cave atop the peak. Upon entering the cave, he discovered a bowl-shaped stone platform with a pool of golden red liquid that resembled solidified agate, exuding a delightful aroma of fruit and wine. Piled around the stone platform were mountains of fruit pits and animal carcasses, alongside a nearly 2-meter-high blood peach tree, which bore 3 ripe blood peaches. Ha ha! The heavens have not forsaken me! Long Chen hurriedly stored the monkey wine and the blood peaches into his spatial ring. After surveying the surroundings and finding nothing else of value, he swiftly departed from this perilous place. An hour later, the air around Red Monkey Peak was filled with furious roars, and from a distance, one could see rocks tumbling and ancient trees collapsing. Chapter 8. Mastery of the first layer of body dominance. The blood peach is a low-tier precious herb. Its effects incomparable to the high-tier common herb, the crimson fruit, that I wonder if refining it will allow me to achieve mastery of the first layer of body dominance. Long Chun pondered as he gazed at the blood peach in his hand. After distancing himself from Red Monkey Peak, he located an underground cave and sealed its entrance behind him. He intended to consume the blood peach to break through to the first major realm of the dominant body. Long Chun was acutely aware of his ordinary martial arts talent. His greatest reliance lay in the dominant body sutra. He had to exert himself to prioritize the cultivation of the dominant body to rapidly enhance his combat prowess, thereby securing more cultivation resources to compensate for his innate deficiencies and maintain his cultivation speed. Drawing from his previous experience with the red fruit, Long Chun decided to act with more prudence this time. He divided the blood peach in half, hesitated for 3 seconds, and decisively tossed half into his mouth. Damn, only a fool fears pain. As the moment approached, Long Chun recalled the harrowing experience of consuming the red fruit, causing his body to involuntarily shudder. Boom! The blood peach melted upon entry, and its medicinal power erupted within him. Long Chun hurriedly activated the first layer of the dominant body sutra, directing the medicinal force to his skin, striving to refine it. Despite having attained a minor accomplishment in the first layer of the dominant body and his skin being exceptionally fortified through numerous refinements, the overwhelming medicinal force of the blood peach still shattered his skin with a rapidity reminiscent of porcelain shattering upon impact. Blood erupting forth, transforming Long Chun into a veritable blood-soaked figure. Long Chun could not control his anguished roar, akin to a wounded beast. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging, eyes bloodshot. He gritted his teeth, enduring this inhuman torment, refusing to let himself faint from the pain. Although he had mentally prepared himself, Long Chun still underestimated the sheer magnitude of the blood peach's medicinal potency. Like a mischievous child, the refined medicinal force, upon reaching his skin, mercilessly tore it apart, only to then congeal once more in this relentless cycle of tearing and healing. Long Chun's skin visibly strengthened. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, akin to a century passing, until at last, the medicinal power was fully refined, and the pain ceased abruptly. Long Chun appeared as if he had emerged from a pool of blood, his garments clinging to him, soaked with impurities, foul blood and sweat. Reeking horrendously, he slowly opened his eyes, remaining still, merely gauging his physical condition. Damn, is there no justice? After enduring such torment, my strength has only increased by 15 in, still 5 in short of the major realm. Damn it. Long Chun cursed weakly. Must I consume the remaining half as well? Today, I shall confront you. I must achieve the major accomplishment. He retrieved the other half and placed it in his mouth, bracing himself for the familiar pain. Perhaps due to being so close to a major accomplishment, some medicinal power remained unrefined within him, causing his blood vessels to swell perilously, threatening to burst. Long Chun endured the excruciating pain. Anxiety gnawed at him. Damn, I miscalculated. In a moment of clarity, he had a sudden thought. Why not direct the excess medicinal power towards his dantian and practice the return to origin technique? Without hesitation, he initiated the return to origin technique, controlling the dantian's energy whirlpool as the accumulated medicinal force from the blood peach surged in, rapidly amplifying the whirlpool. The situation swiftly improved, the crisis averted, and Long Chun breathed a sigh of relief. Seizing the moment, he diligently operated both the dominant body sutra and the return to origin technique simultaneously, refining the medicinal power of the blood peach. 3 days later, in an underground cavern, an invisible wave of energy erupted from Long Chun, sending dust and debris flying. As the dust settled, Long Chun's skin gleamed a deep bronze, appearing indestructible and exuding an intimidating aura. He had reached the major accomplishment of the first layer of the dominant body, attaining the 5th realm of martial apprentices. His pure physical strength had reached an astonishing 90 in, equivalent to that of a 9th realm martial apprentice. With significant enhancements to speed, agility, and other physical attributes, rendering his defenses formidable. Below the 7th realm of martial apprentices, it was nearly impossible to shake Long Chun's physical form. Upon introspection, he observed that the energy whirlpool in his dantian had expanded from the size of a grain of rice to that of a peanut, with azure vital energy flowing vigorously through his meridians in an endless cycle. Now, the combined strength of Long Chen's physical and martial prowess amounted to a terrifying 140 yin, far surpassing the ninth realm of martial apprentices. Making him virtually unmatched within the martial apprentice ranks, he suppressed his aura, allowing his skin to return to its normal hue. As he stood, he noticed that his weight had left a deep imprint in the ground. It seemed that the rapid advancement over the past few days had rendered his realm somewhat unstable, making it challenging to control his newfound strength. The immediate priority was to refrain from consuming any more blood peaches or monkey wine. He needed to solidify his realm and master his power. Combat would undoubtedly allow him to stabilize his realm swiftly and master his own strength. Upon exiting his seclusion, Long Chen sought out the saber-toothed tiger. Delivering a flurry of punches and kicks that left the creature battered and lifeless, without even employing any martial techniques, a gentleman does not delay revenge. Presently, Long Chen was akin to a ninth realm martial apprentice, and the saber-toothed tiger could not withstand even a single strike from him. After some contemplation, he decided to collect the tiger's carcass into his spatial ring, intending to take it home to nourish his sister. Should he venture into the inner regions of the mountains? Given his recent surge in strength, ordinary martial-grade spirit beasts pose little challenge, making them ineffective for honing his realm. No, wait. Long Chen had a sudden revelation regarding the Crimson Monkey King. That creature was a mutated being of extraordinary strength, undoubtedly a worthy opponent. Without further ado, Long Chen sped towards Crimson Monkey Peak. I wonder how those three brothers who stole the monkey wine are faring. Have they met their demise? Long Chen mused with a mischievous grin. Upon reaching Crimson Monkey Peak, Long Chen made no effort to conceal his presence, boldly storming inside. The Crimson Monkey King, recalling the theft of its treasure from days prior, erupted in fury upon seeing another human intruder. Roar, roar, roar. With a furious cry, the Crimson Monkey King swiped a paw at Long Chen, who met the challenge head-on, engaging the beast in fierce combat in the jungle. Man and beast clashed with primal, fervent displays of raw physical power. Long Chen unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks, elbows and knees, executing close combat techniques with remarkable finesse. The Crimson Monkey King, possessing formidable strength, retaliated with powerful swipes and bites, each strike resonating with tremendous force, relying on sheer power to prevail. The two combatants resembled seasoned martial artists, their blows landing with resounding impact, blood spraying as they fought valiantly against each other. The atmosphere crackled with energy, ancient trees collapsing, rocks tumbling, and wild beasts fleeing in terror. Half an hour later, Long Chen emerged battered, with a bruised face, blood seeping from his nose and mouth, his hands torn, and his garments in tatters, clearly sustaining serious injuries, forcing him to withdraw temporarily to recuperate. In contrast, the Crimson Monkey King bore wounds of its own, its body marred with bruises, its once vibrant fur matted with blood, debris, and dirt, appearing utterly disheveled. Realizing that the human before it was not to be trifled with, it let out an enraged roar, begrudgingly watching Long Chen depart. Long Chen found the tree hollow where he had previously rested, took out the monkey wine, and drank deeply to mend his injuries. Upon introspecting, he realized that combat could maximize his potential, swiftly allowing him to grasp his own strength and realm, especially in battles of equal footing. Such encounters solidified his realm and significantly improved his mastery over his own power. The aroma of monkey wine filled the air. Suddenly, a chorus of exclamations sounded as Long Chen, just recovering from his injuries, stepped out of the tree hollow and encountered the trio of thieves drawn by the scent of the wine. Both parties froze momentarily. "Kid, what are you doing in that hollow? Do you have monkey wine on you?" "Indeed, I possess monkey wine." "What of it?" Long Chen replied with an odd expression, unfazed. "Hand over the monkey wine, and we shall spare your life. And if I refuse, then you shall die. Ha, then you shall die first." No sooner had he spoken than he unleashed a torrent of blows, the immense force of 140 yin erupting forth. The trio of thieves barely had time to react before they met their demise. He stripped the three of their storage rings and, upon inspection, found several bottles of chi-nourishing pills, body refinement pills, marrow cleansing pills, and detoxification pills, along with 200,000 silver taels. What is that? Within one thief's ring, he discovered two exquisite jade boxes. Upon opening them in succession, Long Chen's face lit up with joy. One box contained 3 great recovery pills, a second-tier spiritual pill invaluable to martial masters for healing. The other box surprisingly held 5 spirit stones. Spirit stones encapsulate pure spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, readily absorbed by martial artists for cultivation. They are categorized by their energy content into low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and top-grade spirit stones. Spirit stones also serve as currency within the martial world, akin to gold and silver in the secular realm. Possessing ample spirit stones allows one to easily acquire cultivation resources such as techniques, pills, and weapons in the marketplace. Haha, these 3 wine thieves truly are a windfall for me. Long Chen transferred all the pills and spirit stones into his storage ring, feeling thoroughly satisfied. Crimson Monkey King, I am coming to thrash you. With a wild laugh, Long Chen swiftly soared towards the Red Monkey Peak. Only 2 days remained until the day promised to his sister, and he was determined to engage in a fierce battle with the Red Monkey King to gain mastery over his own strength. During the following 2 days, the Red Monkey Peak witnessed earth-shattering clashes erupting every half-day. Both Long Chen and the Red Monkey King seemed to unleash their true prowess, delivering ruthless blows to one another, leaving both parties battered and bloodied. Nevertheless, Long Chen maintained a sliver of composure, retreating gracefully whenever he felt on the brink of collapse, only to conceal himself and consume the monkey wine to heal his wounds. After several such encounters, the Red Monkey King was driven into a furious rage, ultimately activating the golden fur upon his forehead. Bathed in a radiant golden light, he transformed into a golden monkey, exponentially increasing his power and causing Long Chen to spurt blood repeatedly, utterly defenseless and nearly unable to escape. Within a hollow tree, Long Chen had just finished healing and opened his eyes. His divine light now subdued. It was time to return. Chapter 9. The annihilation of Sanyang village days prior, at the Wang family estate in Wanshan City, within the deliberation hall. What? You say the young master was killed in the 10,000 Great Mountains? The middle-aged man seated at the center roared, springing to his feet in a sudden frenzy. He was Wang Sheng, the current head of the Wang family and the foremost martial artist of Wanshan City. Yes, Li Chang replied, his body trembling like a leaf. Ah, you worthless fools! How did you fail to protect the young master? What use are you to me? Wang Sheng's face contorted with rage as he prepared to strike Li Chang dead. Head of the family, wait! A fair-skinned middle-aged scholar, bearing a hint of arrogance between his brows, interjected solemnly. It was Wang Hai, the 4th elder of the Wang family. 4th elder, you dare to stop me? Wang Sheng glared with bloodshot eyes, resembling a predator poised to pounce. Calm yourself, head of the family. If you kill Li Chang, who will recognize the murderer? Though he deserves death 1,000 times over, it is not yet time. The Wang family needs him to locate the killer. Do you not wish to avenge the young master? 4th elder, it was my moment of folly that led me to wrongfully accuse you. Wang Sheng's fury slightly abated at the thought of avenging his son. You are too harsh, head of the family. With that, he turned towards Li Chang and commanded, clarify the events that transpired, particularly regarding the murderer. Yes, 4th elder. The events unfolded as follows. I beseech the head of the family for mercy, sparing my life. I assure you that I did my utmost to protect the young master. It was indeed due to that boy's negligence that I barely escaped with my life. The young master treated me well, which is why I risked my life to return with this information, hoping to avenge him. I plead for your grace. Considering your loyalty, I shall spare you for now. Henceforth, cooperate fully with our clan members to apprehend the murderer, and I shall absolve you of your death sentence. Thank you, head of the family. According to Li Chang, the murderer is a wild young man, not particularly skilled in martial arts, but possessing considerable physical strength. His grandfather is a hunter, and the incident occurred in the eastern outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Then we shall dispatch personnel to scour all nearby villages in the eastern outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains. We need not worry about finding him. Good, I shall entrust this matter to you. Fourth elder. Capture that little bastard. For daring to kill my son. I want him to suffer endlessly before death. Wang Shang's murderous intent was barely contained. Long Chen exited the mountain's mouth, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he strode briskly into the village. Upon entering, he noticed a figure lying by the roadside not far away. His clothes stained red with blood. A chill ran down his spine. Something was amiss. Approaching closer, Long Chen's pupils constricted. Antly, the woman had already drawn her last breath, yet the blood was still fresh. Indicating the incident had only just occurred, he hurried deeper into the village, calling out, "Uncle Wang, Antly, Uncle Yang." Along the way, he discovered more villagers slain, a tempest of fury rising within him. This is bad. Sister. Without a moment's hesitation, Long Chen raced towards home. Before he reached the entrance, he spotted a middle-aged man dressed as a guard fiercely battling his sister, Long Zixuan, in the courtyard. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the man as Li Chong. The guard of Wang Zhuo. Damn it, he survived. It seems these are all members of the Wang family. In the 10 days since their last encounter, his sister had surprisingly advanced to the 7th stage of a martial apprentice, surpassing Li Chong in rank. Yet, lacking any combat experience, she was being pressed back relentlessly by Li Chong. A crowd of guards looked on, jeering like cats playing with a mouse. Speak quickly about that boy's whereabouts, and I might spare your life, or else, never. You are all doomed. Long Chen, consumed by rage, charged forward, leaping into the air above the courtyard and delivering a powerful punch. Xiao Chen, little bastard. Li Chong, caught off guard, hastily raised his fists to defend, only to be struck down, spitting blood as he collapsed to the ground. Sister, are you all right? I'm fine, but Uncle Yang and the others have been killed by these brutes. Xiao Chen, eliminate these beasts. Long Zixuan's eyes burned with fury. I understand, sister. Please step back. I will deal with them first. You heartless wretches, to murder so many innocent villagers over a mere personal grudge. You are devoid of humanity. Prepare to die. This little bastard is the one who killed our young master. Brothers, seize him and present him to the head of the family for a grand reward. In an instant, the guards surged forward, and Long Chen, like a tiger among sheep, struck them down one by one. In less than a breath, over a dozen guards lay dead, leaving only a terrified Li Chong, paralyzed with fear, watching Long Chen dispatch his foes with such ease. Li Chong's previous arrogance evaporated. Young hero, spare me. I was forced into this. It was the head of the Wang family and the 7th elder who compelled me. I don't wish to kill. Enough of your nonsense. Tell me, are there any other Wang family members in the village? Long Chen pressed forward with his blade. I say there is another 7th elder in the village shrine. The 7th elder? What is his rank? A martial artist of the 1st stage. A martial artist. Long Chen's expression grew grave as he pondered for a moment. How many martial artists does the Wang family possess? What is the strongest among them? There are a total of 8 martial artists, including the head of the family and the 7 elders. The strongest is the head of the family at the 6th stage of martial arts. Young hero, please spare me. I have told you all I know. Li Chong repeatedly bowed and begged for mercy. Since you are of no further use, prepare to die. With that, Long Chen swiftly severed his throat. Having learned a lesson, Long Chen meticulously ensured no survivors remained. Sister, do not leave the house for now. I shall go deal with that 7th elder from the Wang family. Long Chen's expression darkened. Xiao Chen, do not act recklessly. He is a martial artist. Do you have the confidence? What transpired today is entirely my fault. Had I not been careless, Li Chong would not have escaped, and Sanyang village would not have suffered such calamity. I am the cause of all this. The Wang family still harbors a beast here. If I do not act, I cannot find peace. Sister, do not worry. I am confident and will not act rashly. All right, then let me accompany you. Perhaps I can be of assistance. Very well, let us go. The siblings arrived outside the shrine and quietly peered through the door crack, spotting an elderly man in splendid attire seated at the head of the shrine, his eyes half closed, exuding an air of control over the world. Long Chen whispered to his sister, Long Zixuan, sister, you will wait outside the shrine. I will pretend to be fleeing from pursuit to deceive that old man, allowing me to get close and ambush him. This should allow me to kill him. All right, be careful. Long Chen hastily smeared mud on his face and hair, tore a few rips in his clothing, making himself resemble a fugitive. After ensuring his sister was hidden, he dashed towards the shrine. Bursting into the shrine, he cried out, "Help! Old man, someone is killing in the village." As he dashed towards the elder, he feigned panic, performing the act with remarkable authenticity. Oh! The old man's lips curled into a cruel smile. Long Chen swiftly reached the elder's side. Without hesitation, he unleashed a punch to the elder's chest. The elder, taken by surprise, spat blood and flew backward. Without pausing, Long Chen seized the opportunity to rain down blows, delivering a series of thunderous punches that left the elder incapacitated, utterly devoid of the ability to resist. A martial artist of the first stage, brought low so effortlessly by Long Chen. "Who are you? Why did you ambush me? Do you know who I am?" The elder seethed. "Heh," Long Chen replied with a hint of mockery. "Did you not come here looking for me? Seventh elder of the Wang family. You are Long Chen?" The elder's face paled in horror. "Indeed, I am the Long Chen you seek, and Wang Zuo was slain by my hand. For the sake of a mere personal grudge, you slaughtered so many defenseless villagers. Your Wang family is deserving of death. Today, I shall first eliminate you to collect some interest. Wait, think carefully. I am the seventh elder of the Wang family. Should you dare to kill me, you will face relentless pursuit from the Wang family. Ha! I've already killed your young master. Do you think I would fear an elder?" With a swift motion, he beheaded the elder, taking his storage ring before turning to leave. "Sister, let us go. The old beast is dead." "Xiao Chun, what on earth has happened to you during this time? You can easily slay a martial artist now?" Long Zixuan gazed at him in shock. "Yes, not as easy as it seems." The old fellow presumed I was merely a desperate beggar fleeing for my life, completely disregarding me. Seizing the opportunity, I launched a surprise attack, inflicting severe injuries, and ultimately achieved my objective. Alas, Xiaoqing, it seems we cannot return home. The Wang family has suffered a catastrophic defeat, and I suspect it won't be long before they send someone to hunt us down again. And next time, it will undoubtedly be a swift and merciless strike. Sister, I am truly sorry. It is all my fault that you cannot return home and are suffering alongside me. Xiaoqing, do not speak such words. I am your sister, and we shall face everything together. As for the villagers, do not burden yourself with excessive guilt. The true culprits are the Wang family. You have already avenged the villagers, and they should find peace now. Alas, it is all fate. No, the true vengeance has yet to be exacted. Once I have grown stronger, I shall ensure not a single member of the Wang family remains. Only then will my revenge be truly fulfilled." Long Cheng's hatred was boundless. "Where shall we go next?" After a moment of contemplation, Long Cheng replied, "Sister, we shall venture to the Shawandishan." Chapter 10. Seeking refuge in the mountain Shawandishan? Indeed, we must head to Shawandishan for 3 reasons. Firstly, the Wang family will undoubtedly send pursuers after us in the coming days. By temporarily hiding in Shawandishan, we are less likely to be discovered. If we were to go to a town, the Wang family's vast influence and numerous spies would make it all too easy for them to track us down. Secondly, Shawandishan is densely forested with complex terrain and abundant demon beasts, making it easier to evade the Wang family's detection even if they were to find our trail. Thirdly, I must utilize this time to swiftly enhance my strength in preparation for the impending pursuit. The Wang family has lost an elder at the first level of martial arts this time, and the next batch they send will likely consist of those at the second level, or even potentially the third level of martial prowess. Given my current abilities, I fear I may not even have a chance to escape. Furthermore, I have been training in the eastern outskirts of Shawandishan recently, and I am somewhat familiar with certain areas, including a good hiding spot where we can take refuge for the time being. It will not be an easy task for the Wang family to locate us. Indeed, at present, we have no better alternative than to head to Shawandishan. Very well, let us return home, rest for the night, gather some essential items, and set off early tomorrow morning. Understood. The siblings, Long Cheng and Long Zixuan, conducted a simple burial for the villagers one by one, and by the time they finished, night had fallen. Inside their room, Long Cheng retrieved the storage ring of the seventh elder of the Wang family and discovered a manual for a blade technique called Duanyue Dao. 2 bottles of true essence pills and 100,000 taels in silver notes, along with various resources for cultivation such as qi nourishing pills, body refining pills, and healing elixirs. How fortuitous, he exclaimed. The recent spate of battles had made Long Cheng realize that his techniques were too singular. He had relied solely on the 3 moves of the thunderclap fist, which often limited his combat effectiveness. His yearning for martial techniques was palpable, yet he had always struggled to find a means to acquire them. Gazing at the Duanyue Dao manual in his hands, Long Cheng's eyes lit up with joy. In his previous life, he had harbored a deep affection for blades, believing that those who wielded them were direct and unpretentious. Exuding a certain charisma, since childhood, he had dreamed of becoming a swordsman, wandering the world and upholding justice. This felt like the dawn of that dream. What is this? Long Cheng pulled out a tattered piece of sheepskin from the bottom of a pile of clutter and unfolded it to reveal a map. Could it possibly be a treasure map? He felt a flicker of excitement. Examining it closely under the oil lamp, he noted that the map was somewhat incomplete, but it appeared to depict the Shawandishan, and the terrain resembled that of Chiho Peak. Only by visiting the site could he ascertain its accuracy. Regardless, he decided to investigate further when time permitted. The next morning, Long Cheng and his sister, Long Zishuan, stood outside their home, gazing at the place they had inhabited for over a decade, overwhelmed with emotion. "Sister, let us be off." The Shawandishan, the cave concealed behind the waterfall. Upon returning, Long Cheng recalled his encounter with Zhongling, the Qingyun sect, and wondered if he would ever have the opportunity to visit again and reunite. "Sister, this cave is one I discovered during my training. It is relatively clean. We shall make do here for the time being." "Indeed." Long Zishuan moved her lips, as if to say something, but hesitated. "Sister, are you thinking that I seem like a different person?" Long Cheng perceptively noticed that his sister had been preoccupied, wavering between wanting to speak and holding back. Long Zishuan gazed at him, her expression deep, and after a moment, she nodded. "Sister, fear not. I am still Long Cheng, your brother. However, I have indeed changed. Ever since the incident with grandfather, and after my injury in the mountains, I feel as though my mind and body have been awakened. I am no longer content with the simple life of Sanyang village. I yearn to see the world beyond. Thus, upon acquiring the cultivation technique, I vowed to seize every opportunity to grow stronger, for only by becoming powerful can I venture further. This is why I willingly take risks, constantly honing myself in Shawandishan, hoping to gain greater opportunities and rapidly enhance my abilities. Fortune has smiled upon me, allowing my desires to be fulfilled. I have slain the black serpent and obtained the vermilion fruit. I have vanquished the demon ape and acquired the return to origin technique. I have defeated Wang Zhua and mastered the thunderclap fist. Later, I obtained the blood peach and monkey wine, and battled the red monkey king. All of this has contributed to my current strength. And though I have faced life-threatening situations, I harbor no regrets. I do not wish for the tragedy that befell grandfather to befall us siblings again. I cannot bear the thought of losing my only family in this world. This world is so cruel. People kill for a single vermilion fruit, and for personal grudges, they slaughter the innocent in this world. Only strength can protect oneself, safeguard those dear to us, and enable us to pursue our desires. Hence, I must grow stronger, strong enough that no one dares to bully you no matter the trials I face. I shall have no regrets." Listening to her brother's heartfelt declaration, Long Zishuan felt a surge of pain and guilt within her. Tears welling in her eyes, she stepped forward and gently stroked Long Cheng's hair. "Xiaocheng, I am sorry. I misjudged you. I should not have doubted you. You will always be my Xiaocheng." Long Cheng gently wiped away his sister's tears. "Sister, I am your brother. There is no need for such words. Let us focus on our training." "Very well." Long Cheng divided the blood peach, monkey wine, qi nourishing pills, body refining pills, and other cultivation resources with Long Zishuan, and then took out the corpse of a saber-toothed tiger from his storage ring. "Sister, this is a spirit beast I defeated a few days ago. I saved it for you to nourish your body. It will aid in your cultivation. I will go clean it." Carrying the saber-toothed tiger, Long Cheng exited the cave and approached the lakeshore. where he began to skin it, clean its entrails, and noted that the blood was still fresh. Truly, the storage ring possessed preservation capabilities. He remained unaware that the fur, entrails, and blood flowed from the lake outlet down the mountain stream to the lower reaches. It was this detail that would expose the whereabouts of the siblings a few days later. In the Wang family's conference hall in Wanshan City, the head of the family, Wang Shang, sat at the center, flanked by the 6 elders of the Wang family. Damn it! That little brat not only killed my son, but has now also slain the 7th elder. 4th elder, you will personally handle this matter and bring that little brat back to me. I will ensure he suffers a fate worse than death. Wang Shang roared, his face twisted with rage. According to reports from the scouts, Long Cheng managed to kill Elder 7 primarily because the elder was careless. Long Cheng himself is not particularly strong, but his physical body is formidable, suggesting he is a body-refining martial artist. He and his sister, Long Zixuan, have fled into the Xuandishan. The 4th elder, possessing the strength of a 3rd-level martial artist and skilled in tracking, is certain to capture him easily, one elder remarked. Very well. I shall set out early tomorrow. Rest assured, the head of the family, Wang Hai, will surely capture that little brat and deliver him to you for punishment. I in the Xuandishan. Long Zixuan consumed the blood peach and sat cross-legged in the cave, practicing the yin-yang technique. Flecks of golden light occasionally flickered across her body, and her refining speed was astonishing. Meanwhile, Long Cheng consumed the monkey wine to cultivate the return to origin technique, frequently venturing into the nearby dense forest to engage in battles with spirit beasts, using combat to accelerate the absorption of the monkey wine's medicinal properties. Simultaneously, he practiced the Duanyue Dao, though as a high-level yellow martial technique. His progress was slow due to his lack of prior experience with blades. During this time, Long Cheng managed to forcibly refine the last blood peach through combat. 6 days later, Long Cheng's body refinement had made remarkable progress, with pure physical strength reaching 120 newtons, though he was still far from the first level's perfection. His cultivation level had also advanced to the 6th level of martial apprentices, allowing him to exert 180 newtons of strength in a full strike. He had barely grasped the basics of the Duanyue Dao, and his overall strength was comparable to that of a 2nd-level martial artist, marking a significant improvement. On one particular day, Long Cheng returned carrying a dragon blood deer. Intending to nourish his sister, upon entering, he was taken aback by the scene within the cave. His sister, Long Zixuan, sat suspended in the air, supported by a pair of golden wings, her entire being radiating a brilliant red-golden light. A golden flame pattern flickered at her brow, as though yearning to break free, exuding an air of mystery and nobility. Long Cheng gazed at his sister, who seemed to embody a celestial being. Utterly captivated. After a long moment, the red-golden light around Long Zixuan receded, and the extraordinary phenomenon vanished. As she opened her eyes, 2 beams of golden ethereal flames shot forth. The 9th level of martial apprentices. Long Chen exclaimed in disbelief, in just 6 days, my sister has remarkably ascended 2 levels. He was once again left speechless. Meanwhile, in the cold and dark void, an ancient figure streaked across the expanse like a shooting star, appearing and disappearing as if the various storms of the void could not capture its attention. At one moment, the aged figure suddenly lifted its head, a look of alarm etched upon its face. The phoenix blood has awakened. In an instant, the figure accelerated, causing the very void to tremble and collapse under its invisible might, heading straight towards the eastern region of the 10,000 Great Mountains. In a certain area of the 10,000 Great Mountains, a middle-aged scholar accompanied by dozens of guards was searching for something. It was none other than Wang Hai, the 4th elder of the Wang family, along with a group of Wang family guards on the hunt for Long Chen and his sister. Suddenly, one of the guards shouted, 4th elder, there's something amiss over here. There's blood in the stream, along with the fur and entrails of monsters. Upon hearing the cry, Wang Hai hurried over to investigate, and after a moment of contemplation, his eyes lit up. Everyone, search upstream along the creek. Chapter 11. Pursued sister, did you feel anything unusual or uncomfortable during your cultivation just now? Long Zixuan replied with some confusion, no, not at all. However, I do feel that my body is quite different from before. As for how it differs, I cannot precisely articulate it. The only tangible change I can sense is that my physical form has significantly strengthened. Additionally, it seems there are many new concepts in my mind, including martial arts insights, knowledge, cultivation techniques, and skills that I have yet to explore. Is someone coming? Long Chun faintly heard a cacophony of chopping sounds from outside the cave. Sister, rest for a moment. I will go take a look. Long Chen turned and walked towards the cave entrance. The entrance. He concealed himself behind a massive rock, peering out cautiously. He observed that not far in the thicket outside, dozens of Wang family guards were lined up, searching towards the pool. Armed with swords and blades, they were recklessly hacking at the surrounding flora. A middle-aged man, dressed as a scholar, stood behind them, seemingly vigilant to the movements in the forest. Damn it, are you all dogs? In just a few days, you've managed to find this place. Long Chen's expression darkened like water. The scholarly figure was likely a martial master, stronger than the last one they encountered. If it came to a direct confrontation, both he and his sister would surely perish. This is troublesome. It seems they will soon search this area. If they discover this cave, wouldn't we be like fish in a barrel? No, I must devise a way to divert them so my sister has a chance to escape. Long Chen pondered, stroking his chin. He retracted his head and turned back into the cave. Sister, the Wang family has found the vicinity, but they have not yet discovered this cave. However, I estimate it is only a matter of time. You must remain inside while I lead them away. Once they all pursue me, you can exit the cave and run in the opposite direction. After I shake them off, I will find you, and we will find a new place to stay. We cannot remain in this cave any longer. No, that is too dangerous. I cannot allow you to go alone. I will accompany you for safety. Sister, listen to me. My strength has increased over the past few days, and my speed has also improved. I am very familiar with this area and can use the terrain to evade them. Moreover, I am only leading them away, not engaging them directly. It will be easier for me to escape alone. There is a place called Chiho Peak nearby, where a group of red monkeys resides. Along with a very formidable red monkey king, they harbor a deep animosity towards humans, especially the red monkey king, whose rampage rivals that of a martial master. They would undoubtedly provide a significant challenge for that group outside. I plan to lure them to Chiho Peak, letting them clash with the red monkeys while I seize the opportunity to escape. That is even more perilous. What if it backfires and we get surrounded by both sides? It would be even more dangerous. Xiao Qian, listen to your sister. I am now a 9th-tier martial artist, at least superior to that group of guards. If you allow me to accompany you, I can certainly assist you. Long Zixuan urged anxiously. That is out of the question. Although your rank is higher, you lack practical combat experience. Those guards are ruthless killers. I fear for your safety. Long Zixuan bit her lip, her hands tightly clasping together. Her pale face flushed with anxiety, filled with turmoil and concern. Sister, do not hesitate. If we delay any longer, they will come searching for us. If we are cornered in this cave, we will both face certain death. The only way for us to have a slim chance of survival is to follow my plan. Besides, I am not so easily dealt with. Did I not defeat that martial master last time? I have encountered the Red Monkey King on multiple occasions and am quite familiar with it. If I am cautious, nothing will go wrong. Trust me, sister, I will return safely. I still wish to see the world outside with you. Long Chun feigned ease. Long Zixuan remained visibly troubled, her teeth clenched. Sister, since grandfather passed away, you have been my only family. I will not allow anyone to harm you. I promise I will return alive. Believe in me. Long Zixuan's eyes glistened with tears, stepping forward to cup Long Chen's face in her hands. Xiao Chun, I feel the same way. I will not allow anyone to harm you either. You go, but please be careful. I will stay right here, waiting for your return. Remember, if you do not come back, I refuse to live alone. Don't worry. Long Chun embraced Long Zixuan, patting her back in reassurance before turning to leave. At the cave entrance, Long Chun remained hidden behind the boulder, intently observing the movements of the Wang family members. At a certain moment, seizing an opportunity when they were distracted, Long Chun crouched low. Using the large rock and waterfall as cover, stealthily slipped out and concealed himself behind an ancient tree far from the cave entrance. How should he attract their attention without raising their suspicions? Long Chen contemplated briefly and devised a plan. In the dense forest, he utilized the terrain and the cover of flora and ancient trees to quietly maneuver towards the rear of the group. As he advanced, he deliberately stepped on a dry branch, causing a sharp crack that echoed through the forest like thunder. "Who was that?" one guard bellowed, turning to look in the direction of the sound. "Damn it!" Realizing he could no longer remain hidden, Long Chen sprang to his feet and dashed away into the thicket, fleeing from the cave. "Fourth Elder, it's that brat Long Chen. He fleeing in that direction." Wang Hai shouted. After him with that, he charged after Long Chen. "Long Chen, you cannot escape. Anyone I have set my sights on has never gotten away. Surrender now." Wang Hai snarled. "Ha, Wang family dogs, I'll make sure to give you a proper lecture once you catch up to me." Long Chen retorted, running while gradually veering towards Chiho Peak, with Wang Hai and dozens of guards hot on his heels. Half an hour later, Long Chen spotted Chiho Peak within reach, his energy surging as his speed increased once more. Allowing him to plunge into the midst of the red monkeys, he unleashed his fists, striking several red monkeys, making them screech in chaos, all the while keeping an eye on the Wang family members out of the corner of his eye. "Haha, Long Chen, you are only digging your own grave. Where will you run now?" The pursuing Wang family members laughed gleefully upon seeing Long Chen surrounded by the red monkeys, preparing to rush in and capture him. As the red monkeys were about to encircle him, and the Wang family members were on the verge of entering the fray, Long Chen unleashed a powerful thunder fist, smashing a path through the chaos. Seizing the opportunity to escape the encirclement and fleeing rapidly from another direction, the red monkeys were thrown into disarray by Long Chen's sudden burst of strength, but they could not identify the assailant. Erupting into a cacophony of screeches, seeing the Wang family members approach, the red monkeys, without discernment, leaped forward to retaliate against the intruders. The guards of the Wang family were momentarily bewildered. Weren't these monkeys just attacking Long Chen? Why are they suddenly turning on us? Yet, seeing the monkeys challenge them, the guards, accustomed to bullying, became enraged and began to lash out indiscriminately, throwing the entire Chiho Peak into chaos. Wang Hai, witnessing the guards embroiled in a fierce melee with the red monkeys, grew furious as Long Chen vanished from sight. He was ready to charge back into the fray for another fight when suddenly a light bulb went off in his mind. Could it be that little brat intentionally led us here? Indeed, during his escape, he was subtly changing direction to avoid arousing my suspicion. Moreover, he deliberately stepped on the branch to draw our attention, all to protect his sister. Damn, that cunning little brat. He must have returned to find his sister. That lake area is their hiding spot. Upon contemplating these matters, Wang Hai relinquished his desire for battle, turning to pursue the path he had traversed, accelerating to the utmost, leaving the furious Red Monkey King roaring behind him. Within the cavern, Long Zixuan was anxiously pacing back and forth. "Sister!" Long Chen's voice suddenly echoed. "Xiao Chen!" Long Zixuan lifted her head, the worry in her eyes swiftly replaced by joy. She rushed forward a few steps and embraced Long Chen, her body trembling slightly. Sensing her concern, Long Chen experienced an unfamiliar warmth, a sentiment he had never felt in either of his lifetimes. After a prolonged moment, Long Chen gently patted his sister's back and softly said, "Sister, there's no need to worry. I have returned, haven't I?" Long Zixuan soon realized that she should not display such vulnerability before her brother, hastily releasing him and inquiring, "Xiao Chen, are you injured?" "No, sister. We must leave this place at once. I fear the Wang family will react and pursue us, and that would spell trouble." "Very well." The siblings had only just stepped out of the cave when a booming voice resonated from afar. "You little wretch! I've caught you. This elder shall make you wish for death." Chapter 12. Farewell, this is bad. It's the fourth elder of the Wang family pursuing us, sister. You must run in this direction. I will hold off this old wretch. Long Chen's complexion changed dramatically as he spoke urgently. "No, Xiao Chen, this time I shall not abandon you. We shall face life and death together," Long Zixuan declared resolutely. Long Chen had initially intended to persuade his sister, but upon seeing her determined expression, he felt a surge of courage welling within him. "Very well, today. Let us see just what abilities this old dog possesses. Even at death's door, you still boast, little wretch." Prepare to understand the might of this elder. Thunderous Heart Palm. The third-tier martial master S might cause Long Chen's clothes to flutter wildly. Long Chen stepped forward, shielding his sister behind him, simultaneously channeling the utmost power of the dominance body technique and the return to origin technique. Instantly, his skin transformed to a deep bronze hue, and azure energy surged through his veins, elevating his aura to its zenith. With a swift motion, he darted towards Wang Hai. Thunderous Fist. The immense force of 180 newtons struck the air with a resounding crash. Bang! The palm imprint exploded, sending Long Chen tumbling back several meters before he steadied himself. Indeed, the third-tier martial master was formidable. Old dog. You possess some skill. Ignorant fool. Had it not been for the Master's desire to personally end you, you would have already met your demise from that strike. Without waiting for Wang Hai to react, Long Chen pushed off with his right foot, propelling himself like an arrow towards his opponent, knowing that body refiners excel in close combat. Lightning Strike. As the fourth elder of the Wang family, Wang Hai inherently looked down upon Long Chen, a mere villager. Thus, when Long Chen sought to engage in close quarters, Wang Hai paid him no heed and casually kicked out. To everyone's astonishment, Wang Hai was forced to retreat 5 steps. Kid, so you're actually a body refiner. That explains your audacity to engage in close combat, Wang Hai exclaimed in surprise. Now, let me show you the true prowess of this elder. Thunderous Fist. The fist imprint descended upon Long Chen like an ancient mountain. Long Chen's pupils constricted as he summoned all his strength, delivering a counterstrike of overwhelming force. Boom! Long Chen was violently slammed to the ground, a cloud of dust erupting around him. Xiao Qian, are you all right? Long Zixuan cried out, rushing to him and embracing him, her tears flowing like a broken dam. A mouthful of blood was spat out. Sister, I'm fine. You must flee. I will hold him off. He quickly retrieved a great recovery pill and swallowed it. Just then, Wang Hai's massive hand reached towards them. Before Long Chen could act, he saw Long Zixuan leaping towards Wang Hai. No, sister, don't! Long Chen roared. Before she could close the distance, Long Zixuan was struck by a palm and flew backward. Long Chen hurriedly caught her, but the force sent him staggering backward. Long Zixuan bled from her mouth and nose, her clothes drenched in blood, unconscious. Long Chen quickly administered the great recovery pill to his sister. With no time for sorrow, Wang Hai's hand descended once more. Long Chen summoned all his strength for a punch, leveraging the recoil to sprint backward while cradling Long Zixuan. Cunning brat, Wang Hai leapt after them. Little bastard. Now you understand the might of this elder? Kneel and accept your punishment. I can spare you some pain. Long Chen remained silent, weaving deeper into the dense forest, contemplating an escape. He failed to notice the faint golden light flickering on Long Zixuan's skin, her injuries rapidly mending. Sensing a palm descending from behind, Long Chen gritted his teeth and activated the dominance body technique, bracing himself against Wang Hai's strike. Biffed! A mouthful of blood sprayed onto Long Zixuan's face, but Long Chen focused solely on gaining distance. Continuing his flight. Kid, I want to see just how long you can endure. Wang Hai pursued at high speed, relentlessly unleashing palm strikes that caused Long Chen to cough up blood, his complexion growing increasingly pale. Xiao Chun, put me down. If you continue like this, neither of us will escape. Sister, you're awake. Long Chen's eyes brightened. Xiao Chun, listen to me. You must flee immediately. There is still a glimmer of hope. No, sister, don't say that. I will never abandon you. I will only leave you if I die. Just then, Wang Hai attacked once more, and Long Chen did not turn around, determined to withstand the blow. Suddenly, Long Zixuan was enveloped in a radiant golden light. Leaping forward to pull Long Chen behind her, positioning herself in front. Biffed. Long Zixuan's blood spilled into the air, her complexion turning pale as her injuries worsened. No? Long Chen's eyes widened in horror as he quickly retrieved the last great recovery pill and placed it in Long Zixuan's mouth. Sister, please wake up. Don't scare me. Wang old dog, if I survive today, I shall annihilate your entire Wang family in the future. Long Chen glared with bloodshot eyes, resembling a beast ready to devour. At death's door, And you still dare to boast? Kneel. At that moment, the air rippled, and an ancient figure materialized. Pointing a finger, a gaping hole the size of a bowl appeared in Wang Hai's chest, and his heart vanished without a trace. The fourth elder of the Wang family, Wang Hai, a formidable third-tier martial master, met his bizarre demise. Long Chun stared at the elder in shock, his body stiffening. While Long Chun was lost in thought, the elder extended a finger towards Long Zishuan. Long Chun stepped forward to shield his sister, his eyes ablaze with fury. Elder, do not harm my sister. If you must confront someone, let it be me. You impudent brat. If you wish for her to live, step aside. Long Chun was taken aback. You're here to save my sister? If you continue to chatter, your sister will perish. Step aside, the elder commanded. Long Chun hastily moved aside. The elder pointed at Long Zishuan, enveloping her in a red glow that swiftly absorbed into her being, her injuries visibly healing at an astonishing rate. 3 breaths later, the red light dissipated, and Long Zishuan awakened, her complexion rosy and her breath steady, fully restored. Sister, are you all right? Long Chun helped her to her feet. Xiao Chun, where is Wang Hai? Long Zishuan asked. Puzzled. Sister, it was this elder who saved us. Wang Hai has been slain by him. Thank you, elder, for saving our lives. May I inquire your esteemed name, so that my brother and I may remember it always? Long Zishuan deeply bowed to the elder. The elder remained still, gazing at Long Zishuan, murmuring, so similar, truly so similar, as if lost in a memory. Elder, what do you mean? You may call me Nan Pio. Do you know your true lineage? Long Zishuan shook her head. I only know that I was raised by my grandfather after being found in the mountains, and Xiao Chun shares the same fate. You are the 3rd princess of the Phoenix clan? The daughter of the current clan leader. I am an elder of the Phoenix clan. You were lost due to certain special circumstances during your childhood, and I have come to bring you back to the clan. Phoenix clan? A princess? How can this be? Long Zishuan exclaimed in shock. Did you just awaken your bloodline? Nanpei asked, noticing Long Zishuan's disbelief. Awaken my bloodline? Elder, is that what you mean by the golden wings that appeared around my sister when she was cultivating not long ago? Along with the golden flame symbol on her forehead, Long Chun, who had been listening in confusion, quickly responded. Are you certain it was golden? Nanpu's voice suddenly rose an octave, trembling with excitement. Yes, I am certain. I was right beside my sister and saw it clearly, the bloodline of the Phoenix ancestor. Ha ha ha! The Phoenix ancestor's bloodline has awakened. Heaven bless my Phoenix clan. We shall flourish, Nanpu exclaimed ecstatically. Elder, is everything you say truly real? Long Zishuan still struggled to believe. Feel my bloodline and see if you sense a connection of the same origin. After saying this, Nanpu released her bloodline aura, and a colossal red phantom of a monstrous beast appeared behind her, casting a shadow over the surroundings. A phoenix. Long Chen gasped. Long Zishuan gazed intently at the phoenix apparition, feeling a profound sense of kinship emanating from the depths of her bloodline, compelling her to rush into its embrace. It seems you have sensed it. Come back to the clan with me? No, I cannot go with you. I will not abandon Xiao Chun. Do you know what the Phoenix clan represents? Do you understand the immense honor of being the 3rd princess? Do you grasp the terror of the awakened bloodline? Do you know how much your father longs for you? Father? Long Zishuan murmured to herself, an inexplicable yearning surging within her heart, yet in the blink of an eye, she resolutely declared, Senior, I will not accompany you. Sister, you should go back with the senior. I believe he will not harm you. The Phoenix clan awaits your return, with your father, relatives, and kin all longing for you. But, sister, listen to me. I am now locked in a deadly feud with the Wang family, constantly facing threats of pursuit. In this vast expanse of the 10,000 great mountains, I can maneuver and escape more easily on my own. You should return to the Phoenix clan and cultivate diligently. When you become powerful, you can protect me. Moreover, I will strive to cultivate as well, and when I'm strong enough, I will seek you out in the Phoenix clan. Nampo, could you take Xiaochen with you? The Phoenix clan does not accept outsiders. Xiaochen is not an outsider. He is my brother, but he is not of the Phoenix clan. Sister, trust me, I will find you, even if I must traverse every corner of the world. We promised to explore the outside world together. And since that promise remains unfulfilled, I will certainly live well to find you. Xiaochen. Long Zixuan's eyes reddened, fighting back tears as she embraced Long Chun tightly. Sister, believe me, no matter the distance, I will surely find you. Long Chen said softly in the dense forest. Long Zixuan helped Long Chen straighten his disheveled hair and attire, her eyes glistening with tears as she gently admonished, Xiaochen, be cautious in all things. Your life is of utmost importance. Only by surviving is there hope. Remember to find your sister. Otherwise, I shall never forgive you in this lifetime. Yes, I understand. Don't worry, sister. You must take care of yourself. Third princess, it's time to go. Nampo waved her hand, and a massive dark portal materialized before them, beckoning Long Zixuan to step through. With tear-filled eyes, Long Zixuan gazed back at Xiaochen. As they departed, Nampo turned her head and said, Boy, remember this. The divine continent, the southern barbarians, the ancestral land of the Phoenix clan. I eagerly await the day you set foot in the Phoenix clan. With that, she took Long Zixuan and stepped into the black hole, vanishing from sight. The divine continent, the southern barbarians, the ancestral land of the Phoenix clan. Long Chen murmured to himself, I will surely go. I too am looking forward to it. Chapter 13. The counterattack begins in the silent forest. The stillness was occasionally broken by the distant calls of birds, adding to the desolation. Is familial affection truly beyond my reach? Long Chun thought bitterly, his gaze distant. Having just gained something, he was now faced with loss. And the loneliness and melancholy in his heart were palpable. After a long while, the light returned to Long Chen's eyes. In my 2 lifetimes, being alone has its merits. I shall devote myself to cultivation. When I grow stronger, I will surely reunite with my sister. Besides, having arrived in such a fantastical world, I have yet to experience its wonders firsthand. How could I succumb to despair? At present, the troubles with the Wang family still loomed large. Given the nature of such a powerful family, it wouldn't be long before more formidable pursuers arrived. I must devise a plan to retaliate, to make it clear to the Wang family that I am not someone they can easily manipulate. After stripping Wang Hai of his spatial ring and determining his direction, Long Chen vanished into the depths of the forest. Not far from the exit of the 10,000 Great Mountains, Long Chun concealed himself atop a towering ancient tree. After consuming a healing elixir, he sat in meditation, and half a day later, his injuries had healed completely. Phew. The ability of the body of dominance is indeed extraordinary. Not only is its defense formidable, but its recovery capabilities are equally impressive. Examining Wang Hai's spatial ring, he discovered a bottle of true essence pills, several bottles of qi-nourishing pills, and a substantial sum in silver notes. Long Chun organized the various spatial rings he had acquired, consolidating all necessary resources into the largest one, while placing other valuable items together to sell in Wanshan City, discarding everything else. From the treetop, he surveyed the path leading from Sanyang village into the 10,000 Great Mountains. Long Chin dug several traps along each route of entry, filling the bottoms with sharpened wooden stakes and camouflaging the tops with branches and leaves, awaiting the arrival of the Wang family members to fall into his snares. Once everything was set, Long Chun confirmed the trap's concealment and soared toward Chiho Peak. He figured it would still take a few days for the Wang family to arrive, and he planned to use this time to intensify his training. He intended to consume the Chiho wine and engage in combat with the Chiho king, hoping to push his potential and elevate his martial realm through battle. Otherwise, when the Wang family came for him again, he would be left with no means of escape. At present, he had no body refinement elixirs, and a breakthrough in his body of dominance was not feasible in the short term. So he could only focus on advancing his martial realm. With ample Chiho wine and life and death battles, he believed this would accelerate his cultivation. Chiho Peak, after several of Long Chen's disturbances, was no longer as it once was. The once lush forest had been reduced to a wasteland. The vibrant monkey troops had vanished, replaced by blood-soaked earth and mountains of corpses. The Chiho king, who had always harbored animosity towards humans, now loathed them to the core. Upon seeing Long Chen daring to appear before him, rage surged within him. Roar, roar, roar. With eyes blazing crimson, the Chiho king leaped high, engaging Long Chen in a fierce battle, striking with lethal intent, clearly bent on killing him. Long Chen, needing the pressure from the Chiho King to break through his own limits, wasted no time in activating his body of dominance and Yuan power. Fiercely clashing with the Chiho King. The Chiho King was indeed a mutated spirit beast, consistently battering Long Chen until he was bruised and battered, fleeing for his life, his body devoid of unscathed flesh. Were it not for Long Chen's mastery of the body of dominance, which provided formidable defense, he would have surely bled out by now. Even so, he sustained several broken bones after each encounter, leaving him in a pitiful state. After enduring nearly 10 rounds of relentless punishment, and with his Chiho wine nearly depleted, Long Chen finally broke through to the 7th level of the martial realm, revealing the limitations of his mediocre martial talent. To Long Chen's surprise, due to the numerous life and death battles, the medicinal power accumulated within him was refined and absorbed, resulting in a slight improvement in his body of dominance. With pure physical strength reaching 130 end, coupled with his 7th level martial realm, he could unleash a total force of 200 N, rendering any 3rd level martial artist incapable of threatening his life. In the Wang family's conference hall, the patriarch Wang Shang and the 5 elders were present. Has there been no news from the 4th elder? Could something have gone awry? Patriarch, it is merely a matter of capturing a young martial artist at the initial stage. With 4th elder's cultivation level, he should not encounter any mishaps, spoke the 3rd elder, Wang Hong. Before he could finish, a scout rushed in, visibly trembling. I report to the patriarch and esteemed elders, we have located the 4th elder and his group. Speak, the scout stammered, struggling to swallow. The 4th elder's entire party has been wiped out. What? Wang Shang and the 5 elders leapt to their feet in shock. The 4th elder had died from a puncture to his heart. With his heart missing, yet he was fully clothed. He did not appear to have engaged in a fierce battle before his death, suggesting he may have been ambushed by an unknown master or a high-level spirit beast. The others perished in the chaotic battle at Chiho Peak. That little bastard Long Chen. My Wang family will never rest until we settle this score. Patriarch, I recall that Chiho Peak is the habitat of the Chiho tribe, with the Chiho King being the strongest among them. Its power is roughly on par with 4th Elder's. It would be impossible for it to have killed him in one blow. I suspect 4th Elder encountered an unfortunate incident while pursuing Long Chen, running into a spirit beast of at least the late martial artist stage, which dealt the fatal blow. Otherwise, there is no explanation for the disappearance of his heart. Only specific spirit beasts have a taste for human hearts. Wang Hong analyzed. I concur with 3rd Elder's assessment. 4th Elder's manner of death is too peculiar. It can only be explained by an encounter with a high-level spirit beast. The key question now is what we shall do next. After pondering for a long while, Wang Shang concluded, regardless of how 4th Elder met his demise, it is ultimately due to that little brat Long Chen. My Wang family has suffered significant losses because of him, and this grudge must be avenged. Otherwise, how can my Wang family maintain its standing? 3rd Elder, I entrust you with this task. Personally lead a team to capture Long Chen. But do so discreetly to avoid attracting the attention of high-level spirit beasts. Understood. I will set off at once. Where are the Wang family members? I am growing impatient, Long Chen thought to himself. After his cultivation had improved, he returned to the area near the exit, waiting for the Wang family while practicing his sword techniques. Chop, slash, cut, block, flick, stab. The forest was filled with flying leaves as Long Chen practiced the foundational sword techniques, seamlessly transitioning into the Duanyue sword. The Duanyue sword consists of only 2 techniques, the mountain-cleaving slash and the peak-cutting slash, emphasizing the unity of waist and horse, condensing power during transmission to unleash a climactic explosion, akin to the earth-shattering, overcoming enemies through strength and imposing presence. Although he possessed great strength, after half a day, his power remained scattered rather than concentrated, merely an empty form lacking essence. What must I do to achieve a concentration of power? Long Chen pondered deeply, repeatedly practicing yet failing to grasp the essence. Suddenly, a faint cry of distress echoed from afar. Long Chen immediately sheathed his sword and stealthily approached the source of the sound. Arriving near his traps, he was about to investigate when he heard a somewhat smug voice call out, Long Chun, is this what you call a trap? Even the branches covering the entrance are fresh. Do you think you can ensnare anyone? Humph, this time I will see where you can run. So that was it. Long Chen was momentarily taken aback, feeling a twinge of annoyance. Suddenly, dozens of Wang family guards rose silently from the bushes, having stealthily encircled him while he was engrossed in his training. Behind them stood an elderly man with white hair, a mocking expression on his face. It was the third elder of the Wang family. Is this all you have? You think you can kill me so easily? I see that your Wang family has forgotten the pain after healing. Long Chen taunted, while secretly assessing the weakest direction. Planning to break through forcefully. Put on a show. Capture him alive. Long Chen recognized a direction and charged forward, wielding his sword in a powerful horizontal strike. These guards were generally at the 7th level of martial prowess. How could they withstand a force of 130 newtons? Upon contact, 2 of them were cleaved in half, their guts spilling onto the ground. A wicked smile spread across Long Chen's face, and the remaining guards seemed rooted to the spot. Unable to move. Long Chen, cease your arrogance. Wang Hong shouted as he approached from behind, attacking with his eagle claw technique. Long Chun pivoted and countered with a slicing strike, but the claw marks split in two, resulting in his hands being injured and blood flowing profusely, nearly causing him to drop his sword. 4th level martial artist. Long Chen's expression turned grave. He needed to escape quickly and deal with them one by one. As thoughts raced through his mind, he devised a plan. He retreated while forcefully turning, executing a horizontal cut that allowed him to burst through the encirclement and dart into the dense forest. Pursue him! 3 breaths later, Long Chen vanished from the sight of the Wang family. Wang Hong's expression darkened as he barked, pair up in groups of 2, search forward in a fan shape, in a low thicket. Long Chen lay flat on the ground, completely still, his eyes fixated on 2 figures not far away. The 2 Wang family guards stood back to back with their swords crossed, scanning their surroundings, slowly moving closer. When they entered his strike range, Long Chen sprang out with a tremendous leap, executing a powerful downward strike. Before they could even cry out for help, the blade had already sliced through their necks, their severed heads rolling into the grass. Long Chen did not linger, swiftly diving into the underbrush to seek his next target. In the stillness of the forest, a thrilling game of hunt commenced, with Long Chun as the hunter and the Wang family guards as the prey. Soon, the forest echoed with the anguished cries of the Wang family members. When their numbers dwindled to less than half, Wang Hong finally reacted, hastily gathering the remaining guards to conduct a thorough search under his direct command. Perched atop a large tree at the rear of the Wang family, Long Chun peered through the dense foliage as the crowd gradually moved away. Contemplating his next strategy, it appeared that the 3rd elder of the Wang family was not entirely foolish. It seemed impossible to deal with them one by one, so he needed to devise another plan. Long Chen stroked his chin, muttering to himself. At a certain moment, a glint of inspiration sparked in Long Chen's eyes, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face. How about a little nostalgia? I wonder how the Red Monkey King is faring. Hee hee. Chapter 14. Double kill. Long Chun quietly circumvented the crowd, taking up a position in ambush to their left front. As the throng approached, he suddenly flashed out, slashing one man down, then turned and fled, leaping into the thicket and racing towards the Red Monkey Peak. You little bastard! Wang Hong roared, leading the charge after him. Long Chen deftly utilized the cover of the dense forest, darting left and right like a slippery eel, leading the group on a wild chase through the underbrush. Occasionally, he would dash into the territory of a powerful spirit beast or intrude upon a colony of spirit beasts, continuously creating trouble for the Wang family, zigzagging through a vast portion of the outer region. For hours, dozens of individuals pursued a single man, yet not only did they fail to catch him, they were instead led around in circles. They were thoroughly outsmarted, mistakenly entering the territory of spirit beasts and suffering the loss of nearly 10 men. This left Wang Hong feeling utterly humiliated, his face burning with anger, nearly losing his composure. Long Chen, if I don't kill you, I swear I will never be human, Wang Hong howled in fury. After running through the forest for half a day, Long Chen had been steadily drawing closer to the Red Monkey Peak. Seeing his destination in sight, He taunted again. Old dog, just wait until you catch up with me. Ha ha. I will make you pay for this. Wang Hong's eyes burned with rage, resembling a wild beast as he roared, charging forward with increased speed. With the red monkey peak almost within reach, Long Qin unleashed his full speed. Racing towards the cave at the summit, in a moment, he leaped high, channeling all his strength into a punch that struck the massive rock above the cave entrance. Then turned to flee down the mountain. Boom! The massive stone shattered, sending debris flying and raising a cloud of dust. Through the chaos, a towering figure, as sturdy as steel, could be faintly seen stomping towards the cave entrance. As the dust settled, it collided with Wang Hong, who charged in like a wild beast. The Red Monkey King. Wang Hong exclaimed, staring at the imposing wild figure, regaining a semblance of clarity. Damn it, I've been outsmarted by that little brat again. Seeing another human intruding upon its territory, the Red Monkey King, heedless of anything else, let out a furious roar and swung its massive hand towards Wang Hong, intent on squashing this tiny ant. Get lost. As a fourth-level martial artist, Wang Hong was a dominant figure in the region of Wanshan City, and he was not afraid of a mere monkey, even if it was a mutated Red Monkey King. In his eyes, it was merely a slightly stronger beast. Wang Hong's punch sent the Red Monkey King staggering back, further awakening its ferocity. It pounded its chest and howled, instantly activating its golden fur, transforming into a golden monkey, charging fiercely at Wang Hong. Once its mutated bloodline was activated, each of the Red Monkey King's moves shimmered with golden light, showcasing its terrifying strength and unparalleled defense. Even against the fourth-level martial artist Wang Hong, the battle raged with neither side giving way. From below, Long Chun observed as Wang Hong became entangled with the Red Monkey King, a sly smile creeping across his face. He turned to charge at the remaining Wang family guards, swiftly wreaking havoc among them. Wang Hong's face darkened as he witnessed several guards being slaughtered within mere moments, the previously suppressed bloodlust surging back up. His rage igniting, he longed to tear Long Chun apart. However, the Red Monkey King, empowered by its mutated bloodline, was a formidable opponent, making it difficult for Wang Hong to shake off its grasp. Thus, he could only vent his fury upon the Red Monkey King, attacking with increasingly ferocious strikes, forcing it to retreat and roar in frustration. Old dog Wang, I've dealt with your subordinates for you. No need to thank me. Just take it slow and don't strain your back. Long Qian, hiding below the mountain, reveled in the chaos, continuously provoking Wang Hong. Upon hearing Long Qian's taunts, the third elder of the Wang family was so enraged that veins bulged on his forehead, preparing to abandon the Red Monkey King to confront Long Qian. Unfortunately, the Red Monkey King's ferocity had been fully awakened, fearlessly enduring blows with its unmatched defense, leaving Wang Hong unable to prevail against it for the moment. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded atop the Red Monkey Peak. Wang Hong and the Red Monkey King engaged in a fierce battle, shaking the very ground around them, while Long Chun sat below, commenting on the fight and occasionally mocking Wang Hong, infuriating him further while leaving him powerless to retaliate. A quarter of an hour later, the Red Monkey King's body flickered with golden light, showing signs of waning, its aura gradually diminishing. Huh, little brat, did you see that? This monkey is about to give in. Let us see how long you can keep up your bravado. Once I finish with this beast, it will be your turn. Wang Hong rejoiced, noticing the Red Monkey King's bloodline power dwindling. This is bad. Could it be that the activation of its bloodline power has a time limit? Without it, the Red Monkey King would surely be no match for that old dog Wang. I need to lend a hand to the Red Monkey King. Otherwise, I'll be the next one in trouble. Long Qin resolved, no longer hesitating. He leaped up the peak, determined to join the fray and aid the Red Monkey King against Wang Hong. With a fierce mountain splitter strike, he delivered a powerful blow straight at Wang Hong. Wang Hong, having just repelled the Red Monkey King with a punch, stepped back, sliding several meters to evade Long Qin's strike. You little brat, you infuriate me, Wang Hong cried. Employing his heart-piercing palm, he abandoned the Red Monkey King, darting towards Long Qin with the swiftness of a swallow, the wind from his palm chilling the air even before he arrived. Long Qin scoffed, leaping high into the air and executing a Hua Shan slash, cleaving the air with a split. Old dog, it seems you are reaching your limit too. Prepare to die, he declared, darting towards Wang Hong like a bolt of lightning. That moment, the massive form of the Red Monkey King charged in from the side. Like a fortress of war, creating a gust of wind that rustled the surrounding trees. Huh, little brat, it seems you've just shot yourself in the foot, thinking you could surround me. Damn it, foolish monkey. I am trying to help you. Do you even understand the situation? Long Chen growled, his teeth chattering in frustration. Despite his protests, Long Chen had no choice but to stomp his right foot heavily on the ground. Using the rebound force to halt his forward momentum, he fell backwards, kicking the Red Monkey King's calf, causing both to slide back several meters and narrowly avoiding the Red Monkey King's charge. The force of Long Chen's kick sent the Red Monkey King hurtling towards Wang Hong like a mountain crashing down. Wang Hong, seeing this, swiftly retreated, simultaneously launching a thunderous punch at the approaching Red Monkey King. Though the Red Monkey King's mutated bloodline power had diminished, it was still not an easy opponent to contend with. The figure in the air contorted forcefully, coiling into a ball, plummeting like a colossal crimson iron sphere towards the fist imprint. With a thunderous crash, the imprint shattered, and the immense body of the Crimson Monkey King crashed to the ground, creating a pit several meters deep. In an instant, dust and yellow sand billowed through the forest. As the scene was engulfed in swirling sand, obscuring the sun, Long Chen retracted his aura, seizing the opportunity to stealthily maneuver around the Crimson Monkey King, inching his way towards Wang Hong's location. When he could faintly discern Wang Hong's silhouette, he pressed himself low in the grass, holding his breath, revealing only a pair of keen, eager eyes, akin to an eagle waiting for its prey. Should the quarry show even the slightest lapse in vigilance, he would strike with a thunderous blow. As the world gradually cleared, Long Chen's figure vanished, leaving Wang Hong in a state of bewilderment. In that fleeting moment of distraction, a hunting knife shot forth from the left side thicket, glinting coldly, aimed directly at Wang Hong's face. Simultaneously, a youthful figure, swift as lightning, followed closely in the knife's wake. Wang Hong's eyes widened in horror. Instinctively, he leaned back, the knife grazing past his face, leaving a bloody gash nearly a foot long. Just as he steadied himself, Long Chen's fist was already upon him. With a force akin to thunder, Long Chen seized the perfect moment when Wang Hong was drained of old strength and yet to summon new vigor. Wang Hong was struck as though by a bolt from the blue. Blood spewing from his mouth as his body was sent sprawling several meters away. Before he could recover to deliver a counterstrike, the massive fist of the Crimson Monkey King loomed ominously behind him. Curse that foolish monkey, always ruining my plans. I shall deal with you later. Opportunities like this are fleeting and must not be squandered. With resolve, Long Chen gritted his teeth, activating his dominant body, bracing himself against the incoming fist. In that moment, he propelled himself forward, closing the distance to Wang Hong. Wang Hong, witnessing this, felt his pupils constrict sharply. Just as he was about to react, the knife had already sliced across his neck. In the next instant, he beheld blood gushing from his throat, descending swiftly into eternal darkness. Wang Hong, the third elder of the Wang family, was dead. Thus, the Wang family met their total annihilation this time. Long Chen barely had time to spit out a mouthful of reverse blood before he noticed the colossal shadow of the Crimson Monkey King looming over him. Instinctively, he hurled the hunting knife behind him and rolled to the right. Clumsily, yet successfully evading the impending strike. So, you've attempted to ambush me several times, haven't you? Now it's time for you to taste my power. With the thunderous fist technique, the two vastly different fists collided, unleashing an invisible shockwave that sent the massive beastly silhouette reeling back. Days had passed, and Long Chen's rapid progress had allowed him to surpass the Crimson Monkey King by a considerable margin. Relentless in his assault, he unleashed the lightning strike, raining down blows upon the Crimson Monkey King, who staggered backward, blood and flesh flying. After a quarter of an hour, the massive form of the Crimson Monkey King finally succumbed. Collapsing to the ground, vitality extinguished. Panting heavily, Long Chen half knelt on the ground, clearly suffering from significant injuries. After a while, he regained his composure. He retrieved a large vat, pouring the Crimson Monkey King's blood into it, intending to utilize this blood to achieve the perfection of his dominant body. This was something Long Chun had long coveted, but at the time, his strength had not been sufficient to act recklessly. The blood of the Crimson Monkey King contained a mutated bloodline, and Long Chun speculated it could yield unexpected benefits for his dominant body. Gazing at the lifeless body of the Crimson Monkey King, he pondered for a moment before skinning it entirely, subsequently removing Wang Hong's spatial ring. With a glance at the nearly flattened summit of the Crimson Monkey Peak, Long Chun gradually made his way into the cave of the Crimson Monkey King. He intended to push for the perfection of his dominant body within its confines. At the peak of Crimson Monkey Mountain, Long Chun blocked the cave entrance with a large stone, consumed a healing elixir, and began to circulate his return to origin technique. By the time night fell, his injuries had mostly healed. The intense battles and training over the past few days had left his mind taut. Like a tightly drawn bowstring, now, as he relaxed, an overwhelming hunger washed over him. He took out some dragon blood venison from his spatial ring, preparing a simple yet delectable barbecue. As he gazed at the dragon blood venison, a simple yet radiant figure flashed through his mind. "Sister, have you reached the Phoenix clan? Is everything well over there?" Long Chen murmured to himself, his thoughts drifting far away. Moments later, as the savory aroma of meat wafted through the air, he snapped back to reality. "Sister, wait for me. By the heavens, this venison is truly delicious. I never had such luxuries in my past life." Paired with the scant remaining monkey wine, Long Chun indulged in a hearty feast. Upon examining Wang Hong's spatial ring, he discovered it contained 2 bottles of true essence pills and 1,000,000 taels in silver notes, along with various cultivation resources like qi nourishing pills. After satiating his hunger, Long Chun found a flat stone and lay down, quickly falling into a deep slumber. The next morning, he retrieved the vat filled with the Crimson Monkey King's blood from his spatial ring, opening the lid to be met with a surge of ferocious, murderous energy. Good heavens, this aura is so intense, it might just send me into a frenzy. A flicker of unease crossed Long Chun's face. Damn it, as long as it doesn't kill me, I'll endure it. I'm no coward. Swiftly shedding his garments, he steeled himself and plunged into the blood. In an instant, a torrent of violent killing intent surged into his mind. Having lived through 2 lifetimes, Long Chun's will was as unyielding as iron. How could the killing intent of a mere crimson monkey shake him? After shattering the murderous aura within the blood, a familiar, tearing pain surged forth like a mighty river, engulfing him in its relentless tide. Gritting his teeth, Long Chun nearly fractured his jaw. Although he had mentally prepared, the moment the pain struck, it still pierced him to the core. With no other choice, he could only endure it steadfastly. Channeling the dominant body technique to absorb and refine the energy within the blood, he tempered his skin. Long Chun felt as if time stretched infinitely. An unending torment. He had become numb to the pain, as if losing all sensation. After a day and night, the blood within the vat had entirely vanished, leaving behind a thin layer of golden liquid resting at the bottom. Though minimal, this golden blood exuded an aura of purity, vastness, antiquity, mystery, and nobility. Sensing the extraordinary nature of the golden blood, Long Chun's heart surged with excitement. The power of the Crimson Monkey King's mutated bloodline had indeed manifested. I wonder what unexpected surprises await me once I absorb and refine it. Without hesitation, the dominant body technique sprang into action, as if countless tendrils had sprouted, grasping the golden blood and directing it into his mouth. The golden blood did not yield immediately. Instead, it engaged in a tug-of-war with him, yet ultimately, it could not withstand the terrifying refining power of the dominant body technique. The golden blood was finally refined. A torrent of energy surged forth, swiftly engulfing his entire body, transforming him into a resplendent golden figure from afar, exuding an air of dominance and nobility. The golden energy was gradually absorbed. Long Chun's skin, once radiant gold, began to fade, replaced by an ancient bronze hue. After another day, the golden blood was fully refined, and the youthful figure within the vat appeared to be clad in ancient bronze armor. Though this bronze was interspersed with speckles of deep bronze, The dominant body was now perilously close to perfection, with his physical strength reaching an impressive 190 newtons. With a full-powered strike, he could unleash a combined force of up to 260 newtons. It is noteworthy that Long Chen was still merely a 7th-tier martial artist, underscoring the terrifying nature of the dominant body. Think that such a large vat of the Crimson Monkey King's blood still failed to elevate the dominant body to perfection. The energy required for perfection is truly staggering. Well, I shall find another way in the future. Thankfully, my strength has increased significantly. Otherwise, this would have been a futile endeavor. Emerging from the cave of the Crimson Monkey King, Long Chen's spirit soared. He was now capable of rivaling a 5th-tier martial master. It was time to seek out treasures. Ha ha, fortune awaits. Meanwhile, at the Wang family estate in Wanshan City, the council chamber erupted with the sounds of shattering objects and the furious roars of the family head. Wang Shang. The 5 elders flanking him wore expressions of grim discontent. After a moment, an elderly voice broke through the tension. Family head, we have suffered 3 complete losses in our attempts. If the first was a matter of negligence and the second a stroke of bad luck, the third time leaves little room for doubt. Long Chun, though of humble origin and modest strength, has progressed at an alarming rate. Despite his youth, his cunning surpasses that of a fox, and he possesses an intimate knowledge of the outer regions of the 10,000 Great Mountains. It is precisely these attributes that have led to our downfall. What are your thoughts, Elder? Wang Sheng inquired solemnly. I suggest we treat this individual with utmost seriousness. Therefore, I propose that the 2nd and 5th elders lead a contingent of elite personnel to encircle and eliminate Long Chen. We must proceed with extreme caution, ensuring that we leave no room for error. Otherwise, our family may face annihilation. Very well, we shall heed the Elder's counsel. 2nd elder, 5th elder, the survival of our clan rests upon your shoulders. This time, success is all that is permitted. Failure is not an option. Long Chun, armed with a sheepskin map, circled the vicinity of Crimson Monkey Peak, comparing the terrain meticulously. After half a day, he had yet to uncover anything. At the precipice of a cliff, surveying the valley shrouded in gray mist, Long Chun felt a pang of discouragement. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. By the heavens, this valley bears an uncanny resemblance. Long Chen hastily compared the map, and indeed, the destination appeared to lie at the bottom of the valley. Curse it, who would be so audacious as to bury treasures down here? This treasure may well be in vain. This valley, unfathomably deep and eerily silent, was enveloped in a thick gray mist, resembling an enormous lid that stifled any movement. It was clear that this was no ordinary valley. Who knows what horrors lay beneath? If I descend, I may never return. Moreover, it cannot be descended. No, the other party has yet to search. Could there be a way down? Let us take a look. If there is indeed a path leading down, it would be worth a try. After all, encountering a treasure is a rare occasion. Caution should mitigate any significant issues. Long Chen meticulously searched along the edge of the valley, his eyes darting about, leaving no potential detail overlooked. After 3 hours, having circled the valley, he still found nothing. Damn it, I refuse to believe that there is even a single path down. Unyielding, Long Chen circled the cliff once more, arriving at the precipice opposite Chiho Peak. What the hell? Is this some kind of trap? Could it be a bottomless gorge? Long Chen felt a sense of frustration akin to passing by a treasure mountain without entering, and in a fit of exasperation, he kicked a nearby boulder. To his astonishment, the stone instantly became riddled with cracks and then began to sink downwards from the center. Soon, with a thunderous crash, the entire boulder shattered into countless pieces, revealing a dark cave large enough for 3 people. Is this really happening? The space beneath the stone is hollow. He took out a torch, ignited it, and tossed it inside, discovering that the cave was not deep. Roughly 3 meters and quite wide in the corner, there appeared to be another small black opening. Gathering his courage, Long Chen leapt into the cave, holding the torch, and circled around. Yet, there was nothing to be found. Only that dark opening in the corner, just large enough for a person, which surprisingly had steps slanting downwards, the destination unknown. He casually picked up a stone and tossed it into the opening. Initially, a few thuds echoed, but within moments, silence ensued. It seemed this cave was rather deep. Good grief, hopefully, there are no demons lurking within. Long Chen stroked his chin in contemplation. He then threw the torch into the opening and crouched to peer inside, vaguely discerning a staircase descending further down, but nothing else was visible. Damn it, without entering the tiger's den. How can one capture a tiger cub? Let us go. Long Chen retrieved a night pearl from his spatial ring, illuminating the way as he slowly descended the steps. He had no idea whether this cave was naturally formed or man-made, but the further he went down, the more spacious and damp it became. Gradually, water droplets and moss appeared on the stone walls, but thankfully, there were no signs of beast activity. After about half an hour, Long Chen felt he had descended nearly 200 meters underground. After rounding a sharp bend, a tiny point of light suddenly appeared below. An exit. Long Chen exclaimed joyfully. He unconsciously quickened his pace, but the further he descended, the more he sensed something was amiss. That point of light did not seem to grow larger, remaining the size of a mung bean. At this moment, Long Chen's heart began to race, but having traveled so far, he pressed on, gritting his teeth. After another quarter of an hour, he finally reached the source of the light. It turned out to be a luminous stone embedded in the wall. Looking further down, he was astonished to see a moss-covered stone door standing a. Long Chen's gaze trembled, excitement coursing through him, quickly followed by a weighty feeling. Good grief, hundreds of meters underground, a cave dwelling emerges. Who knows whether it is a blessing or a curse? Damn it, since I've come this far, I must take a look. I refuse to believe in such misfortune. Grasping the stone door's latch, he pulled to the right, and the stone door rumbled open. What greeted his eyes was a cave as bright as day, accompanied by a rush of ethereal energy akin to thick fog. Long Chen froze for 3 seconds, then his face broke into a wild grin. Haha, truly, after searching high and low, the prize is obtained without effort. Chapter 16. The Inheritance of the Martial Sovereign. Is anyone there? I am Long Chen, a junior who inadvertently stumbled into your cave. I hope for your forgiveness. After waiting for quite some time with no response, Long Chen guessed that perhaps no one remained. Thus, he stepped inside. The cave was not large, approximately 100 square meters, divided into inner and outer chambers. The stone walls were embedded with luminous stones, illuminating the space to perfection. The outer chamber appeared to be a training area, scattered with massive stones, each bearing cuts and fist imprints, revealing that the cave's owner was skilled in both sword and fist techniques. In the right corner stood a sword rack, neatly arranged with 3 swords, each differing in style. Long Chen's heart leaped with joy. He hurried forward, grasping the sword on the right. With a swift motion, the blade gleamed brilliantly, exuding a chilling aura and occasionally flickering with strands of lightning. A spirit sword. It is actually a medium-grade spirit sword. Long Chen exclaimed. In this world, weapons are categorized into 5 grades: mundane, spirit, treasure, sacred, and divine, each further divided into inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional. Generally, martial artists and martial masters use mundane weapons, while martial spirits and martial sovereigns wield spirit weapons. Martial kings, martial emperors, and martial lords use treasures, sacred, and divine weapons, respectively, which are exclusive to martial saints and martial gods. It is worth noting that many martial sovereigns can only afford medium-grade spirit weapons, highlighting their rarity, hence Long Chen's astonished reaction. Could this be the training cave of a martial sovereign master? Long Chen's mind surged with excitement. After calming himself, he examined the other 2 swords. Indeed, one was an inferior spirit sword and the other an exceptional mundane sword. Each sword bore an inscription of its name. The medium-grade spirit sword was called Zilei Dao. The inferior spirit sword was named Jinyang Dao, and the exceptional mundane sword was known as Qishue Dao. What a tremendous windfall! Long Chen caressed the spirit sword, unable to tear himself away. Turning to enter the inner chamber, he was taken aback by the sight of a gray-black skeleton. The inner chamber was smaller, utterly empty except for a small pool in the center, where a stone bed lay, upon which sat the gray-black skeleton. Good grief! This is actually spirit liquid. Long Chun took a couple of steps closer and found the pool's water to be a milky white, gasping in astonishment, momentarily frozen in place. After a while, he swallowed hard and approached the pool's edge. He observed that most of the skeleton was gray-black, with only the skull and hands retaining their normal white color. The middle finger of the left hand adorned with a bronze ring. This can't possibly be poisonous, right? He took out a beast's leg from his spatial ring and lightly tapped the gray-black bone. Upon seeing no reaction, he finally felt reassured. It seemed that the poison had fully seeped into the bones. As long as the bones remained intact, the poison would not be released. It appeared this martial sovereign elder had suffered from prolonged poisoning, with the toxin deeply entrenched in the marrow leading to his demise. Well, since fate has brought me here, I shall give him a proper burial. Long Chen removed the bronze ring and simply buried the skeleton with stones in the outer chamber, bowing thrice before the stone mound. Elder, I am Long Chen, a junior who inadvertently entered your cave and received your generous gifts. I cannot repay you, but can only lay you to rest here, granting you peace and allowing fallen leaves to return to their roots. On the stone bed, Long Chen excitedly retrieved the bronze ring and probed within with his mind. There were not many items: 2 small jade boxes, 5 scrolls, 5 vials of elixirs, and a piece of unidentifiable gray mineral. What is this gray stone? He took it from his spatial ring and examined it closely. Suddenly, a surge of gray energy erupted from the stone, instantly rushing into Long Chen's forehead, followed by a wild and domineering voice echoing from his soul sea. Kid, I shall take your body. Rest assured, I will ensure it gains renown far and wide. What is this? A takeover? Long Chen's hair stood on end, and he quickly plunged his consciousness into his soul sea, where a sinister, ethereal figure hovered, advancing towards his soul. Old coot, you plan to seize my body? Long Chen shouted fiercely, channeling his spirit to resist with all his might. Although Long Chen had lived 2 lives and possessed a fusion of 2 souls, making his spirit formidable, it paled in comparison to the being before him, a martial sovereign powerhouse, a notorious figure known as the Blade Demon from a century ago in the northern region, whose soul was beyond comparison to Long Chen's. Upon contact, Long Chen's spirit was pushed back relentlessly, howling in agony, his form growing increasingly ethereal, on the verge of vanishing from existence. The Blade Demon, seeing this, wasted no time, opening his massive maw to swallow Long Chen whole. Am I truly to perish here today? Long Chen's spirit screamed in desperation, struggling against the inevitable, but it seemed futile as he neared being devoured by the Blade Demon. Just then, a thread of golden light shot forth from the depths of his soul sea, instantaneously reaching the Blade Demon, piercing into his forehead. The Blade Demon managed to emit a cry of despair before his body was gradually disintegrated into countless gray light particles, transforming into pure soul energy that drifted within the soul sea, absorbed by Long Chen's spirit. Damn, that was close. What was that golden light? Long Chen had initially thought he was doomed, but the sudden appearance of the golden light had dispatched the old ghost, leaving him bewildered. Could it be that black iron piece? Long Chen speculated. It must be. The only mysterious entity in my soul sea is that black iron piece, which can emit golden light. I am increasingly convinced. Damn it, residing in my soul sea for free, and now it finally contributed a bit. Couldn't it have come out sooner? Making me think I was going to die. Damn it. Long Chen gestured a middle finger towards the depths of his soul sea, withdrawing his consciousness. Deep within his soul sea, an inconspicuous black iron piece trembled slightly, as if it had heard Long Chen's words and, in anger, vanished from sight as soon as his consciousness returned to his physical body. His spirit, like a starving man encountering a feast, opened wide to inhale, devouring the pure soul energy formed from the Blade Demon's soul in an instant, and subsequently, his spirit body rapidly solidified. Growing even stronger, boom! A torrent of memories suddenly erupted within the vast ocean of the soul. Long Chen clasped his head tightly with both hands, collapsing onto the stone bed, relentlessly banging his head against the solid surface while screaming, striving to alleviate his suffering. After a considerable time, the cacophony of impacts and cries gradually subsided, leaving Long Chen sprawled upon the stone platform, utterly motionless, with sweat having drenched a significant portion of the stone. At a certain moment, Long Chen lifted a hand and, with great effort, slowly sat up. "Damn it! Why does it hurt so much this time?" he muttered weakly. During the process of memory integration, Long Chen instinctively discarded the superfluous memories, retaining only that which would aid him: knowledge of the martial arts world, combat experience, cultivation techniques, and martial skills. This greatly enhanced his understanding of the martial realm, transforming him from a novice into someone of considerable knowledge. From the memories of the old ghost, Long Chen learned that the old ghost was known as the Blade Demon, hailing from the northern region of the eastern Morning Continent, and had been a renowned loose cultivator martial sovereign a century ago. Originally possessing an inherently kind nature, he became cruel and bloodthirsty after enduring relentless humiliation. However, his astonishing talent allowed him to cultivate at an extraordinary pace, achieving the martial sovereign realm before the age of 50. Upon attaining his strength, the Blade Demon sought out those who had tormented him, exacting brutal revenge. This led to countless enemies, ultimately resulting in a joint pursuit by several powerful factions. He fled from the northern region to the eastern region, eventually taking refuge in the vast mountains, where he established a temporary cave hundreds of meters underground to evade capture. However, during his escape, he fell victim to a deadly poison that went untreated, leading to his untimely demise. Before his death, he sealed his soul within a soul stone, and through its power, his spirit managed to survive for a century. As the energy of the soul stone began to wane and his soul was on the verge of returning to the void, Long Chen's arrival ignited a glimmer of hope for the Blade Demon. Seizing the opportunity, he unhesitatingly attempted to possess Long Chen. Just as he was on the cusp of success, he was fatally struck by a hidden black iron shard within Long Chen's soul sea, resulting in his ultimate demise, a failure of monumental proportions. The fate of this old ghost was indeed tragic and pitiable. With a fundamentally good nature, he met an unfortunate end. Alas, it is all the fault of this world. In pursuit of cultivating the blood demon fist, he slaughtered tens of thousands to collect their blood. How utterly deranged! If this were on Earth, damn, it pales in comparison. This world is utterly insane. The devouring sky demon scripture. A scripture-level technique. Long Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not expected that someone besides himself would possess such a scripture-level technique, for this is the pinnacle of martial arts. Eagerly, he began to peruse the cultivation methods of the devouring sky demon scripture, feeling increasingly exhilarated as his heart surged with excitement. This scripture was the embodiment of seizing the very essence of heaven and earth, a genuine method to defy fate. It could forcibly devour and refine any energy or substance from the world, transforming it into nourishment for oneself, thereby enhancing the efficiency of absorption and refinement, ultimately accelerating cultivation. It truly encapsulated the essence of the demonic path. Aiming directly at the origins of cultivation, it is essential to understand that the fundamental reason for the disparity between innate geniuses and mediocrities lies in the speed and efficiency with which they absorb and refine the energies of heaven and earth. A genius might absorb energy equivalent to what a mediocre individual would take 3, 5, or even more days to absorb in just one day. A genius can refine 6 or 7 tenths, or even 8 or 9 tenths of the energy absorbed. While some ancient prodigies can achieve complete refinement, whereas a mediocre individual might manage only 3 or 4 tenths, or at best 1 or 2 tenths. Such is the way of heaven. Over time, the gap becomes insurmountable, akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. The devouring sky demon scripture, however, could forcibly reverse this heavenly principle, making it a genuine method of defying fate and seizing the essence of the world. Yet, in all things, perfection is an unattainable ideal. The Tao consists of 50, the heavens 49, and humanity takes 1. The devouring sky demon scripture is no exception. Although it can dramatically enhance the speed of cultivation, it simultaneously demands that the cultivator possess a formidable physique as a prerequisite. Otherwise, the body would disintegrate under the immense pressure of absorption and refinement during its operation. In summary, cultivating the devouring sky demon scripture necessitates a powerful physique. Otherwise, it is akin to dreaming in vain. The Blade Demon's ability to reach the martial sovereign realm before the age of 50 must have stemmed from the miraculous efficacy of the devouring sky demon scripture. A fortuitous encounter that defies the heavens. Ha ha ha, this is clearly a fortuitous event tailor-made for me. I am bound to prosper. Long Chen laughed joyously, nearly dancing with excitement. Chapter 17. The Triad of Cultivation after much effort. Long Chen finally managed to calm himself down from the immense surprise of the devouring sky demon scripture. He retrieved the remaining items from the bronze ring. To his astonishment, he found 2 small chests filled with spirit stones, each containing 1,000 stones, totaling 2,000, all neatly arranged. Long Chen's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Ha ha, an astronomical fortune, he exclaimed. It is worth noting that even martial masters do not possess the qualification to utilize spirit stones. Only those who reach the martial spirit realm can employ them for cultivation. Underscoring the rarity of spirit stones, Long Chen, still in the martial practitioner realm, had suddenly acquired 2,000 spirit stones, truly an overnight windfall. Turning his gaze to the elixirs, he discovered a bottle of Xian Yuan Dan, a medicinal pill for martial spirit practitioners, classified as a third-tier spirit pill. 3 bottles of Divine Power Dan, also third-tier spirit pills used for tempering the flesh and enhancing physical strength, and a single bottle of the third-tier spirit pill. Soul Nurturing Pill, specifically designed to nourish a martial artist's soul, remarkably effective in strengthening spiritual power, though only 1 pill remained. Damn, as expected of a grandmaster. The stock is so refined and advanced, albeit in limited quantity. Surely he must have consumed some before his demise? Long Chen mused. However, the Divine Power Dan was indeed promising. Once he achieved a perfect state in the body of domination, he would be able to utilize it. He then examined the martial skill scrolls, all of which were of the profound tier. The highest among them was the soul refinement technique, a premier method for refining the soul, while the lowest was the low-level movement technique, Gale Steps. The other 3 scrolls comprised the intermediate-level blade technique, Thunder Strike, the intermediate-level finger technique, Diamond Finger, and the advanced-level fist technique, Crushing Fist. Huff, huff, Long Chen's breathing quickened. Throughout his journey, martial skills had always been his most significant deficiency and desire. To suddenly acquire so many profound-tier martial skills, be it movement techniques, blade techniques, finger techniques, or fist techniques, was an urgent need for him. How could he not be elated? Long Chen could scarcely believe his eyes. Any single item here could likely incite a tumultuous uproar in the jurisdiction of Wanshan City or even across the eastern region of the continent, particularly the top-tier soul refinement technique. An exceedingly rare ghostly method for refining the soul. If word of it were to spread, it would undoubtedly incite bloodshed throughout the eastern morning continent, yet now it all belonged to him. Long Chen felt as if he could wake from a dream laughing. He was grateful. Grateful that he had kicked that one kick, leading him here. He was thankful that the Wang clan pursued him, allowing him to obtain the map that ultimately guided him to this place. Hee hee, Long Chen chuckled foolishly, nearly drooling. Unable to contain his excitement, he eagerly opened the Soul Refinement Technique scroll, which began with a brief introduction to the path of soul refinement. As the name suggests, the path of soul refinement focuses on the cultivation of the soul, originating from the ghostly race's techniques. All living beings are born with varying strengths of soul. The powerful possess keen senses and abundant vitality, while the weak are frail, sickly, and listless. In ancient times, great beings, endowed with unparalleled wisdom, established the soul system and its corresponding techniques. Living beings enhance their soul power through the absorption of the vital energies of heaven and earth, or by refining specific treasures containing soul power, storing this energy in their upper dantian, located at the center of the forehead, to nourish their soul and thereby strengthen themselves. It is said that masters of the soul path can separate their souls from their bodies, kill invisibly, and traverse the boundless void. The souls of practitioners are categorized based on their soul power, ranging from Soul Scholar, Soul Master, Great Soul Master, Soul Sovereign, Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Lord, to Soul Saint, with each level further divided into 9 ranks. Most individuals are born as first-level Soul Scholars, while the exceptionally strong can reach second, third, or even fourth level. Having lived two lives, Long Chun inherently possessed a stronger soul than the average person, due to his reincarnation and the merging of two souls. His soul power was exponentially greater than that of ordinary individuals. After recently absorbing the fragmented soul of the Blade Demon, his soul power was now over 10 times that of an ordinary person. Based on the soul path's hierarchy, Long Chun currently stood at the 7th level of Soul Scholar. As he delved deeper into the study of the soul refinement technique, Long Chun gradually gained clarity regarding the methods of cultivation and developed a more profound understanding of the soul path. It turned out that the gray stone was a rare soul stone. Unfortunately, the soul power within had been nearly depleted by the Blade Demon, but fortunately, there remained one bottle of soul-nurturing pill. How fortunate was Long Chun to have acquired such a wealth of treasures that would make even century-old families and millennium-old sects envious, not to mention the spirit knife, spirit liquid, and the Blade Demon's legacy, 3 items capable of stirring chaos across the continent. After a full quarter of an hour, his excitement began to settle. Long Chun meticulously organized all the treasures and previously acquired cultivation resources into the bronze ring. The resources obtained today were primarily suitable for martial practitioners and those at the martial spirit stage, and he currently had little use for them. Long Chun pondered deeply about the next steps. At present, the most crucial task was to utilize the spirit liquid to break through to the perfect state of the body of domination, followed by cultivating the devouring sky demon scripture to strive for a breakthrough to the martial practitioner realm, and then practicing profound tier martial skills to enhance his combat strength. Finally, he would use the soul-nurturing pill to cultivate the soul refinement technique, aiming for an early breakthrough to the soul master realm. Having determined his course of action, Long Chun focused his mind, adjusting his state. After an hour, his energy reached its peak. Stripping himself of all clothing, he stepped into the spirit liquid pool, vowing this time to achieve a perfect state in the body of domination. As he entered the pool, the spirit liquid surged forth like a mighty river. Long Chun, not daring to be careless, swiftly activated the body of domination and the returning essence technique to their utmost limits, channeling the spirit liquid into his skin and meridians, repeatedly refining, absorbing, and assimilating it. Despite Long Chun's body of domination already being at a great accomplishment, with his skin refined to the point of being impervious to ordinary blades and fire, he pressed on. Yet, under the relentless forging of the surging spiritual essence, the skin remained as fragile as parchment, shattering into countless fragments in an instant. Should anyone witness the current state of Long Chun, they would likely be struck with terror. His entire body was devoid of any skin membrane. Flesh and blood laid bare to the air, resembling a true embodiment of raw humanity. Accustomed to such torment, Long Chun involuntarily emitted a low growl, a sound that conveyed an inescapable pain and a neurotic stubbornness. The body dominance scripture, after all, was an exceptionally rare body-refining technique, its wonders surpassing Long Chun's imagination. The moment the skin ruptured, the scripture astonishingly repaired the membrane at an even swifter pace. Amidst this endless cycle of destruction and rebirth, Long Chun's skin grew increasingly impervious, radiating a lustrous glow, gradually manifesting an ancient bronze hue, interspersed with occasional glimmers of gold. Nevertheless, within him, a significant accumulation of spiritual essence remained. This amassed essence continuously seeped into various parts of his body, inflating his veins, meridians, and dantian, akin to a balloon expanding relentlessly. Long Chun's eyes glowed crimson, yet retained a flicker of clarity, realizing that without devising a strategy, he faced the peril of explosion. In a moment of desperation, a spark of inspiration struck him. Could the soul refinement art absorb and refine this spiritual energy? Damn it, let us treat a dead horse as a live one. As he initiated the soul refinement art, the tumultuous essence seemed to find an outlet, surging towards his upper dantian at breakneck speed, enveloping his soul as if a mother nurturing her child in the womb. Nourishing and invigorating Long Chun's spirit. Feeling the pressure on his body diminish abruptly, his soul felt as if it had immersed in a hot spring, light and buoyant, floating ethereally. Even the pain of body refinement seemed to lessen exponentially. Thus, Long Chun inadvertently stepped onto the grand path of martial arts, simultaneously cultivating body, energy, and soul. An integration of the three realms it is known that this is one of the prerequisites for ascending to the supreme realm of martial deity. Throughout history, countless prodigious talents have emerged, akin to fish crossing a river, and an abundance of martial artists have displayed exceptional prowess. Yet, few ascend to the peak of martial arts, achieving the revered status of martial deity. The reason lies in the fact that the simultaneous cultivation of the three realms prevents the majority of martial artists from even entering the gates. It must be acknowledged that the path of martial arts is long and fraught with innumerable challenges. Climbing to its summit is akin to defying the heavens to alter one's fate. Every living being is born with limited talent, energy, and time. How many possess the courage to cultivate all three realms? Most individuals, having achieved success in a singular domain, already stand out among their peers, earning renown in the world. Those who dare to cultivate two or three realms are invariably rare prodigies or extraordinary talents with grand ambitions. Individuals like Long Chen, who, in a state of ignorance and by mere happenstance, stumble into the realm of simultaneous cultivation, are truly one of a kind. Indeed, it can be said that ignorance breeds fearlessness. Gradually, as Long Chen sat calmly in the pool of spiritual essence, the three paths of body refinement, energy cultivation, and soul nurturing operated independently, yet simultaneously enhanced one another, far surpassing the speed of focusing on a single path. Meanwhile, atop the Crimson Monkey Peak, the second and fifth elders of the Wang family, accompanied by dozens of elite guards, gazed upon the corpses of the third elder Wang Hong and the Crimson Monkey King. A chill inexplicably coursing through each of their hearts. The second and fifth elders exchanged glances, then solemnly commanded, "Everyone, form groups of 3. Centering on Crimson Monkey Peak, spread outwards to search. Focus on areas with signs of battle. Report any clues immediately. No mistakes allowed." Yes, the crowd promptly dispersed, vanishing from sight. However, 2 days later, not a trace of Long Chen was found, and the expressions of the second and fifth elders darkened, their frustration mounting as they were compelled to order. Return to the city. Little did they realize that Long Chen was leisurely counting his treasures hundreds of meters underground. Not far from them. Chapter 18. The completion of the first layer of body dominance. At a certain moment, Long Chen, resembling a meditating monk, suddenly opened his eyes, brilliance flashing within them. At that instant, the body dominant scripture unexpectedly ceased its operation, and Long Chen instinctively sensed that his body was about to undergo an unprecedented transformation. Indeed, in the next moment, the skin membrane violently shattered into innumerable minuscule particles. If magnified 1,000-fold, one would see that these tiny particles resembled scales, exceedingly small scales. Moreover, each scale bore a striking resemblance to ancient bronze shields, presenting an antiquated bronze hue on the outside, while glimmering with divine light within, exhibiting remarkable solidity. Subsequently, all the scales swiftly converged, eventually interlocking with one another, creating a wondrous state of mutual inclusion. This marvel did not involve the scales merging into a singular entity. Rather, portions of one scale partially fused with another, allowing them to firmly connect while still permitting relative freedom of movement. When subjected to external force, this extraordinary structure would unleash an incredible defensive capability. Each scale was not only remarkably sturdy in itself, but they could also engage in relative movement to dissipate a portion of the force, rendering the overall defense virtually indestructible and extraordinarily unique. Ultimately, all the scales interlinked in this remarkable configuration, reforming a complete skin membrane that rejoined Long Chen's corporeal form. The moment the membrane reintegrated with the flesh, a mysterious golden light membrane emerged on the surface of his body. This golden membrane was exceedingly thin yet appeared enigmatic and exceptionally resilient. As soon as it manifested, it seamlessly merged into the skin membrane, followed by the fusion of the membrane and flesh. In the next instant, Long Chen's aura surged like a volcanic eruption, his power instantly surpassing the threshold of 200 N. His bronze-hued skin appeared antiquated and flawless, occasionally flashing with strands of gold, exuding an aura of mystique. The surface of the skin membrane was adorned with a mysterious golden light membrane, a manifestation of the perfected first layer of body dominance, golden light shield. After enduring relentless torment, Achieving the perfected first layer of body dominance, Long Chun felt a profound sense of having weathered countless trials to finally reach the shore. After a moment of reflection on his physical form, Long Chun discovered that upon reaching perfection, not only had his strength surpassed 200 in, but more importantly, his defensive capabilities had surged dramatically. It could be said that his defense had increased by at least several times compared to before perfection. Now, even standing still, those below the realm of a typical martial artist would find it impossible to breach his defenses. Furthermore, upon receiving an external strike, the body dominance would autonomously activate a dual-layer defensive mechanism. The first layer of defense was the membrane itself. The perfected membrane was not only impervious to blades and fire, but could also be controlled by thought, enabling the scales to shift freely. When a specific part of his body was struck, Long Chun could instantaneously relocate the scales from his entire body to that area, accumulating them together to enhance resistance. Truly extraordinary. The second layer of defense was the mysterious golden light membrane affixed to the inner side of the skin membrane, known as the golden light shield. This golden membrane was neither energy force nor bloodline power. It was a secret force of the body, automatically arising only when a specific part of the body had been refined to perfection. Only after the first layer of defense was breached would the body dominance autonomously activate the golden light shield to protect the flesh. Long Chun retrieved the exquisite ordinary weapon, the Crimson Blood Blade, from his storage ring and struck his left arm fiercely with it. A resounding clang echoed, sparking a flare, yet his arm remained unscathed, leaving behind only a fleeting white mark that quickly vanished. "Ha ha ha, I'm incredible!" Long Chun's triumphant laughter reverberated throughout the cave. Have I reached the 8th level of martial disciple? It was only then that Long Chun noticed, quite unexpectedly, that his cultivation had broken through, and his soul power had also ascended to the 9th level of soul master. Glancing at the pool of spiritual essence, there remained only a thin layer at the bottom. It seemed the remaining essence was insufficient for both his soul power and cultivation to break through. It would be better to focus on advancing to the martial master realm first, and later consume the soul-nourishing pill to see if it could facilitate a breakthrough to soul master. Consequently, Long Chun ceased the operation of the soul refinement art and began to cultivate the return to origin art. After a day and night, Long Chun discovered that there seemed to be no sign of improvement in his cultivation, nor did the quantity of spiritual essence appear to change. "Sigh, this talent, I'm truly anxious," Long Chun lamented repeatedly. "Damn it, why not utilize the heaven-swallowing demon scripture?" With a ready-made scripture in hand, I am not cultivating it and am instead stubbornly struggling with a mere technique. How foolish! Without hesitation, Long Chun promptly abandoned the return to origin art, delving into the heart of the heaven-swallowing demon scripture from his memory. Comprehending it meticulously, perhaps due to the fusion of the Blade Demon's memories, the martial experience and understanding of the martial way seemed to have been inherited by Long Chun. His comprehension of the heaven-swallowing demon scripture was rapid and profound, further enhanced by his unique perspective as an earthling, often allowing him to draw parallels and make connections. After half a day, Long Chun's understanding of the heaven-swallowing demon scripture had reached a level that rivaled if not surpassed that of the Blade Demon. Let us begin. Boom. As soon as the heaven-swallowing demon scripture commenced its operation, the spiritual essence in the pool surged forth like a flood unleashed, rushing toward Long Chun's body. This was not mere absorption. It was outright seizing and devouring. In an instant, Long Chun felt a pressure emanating from his body, as if it were a balloon threatening to expand excessively. This critical moment, the body dominance scripture activated autonomously. A powerful restraining force emanating from his skin, firmly constraining the expansion of his body, rendering him immobile. It is fortunate that Long Chun has perfected the first layer of the overbearing body. Had it been an ordinary martial artist, the moment they began to operate the devouring heaven demon scripture, they would likely be unable to withstand the immense pressure, resulting in their physical form shattering and demise. Immediately thereafter, a force of extraordinary potency surged from his meridians. Upon contact, the devoured spiritual liquid was swiftly refined into a black essence, a unique manifestation known as the devouring heaven demon chi. Subsequently, The azure essence cultivated from Long Chen's previous practice of the returning Yuan technique was also rapidly converted into the devouring heaven demon Qi. Even the azure cyclone residing in his dantian could not escape the fate of refinement. Swiftly transforming from azure to black. As the azure cyclone and essence were refined, Long Chen's realm plummeted rapidly, from the 7th layer of martial disciple to the 6th, until it finally halted at the 3rd layer of martial disciple. At this juncture, the azure cyclone and essence had entirely vanished, leaving only the pure black cyclone and the devouring heaven demon Qi. Long Chen felt a surge of panic within, utterly at a loss. Akin to an ant scurrying on a hot skillet. Just as he was engulfed in confusion, his cultivation took a dramatic 180-degree turn, initiating a rapid ascent. Martial disciple 4th layer, 5th layer, a day later. A soft pop resonated from his dantian, the cyclone expanding to the size of a fist, reaching the 9th layer of martial disciple. What the hell? Did I just undergo a complete reconstruction? How is this happening? Advancing so quickly? This is truly astonishing. Long Chen was left in a state of disbelief. With a surge of determination, he broke through to martial master, fully operating the devouring heaven demon scripture. Within his meridians, the devouring heaven demon Qi surged like the mighty Yangtze River, flowing relentlessly, expanding his meridians several-fold. The black cyclone in his dantian spun wildly, rapidly enlarging. At a certain moment, the black cyclone reached the size of a washbasin and, with a resounding bang, shattered explosively. Following this, it swiftly contracted towards the center, and soon, a pure black essence seed emerged. This was the hallmark of ascending to martial master. The essence seed, composed of refined essence, was no longer a loose cyclone, but rather a densely structured seed formed from countless compressed essences. As Long Chen's mastery as a martial master improved, this essence seed would gradually grow. One day, when the essence seed evolved into spiritual liquid, it would signify his ascension to martial spirit. When the essence seed first appeared within Long Chen's dantian, it was merely the size of a peanut. However, as the devouring heaven demon scripture circulated, the spiritual liquid was continuously absorbed and refined, diminishing in quantity, while the essence seed swelled in size. Ultimately, when the last vestige of spiritual liquid was entirely absorbed and vanished, the essence seed stabilized at the size of a walnut. It is worth noting that the size of the essence seed indirectly reflects a person's martial talent. When Long Chen was at the 1st layer of martial disciple, his cyclone was no larger than a grain of rice, placing him at the bottom tier among martial disciples, thus showcasing his poor martial aptitude. Yet now, after reforming his practice with the devouring heaven demon scripture, having just advanced to the 1st layer of martial master, the essence seed was already as large as a walnut. This had firmly placed him on the threshold of genius and the world of martial arts. The laws are stringent, and the differences between realms are vast. The disparity between minor realms is significant, while the gulf between major realms is insurmountable. Among ordinary martial artists, it is nearly impossible for someone of a lower realm to triumph over one of a higher realm. Yet, there are indeed those who, leveraging various advantages such as techniques, martial skills, and bloodline prowess, can battle beyond their level, defeating those above them. These individuals are collectively referred to as geniuses. Furthermore, geniuses are categorized into various types. Those who can surpass one minor realm are termed first-grade geniuses. Those who can overcome 2 minor realms are second-grade geniuses, and so forth, culminating in those who can surpass 9 realms being labeled as 9th-grade geniuses. Geniuses who can surpass 1 to 3 realms are considered ordinary geniuses. Those who can surpass 4 to 6 realms are known as top-tier geniuses, while those who can surpass 7 to 9 realms are referred to as monstrosities. Ancient legends even speak of individuals who transcended 10 realms, defeating opponents of entirely different major realms. Such beings are known as God-forbidden monstrosities. Thus, the terror of the devouring heaven demon scripture becomes evident. It has forcibly elevated Long Chen from an ordinary martial artist to a genius. While it did not alter Long Chen's innate aptitude, it significantly augmented his future potential, truly defying the heavens. The very moment Long Chen broke through to martial master, waves of devouring heaven demon Qi surged outward from him. creating a vacuum in the surrounding area as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was devoured. Goodness, is this really necessary? Long Chen gasped in astonishment. It was only at this moment that Long Chen comprehended the truth. During the reformulation of the devouring heaven demon scripture, the original azure essence was refined into a substance of far superior quality, the devouring heaven demon chi, which accounted for the drastic drop in his cultivation level. To think he had plummeted directly from the 8th layer of martial disciple to the 3rd, 5 whole layers. The azure essence cultivated from the returning Yuan technique was no weakling. Just how formidable must the devouring heaven demon chi be? Long Chen meticulously sensed the devouring heaven demon chi. Wild, domineering, and enigmatic. Chapter 19. Cultivating martial techniques with the overbearing body perfected to its 1st layer and his cultivation at the 1st layer of martial master. Long Chen's comprehensive strength reached an impressive 350 newtons, complemented by the formidable defensive capabilities of the perfected overbearing body and the mysterious devouring heaven demon chi. This period of seclusion had resulted in substantial advancements in both physical form and cultivation. Representing a qualitative leap, the only regret was that his soul power had only ascended to the 9th layer of Soul Warrior, leaving a significant gap to the rank of Soul Master. Extracting a soul-nourishing pill from his bronze ring, he pondered for a moment before swallowing it. This is a 3rd-grade spirit pill. It shouldn't disappoint me, Long Chen murmured. The soul-nourishing pill, unlike ordinary pills, is specifically designed to nurture the soul and enhance soul power. It requires painstaking effort to absorb its medicinal properties gradually, ultimately leading to a breakthrough in the realm of soul cultivation. With his cultivation unable to increase further for the time being, he turned his focus to martial techniques. Which one should he practice first? Long Chen contemplated as he made his way to the training room. Currently, he only knew 2 martial techniques, Thunderstorm Fist and Mountain Cutting Blade. The Thunderstorm Fist was already perfected, and achieving completeness would require time and accumulated insights. Therefore, the earth-shattering fist should be practiced, being a high-level Shintir fist technique. It would undoubtedly be far more powerful than the Thunderstorm Fist, essentially providing him with an additional life-saving card in critical moments. The Diamond Finger also warranted practice. Having multiple means of combat is always advantageous. The Mountain Cutting Blade remained in its introductory phase. As they say, one cannot have too much, thus practicing the Thunderstorm Slash was not urgent. He should focus on perfecting the Mountain Cutting Blade first before considering anything else. His footwork had never been given the opportunity to develop. It was a significant shortcoming. Although he had previously demonstrated reasonable speed, it was still brute strength and could not compare to martial footwork, which would not only enhance his speed but also improve his agility, truly a twofold benefit. He should prioritize training in the Gale Step to swiftly fill this gap. Damn, this Shintir fist technique is indeed different. There are even training prerequisites. Fortunately, I have advanced to Martial Master. Otherwise, I would be left staring in disbelief. Unbeknownst to Long Chen, generally, only those of the martial spirit realm and above begin to practice Shintir martial techniques. It is not that martial masters do not wish to cultivate them, but rather that most martial masters lack the qualifications to wield Shintir techniques. The earth-shattering fist, as a high-level Shintir fist technique, requires at least the cultivation of a martial master to practice, ideally starting from the martial spirit realm, for 2 main reasons. Firstly, the technique possesses immense power, necessitating high physical endurance from the practitioner. Otherwise, they risk injuring themselves before even striking the enemy. Secondly, once a martial artist reaches the martial master realm, they can project their essence outward, attacking from a distance, maximizing the potency of high-tier martial techniques. The essence of the earth-shattering fist lies in the term shatter. What does it mean to shatter? It means to concentrate all one's power into a single point and unleash it in a sudden burst. Fracturing the enemy. The technique emphasizes the accumulation of power followed by explosive release. The earth-shattering fist comprises 5 forms: shattering apart, inner collapse, mountain crumble and river dry, earthquake and mountain crush, and heaven collapse and earth sink. From the first form to the 5th, the power escalates progressively, with each form more formidable than the last. By the time one reaches the 5th form, heaven collapse and earth sink, the punch delivered could indeed cause the earth to tremble and the void to shatter. A truly terrifying spectacle. Given Long Chen's current realm, even the first form, shattering apart, proves somewhat challenging to master. The subsequent forms are even more demanding, to be revisited once his cultivation level rises. However, Long Chun remained undeterred. Even the first form is formidable enough. Shattering apart refers to striking the enemy's body with fist force, damaging their physical structure until it shatters into numerous fragments, akin to a broken vase. This technique specifically targets the opponent's physical form. In the training room, Long Chen closed his eyes in concentration, his mind racing with the principles of shattering apart, as he continuously imitated, practiced, corrected, and repracticed. Shattering apart. At a certain moment, Long Chun suddenly opened his eyes and shouted. A dark wave of devouring heaven demon chi coalesced from his right arm, swiftly forming a black fist imprint in the air, crashing towards the iron stone opposite him. With a resounding thud, the iron stone bore a shallow imprint of his fist. Wow, that's impressive. Long Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. It is worth noting that the hardness of the iron stone is absurdly high. Specifically utilized in the martial world for training or testing strength. It takes at least 150 newtons of force to leave an imprint, which corresponds to the first layer of Martial Master. Despite Long Chun having achieved the first layer of Martial Master, he had not unleashed his full power. This was merely a casual strike. Even when factoring in the enhancement from the devouring heaven demon chi, leaving an imprint on the iron stone speaks volumes about the terrifying nature of the earth-shattering fist. Tasting the sweetness of success, Long Chen became invigorated, relentlessly striking at the iron stone, practicing the technique tirelessly. Each time his essence was depleted, he switched to pure physical strength, causing his right fist to become bloodied and bruised. After an indeterminate number of strikes, the surface of the iron stone had turned a deep crimson. Long Chen has become increasingly proficient in the first form of the crumbling fist, executing his punches with greater speed and precision, mastering the technique with remarkable ease. Regrettably, he still possesses only a rudimentary understanding of the essence of this martial art. The crumbling fist emphasizes the accumulation of power and the instantaneous explosion of force to obliterate opponents. Currently, Long Chen has merely mastered the movements of the technique, and there lies a considerable distance before he can grasp its true essence. Cultivating a profound-level martial art is no simple feat. Many individuals may spend years without achieving mastery. Long Chen, undeterred, took out the diamond finger technique to delve into its intricacies. Go cultivate the diamond finger. One must first open the minuscule meridians in the fingers, through which vital energy is harnessed to form the diamond finger strength. Long Chen was astonished to discover that such a multitude of tiny meridians existed within his fingers. Channeling the devouring demonic energy, he directed it into the first meridian of his right index finger. Hiss! Upon contact, the meridian felt as if it had been scraped by a blade. Damn it, why does it hurt so much? Having practiced the body of dominance, he had endured countless agonies, considering himself relatively resilient. Yet compared to the pain he felt at this moment, those previous experiences seemed trivial. For a moment, Long Chen hesitated. Damn it. I am not easily intimidated. If I retreat now, what will happen when I achieve the 5th level of body of dominance? I will still need to refine these meridians. I'll consider this a foundation for the future. Let us do it. Long Chen resolutely decided to press on, controlling the devouring demonic energy to penetrate all the meridians within his index finger. Since pain was inevitable, he thought it better to endure short-lived suffering than prolonged torment. Better to die early and be reborn. Gritting his teeth, Long Chen suppressed the urge to lose consciousness, allowing cold sweat to drench his entire body. With the last vestige of his rationality, he controlled the devouring demonic energy to refine the impurities within the meridians while simultaneously nourishing them to prevent the frenzied energy from obliterating these fragile pathways. This was an exceedingly protracted process. The meridians in his fingers were far too narrow and delicate. Long Chen dared not allow the devouring demonic energy to run rampant, so he could only exercise patience, refining and nurturing them gradually. After 3 days, the meridians in his index finger were finally fully opened, albeit in a weakened state. The moment he succeeded, Long Chen could no longer maintain his composure and collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud. Seemingly devoid of the strength to even catch his breath, soon drifting into unconsciousness. It was not until 2 full days later that he awoke sluggishly, reflecting on the moments of opening his meridians. Longchen felt a familiar ache in his teeth, culminating in a bitter and helpless exclamation. Damn it! Once he regained his strength, Longchen controlled the devouring demonic energy to circulate along the path of the diamond finger technique, ultimately converging towards his index finger, the diamond finger. Pfft. The iron stone made not a sound. This all the power it possesses. Something feels off. After all, this is a proper mid-level profound technique. Have I made some error? Longchen furrowed his brow in contemplation. Could it be that the narrowness of the meridians within my fingers restricts the amount of vital energy I can harness, thereby diminishing the technique's power? It seems I must find a way to widen the meridians. Longchen was aware of 3 potential solutions: the body of dominance, the I Ching pill, and the meridian refining herb. However, the body of dominance would only begin to refine the meridians upon reaching the 5th level. The I Ching pill was a 5th-tier spirit pill, and the meridian refining herb was a top-tier treasure. Longchen had never even seen one, let alone know where to procure it. For a moment, he felt as though he was once again at an impasse. Forget it. Let us leave things as they are for now. As the saying goes, the boat will naturally right itself when it reaches the bridge. There will surely be a solution. Moreover, it's not as if I've achieved nothing. At the very least, I have learned the diamond finger technique. Finally, Longchen took out the Gale Step. As the name suggests, the Gale Step, when perfected, allows one to move with the swiftness of the wind, not only boasting incredible speed, but also an unpredictable form that can shift in any direction at will. However, to master it fully, one must first comprehend the essence of wind. Otherwise, perfection is unattainable. Yet, the realm of martial comprehension is not something one can simply grasp at will. The essence of comprehension is a transcendent power, a manifestation of willpower. It represents a qualitative leap in a martial artist's understanding of a certain force to an extraordinary degree. There are many forms of comprehension, such as the essence of the sword, the essence of the fist, the essence of wind, and the essence of thunder, among others. Whether a martial artist can attain comprehension or what form they might grasp depends not only on ability and talent but also on fortune. Many martial artists may spend their entire lives without achieving any form of comprehension, illustrating its difficulty. Of course, all of this is still far too distant for Longchen. His most pressing concern at present is to first learn the Gale Step. Outside, a figure darted around the hall, executing various movements, turning, dodging, twisting, advancing and retreating, its form remarkably agile, speed gradually increasing. After a considerable time, with his vital energy entirely depleted, Longchen finally halted. Damn it, I'm exhausted. Bent over, he rested his hands on his knees. Time for a break. One must balance work with rest. He roasted a deer leg and devoured it with vigor. Unfortunately, the monkey wine was finished, he mused. This seclusion has lasted long enough. My physical body and cultivation have both advanced, and my martial skills have improved to some extent. It's time to seek trouble with the Wang family in Wanshan City. They must be growing anxious as well. Chapter 20. The Valley of Death. After awakening from his slumber, Longchen felt his spirit and energy restored to their peak. It was time to depart. Rising, he surveyed his cave dwelling, discovering that the spring of the spirit liquid pool had once again accumulated several drops of spirit liquid. Well, this truly is a splendid place for seclusion. I wonder when I shall return here again, Longchen sighed, turning to exit the cave. After closing the cave door, Longchen ascended a dozen steps when, without warning, the devouring demonic scripture activated on its own. The demonic energy within his meridians surged forth rapidly, akin to a tidal wave, an exhilarating sensation reminiscent of reuniting with a long-lost friend. What's happening? Longchen hastily stopped, concentrating to sense and attempt to control the demonic energy within his meridians. However, the demonic energy, akin to a child spotting candy, grew increasingly exuberant, wholly disregarding Longchen's control, churning violently within his meridians while emanating a strong desire. Is this demonic energy? How could there be demonic energy in this place? Longchen sensed a wisp of demonic energy emerging from beneath him, which was swiftly absorbed by the devouring demonic scripture. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. Could it be that the devouring demonic scripture craves this demonic energy? Following the direction from which the energy emanated, Longchen descended the steps. The night pearl illuminated the surroundings, revealing brown stone walls coated in moss, offering no peculiar sights. Longchen calmed himself and carefully sensed his surroundings, discovering another wisp of demonic energy emanating from beneath his feet, which promptly vanished into his body. He quickly brought the night pearl closer to the ground, observing that the surface was also composed of brown stones, with the only exception being the black stone directly beneath him, which stood out distinctly. Crouching down for a closer inspection, he noticed a narrow gap between the black stone and the ground, indicating it was not a solid piece. It seemed that the black stone had been artificially embedded, with the demonic energy seeping through the crevice. Could there be something beneath this black stone? Let us see. Longchen struck the black stone with his fist, shattering it and revealing a dark opening large enough for two people. Dense demonic energy surged forth from the opening, immediately absorbed by the devouring demonic scripture, rapidly refining it, causing the demonic energy within his meridians to circulate even faster, amplifying the sense of desire. Damn, another cave? Longchen stepped back 2 paces, warily watching the entrance. After a while, seeing no sign of movement, he cautiously peered into the cave. Inside were black stone walls, but there was a faint glimmer of light. Should I venture down to explore? Longchen hesitated. The unusual behavior of the devouring demonic scripture must be due to the demonic energy. Could there be something within this cave? The entrance appeared to be only 3 meters high. Even if danger lurked, he could quickly escape. Damn it, fortune favors the bold. Let us take a look. Longchen leaped into the cave, and upon landing, he immediately raised the night pearl above his head, discovering that the cave held nothing but black stones. Dry and barren. The cave continued to extend downward gradually, with the light emanating from below. Goodness, there's light hundreds of meters underground. This cave surely leads to the valley outside. As this thought crossed his mind, it seized Longchen's consciousness like a poison, compelling him to explore this cave. Steeling his resolve, Longchen cautiously advanced deeper into the cave, his eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Should any danger arise, he would be prepared to retreat. Fortunately, no signs of movement or traces of beasts appeared, yet the light grew ever brighter, and the demonic energy intensified, causing the demonic energy within him to become increasingly agitated, the sense of desire more fervent. Had he not continually suppressed it, it might have manifested outwardly. After what felt like an eternity of descent, Longchen estimated he had traveled several thousand meters down. The cave remained devoid of anything but black stones. Yet curiously, its height and width remained consistently around 3 meters, giving the impression that this cave was artificially constructed rather than naturally formed. Damn, could it be this eerie? Who on earth would dig a tunnel several thousand meters underground without a purpose? That would be a sign of insanity. Suddenly, a bolt of realization flashed through his mind. Could this be an artificially constructed secret passage leading from the surface to the valley? As I recollect my time on the ground, I inadvertently shattered a stone, leading to the serendipitous discovery of an underground cavern. Within this hollow, a staircase descends, obstructed by a black stone, and the cavern before me remains perpetually of the same size. Each of these elements bears unmistakable signs of human intervention. Contemplating this, Longchen grows increasingly convinced of his conjecture. Both entrances are sealed with stone blocks, employing identical techniques that appear haphazard yet are, in truth, remarkably intricate and exceedingly concealed. The upper cavern was stumbled upon by mere chance, while the latter was detected due to his heightened sensitivity to demonic energy from practicing the Swallowing Heaven Demon Sutra. It can be asserted that, had it not been for this fortuitous alignment of circumstances, few would have unearthed this passage. Why the heavens? How did that blade demon discover the upper cavern? Could it be that he too fortuitously shattered the stone blocking its entrance? Furthermore, why did the blade demon construct his lair adjacent to the second entrance? Is it mere coincidence, or did he too uncover this black passage and descend? Yet, there are no memories of this dark cavern within the remnants of the blade demon's soul. Cursing under his breath, Longchen decides to descend and investigate. After mulling over the matter for an extended period with no clarity, he ultimately surrenders his thoughts to curiosity. Where does this passage lead? What lies beyond, compelling the architect of this passage to exercise such caution, fearing discovery? After several hours of travel, a brilliant light finally emerges ahead. Is he nearing the exit? At this moment, Long Chen's heart races uncontrollably. He hesitates, takes a deep breath, leans against the stone wall, and fixates on the path ahead, cautiously advancing step by step. He is acutely aware that the unknown is the most perilous, necessitating utmost vigilance in critical moments. It seems as though an eternity has passed when Long Chen finally approaches the exit. He clearly observes a dilapidated stone door blocking the exit, adorned with intricate depictions of demons and spirits, punctuated by several varying-sized holes through which light filters in. Indeed, it is a passage. As Long Chen gazes at the ancient stone door, weathered yet imbued with mysterious motifs, he feels a profound jolt within. Taking a deep breath, he gradually approaches the door, carefully climbing onto a large stone, curling his body behind the door, and slowly peering towards the entrance. Suddenly, a deafening roar resonates, as if struck by a colossal bolt of lightning. He stands frozen in shock, his pupils wide with terror. Beyond the door lies a valley, yet it is an eerie realm of black and white. The white expanse is a ghastly world of bleached bones, devoid of life, where skeletal remains abound, and in the distance looms a mountain of bones, towering over 1,000 meters, composed primarily of human bones alongside colossal beast remains. The black half is an ocean of dense, inescapable demonic energy, overwhelming in its presence. A mere glance threatens to ensnare one within its depths. Everything visible, ancient trees, grasses, rocks, exists in this purest shade of black, devoid of any other hues, so dark it seems capable of devouring one's very spirit. Strangely, wherever there are white bones, the demonic energy dares not approach, as though a clear boundary divides them, each side wary of provoking the other. Looking upward, he perceives the sky above this black and white world shrouded in a heavy gray mist. Stagnant as if a tempest were imminent, resembling an enormous lid sealing the valley from the outside world, ensuring that its secrets remain hidden. The entire valley is eerily silent, devoid of any sound or breeze. Not even a single small creature or wild beast in sight. This is not mere quietude, but rather an absolute silence, akin to a world devoid of life. Long Chen remains huddled behind the door, not daring to reveal even the slightest hint of his presence, his gaze locked onto this bizarre world, his mind in turmoil. Unbeknownst to him, the demonic energy within him surges violently, akin to a cataclysmic upheaval. No longer excitement but a desperate urgency. What manner of world have I stumbled into? Long Chen mutters, his mind seemingly bereft of coherent thought. After a prolonged moment, he swallows hard. Curse it, I should leave quickly. This cursed place is far too unsettling. Regardless of the treasures within, they are not worth risking my life. Just as he turns to depart, he suddenly senses something hurtling towards the entrance from the black world. Upon closer inspection, a black egg-shaped object hurtles toward him like lightning. By the heavens! What in the world is that? In a moment of terror, Long Chen watches as the black egg collides with his lower abdomen, penetrating into his very being. Chapter 21. Swallowing Heaven Demon Flame. What in the world? Long Chen can no longer contain his fury, cursing aloud. He hastily inspects his body. The black egg, now inside his dantian, ravenously consumes his elemental energy seeds. Damn it! Long Chen desperately attempts to channel the Swallowing Heaven Demon Sutra to resist, yet the sutra, in this critical moment, seems to act of its own accord, exuding an exuberant vitality, merging the demonic energy within his meridians into the black egg as if it were a long-lost friend. In no time, the elemental energy seeds in his dantian and the demonic energy within his meridians are devoured whole. It's over. What folly compelled me to descend here? After all my hard work to become a martial master, I am now back to square one. Long Chen is engulfed by a mix of grief and indignation. Tears unshed. Just then, the egg within his dantian explodes, releasing a pure black flame that flickers with a consuming intensity, as though it could devour one's very spirit. Upon its emergence, the black flame encircles the Dantian as if surveying its domain, then trembles slightly in apparent discontent before shattering into countless tiny flames that cling to the Dantian, igniting fiercely. It's truly over now. Long Chen envisions the imminent obliteration of his Dantian, his spirits plummeting to an all-time low. To his astonishment, however, the Dantian does not vanish. Instead, it expands at a visible rate, soon swelling to 10 times its original size before finally halting. Yet this is not the end. The tiny black flames then surge into his meridians, and the familiar scene unfolds. His meridians rapidly expand, tripling in size. Having completed this, the black flame appears to wane in vigor, its color fading slightly before it converges back into one form, returning to the center of his Dantian, gently swaying as it slowly absorbs demonic energy from the surroundings, gradually regaining its strength. Long Chen stares at the vast emptiness of his Dantian and meridians, his thoughts in disarray, struggling to regain his composure. What in the world is happening? What sins have I committed to deserve such torment? Long Chen shouts in frustration, yet the cave offers no company, only the echoes of his own voice. Exhausted, he collapses to the ground, his body deflated like a punctured balloon, as if he had plummeted from the peak of success into the depths of despair, momentarily lost and bewildered. After some time, he gradually regains a semblance of vitality. Gritting his teeth in determination, "Damn it, I'll just consider this a bite from a dog. It's no worse than having to start over." Suddenly, he realizes that his body is autonomously absorbing the demonic energy within the cave. Could it be that the black flame? He hastily inspects his body, and indeed, the black flame in his Dantian flickers gently, drawing in the cave's demonic energy, swiftly refining and consuming it, slowly restoring itself. Perhaps there is still hope. Let me attempt to activate the Swallowing Heaven Demon Sutra. Long Chen's eyes light up. Swallowing Heaven Demon Sutra, activate. In an instant, the demonic energy within the cave rushes toward him like a tidal wave. What is happening? Why is there such a commotion? Long Chen's eyes widen in confusion, and before he comprehends the situation, he is enveloped in a shroud of black demonic energy, appearing to others as a colossal black egg. As he channels the Swallowing Heaven Demon Sutra, the accumulation of demonic energy grows increasingly vast, and the black egg expands further. Inside, Long Chen experiences a tumultuous clash of sensations. On one hand, the surging demonic energy wreaks havoc within him, slicing through his skin, flesh, bones, and meridians like razor blades, causing him to bleed profusely as dark red impurities are violently expelled from his body, leaving him in agony. Conversely, the vast influx of demonic energy is quickly refined. Akin to rivers converging into the sea, absorbed by the black flame within his Dantian. As the absorption intensifies, the black flame's essence is swiftly restored, regaining its luster. Simultaneously, familiar streams of Swallowing Heaven Demon energy flow into Long Chen's meridians, nourishing his battered body. Observing the resurgence of the Swallowing Heaven Demon energy within his meridians, Long Chen's previous despair dissipates entirely, and he wholeheartedly channels the Swallowing Heaven Demon Sutra. Martial Artist First Level, Martial Artist Second Level, Martial Artist Third Level. With the tumultuous surge of Swallowing Heaven Demon energy within his meridians and the rapid restoration of his cultivation, a profound sense of contrast fills Long Chen, nearly bringing him to tears. In less than an hour, Long Chen's cultivation is restored to Martial Artist First Level, even slightly surpassing it, approaching the midpoint of the first level. When the mountains and waters seem impassable, a glimmer of hope emerges. Once again, I stand strong. As the Swallowing Heaven Demon Sutra gradually calms, the black demonic energy dissipates. Long Chen blinks, dazedly gazing at the four characters that suddenly materialize in his mind. Swallowing Heaven Demon Flame. So, this black flame is known as the Swallowing Heaven Demon Flame. The Heaven-Swallowing Demon Scripture, the Heaven-Swallowing Demonic Chi, and the Heaven-Swallowing Demonic Flame. Why does it feel as though these three elements are inherently intertwined? Could it be that cultivating the Heaven-Swallowing Demon Scripture inherently grants one these abilities? Yet, that doesn't seem quite right. After all, Why would the heaven-swallowing demonic flame exist within the realm of black and white? For a moment, Long Chun found himself in a state of bewilderment. Damn it, this heaven-swallowing demonic flame is going to be the death of me. It feels akin to riding a roller coaster. Long Chun closed his eyes and focused, meticulously examining the condition of his body after recovering his cultivation. He was determined not to lose his cultivation a second time, and soon, he was left utterly astonished. The primordial power seed within his dantian had vanished, replaced by the heaven-swallowing demonic flame, which had transformed into his new primordial power seed. What the hell? The primordial power seed has turned into a flame. Long Chun spread his palm. With a slight incantation of his technique, a thread of heaven-swallowing demonic chi materialized in his hand. As his fingers danced, this thread of demonic energy morphed into a heaven-swallowing demonic flame. Quietly hovering in his palm, burning with a faint glow, the heaven-swallowing demonic chi within his meridians seemed to respond to his will, effortlessly switching between the forms of demonic energy and flame. A marvel of the arcane, the heaven-swallowing demonic chi was ferocious, domineering, and mysterious. Yet the heaven-swallowing demonic flame appeared even more formidable. Goodness! His meridians, bones, flesh, and skin had all been reforged by the heaven-swallowing demonic flame. At this moment, the breadth and resilience of his meridians surpassed that of an ordinary genius. The density of his bones and flesh had significantly increased after being tempered, and his physical strength had surprisingly surged by 30 newtons. Reaching a total of 230 newtons, in other words, Long Chun's overall strength had now attained 380 newtons, rivaling that of a formidable warrior in the late stages of their cultivation. Most astonishingly, his skin, which had already reached the pinnacle of the body refinement stage and, combined with the mutated bloodline power of the Red Monkey King, was impervious to blades and fire, had undergone further refinement by the heaven-swallowing demonic flame. Whenever Long Chun activated his body refinement, his skin would manifest a mysterious hue, a blend of bronze and black gold, exuding an even more fearsome aura. Damn it, the primordial power seed has transformed into a flame, and the primordial energy can now shift freely into flame form. This defies logic. It seems the training of the body refinement has also deviated somewhat. I wonder if this is a blessing or a curse? Although the heaven-swallowing demonic flame initially drained me dry, causing me to lose my cultivation, the ultimate outcome appears to be favorable. The breadth and resilience of my dantian and meridians have been significantly enhanced. Reaching the caliber of a genius, my body has been reforged, growing even stronger, my cultivation fully restored, and it seems the heaven-swallowing demonic chi derived from the heaven-swallowing demonic flame is now even purer and more formidable than before. Furthermore, this heaven-swallowing demonic flame surely possesses some unique abilities, though its nature remains enigmatic. Could it be that someone orchestrated this? Otherwise, how could I have encountered such a series of fortuitous events? First the underground cavern, then the heaven-swallowing demon scripture, and finally the heaven-swallowing demonic flame. I refused to believe in any nonsense about being the chosen one. After pondering for quite some time, he couldn't discern a coherent explanation. After all, he was merely a country boy, all alone in the world. Who would have the leisure to plot against him? Damn it, whatever. At least things are good for now. If any issues arise, I'll deal with them in the future. Long Chun thought resolutely, observing the swirling black demonic energy within the cave and the bizarre black and white world outside. A chill ran down his spine. Goodness, this place is too uncanny. I hope nothing monstrous emerges. It would truly be the end for me. I should make my escape post-haste. I may not be able to provoke it, but I can certainly evade it. Without hesitation, Long Chun dashed back, and after half an hour, he leaped out of the cave, lodging a stone tightly against the entrance. He then hurried towards the surface. Upon returning to the surface and sealing off the cave entrance, Long Chun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the long-lost sunlight flooded him with a sense of liberation, especially after spending nearly 20 days underground. Glancing at the newly sealed cave entrance and the vast valley shrouded in mist nearby, Long Chun mused, once I grow stronger, I shall return to explore what lies within the valley. For now, it's time to head to Wanshan City. Chapter 22. First arrival at Wanshan City at the eastern city gate of Wanshan City. A weary young man made his way through the crowd towards the entrance. Indeed, it was Long Chen. After emerging from the underground cavern, Long Chen returned briefly to Sanyang village to pay his respects to his grandfather, Long Tian, and the villagers before making his way to Wanshan City. This was Long Chen's first entry into the city since his rebirth, and he was profoundly struck by the grandeur of the towering city walls before him. Before him stood a magnificent city wall, soaring over 100 meters high and several dozen meters thick, constructed entirely of enormous stones weighing thousands of pounds, winding into the mountain on either side. It appeared formidable and enduring, weathered by the passage of time, resembling majestic peaks that thrust upward, spanning the heavens and earth, their presence made even more imposing by the years of exposure to the elements. Above the city gate, the characters Wanshan City were inscribed in bold strokes, exuding a breathtaking aura. Coming from Earth, Long Chen had never witnessed such towering and magnificent city walls. Although he had absorbed the memories of Long Chen from Sanyang Village and the Blade Demon, which had informed him of the existence of many grand cities in this world, nothing could compare to the visceral impact of seeing it with his own eyes. In that moment, Long Chen's heart surged with emotion. Unable to contain himself, "Goodness, is this madness? It's just a city wall. Is it necessary to construct it so grandly? Don't they need to spend money to build walls? Damn it, while it may be magnificent, I still have to critique the builders of this wall." Long Chen couldn't help but disdain them. "Are you perhaps a newcomer to Wanshan City?" A young man with sharp eyebrows and a distinguished demeanor, having overheard Long Chen's musings, paused and addressed him. "Oh, how did you know?" Anyone who has visited Wanshan City is aware that, although it is a small border town in the eastern region of the Tianqing dynasty, it serves as the first line of defense against the beast tides from the 10,000 mountain range. It frequently endures fierce attacks from the beast hordes. Thus, the city walls are constructed to such an impressive scale, not only to safeguard the territory of the Tianqing dynasty, but also to protect the lives of the common people. I happened to pass by and overheard your sentiments, so I deduced that you must be visiting for the first time. "I see. Thank you for the explanation. My name is Long Chen. And what do they call you?" Upon hearing the name Long Chen, a flicker of brilliance passed through the young man's eyes, though his expression remained unchanged. However, he seemed taken aback by Long Chen's manner of speaking, pausing for a moment before responding, "No need for thanks. I am Wei Yin. From your accent, it seems you are also from the Wanshan City region. What brings you here for the first time? Breast enhancement? Your whole family needs breast enhancement. Damn it." Long Chen muttered under his breath, I'm from the countryside. This is my first time in the city, and I was struck by the height of the walls, so I spoke my mind. Please don't laugh at me, Wei brother. Long brother is too modest. Hearing your thoughts earlier shows that you have a noble spirit and care for the well-being of the common people. Although you are young, I can perceive your restrained aura and robust physique, indicating your prowess in martial arts. You are indeed a rare talent. You're too kind, Wei brother. I'm just a newcomer to Wanshan City, and I'm grateful for your guidance so that I didn't embarrass myself. After conversing with Wei brother for a while, I feel we become quite familiar. How about we share a meal together? Haha, what a delightful sentiment. To meet a gifted youth like Long brother is indeed a stroke of fortune for me. If you don't mind, let us enjoy some drinks at Wanshan Tower. All right, let us go, Long Chen said, casually draping his arm over Wei Yan's shoulder as they made their way into the city. Wanshan City, under the jurisdiction of the Tianqing dynasty's eastern province, derived its name from its proximity to the 10,000 mountain range. It is a well-known small city within the eastern province. Due to its unique geographical position, countless adventurers heading to the 10,000 mountain range use Wanshan City as a transit point, often stopping here to sell their spoils and purchase necessities. This has resulted in Wanshan City being rich in resources, with a bustling trade atmosphere that attracts numerous merchants, making it a city of renown despite its remoteness. As they entered the city, the wide streets were bustling with a constant flow of people, flanked by an array of shops. Adventurers clad in rugged attire, merchants of all sorts, and elegantly dressed young nobles created a vibrant tapestry of life. Long Chen followed Wei Yin towards Wanshan Tower, occasionally glancing around, absorbing the novelty, prosperity, and charm of this otherworldly place, overwhelmed by the sights, After half an hour, they reached a window-side table on the second floor of Wanshan Tower, where Long Chun ordered an array of delectable dishes and 2 jugs of fine wine. Wei brother, let us raise a toast. This cup is too small. It lacks the spirit. I'll drink first as a sign of respect. Haha, splendid. Long brother is so generous, just to my liking. Cheers. Wei brother, I haven't eaten for several days, so I want to hold back. Let us eat first and talk afterwards. Haha, indeed. Long brother, please enjoy. Having not eaten for nearly 10 days. Long Chen was famished, and the allure of this new world's cuisine made him ravenous. He dove into the food with gusto, devouring it like a whirlwind. Young master, look at that person. He's eating like he hasn't had a meal in days. As if he's a starving ghost. A servant dressed in simple attire pointed at Long Chun while speaking to a richly dressed young man at the next table. Country bumpkin, you can tell he has never seen the world. This is probably his first time enjoying such fine food. The wealthy young man sneered, his thin lips curling disdainfully, exuding an air of superiority. Upon hearing the wealthy young man's derision, Wei Yin frowned slightly, opening his mouth but refraining from speaking, choosing to continue sipping his wine. Long Chen, however, was not so patient. His expression darkened, he set down his chopsticks and retorted, "Did you forget to brush your teeth before leaving this morning? Your breath stinks. What does it matter to you how I eat? Mind your own business. You're just a meddler." Say that again. The youth clad in splendid attire seemed taken aback by Long Chen's audacity to retort, his expression darkening as he prepared to teach this rustic a lesson. "I've never encountered such a demand before. Have you lost your wits? Begone, and do not disturb my appetite." Unable to contain his fury any longer, the well-dressed young man, having never suffered such humiliation, erupted in rage, his eyes glinting with murderous intent as he swung a fist towards Long Chen's head, intent on ending him swiftly, without lifting his gaze. Long Chen continued to munch on his meal, extending his right hand and executing a precise strike with his finger, instantly creating a gaping wound in the young man's shoulder. He collapsed to the ground, blood spurting forth, his face a portrait of horror as he stared at Long Chen. "Though you wish to make another move?" Long Chen inquired, casting a casual glance at the young man. "Who are you? Do not act recklessly. I am Li Dan of the Li family from the northern part of the city. If you kill me, you shall not escape Wanshan City. Who I am is of little consequence. What is crucial is that you refrain from provoking me further, lest the consequences be far from trivial. Now, be gone." Li Dan glared at Long Chen with seething resentment before turning to flee in disgrace. "Wei brother, come, let us share another drink now that that bothersome fly has departed. We can continue our conversation," Long Chen remarked nonchalantly. "Having just arrived in Wanshan City, I find myself rather ignorant of the local situation. Could you enlighten me?" "Of course," Wei Yin replied, his eyes gleaming with interest. "On the surface, Wanshan City is governed by 5 major powers: the City Lord's Mansion and the 4 prominent families. The City Lord's Mansion is the official authority, appointed directly by the governor of Dongzhou, overseeing all of Wanshan City. The current lord, Su Kong, is the most formidable expert in the city, a late-stage martial master. The 4 prominent families are the Li family from the north, the Peng family from the south, the Yang family from the east, and the Wang family from the west. They assist the City Lord's Mansion in managing their respective regions, wielding significant power and possessing deep-rooted heritage, each housing martial masters of the 6th realm. However, I've heard whispers that the Wang family recently faced a calamity, with their young master Wang Zhua and 3 elders being slain by a youth. Interestingly, that youth seems to share your name, Long Chun. Could it be you?" Wei Yin gazed at Long Chun with a look of astonishment, his eyes glinting. "Do not jest, Wei brother. This is my first visit to Wanshan City. I know not where the Wang family resides, nor do I possess the capability to do such deeds." Long Chun replied with a calm demeanor, though a weight settled in his heart. "Ha, indeed, it would seem unlikely. It is said that the notorious killer, Long Chun, has a fearsome visage, a merciless slayer, responsible for the annihilation of the entire Sanyang village. You, however, are a gallant figure, possessing a heart for the common folk. How could you be that villain? Your flattery is excessive, Wei brother. Are the 4 prominent families not considered part of the official powers?" Long Chen pondered, feeling an urge to eradicate the Wang family swiftly, cursing under his breath at their audacity to transfer blame onto others after committing their own atrocities. Not quite. The four prominent families are merely civilian forces, however, due to their substantial influence and high prestige within their regions. The city lord's mansion collaborates with them, granting a portion of power for the joint governance of Wanshan City. In fact, many forces lurk in the shadows, coveting the positions of the four families, ready to strike at any moment. Hearing Wei Yan's response, Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief. If the four families were not official powers, then his plan to annihilate the Wang family would be more feasible. In addition to the five major powers, there are four significant commercial establishments: the refining workshop, the spiritual medicine chamber, the wind and cloud trading company, and the 10,000 treasures pavilion, each holding considerable influence. The refining workshop specializes in weaponry, while the spiritual medicine chamber offers spiritual herbs and elixirs. The wind and cloud trading company and the 10,000 treasures pavilion sell an array of goods. Although the four commercial establishments do not directly manage the affairs of Wanshan City, they indirectly control the majority of business transactions within the city, commanding respect even from those in power. Moreover, the true strength of these commercial establishments rivals, if not surpasses, that of the five major powers. For instance, the largest establishment, the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, is rumored to have its business spread across the entire Eastern Dawn continent, ranking among the top forces in the realm, albeit maintaining a low profile due to its focus on trade. Otherwise, the continent would not be home to merely four top powers. The 10,000 Treasures Pavilion in Wanshan City is but a small branch. Amassing various resources, and with sufficient wealth, one could procure nearly anything, even high-grade cultivation techniques. The meal concluded with merriment and satisfaction. Long Chen gleaned the intelligence he sought from Wei Yin, suspecting that Wei Yin belonged to some significant faction. As his knowledge of Wanshan City was far too extensive, Brother Wei, it has been a pleasure to meet you today. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall not prolong our conversation. Let us meet again for drinks another day. Indeed, that Li Dan is the eldest son of the Li family from the north. Be cautious, Long brother. We shall gather again soon. Farewell. After parting ways with Wei Yan, Long Chen secured a room at the Wanshan Inn. Within the confines of his chamber, he meticulously reflected on the conversation he had just engaged in with Wei Yan. It appeared that Wei Yin had begun to harbor suspicions about him. However, lacking evidence to prove he was the notorious killer, he chose not to confront Long Chen. Yet, it remained unclear whether Wei Yin was friend or foe. It seemed imperative to address the Wang family issue promptly. Delays could lead to unforeseen complications. From now on, I must tread more cautiously in the world of martial arts, ensuring that I do not recklessly divulge any personal information. Otherwise, those with ill intentions could easily seize upon any hint to uncover my trail. Tonight, I shall rest well, and tomorrow at dawn, I will visit the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion to exchange some items before directly confronting the Wang family. With my current strength, even the city lord would pose no threat to me. Chapter 23. Annihilation of the Wang family at the break of dawn. Long Chen packed the items he had previously organized into a spatial ring, heading to the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion to convert everything into spirit stones before making his way toward the western part of the city. Upon arriving at the Wang family estate, Long Chen's expression was grim, gripping the crimson blood blade as he approached the entrance step by step. Halt! This is the Wang family estate. No loiterers are permitted entry. A nearby guard bellowed in response. A flash of crimson light erupted from the blade, and soon, two headless corpses lay at the entrance. Long Chen, his visage cold and unyielding, advanced into the estate, mercilessly slaying anyone who dared to obstruct him. Be they guards or young members of the Wang family. Soon, the estate was filled with screams and roars of terror. Presumptuous! Who dares to cause a ruckus in my Wang family? A voice boomed from ahead. Laced with fury, the main character has finally arrived, Long Chen sneered, continuing to advance unhurriedly, blood cascading from the tip of his blade, tracing a horrific line behind him. Long Chen, a voice cried out, belonging to Wang Imo, the sixth elder of the Wang family. How dare you come barging in? You tread upon heaven's path and enter hell's gates uninvited. I have been searching for you. Prepare to die with a sweeping motion. A massive palm strike descended upon Long Chun. Have you lost your mind? Your third elder, Wang Hong, a martial master of the fourth realm, fell at my hands. You, a mere second realm martial master, dare to challenge me? I wonder who has instilled such courage in you, Mountain Splitter. A crimson arc of light cleaved through the air like a divine blade, instantly bisecting the palm strike in the blink of an eye. Wang Mo's terrified gaze met his demise as the blade descended upon him, cleaving him cleanly in half from brow to groin. Wang Mo, the sixth elder of the Wang family, was dead in an instant. Guards and attendants abandoned their posts, scattering in panic, some fleeing deeper into the estate, others escaping outside. Brat, let us see how you can continue your rampage. 3 elderly figures clad in splendid attire surged forth from within the courtyard. Namely the first elder, second elder, and fifth elder of the Wang family. So you finally decided to come out? Why are there only the 3 of you old hounds? Where is that old dog Wang Shang? Old sixth. The fifth elder's anguished cry rang out as he beheld the dismembered remains of the sixth elder, his bloodshot eyes fixated on Long Chun. You little bastard, even in your final moments you remain defiant. You shall accompany old sixth to the grave. I have no desire to waste words with you. Let the 3 of you old dogs attack together. Long Chen gathered his energy and leaped forward, executing a horizontal slash with his blade. The 3 elders of the Wang family were no pushovers. The fifth elder was a martial master of the third realm, while the first and second elders were martial masters of the fifth realm. Upon witnessing Long Chen's audacity to challenge them all at once, their fury ignited. Arrogant, thunderous fist, heart-crushing palm, mountain splitter, Long Chun stomped his right foot forcefully, sliding backward to escape their encirclement. Casting a swift glance, he immediately identified the fifth elder as the weakest link and formulated a plan in an instant. Collapse. A tremendous punch, imbued with the force of 300 bulls, surged forth toward the 3 elders. They, sensing the overwhelming power, hastily employed their techniques to counter it, but in an instant, their coordinated efforts were shattered. Now's my chance. Gale step. Long Chen's figure surged like a tempest, rapidly appearing behind the fifth elder. With a swift motion, he executed the diamond finger technique, striking with unparalleled speed. The fifth elder, unable to anticipate Long Chen's incredible swiftness, found himself in a panic, his defenses faltering as Long Chen's finger pierced through his heart, extinguishing his life. Old fifth, wailed the first and second elders in unison. You little brat, I will tear you to shreds. The first elder's eyes turned crimson, his white hair flying wildly as he descended into a frenzy. Fear not, your turn shall come shortly. Mountain-severing slash. Long Chen leaped into the air, delivering a forceful strike akin to a cleaving blow against Mount Hua. The 2 adversaries staggered back a few steps, and together unleashed a thunderous punch. The clash of blade light and the force of their strikes resonated in the heavens, resulting in a tremendous roar. The surrounding flora and fauna, along with the structures nearby, were instantly shattered, leaving debris scattered across the ground. As Long Chen landed, he activated the Gale Step, swiftly appearing behind the 2 opponents, causing their formation to crumble. They hurriedly swung their fists to defend themselves. But Long Chen, employing the Gale Step, moved like a shadow, and followed up with 2 swift strikes of the diamond finger technique. Unable to withstand the onslaught, one foe had a hole punctured through his abdomen, blood gushing forth, while the other was left bloodied with wounds on his shoulder. How does it feel, old rag? Not very pleasant, is it? Second brother, we have been misinformed. This little beast possesses formidable strength beyond our reckoning. I shall hold him off. You must swiftly inform the city lord, or my family will face dire consequences. How can this be, elder brother? This little beast is merely a humble villager. What merit has he to contend with our Wang family? Together, we shall surely slay him. Second brother, the elder roared, what time is it for such reckless bravado? If you do not flee now, our family faces annihilation. The second elder howled in indignation, striking a powerful blow before turning to dash towards the estate's exit. Thinking of escaping? Have you consulted me? Diamond finger. The force of the strike shot forth towards the second elder with astonishing speed. Despite his desperate attempts to evade, He was still pierced in the thigh, stumbling and nearly falling as he struggled to flee into the distance. Long Chen observed this without concern, knowing that the old dog was off to summon the city lord. With his current strength, he had no fear of the city lord. Today, he was determined to eradicate the Wang family, regardless of who might come. You little beast, I shall fight you to the end. Thunderous punch. Old rag, since you seek death so fervently, I shall show you mercy and send you on your way. Mountain cleave. In a flash, the chilling blade light struck first. The elder felt a red flash at his neck, and then his head fell to the ground. Consciousness fading. Elder! This scene was witnessed by the arriving head of the Wang family, Wang Sheng, who could not help but let out a mournful cry. His eyes instantly filled with rage as he glared at Long Chen like a beast ready to pounce. You little beast, our Wang family will not rest until you are dead. Wang Sheng roared as he charged at Long Chen with the unmatched palm technique. Old beast, did you think I would not dare to confront you? Let me wait no longer. Rest assured, I shall send you to the underworld to reunite with your beloved son. You little beast, may you suffer a miserable fate. Though Wang Sheng was a 6th-level martial master, after Long Chen had refined his strength using the devouring heavenly demon flame, he possessed a might of 380 newtons, equating to that of an 8th-level martial master. Moreover, with the devouring heavenly demon chi and profound martial techniques at his disposal, Wang Sheng stood no chance. Previously, in his battles against the elders of the Wang family, Long Chen had held back to draw them all out. Now that his objective was achieved, he saw no need to restrain himself further. With a forceful punch, Long Chen unleashed all his might. The 380 newtons of power erupted forth, and the dark fist imprint surged forward like an ancient demonic mountain. In an instant, the palm imprint shattered. And with a resounding thud, it struck Wang Sheng in the chest. Poof, bang. Wang Sheng was struck as if by lightning, blood gushing forth uncontrollably, and his body was sent crashing into a nearby building, kicking up clouds of dust. When the dust settled, a gaping hole the size of a bowl appeared in his chest. His heart shattered. He was dead. Wang Sheng, the head of the Wang family, a top-tier expert of Mount Wan, was thus slain by a single blow from Long Chen, a testament to Long Chen's formidable strength. Without pausing, Long Chen collected the spatial rings of the Wang family elders and the head of the family, proceeding deeper into the estate, effortlessly dispatching those who had yet to flee, ultimately arriving before the Wang family's treasury. Heh, it seems I am about to strike it rich with a powerful blow. He smashed open the treasury door and stepped inside, where he found an abundance of martial techniques, elixirs, medicinal herbs, weapons, ores, and more, all in vast quantities. Regrettably, he could not find any exceptionally rare items. I shall gather everything first and sort it out later. Meanwhile, on the other side, the second elder of the Wang family, accompanied by City Lord Su Kong, had entered the Wang estate, hastily making their way deeper within. Elder, 5th brother. The second elder cried out in despair, tears streaming down his face. Among the 7 brothers, he was now the sole survivor. Decades of brotherhood had been shattered in an instant. That little brat, if I do not slay you, I shall never be human again. Gazing at the corpses strewn about, Su Kong wore a stoic expression, his eyes flickering with inscrutable thoughts. Upon reaching Wang Sheng's corpse, Su Kang's pupils constricted violently. One strike, and he is dead. Su Kang's heart trembled, his wariness of Long Chen escalating dramatically, the scales of his judgment tipping precariously. Head of the family. The second elder was horrified, kneeling beside Wang Sheng's body. His previously robust form now appeared frail and aged, resembling a man in the twilight of his years. Damn it, it took nearly 10 spatial rings to gather everything. A mere small family in Mount Wan has amassed such wealth. What of the top families and powerful forces across the continent? They must be wealthy beyond compare. It seems I must explore the path of robbery in the future. What could be quicker than raiding a treasure vault? Just as he exited the treasury, he encountered the newly arrived City Lord Su Kong and the second elder. Long Chen glanced at Su Kong, noting the man's square face and authoritative demeanor, unmistakably a person accustomed to holding power. At that moment, Su Kong also looked at Long Chen. their gazes meeting with an unspoken tension in the air. You little beast, your death is imminent. You are about to perish, ha ha ha. The second elder glared with bloodshot eyes. Appearing deranged, his voice tinged with madness. Heh, second elder, you are the last on my list. I shall send you down to reunite with them. Young friend Long, please wait, Su Kong called out urgently. Oh, you must be the esteemed city lord Su. I believe you are well aware of the grievances between me and the Wang family. Do not misunderstand, young friend. I merely see that the Wang family has been eradicated, with only the second elder remaining. It seems unnecessary to pursue complete annihilation. City Lord Su, you? Silence, fool. Heh, unnecessary to pursue complete annihilation? The Wang family slaughtered the innocent, treating lives as mere weeds. Today, they have met their deserved end, a great joy for Mount Wan. My actions may have been rash, and I apologize for any offense caused to you, City Lord. Young friend Long need not be so formal. I am not so petty. Your conflict with the Wang family is a private matter. I have no intention of intervening. However, I came to the Wang family today to show respect to the Wang clan of East Prefecture. Is that so? Then why did you not stop me from slaying the second elder before your very eyes? Were you not afraid of offending the Wang clan of East Prefecture? Humph. Though the Wang clan is powerful, they cannot dictate my actions as city lord. Su Kang's expression darkened, exuding an aura of authority, clearly disapproving of the Wang clan. Now that you have offended the Wang clan, what are your plans, young friend? I have no particular plans. I shall meet force with force and water with water. It seems young friend Long does not fully comprehend the might of the Wang clan. Heh, I am well aware that the Wang clan ranks among the top powers in the East Prefecture. I understand their strength is beyond my capacity to contend with. However, as you just mentioned, the Wang clan is unlikely to send someone to hunt me down immediately, and even if they do, the pursuers are not likely to be formidable enough to overpower me in their eyes. I am merely an insignificant ant, unworthy of their serious attention. Moreover, I, Long Chun, am a lone wolf, devoid of attachments. I fear nothing about being hunted. Just recently, the Wang family sent people after me, yet they were annihilated. And I, Long Chun, remain alive and well. If the Wang clan truly comes after me, I shall simply evade them. In this vast world, where can I not find a place to reside? Should they provoke me? They shall find no peace either. Long Chun spoke coldly. Young friend Long not only possesses formidable strength, but also extraordinary wisdom and courage. Truly a dragon among men. I have a good strategy that can ensure your safety. But I wonder if you would be willing to accept it. I thank City Lord Su for your kindness, but I am curious as to what strategy you propose. In just half a month, the long-awaited selection competition for the outer disciples of the Qingyun sect will be held in Wanshan City, a grand event that draws the younger generation from various factions. As the City Lord, I sincerely hope that you, young Long, will participate in this competition under the banner of the City Lord's residence. Given your remarkable abilities, securing a spot should be effortlessly within your grasp, and there exists a substantial possibility that you may ascend directly to become an inner disciple of the Qingyun sect. Once you attain the status of an inner disciple, even the Wang family would dare not provoke you, and instead, they would be compelled to curry your favor. Qingyun sect. The mere mention of these three characters conjured the image of a charming young maiden in Long Chen's mind. Indeed, my desire for you to compete as a disciple of the City Lord's residence is not solely motivated by the intention to alleviate the threats posed by the Wang family. Should you succeed in obtaining a position, the City Lord's residence will be rewarded by the Qingyun sect, presenting an unparalleled opportunity for us. Furthermore, your ascent would propel you toward a boundless future. Su, the City Lord, spoke candidly. City Lord Su, is the Qingyun sect truly that formidable? Long Chun inquired. You do not even know of the Qingyun sect? Su Kong replied, slightly taken aback. Must I know? Long Chun sheepishly rubbed his nose. To clarify, aside from the four premier factions on the Dongtian continent, there exist countless other factions classified into secondary, tertiary, and inconsequential powers. For instance, the Tianqing Kingdom is a tertiary faction, while the Wang family, though powerful within Dongzhou, ranks among the lowest of the inconsequential powers on the continent. Throughout the eastern domain, there is one premier faction, 3 secondary factions, and 16 tertiary factions. The Qingyun sect stands as one of the three major secondary factions in the Eastern Domain, arguably the foremost among them, as its influence surpasses that of the other two. The 16 nations of the Eastern Domain correspond to the 16 tertiary factions, with 5 governed by the Baihua Palace, another 5 by the Tiansha Valley, and the remaining 6 by the Qingyun sect. Thus, aside from the Yuan sect, the Qingyun sect is indisputably the strongest power in the Eastern Domain. Such prowess, any ordinary individual who becomes a disciple of the Qingyun sect, even the most mediocre outer disciple, would undeniably be akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Moreover, within the Qingyun sect, there are numerous strong practitioners and abundant martial resources. What martial artist would not yearn to cultivate within its ranks? For you, my young friend, the Qingyun sect may well be the most promising choice at present. I see. City Lord Su, may I take some time to consider? I shall provide a definitive answer within 3 days. Of course, that is only reasonable. I trust that with your wisdom, you will make a judicious choice. Su, the city lord, reassured him. Rest assured, I shall ponder this deeply. However, it appears that there will be many onlookers outside the residence. I would appreciate your assistance in clarifying today's events, as I do not wish to be branded as a ruthless killer. A trivial matter. My young friend, you need not worry. A quarter of an hour later, Long Qian and City Lord Su appeared at the entrance of the Wang family estate, where a throng of people had gathered, their voices a cacophony. Upon spotting Long Qian and City Lord Su together, the crowd fell into a hushed silence, their eyes fixed upon the two, eager to uncover the events transpiring within the Wang estate. Esteemed guests, City Lord Su proclaimed, this young man beside me is Long Qian. The recent tumult surrounding the Wang family and Long Chun has undoubtedly reached your ears. The city lord's residence has already ascertained the full context of events. It began when Wang Zhua, the young master of the Wang family, slayed Long Chen's grandfather, Long Tian, over a dispute regarding medicinal herbs. In retaliation, Long Chun avenged his grandfather by killing Wang Zhua, prompting the Wang family to seek vengeance for their fallen young master by pursuing Long Chun. To force Long Qian into the open, the Wang family even resorted to the heinous act of slaughtering the entire village of Sanyang, leaving no child unscathed. Today, Long Chun, in gratitude for his grandfather and the elders of his hometown, has avenged them by annihilating the entire Wang family. Ultimately, this matter boils down to a personal vendetta. The Wang family should not have involved innocent villagers in their feud, nor committed the atrocity of village slaughter. Long Chen's eradication of the Wang family can be seen as a means of avenging the villagers of Sanyang and resolving this enmity. Thus, this matter is settled, and we shall draw a line here. A gasp rippled through the crowd. The Wang family, one of the 4 great families of Wanshan City, has been utterly obliterated in an instant, the perpetrator none other than Long Qian, whose name had recently become the talk of the town. The news spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of Wanshan City. Some spoke of Long Chun as a man of honor, bravely fighting against tyrants to avenge the innocent. Others depicted him as a fearsome and merciless killer, a ruthless fiend. Various rumors abounded. Meanwhile, the families that grasped the truth convened family meetings, instructing their younger members to be vigilant and refrain from provoking Long Chun, lest they face the consequences of family law. Long Chen's likeness quickly became essential to every family, and many quietly prepared lavish gifts, intending to visit Long Qian in due course. At this moment, however, our protagonist, Long Chun, had already returned to Wanshan Tower. Soundly asleep in his chamber, upon awakening the following morning, Long Chen refreshed himself and sat on the ground to tally his gains from the previous day. This is precisely what I relish. Fighting and killing hold little appeal. Closing the door and counting money is far more enjoyable. Lo and behold, 50 bottles of true essence pills. I am not in need of cultivation pills for the time being. 10 bottles of great restoration pills. 2 bottles of rejuvenation pills. What splendid treasures! Bone forging pills, stasis pills, blood coagulation pills, purple heart pills. These will surely aid me in cultivating the dominating body technique. Ha ha, What is this? Longyan fruit, scarlet blood lotus, Xinbing grass, Zhejiang mushroom, 7-star leaf. Ha ha, all precious herbs for fortifying the body. Splendid, splendid. Spirit stones, overflowing boxes upon boxes. This must amount to several tens of thousands. Ha ha, I've struck it rich. Long Chen's mouth nearly watered at the thought. Indeed, robbery is the swiftest route to wealth. Long Chen meticulously sorted all usable and unfamiliar items into his bronze ring, storing the remainder for later exchange at the Wanbao Pavilion for spirit stones. Who would ever complain of having too many spirit stones? What is this? A painting. Chapter 25. The Awakening of the Blades in Tint. Opening the scroll, Long Chun beheld a simple depiction of a mountain, with a solitary figure standing atop it, wielding a blade. Above him, the sky was tumultuous, with thunder and lightning, a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. What could this painting signify? It should not be merely ordinary. As it was stored in the Wang family's treasury, could there be some hidden significance within? Long Chun picked up the scroll once more, calming his mind as he scrutinized it in detail, hoping to discern some clue. After hours of painstaking examination, his eyes grew weary, and just as he was about to rest, he suddenly perceived the figure on the mountaintop shifting slightly. Am I hallucinating? Long Chun shook his head, widening his eyes to observe more closely. Boom! A thunderous clap resounded in Long Chen's mind, and in an instant, his consciousness was drawn into the world of the painting. In the sky, dark clouds surged like an ocean, lightning slithered like serpents, and rain poured down like a deluge, casting the entire realm into darkness, akin to the end of days. Atop the towering peak, a middle-aged man stood resolute, wielding a treasured blade, his stature as upright as a spear, exuding an aura that pierced the heavens, seemingly impervious to the raging storm. Boom! A bolt of lightning erupted from the cloud sea, sending electric serpents dancing across the sky. With a mighty roar, the man raised his blade high and struck down towards the sea of clouds. Instantly, an ethereal blade shadow manifested in the sky. Sharp and fierce, embodying the might of heaven and earth and the supreme will, vowing to cleave through all obstacles. In that fleeting moment, wherever the blade shadow passed, the clouds, lightning, and rain parted as if made of paper, shattering into nothingness and leaving behind a gaping void that could not heal for ages. This is the blade of destruction. Once the blade shadow emerged, it seemed as though the world itself would be annihilated. Long Chen trembled, his spirit seemingly swept away by the blade shadow, fixated upon the sky, motionless. In that illusory space, a spectral figure, armed with a long blade, fixated his gaze with unwavering determination. He slowly raised his long blade, striking fiercely at the vast sky. With each swing, he infused his understanding and insight into the art of destruction, one stroke following another. As if he were impervious to fatigue, he continuously adjusted his breath and mental state, gradually entering a transcendent realm, forgetting all external distractions, resonating with the blade as if it had become an integral part of his being. Initially, his movements were slow and heavy, yet with every slash, he infused it with his willpower, meticulously refining the angle, technique, speed, strength, and mindset of each stroke. As time passed, his blade technique became increasingly fluid and imposing, the glimmer of the blade flashing like lightning cleaving through the sky. Each strike encapsulating his will and understanding of the sword path. Unbeknownst to him, after an indeterminate duration, a fleeting shadow unleashed a strike, manifesting a blade shadow radiating an aura of obliteration and intent that sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning, destroying everything in its path. Even the void itself cleaved in twain, as the anomaly dissipated. A diminutive yet formidable phantom blade shadow emerged deep within Long Chen's consciousness, flanking him like two loyal sentinels, one on each side of his soul. This was the nascent form of his blade intent, a mere wisp of destructive blade consciousness, yet Long Chun, by a fortuitous twist of fate, had grasped this nascent glimpse. It is worth noting that many martial artists spend their entire lives unable to breach the threshold of martial comprehension, yet Long Chun, at the tender age of 14, had comprehended this fragment of blade intent. Though it was but a mere hint, this step was the most arduous, marking the transformation from nothingness to existence, often pivotal in a martial artist's journey towards understanding the martial realm. A martial artist below the martial spirit realm is virtually incapable of touching upon such supernatural powers. Yet, the world is replete with that select few who can accomplish what others cannot. These individuals are termed geniuses. To grasp the nascent form of intent within the martial spirit realm is a rarity. While achieving it in the martial master realm is virtually unparalleled, such beings can only be described as prodigious. For the comprehension of martial intent is not solely a matter of innate talent or high cultivation. It is influenced by various uncontrollable factors such as perception, opportunity, timing, and luck. Lacking even one of these elements could mean a lifetime of being barred from the gates of comprehension. Generally speaking, those who have fathomed the martial realm are virtually invincible within their tier. Underscoring the formidable nature of the martial realm and the extraordinary opportunity Long Chun had encountered, the moment the blade intent began to take shape, a colossal blade shadow suddenly materialized above Wanshan City, bearing a sweeping will of destruction that weighed heavily on the hearts of every inhabitant. As if the next moment, the blade shadow would descend in fury in Wanshan Tower. Everyone simultaneously prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling in fear as if confronted by a divine presence. Within the city lord's mansion, Lord Su Kong, who had been in seclusion, abruptly opened his eyes, gazing skyward in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is that blade intent?" At that instant, an inexplicable dread enveloped everyone within Wanshan City, akin to facing a formidable foe, as if the apocalypse were imminent, rendering them restless and anxious. Suddenly, Long Chen opened his eyes wide, a faint shadow of a blade flickering deep within, and hurriedly reined in his blade intent, restoring tranquility above Wanshan City in an instant. In this moment, everyone remained bewildered. Various factions dispatched individuals to investigate, yet yielded no results, though think that Long Chen, could one day grasp the nascent form of blade intent. Observing the phantom blade shadow in the depths of his mind, Long Chun felt an overwhelming urge to test the power of this nascent blade intent. A smile crept onto his lips, gradually blossoming until it illuminated his entire face. After a full quarter of an hour, he gradually calmed, carefully stowing away the scroll in a specially designated box. "This is a precious treasure. Henceforth, my understanding of blade intent shall rely on you." He solemnly tucked it into his bronze ring. Long Chen walked briskly through the streets, unaware that 5 days had already passed since this revelation. He planned to visit the city lord's mansion first to agree to Lord Su's proposal, then proceed to Wanjin Pavilion to exchange for some items. During this trip to Wanshan City, he not only avenged himself but also acquired a wealth of cultivation resources, alleviating his worries about resources for the time being. Now, all that remained was to diligently cultivate and enhance his strength. Since embarking on the martial path, be it techniques or skills, he had navigated alone. Fully aware of the difference between having guidance and lacking it, he yearned to join a sect, seeking the counsel of esteemed elders, which would save him considerable effort, far superior to his solitary ponderings. The esteemed Qingyun sect, as a second-tier power, would undoubtedly fulfill his needs, and moreover, there was an old friend of his there. Zhongling, although their previous encounter had been brief and hurried, she had left a profoundly positive impression in his heart, and Long Chun had long accepted her as a friend. Such is the wondrous nature of life. Some individuals can become lifelong friends with just a few words or a glance, while others, despite daily interactions, remain the most familiar strangers. Zhongling was his first friend in this unfamiliar world, and he cherished that bond, having missed her dearly over the past half-year. With only 10 days remaining until the Qingyun sect's outer disciple selection tournament, he must utilize the resources at hand to strive for breakthroughs in both cultivation and body refinement. The nascent blade intent, unless absolutely necessary, must not be carelessly revealed. A second-tier power is likely to have a plethora of experts, without sufficient strength. How could one thrive? At Wanjin Pavilion, as soon as Long Chun stepped through the entrance, he was greeted by a hearty laugh. "Ha! Brother Long has graced us with his presence. Forgive my inadequate reception." "Brother Wei," Long Chen's eyes sparkled with recognition. I am Wei, a representative of Wanjin Pavilion, serving as the branch master of Wanshan City. The other day, we met in haste, and I failed to properly introduce myself. Please do not hold it against me, Brother Long. Now it all makes sense. I was wondering what kind of formidable power could produce someone as remarkable and exceptional as Brother Wei. It is no wonder you hail from Wanjin Pavilion. Long Chen replied, "I, unfortunately, failed to recognize your stature the other day. Please forgive me. Brother Long's battle yesterday was a spectacle. You serve as a model for our generation. In today's Wanshan City, who would dare to claim genius before you? The two made their way to the 8th floor, and Long Chun noticed that it seemed to have been cleared out. Was it prepared specifically for his arrival? A subtle sense of caution arose within him. Yet he maintained a facade of calm as he followed Wei Yin further inside. Upon arriving at an elegant room, 2 cups of fragrant tea had already been prepared on the table. Brother Long, you are here to sell items again today, I presume? Wei Yin inquired with a cheerful demeanor. Hee, Brother Wei is truly forthright. I will not beat around the bush. Most of the items from the Wang family are of no use to me. So I came to Wanjin Pavilion to exchange for some necessities. Here they are. Please assess their value, Long Chun said, presenting the 6 prepared storage rings to Wei Yin. Excellent. Wei Yin accepted the rings and quickly scanned them. A glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. The Wang family truly lives up to its reputation as one of the 4 major powers in Wanshan City. Their collection is bountiful. Please wait a moment. I will tally this up. Shortly after, Wei Yin spoke. Brother Long, I will purchase them at market value plus a 10% premium, totaling 49,000 spirit stones, which rounds up to 50,000. Does that sound agreeable? Thank you, Brother Wei. Additionally, I would like to purchase some spirit pills or herbs for body refinement. Does your esteemed pavilion have any in stock? We do, though the inventory is limited since body refinement spirit pills and herbs do not sell well. I hope you can understand. Currently, we have 1 bottle each of 2nd-tier spirit pills, Xianlong Dan and Xian Dan, 1 bottle of 3rd-tier spirit pill, Zhuanggu Dan, 3 stalks of low-grade treasure herb, Longxian Chao, and 3 pieces of intermediate treasure herb. Sueputi. Which would you like, Brother Long? I'll take them all. How many spirit stones will that require? Wei Yan's heart raced as he calculated swiftly. The Xianlong Dan and Xian Dan were priced at 100 spirit stones each. The Zhuanggu Dan at 1,000 spirit stones each. The Longxian Chao at 500 spirit stones each, and the Sueputi at 1,000 spirit stones each. In total, that would amount to 10,000 spirit stones, leaving Brother Long with 40,000 spirit stones after the deduction. Thank you, Brother Wei. Long Chun rose and cupped his hands in gratitude. I have a few matters to attend to, so I won't linger. Thank you once again for your hospitality. I shall treat you to drinks another day. Haha, splendid. I shall await your message. Brother Long Wei Yin then produced a golden card and handed it to Long Chun. Brother Long, this is a membership card for Wanjin Pavilion. Holders of this card receive an 85% discount on all purchases, a small token of goodwill. I hope you will accept it. Since it is a gift from Brother Wei, I shall gratefully accept. Long Chun replied, his eyes widening as he took the card, turning to leave. Long Chun was well aware that due to the matters concerning the Wang family, Wei Yin valued his potential and sought to befriend him, thus offering numerous benefits both overtly and subtly. Long Chun feigned ignorance, accepting whatever was offered without making any commitments. In these times, to forego a bargain would be foolish. On the top floor of Wanjin Pavilion, Wei Yin stood by the window, observing the bustling crowds outside, his gaze contemplative. Young master, that Long Chen is merely a youth. Even if he possesses some talent, he pales in comparison to the top prodigies of the continent. Why bestow upon him such a grand gift as a golden membership card? Long Chen appears unremarkable, yet his wisdom, boldness, and talent surpass that of ordinary geniuses. He is a hidden dragon in the abyss. Once the winds of fortune favor him, he shall soar to great heights. Why father often teaches that, as a merchant, the most crucial qualities are vision and investment. Yang Boichia, just wait and see. Today, my investment in Long Chun will yield a return of hundreds or even thousands of times in the future. After leaving Wanbao Pavilion, Long Chen deliberately wandered around, ensuring that no one was following him before entering a secluded alley. After disguising himself, he made his way to Lingyao Ji. He spent another 30,000 spirit stones, completely depleting the store of body-refining pills and treasures. To his delight, he unexpectedly obtained a vial of 2nd-grade spirit pill, the soul-refining pill. It seems that the hope of advancing to Soul Master is within reach. Exiting Lingyao Zhai, Long Chen headed straight for the outskirts of the city, intending to enter the 10,000 Great Mountains for closed-door cultivation. Chapter 26. Advancing to Soul Master upon leaving Wanshan City, Long Chen directly entered the 10,000 Great Mountains, seeking a desolate and remote peak. He carved out a cave halfway up the mountain, sealed the entrance, and began his seclusion. This time, he aimed to break through to the realm of Soul Master. With closed eyes, he sat in stillness, adjusting his mental state while examining the Sea of Souls. He had been consuming soul-nourishing pills for nearly 20 days, yet he had only managed to refine a third of it. Although his soul power had improved, it merely reached the late stage of the 9th level of Soul Warrior. Alas, relying solely on the absorption of the soul was indeed too slow. Long Chen activated the soul refining technique, accelerating the refinement of the soul-nourishing pills. Soon, he noticed a significant increase in his soul power, filling him with joy, and he exerted even more effort in practicing the technique. A day later, Long Chen opened his eyes, only to be met with disappointment. The reason was simple. He had devoted an entire day to the soul refining technique, yet he had only refined a quarter of the remaining potency of the soul-nourishing pills. And his realm still hadn't reached the peak of the 9th level of Soul Warrior. Perhaps to others, this speed might seem adequate, but Long Chen had no time to spare. He planned to not only advance to Soul Master within the next half-month, but also to achieve breakthroughs in both body refinement and cultivation. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to the soul refining pill. From the memories of the Blade Demon, he learned that consuming the soul refining pill would subject the soul to excruciating refinement, a torment difficult for ordinary people to endure. Although Long Chen could withstand pains beyond what most could due to his training in the dominant body, he had no inclination towards masochism. Given the choice, he would naturally opt for a more comfortable method, which is why he initially attempted the soul refining technique. However, he had run out of options and could only take out a soul refining pill. Gritting his teeth, he tossed it into his mouth and activated the soul refining technique. Long Chen couldn't help but let out a cry of anguish, nearly biting his own tongue off. It felt as if all his strength had been instantly drained, and his body crumpled to the ground like a pile of mud. Had it not been for his extraordinary willpower, allowing him to retain a sliver of clarity, he might have even ceased the operation of the soul refining technique. The so-called soul refining pill involved using the soul as the refining material and the pill's potency as a giant hammer, much like forging a weapon. With each blow, the soul was hammered repeatedly, forcing out impurities while absorbing the pure medicinal power. Thus, the rapid absorption of the medicinal power accelerated the enhancement of his soul power. It must be said that the soul refining pill, although crude and straightforward compared to the soul nourishing pill, was direct and effective in no time. Long Chen's soul power surged significantly, indicating he would soon break through to the peak of the 9th level of Soul Warrior. At this moment, Long Chen lay completely collapsed on the ground, lacking the strength to maintain a meditative posture or even produce a sound. He could only rely on his extraordinary willpower to hold on to the last vestige of clarity. Refusing to succumb to unconsciousness, as he stubbornly activated the soul refining technique to refine the soul refining pill, unwilling to endure this suffering in vain, the soul refining pill was finally completely refined. And Long Chen successfully broke through to the peak of the 9th level of Soul Warrior. With a sigh of relief, his consciousness was suddenly engulfed by darkness, and he fainted at that moment. When he awoke again, it was nighttime. He had no idea how many days had passed. Damn you, Blade Demon. Is this what you call the agony of soul refinement? You've caused me tremendous suffering. Long Chen cursed weakly, his voice barely audible. Seriously, is this it? I'm only at the peak of the 9th level, still far from becoming a soul master. His face alternated between shades of blue and white. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and retrieved another soul refining pill. I'm not one to back down. He promptly tossed the second pill into his mouth. Before long, the agonizing pain returned to engulf Long Chen. This time, he lacked even the strength to scream, his body limp on the ground, trembling involuntarily. A day later, the second soul refining pill was fully refined. Yet Long Chen remained at the peak of the 9th level of Soul Warrior. Although he had made significant progress towards becoming a soul master, damn it, Long Chen cursed silently, immediately retrieving a third soul refining pill and unhesitatingly consuming it. Within the cave, silence reigned, save for the young man lying on the ground. silently enduring the inhumane torment of his soul being refined, desperately holding on. Half a day later, the third soul-refining pill was refined. Yet Long Chun still hadn't broken through to the Soul Master realm. However, he could sense that he was very close, merely a hair's breadth away. Damn it. I'm determined to see this through. He took out a fourth soul-refining pill and swallowed it. The familiar pain washed over him once more. Long Chen seemed to have grown numb, lying motionless on the ground. Only the occasional unnatural twitching and the periodic rolling of his eyes could indicate the torment he was enduring. When the fourth soul-refining pill was completely refined, Long Chen's Sea of Souls finally underwent a transformation. The originally ethereal soul rapidly solidified and shrank, ultimately condensing into a golden seed the size of a walnut. This was the soul seed. Albeit still somewhat illusory, with the emergence of the soul seed, a formidable force of devouring energy surged forth, swiftly enveloping the soul-nourishing pill. Instantly, its potency was absorbed and refined at a rapid pace, visibly diminishing in size. When the soul-nourishing pill was reduced to 1/5 of its original size, the devouring energy dissipated, and the soul seed solidified completely. The first level of Soul Master was achieved. An invisible soul power erupted forth, revealing every speck of dust in its vicinity. Even the ants crawling in the distance were visible to Long Chen, with their intricate patterns clearly discernible. Is it really this miraculous? Long Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. His body finally returned to normal, and he immediately stood up, kicking his feet, swinging his fists, and stretching his body. The feeling of being able to move was exhilarating. To break through to the Soul Master realm, he had lain on the ground for 3 days, enduring 3 days of inhumane torment. There were many moments when he thought he wouldn't make it, but fortunately, he succeeded in the end. Damn it! Long Chen raised his middle finger to the sky. Exiting the cave, Long Chen hunted down a wild bull in the dense forest. He intended to reward his stomach first before commencing the next phase of his cultivation plan. As the saying goes, one must balance work and rest. As night fell, Long Chen sealed the cave entrance once more, lying on the ground and pondering. It seems I must pay attention to searching for soul techniques in the future. Otherwise, having the realm of Soul Master without the corresponding techniques would be a wasted effort. Furthermore, I must never reveal my identity as a Soul Master lightly. Soul power can kill, invisible and formless. Fierce and enigmatic, often deciding the outcome of battles with a single strike. It is undoubtedly a powerful and mysterious trump card. The following morning, Long Chen awoke, his vitality restored to its peak. Sitting cross-legged, he delved into the second layer of the dominant body scripture from his mind, thoroughly studying it and increasingly realizing the terrifying and perverse nature of the dominant body. He took out a dragon saliva fruit, took a deep breath, and decisively swallowed it. A torrent of medicinal power erupted. Long Chen activated the heart technique, unleashing a terrifying force of refinement as the medicinal power of the dragon saliva fruit was rapidly refined and directed towards his right arm, intending to first temper the muscles of that arm. The torrent of medicinal power swiftly engulfed Long Chen's right arm. Hiss! The muscles in his right arm were instantly torn apart, akin to shattered porcelain. With deep fissures and horrifying cracks, a massive amount of medicinal power forcefully infiltrated the cracks, ruthlessly refining them over and over, gradually expelling the impurities and filth within the muscles. Little by little, the muscle structure became denser, more compact, and remarkably strong. Subsequently, the refined muscles even exhibited a hint of silvery white. Before long, the medicinal power of the dragon saliva fruit was completely expended, yet he had only managed to refine his palm. Damn it! A low-grade treasure-level dragon saliva fruit was only enough to refine one palm. How many resources would it take to complete the refinement of my entire body? Not to mention, this is just the second layer. The road ahead is still long. In an instant, a myriad of expletives raced through Long Chen's mind, cursing the dominant body scripture. For the past few days, he had been filled with pride, thinking he was immensely wealthy, only to find himself struck from behind, awakening to discover he had lost everything. This feeling of plummeting from heaven to hell was utterly infuriating. Long Chen opened his mouth, intending to curse a few words. But in the end, he found himself speechless. He retrieved a 7-star leaf, chewed it up, and within half an hour, the medicinal power was depleted once more. Long Chen discovered that this time he had refined a small segment of his forearm. Speechless, he gritted his teeth and took out an xianbing grass and a zhuyang mushroom, swallowing them both simultaneously. Damn it! I was careless. At this moment, Long Chen finally understood what it meant to experience the duality of ice and fire. The icy medicinal power of the xianbing grass and the scorching medicinal power of the zhuyang mushroom erupted within him simultaneously, leaving his body half blue and half red, one side freezing to the point of near numbness, while the other felt as if it were about to melt. Fortunately, the dominant body scripture's refining capability was terrifying. In less than an hour, the medicinal power was completely refined. Otherwise, this sensation of ice and fire would have driven Long Chen insane. Indeed, one must be mad to survive. This time, he had successfully refined his entire forearm, proving that sometimes, one must be ruthless to achieve results. With this recent triumph, Long Chen's audacity surged, prompting him to consume 3 low-tier precious medicines all at once. He repeated this process thrice, ultimately refining his entire right arm. However, his stock of flesh-refining medicinal elixirs was nearly depleted. Apart from the intermediate-grade blood body, Xianlong pill, Xian pill, and Xinli pill, the remainder consisted primarily of blood-refining and bone-forging potions. Originally, Long Chen had presumed that the precious medicines he had prepared would at least enable him to achieve a substantial mastery of the second layer of the dominant body. Alas, after exhausting a significant portion, he had merely refined an arm, barely scratching the surface. What was he to do? Where could he procure such abundant resources? Long Chen felt a pang of melancholy, momentarily at a loss. Sigh, well, the boat will naturally find its way as it reaches the bridge. There will always be solutions. At worst, he could resort to plundering in the future. He waved his right arm, sensing an increase in his physical strength by 50 yen, bringing it to a total of 280 yen. Damn it, it's about time all that money bore fruit. Suddenly, a tremendous crash echoed, startling Long Chen as he looked up to see several wide fissures rapidly spreading across the cave's ceiling, with fragments of stone beginning to fall. Who the hell is responsible for this? I shall make you unrecognizable to your own mother. With that, he darted out like a rabbit. Chapter 27. The Martial Sovereign Battle. Just as Long Chen escaped, the cave collapsed with a resounding roar, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. Damn, that was a close call. Enraged, Long Chen shouted, "Which scoundrel did this? Show yourself, and I shall teach you why flowers bloom." His words were abruptly halted, as if someone had suddenly grasped his throat. Above, in the sky, a woman clad in white and a man in dark brocade were fiercely engaged in combat. Their fists and swords clashed, unleashing formidable energies that caused rocks to crumble and ancient trees to scatter. The air itself crackled with the might of martial sovereigns. Long Chen was taken aback, his mind momentarily blank. He had never anticipated encountering such powerful figures in this desolate place. As he stood dumbfounded, a surge of energy shot toward him like lightning. "You've got to be kidding," Long Chen thought, jolted into action. He leapt aside just in time, turning to see the stone he had just occupied explode into fragments. This is madness. When deities battle, mortals suffer. Better keep my distance. He hastily descended the mountain, seeking refuge behind a large tree, watching the confrontation unfold from afar. "Ice Fairy, your old injuries have flared up. You cannot possibly be my match. Become my companion, and I shall spare you," the man taunted. The woman remained silent, her expression devoid of emotion, her gaze icy. Hearing his words, she flickered like a breeze across the sky, appearing behind him in an instant, her sword slicing through the air with a blinding blue arc aimed directly at him. The man reacted without hesitation, pivoting on his left leg and executing a whip-like kick, using the recoil to propel himself backwards at an astonishing speed. In midair, their respective strikes collided with a thunderous boom, sending shockwaves that scattered debris in all directions. The surrounding mountains and trees were obliterated, and the wildlife fled in terror, as if a great earthquake had struck. The woman seemed to understand that the man was not easily subdued and displayed no concern. She swiftly regained her balance, her legs moving gracefully as she resembled a celestial maiden, carving a perfect arc in the air before appearing right before the man. Her sword thrusting forward with a blend of elegance and ferocity. The man, caught off guard by her speed, hastily raised his fists to defend himself, and the ensuing exchange became frantic. Seizing the opportunity, the woman unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, forcing the man to retreat under the onslaught, utterly unable to counter. Long Chen watched, captivated by the aerial duel, his eyes sparkling with wonder. Having witnessed aircraft in his past life, this was his first experience of real people soaring through the sky, their movements akin to the climactic battles depicted in martial arts dramas, unfolding before him in vivid reality. More importantly, this was not mere fantasy. It was a genuine clash of power. The two combatants executed their techniques with unparalleled finesse, their strength overwhelming, their speed akin to lightning, the intensity of their struggle far surpassing anything he had previously seen. It was astonishing to witness an individual wield such immense power. Long Chen murmured to himself, exhilarated and unable to contain his excitement. Though he had heard tales of the formidable prowess of martial sovereigns, those were mere hearsay. Before him were two bona fide martial sovereigns engaged in a fierce battle, a level of shock that could not be compared. And this was just the realm of martial sovereigns. What of martial kings, martial emperors, or even martial saints and martial gods? How immensely powerful must they be? No, that wouldn't merely be powerful. It would be terrifying. The human body could contain such strength. How utterly unfathomable. In that moment, an intense yearning for power sprouted deep within Long Chen's soul. He craved strength, longed to soar through the skies like the two above, to roam freely without the constraints of this world, to be unbound. Suddenly, a trickle of blood escaped the woman's lips, her aura momentarily chaotic, her offensive faltering. The man, seizing the opportunity, surged forward with renewed vigor, feigning a strike with his palm. The woman countered with a diagonal slash of her sword, only to realize too late that it was a ruse. Before she could adapt, he unleashed a punch from the left, striking her shoulder squarely. She spat out blood, her energy rapidly diminishing, and was forced to retreat, hastily consuming a healing elixir while keeping a vigilant eye on the man. Ice Fairy, your old wounds have reignited. You can no longer withstand this. Cease your futile resistance, or your life will be in peril. I bear no ill will. I simply wish to be your companion, the man proclaimed, halting his advance, his tone patronizing, as if offering charity. What a talented individual, capable of delivering threats with such eloquence. He must have the charisma of a leading actor. Long Chen scoffed at the man's words, feeling a deep disdain. Despicable, Ice Fairy, in terms of strength, we are both martial sovereigns. In terms of talent, we share equal standing on the true dragon rankings. Regarding status, though you are the youngest martial sovereign on the continent, I, Chu Tianhe, am the foremost disciple of the Guiyuan sect, the right-hand man of Deputy Sect Master Lu Hai. I am quite the authority within the sect. Tell me, what makes you think I am unworthy of you? Why do you look down upon me so? The man bellowed, his patience wearing thin. Guiyuan sect, Lu Hai. Long Chen nearly gasped in shock. Memories flooded back of the deathbed letter from Elder Yi Jian when he obtained the Guiyuan technique. He had vowed to avenge Elder Yi Jian one day, and now, 30 years later, Lu Hai had risen to the position of Deputy Sect Master. He was the deputy leader of the dominant sect in the eastern region, his cultivation likely nearing that of a martial king. Even his disciple was a true disciple of the Guiyuan sect, a martial sovereign. Long Chen's strength was leagues away from that of a martial sovereign. Let alone Lu Hai. To kill Lu Hai would be akin to climbing to the heavens. The woman remained icy, her expression unchanged. Very well, since you are so arrogant, dismissive of me, today I shall bring you crashing down to earth. And we shall see how high and mighty you remain. Chu Tianhe declared ominously, as if transformed, and in an instant, he dashed towards the woman with incredible speed. Deadwood fist, sword of floating snow. The woman drew a deep breath, raising her sword to block, yet her injuries were severe. She could hardly withstand his onslaught. Upon contact, she was sent flying, blood spilling from her lips once more. Little did she know, Chu Tianhe had anticipated this. Swiftly darting beside her and unleashing a burst of red powder that enveloped her instantaneously. Hecatome powder! The woman exclaimed in alarm, attempting to evade, but it was already too late. Her complexion drained of color. Hee, let us see how proud you remain now. Chu Tianhe chuckled wickedly, his demeanor growing increasingly unhinged, transforming into a man of true malevolence. How shameless! Even in death, you shall not succeed. The woman's face flushed with an unnatural hue. Ha ha ha, I am quite looking forward to it. The renowned ice fairy beneath my sway, what a delightful prospect. Chu Tianhe laughed maniacally, his insanity apparent, a stark contrast to his former self. It was evident that this was his true nature. Damn it, how can a person be this shameless? Long Chen cursed bitterly, his eyes glinting with cold fury. It was clear that one's master reflects the nature of their disciple. If only he were stronger. He would teach that man a lesson in humility. That moment, the woman suddenly surged forward, her figure darting like a bolt of lightning through the void, arriving before the man in an instant. In his astonishment, she thrust her sword straight through his dantian. Vile creature! Chu Tianhe screamed in agony, a brutal punch striking the woman's left shoulder. He hastily pressed his hand against his abdomen. But it was futile. His cultivation deflated like a punctured balloon. With a terrified scream, he plummeted from the air, collapsing to the ground like a lifeless dog, howling in despair. The woman, having sustained significant injury, could no longer suppress her wounds. They erupted forth, and she struggled to maintain her altitude. Upon landing, she collapsed, unable to rise, her complexion flushed with a feverish hue. Indeed, what a twist of fate! The opportunity has arrived. As Long Chen stood at the foot of the mountain, his eyes sparkled with determination, and he quickly ascended towards the man. Upon seeing the young boy approach, the man seemed to glimpse a flicker of hope for survival. Regaining a semblance of rationality as he hastily exclaimed, "Little brother, I am Chu Tianhe, the foremost disciple of the Guiyuan sect. You must swiftly escort me back to the sect, and I assure you, your future will be boundless." Long Chen flashed a grin, and without any forewarning, unleashed a lightning-fast punch directed at Chu Tianhe's head. "I knew your intentions were malicious. Heh, you pitiful insect, perish." Chu Tianhe retrieved a talisman from his spatial ring and hurled it at Long Chen. Instantly, a crimson sword aura manifested in the air, piercing through Long Chen's punch with blinding speed. Long Chen's pupils constricted violently as he sensed the looming threat of death in that critical moment. He bellowed, "Golden Bell Shield, dominating body." A golden bell-shaped barrier materialized around him, while his body's protective membranes rapidly converged towards his chest. Clang! The golden bell shield barely lasted a breath before it shattered with a thunderous crash. The sword aura still hurtling towards Long Chen's chest with remarkable swiftness. "Block it for me!" Long Chen shouted frantically, channeling all his membranes to gather at his chest. Clang! Layer after layer of membranes disintegrated until, with just a few remaining, they finally consumed the sword aura's energy. However, the force of the impact sent him sliding back for dozens of meters before he managed to halt, blood gushing from his mouth. Injured severely, Long Chen hastily retrieved a rejuvenation pill and swallowed it to suppress his injuries, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He had never been so close to death. For a fleeting moment, he could almost see the specter of the Grim Reaper beckoning him. Fortunately, the dominating body ultimately saved his life. This lesson deeply ingrained in him the realization that he must never underestimate anyone, especially prodigious talents. Until the final moment, one can never know what trump cards they may hold. Even when facing a mere rabbit, a lion must exert its full strength. When dealing with an enemy, one must strike decisively without the slightest hint of leniency. Taking a deep breath to calm his frayed nerves, he slowly approached Chu Tianhe. "How is it possible? How could you possibly withstand the Qiyang sword talisman?" Chu Tianhe gasped in disbelief. "Damn you! You nearly killed me." Long Chen had learned his lesson and stood at a safe distance of several meters, wary of any further tricks from Chu Tianhe, determined to deliver a fatal blow this time. Blade Intent Prototype. Arise. DUS/. An ethereal giant blade shadow suddenly appeared in the air, exuding a faint aura of annihilation, a force capable of devastating all in its path. Blade intent prototype. No, how could you possibly comprehend the blade intent prototype? Chu Tianhe shrieked in terror, paralyzed by shock as he beheld the advancing blade shadow, his pupils expanding in horror. Thud. The head rolled away. As the first true disciple of the Guiyuan sect, a genius on the true dragon ranking and a formidable warrior, met his silent demise in this desolate wilderness. Blade intent prototype. How can this be? The woman behind him exclaimed in astonishment. Long Chen exhaled softly, approached, and retrieved Chu Tianhe's spatial ring before turning his attention to the woman. Chapter 28. Yi Qingyu. As Long Chen drew near, he was momentarily captivated. The woman, clad in a pure white palace gown, possessed exquisite features and an air of icy elegance, resembling a celestial being who had stepped out of a painting, though she appeared to be in her early 30s. Her beauty was unparalleled, radiating an extraordinary charm. Such beauty could only exist in the heavens. Long Chen silently marveled. Though the woman lay gravely injured, she was diligently treating her wounds and suppressing the toxins of the He Huan San, all while keeping a watchful eye on the unfolding events. Having witnessed Long Chen's slaying of Chu Tianhe, she initially assumed he approached with murderous intent. In secret, she prepared to draw upon her remaining essence to launch a lethal strike against Long Chen. However, upon seeing him stand there in a daze, she felt an overwhelming sense of despair, as if she had just escaped a dragon's lair only to stumble into a tiger's den. In an instant, the flush of her cheeks seemed to pale. Beautiful lady, we are strangers, with no grudges between us. I mean you no harm. Here, I have a rejuvenation pill that should aid your injuries, Long Chen offered. Extending the pill towards her, the palace-clad woman hesitated, but upon meeting Long Chen's gaze, one filled with sincerity and admiration, devoid of any lewd intent, and recognizing the pill as indeed a rejuvenation pill, she accepted it without further doubt. Soon, a hint of color returned to her complexion, although the flush on her face deepened. Long Chen understood she had been poisoned by the He Huan San and quickly rummaged through Chu Tianhe's spatial ring, but regrettably found no antidote. Beautiful lady, there is no antidote for the He Huan San in Tianhe's ring. However, there is a nearby lake with icy waters that should help suppress the toxins. If you trust me, I can take you there. What do you say? The woman scrutinized Long Chen coldly for a moment before finally nodding. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Long Chen swiftly scooped her up and raced towards the lake. The palace-clad woman gasped in surprise, reaching for her sword to take Long Chen's life, but he remained focused ahead, scanning the surroundings as he pressed onward. Due to his exertion, the injuries inflicted by the Qiyang sword talisman began to resurface. A flicker of guilt crossed the woman's face as she gradually lowered her guard, concentrating on suppressing the poison. Before long, they arrived at the lake's edge, where the woman's body had started to heat up, her complexion flushed and her consciousness beginning to waver. Beautiful lady, stay conscious and hold on. Cultivate to dispel the poison, he instructed before suddenly plunging her into the frigid waters with a splash. He hastily swallowed another rejuvenation pill and sat down at the lakeside, cultivating to heal his own injuries. The moment she hit the water, the woman jolted awake, realizing she was submerged, while Long Chen was on the shore healing himself. She quickly focused her mind to dispel the poison, her complexion fluctuating between pallor and crimson as the effects of the He Huan San proved difficult to suppress. After a quarter of an hour, Long Chen managed to stabilize his injuries and opened his eyes, only to find the woman enveloped in a pink mist, her consciousness hazy as she murmured, "So hot, so hot." Her hands began to recklessly tear at her clothing, revealing her flawless, silky shoulders. Goodness, he was not the kind of man who could remain unaffected in such a situation, especially not when faced with a beauty of such extraordinary caliber. Long Chen felt a jolt, plunging into the water to restrain her hands, shouting, "Beautiful lady, wake up! Cultivate to suppress the poison." Yet the woman's mind was clouded, and she paid no heed to his words, her hands continuing their frantic assault. "Forget it, let's try the swallowing heaven devil technique. Whether it succeeds depends on your fate," Long Chen resolved. Positioning himself behind her, he noticed that her wet white gown clung to her, revealing every curve of her exquisite back. A sight akin to the finest masterpiece. However, he had no time to admire the view. Placing his palm against her back, he prepared to channel the swallowing heaven devil technique. Just then, the woman abruptly turned around. Grasping his hand and pulling him close, with a swift motion, she pressed a finger onto him, instantly immobilizing Long Chen. She then seized his shoulder and soared into the depths of the forest at a breakneck pace. "Hey, what are you doing? Let me go." The woman seemed to alternate between moments of clarity and confusion, her focus solely on fleeing forward. Before long, they entered a cave, where she waved her hand to seal the entrance. And with a pulse of her essence, their garments disintegrated in an instant, scattering across the ground. This sudden turn of events left Long Chen utterly astonished. The woman, at once bashful and dazed, possessed skin as flawless as sheep's fat, a flawless complexion, and a body that was the perfect embodiment of grace. Long Chen's gaze was riveted upon her form, his body rigid, his throat dry. Suddenly, she embraced him, her limbs entwining around him like an octopus. Pinning him to the ground, her delicate form pressing against him, filling him with warmth and softness as a fragrant tongue slipped into his mouth. A night of passion ensued, a tumultuous intertwining of bodies. Leaving the unfortunate Long Chen unable to move, rendered utterly powerless to do anything but endure the exquisite torment of that night. The following morning, Long Chen awoke groggily to find the woman fully dressed. Standing at the cave entrance, her back to him in the morning light, her white robe billowed softly, like a celestial being standing apart from the world, leaving Long Chen utterly entranced. What transpired yesterday must not reach another's ears. Otherwise, I shall take your life. Her voice was cool and distant. "I understand," he stammered. As soon as the words left his lips, she soared into the air. "Are you leaving? My name is Long Chen. What is yours?" He called after her. The woman paused momentarily, then vanished into the void, leaving behind 3 chilling syllables. "Yi Qingyu da. Why Yi Qingyu?" Long Chen murmured to himself, savoring the name as if he intended to etch it into his very soul. In the cave, Long Chen beheld the swallowing heaven devil flame in his dantian, now expanded significantly, while the image of that extraordinary woman lingered in his mind, a complex expression gracing his features. The youngest martial sovereign of the continent, a genius of the true dragon ranking, the Ice Fairy, he chuckled softly. Long Chen let out a self-deprecating chuckle, pondering why such celestial beings would ever glance his way. A mere mortal. After an adventurous night with Yi Qingyu, where the fusion of yin and yang elevated his cultivation 2 levels, he found himself reaching the 3rd tier of a martial master. Coupled with his advancement to soul master, the refinement of his right arm to the 2nd level of the dominating body, and his nascent understanding of the blade intent, it could be said that his strength had surged remarkably over the past half-month. His raw power had soared to an impressive 490 newtons. With the addition of the embryonic blade intent as a formidable trump card, Long Chen had become nearly unmatched within the martial master realm. Although the selection tournament was merely a day away, Long Chen had long abandoned any notions of comparing himself to the younger generation of Wanshan City. His sights were set on the inner sect of the Qingyun sect, for it was there that he could truly unleash his potential. Resolute to continue his training, he retrieved a true essence pill and consumed it, invoking the swallowing heaven devil scripture. The familiar force of devouring surged forth, and within less than half an hour, the pill was refined and vanished into his dantian, much like a drop of water sinking into the ocean, stirring not even a ripple. "What is happening?" he thought, bewildered at how a single true essence pill could be consumed so effortlessly. He took another pill, this time focusing intently on the substance, observing as its potency was swiftly drawn away by an unseen force, only to be swallowed whole by the swallowing heaven devil flame. As he suspected, the first instance had been the work of the flame within him. Without hesitation, he consumed yet another pill, witnessing the same phenomenon unfold. However, the crucial question remained. Despite having devoured 2 true essence pills, why had his cultivation shown no signs of improvement? Was it due to the exceptionally high quality of the swallowing heaven devil chi? Determined to uncover the answer, Long Chen decided to test the limits of his consumption. He directly swallowed 5 true essence pills. Boom! The medicinal energy erupted like a torrent, and the swallowing heaven devil flame unleashed an even more formidable devouring force. Before the 5 pills could even ripple, they were enveloped by this power, and in an instant, the energy was refined at a visibly rapid pace. An hour later, the 5 true essence pills were entirely consumed, and although the swallowing heaven devil flame seemed to have expanded slightly, the change was imperceptible at first glance. Damn it, Long Chen, feeling frustrated, took another 5 true essence pills for refinement. This time, the increase in the swallowing heaven devil flame size was noticeably more substantial, although it remained far from the mid-tier of the 3rd stage of martial master. Seriously? 12 true essence pills for such a meager increase in cultivation? Heaven, are you truly jesting with me? Long Chen stared wide-eyed for quite some time. The high quality of the essence seemed to come with its own set of challenges. Where would he procure such resources? Nevertheless, in the grand scheme of things, every sip and bite had its purpose. The high quality of the essence, while demanding greater resources, also promised superior combat prowess, effectively compensating for any deficiencies in innate talent. With the swallowing heaven devil chi of such exceptional quality, overcoming challenges beyond his current level should no longer pose a problem. With this thought, Long Chen was instantly invigorated, filled with unrestrained ambition. Why Qingyu? No matter where you are, I shall find you and proclaim to the world that you are the woman of Long Chen. As the morning passed, he refined 3 more bottles of true essence pills and finally ascended to the mid-tier of the 3rd stage of martial master. Tomorrow marked the beginning of the Qingyun sect's outer disciple selection tournament. And it was time to return. Chapter 29. The selection tournament. The day before the selection tournament commenced, Long Chen returned to Wanshan City. Early the next morning, he arrived at the martial arts arena within the City Lord's estate, where City Lord Su Kong had already arrived with 3 young individuals. Humph, they may be young, but their airs are quite significant. City Lord Su? Long Chen cupped his hands in greeting, casting a glance at the hawk-nosed youth who had just spoken. Young Long, allow me to introduce these 3 individuals who will accompany you as representatives of the City Lord's estate in the tournament. Mo Qian, Mo Li, and Su Chong, Su Kong said, finally pointing to the hawk-nosed youth. City Lord Su, is he your nephew? Long Chen inquired, gesturing toward Su Chong. Not exactly. We merely share the same surname, Su Kong replied, momentarily puzzled by Long Chen's question. Haha, that is good to hear. Taking a few steps forward, Long Chen suddenly slapped Su Chong. Smack! If you dare to utter another word, I shall end you. Long Chen spoke in a calm yet chilling tone. Su Chong trembled slightly, glaring at Long Chen with a dark expression. Su Kong furrowed his brow and said, I hope the 3 of you remember that during the 2nd round of the arena matches, you will follow Long Chen's lead. Let us proceed. When Long Chen and the others arrived at Wanshan Square, it was already teeming with people, a cacophony of voices filling the air. Among the crowd were the 3 prominent families, alongside various factions from within the city, totaling dozens of groups, each represented by their respective leaders, indicative of the importance placed on the selection tournament. On the high platform, the heads of the various factions took their seats in order, leaving 2 spacious chairs in the center, which were specially reserved for City Lord Su Kong and the envoy from the Qingyun sect. Upon Su Kang's arrival, everyone rose in salute and then quietly awaited the arrival of the Qingyun sect envoy. The younger generation participants from each faction gathered below the high platform, forming small clusters. City Lord Su, with young Master Long joining us, victory is assured. Congratulations. Head of the Peng family, you jest. The selection tournament is fair and just. Each will rely solely on their own abilities. Long Chen shot a glance at Head Peng but chose not to respond further. Turning his head, he noticed a cold gaze piercing through the crowd, fixated upon him like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows. The moment the individual noticed Long Chen's gaze, they hurriedly averted their eyes. Pretending to engage in casual conversation, Long Chen smirked slightly, choosing not to dwell on it. City Lord Su, what is the background of the Peng family? They seem quite hostile towards me, he inquired. Haha, the Peng and Wang families have intermarried for generations. In this generation, Head Peng Nan, the one who just spoke, married Wang Shang's only sister. After you eliminated the Wang family, do you think he would not resent you? Is that so? Long Chen rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Before Su Kong could elaborate further, a massive beast shadow soared through the sky, swiftly descending upon the square. It was a martial master tier ironclad eagle. Its feathers, resembling iron, glinted sharply in the sunlight. And as it flapped its colossal wings, gusts of wind swept through the crowd, sending people staggering. An extraordinary young man leaped from the back of the ironclad eagle, landing gracefully at the center of the high platform. With a wave of his hand, the ironclad eagle soared away like a dark cloud toward the 10,000 mountain range. "Welcome, esteemed envoy." The square erupted in a thunderous cheer. "Greetings, everyone, I am Yang Ku." An inner disciple of the Qingyun sect, entrusted with presiding over the selection tournament for the outer disciples of Wanshan City, he announced, "Allow me to explain the rules of the tournament. The competition will be divided into 2 rounds, a talent assessment and a practical combat test. Only those who pass both rounds will be selected, and those who perform exceptionally may even have the chance to enter the inner sect." Yang Ku paused momentarily, retrieving a massive jade stone from his spatial ring. Gesturing towards it. "This is the Star Stone, specifically designed to assess one's talent. During the test, each participant simply places their palm upon it, and the Star Stone will reveal your martial talent level. There are 9 tiers in total, ranging from 1 star to 9 star, with 1 star being the lowest and 9 star the highest. To pass the first round, one must achieve at least 3 stars. The second round is even simpler. All who pass the first round will engage in a free-for-all on the arena, with the last 5 remaining standing being granted the status of outer disciples in the Qingyun sect. I must reiterate that within the arena, life and death are at your own discretion. I will emphasize once more. Only those under the age of 16 and possessing a minimum cultivation of 7 levels of martial disciple are eligible to participate. Anyone attempting to cheat will face immediate execution." Without further ado, he called forth the participants to take the stage and begin the assessment, instructing those who do not qualify to leave 0.1 star. Disqualified 0.2 stars, disqualified 0.1 star, disqualified. Many youths, previously regarded as talents in Wanshan City, found themselves disheartened as they failed to reach even 3 stars in the talent assessment. Xiao Zhou, 3 stars, qualified. Finally, a qualified youth emerged, prompting Yang Ku to exhale in relief. Li Dan, 4 stars, qualified. Li Dan beamed with pride, casting a challenging glance at Long Chun. The implications clear. Peng Chong, 4 stars, qualified. Congratulations, Head Peng. Haha, congratulations, Head Li, as well. Yang Shi, 5 stars, exceptional. Yang Shi, hailing from one of the 4 prominent families, was a bright and unassuming young woman. She appeared unfazed by her remarkable result, as though she had anticipated it all along. In stark contrast, the heads of the Peng and Li families, who had just been celebrating, were suddenly left looking as though they had swallowed a fly upon hearing of Yang Shi's 5-star qualification. Yang Ku was elated. While the first few youths with 4-star talents were decent, they were far too common within the Qingyun sect, hardly warranting his interest. However, a 5-star talent was a different matter entirely. Upon entering the sect and passing the assessments, one would directly become an inner disciple. Each inner disciple would grow to become a pivotal force within the sect, making them worth cultivating ties with. Yang Ku had not anticipated that a mere small city like Wanshan would produce a single 5-star qualified girl. Completing this task would earn him substantial rewards from the sect, akin to a minor stroke of fortune. With these thoughts, Yang Ku felt a renewed sense of anticipation. Regrettably, after hundreds of participants, only a handful managed to achieve 3 stars, with not a single one reaching 4 stars, let alone 5 stars. Finally, it was Long Chen's turn to step forward for the assessment. With a gentle touch of his palm upon the star stone, a beam of jade-like light immediately shot forth from the stone into Long Chen's body. After circulating briefly, it returned to the stone, and in an instant, 2 stars on the stone were illuminated. However, the light of the 3rd star flickered uncertainly, as if it lacked sufficient energy. After a few moments, it finally managed to faintly illuminate the 3rd star. Long Chen, now a 3-star candidate, was deemed qualified. Upon hearing Long Chen's test results, a wave of murmurs erupted in the square. Expressions of regret, mockery, and schadenfreude filled the air. The city lord, Su Kong, looked at Long Chen with a puzzled expression, yet Long Chen himself remained remarkably calm, as if he had anticipated this outcome. In truth, Longchen was pleasantly surprised. He had initially believed his talent capped at 2 stars. Yet here he was, having unexpectedly achieved 3 stars. It seemed that cultivating the body of domination had greatly benefited his martial aptitude. Satisfied with this result, Longchen was well aware of his mediocre talents. His journey thus far had not been propelled by innate gifts, but rather by an indomitable spirit, a fierce determination to face any challenge head-on. The first round of tests concluded with a total of 24 qualified candidates, among which all 4 from the City Lord's household passed. The second round of testing, a chaotic battle on the arena, was about to commence. As soon as the announcement was made, the 24 young men and women swiftly engaged in combat, targeting those closest to them. Only Longchen remained motionless in a corner of the arena, showing no intention to strike. The others seemed to acknowledge Longchen's prowess, and no one dared to confront him directly. Thus, 23 individuals fought fiercely upon the stage, exchanging blows and brandishing weapons, while Longchen stood aloof, an anomaly amidst the chaos. This spectacle captured the attention of the envoy, Yang Ku, who, after listening to City Lord Su Kang's introduction of Longchen, displayed a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. Within a mere quarter of an hour, only 10 individuals remained on the arena, including Longchen, Li Dan, Peng Chong, Yang Shi, Zhou Xian, Su Chong, Mo Qian, and Mo Li, along with 1 male and 1 female whom Longchen did not recognize. Do not fear him. Although he is formidable, we are 9. Let us unite and overwhelm him. I doubt he can withstand our combined might. Once we send Longchen tumbling from the stage, we shall each fight for our own merit. Peng Chong proclaimed loudly, his eyes gleaming with malice. Indeed, consider carefully. The selection competition occurs only once every 3 years. If we miss this opportunity, we must wait another 3. Longchen is merely a country bumpkin, relying on a modicum of strength to seize what rightfully belongs to us. Are you willing to let this happen? Su Chong's eyes glinted with excitement and cruelty as he eagerly echoed Peng Chang's sentiments. In an instant, apart from Yang Shi, all 8 others were eager to act. After all, these were mere rumors. Aside from Li Dan, none had ever truly faced Longchen in combat. All were renowned talents of Wanshan City. Each filled with pride. In the corner, Longchen appeared unfazed, regarding the impending assault as inconsequential. Calmly, he stated, if you intend to strike, do so quickly. Do not waste time. Long, do not be so arrogant. Fear not, everyone. Attack. Let him know our strength. With that, the other 8 surged forward, assailing Longchen. Aside from Peng Chong, Su Chong was a first-tier martial master, while the others were merely martial apprentices. To engage Longchen was akin to ants challenging an elephant. With casual strikes, Longchen sent 8 of them sprawling, blood gushing forth as they collapsed like lambs awaiting slaughter. You should not have provoked me. Longchen glared at Peng Chong and Su Chong, unleashing 2 piercing strikes that left them no time to scream before their lives extinguished. Longchen, you dare! Peng Nan on the high platform bellowed, his eyes wide with fury. Envoy, this fiend slaughters without mercy. He has descended into the path of darkness. I implore you to eliminate this menace before the test. I made it clear. Once on the arena, life and death are one's own responsibility. Longchen has not transgressed. Do not twist the truth. Step back or face dire consequences. Peng Nan, paling in fright, hastily bowed and retreated, his face ashen. After dispatching Peng Chong and Su Chong, Longchen turned to the others sprawled on the ground. Mo Qian, Mo Li, come here to as for the rest of you. Do you wish for me to escort you down? Li Dan and the others, upon hearing his ultimatum, trembled in terror, abandoning any thoughts of resistance as they stumbled off the arena. Yang Shi gazed at the young man on the platform, resembling a demonic god, her eyes shimmering with admiration. The selection competition had reached its conclusion. The successful candidates, Longchen, Yang Shi, Mo Qian, and Mo Li, were given 3 days, after which the envoy would await them for 1 hour to take them to Qingyun sect. Those who failed to arrive on time would be considered to have forfeited their place. Yes, envoy, they responded in unison. As Longchen prepared to depart, he murmured to himself, some matters must be resolved. Chapter 30. A new beginning. With the selection competition concluded, Longchen's name resonated throughout Wanshan City. In every street and alley, From the lips of the old to the young, the name Longshan echoed repeatedly. The entire city buzzed with discussions of his astonishing performance on the arena. Ensuring that Longshan had truly become a household name, the City Lord's estate. In the reception hall, Longshan addressed Su Kong, City Lord, the matters I promised you have come to fruition. I am grateful for your assistance during this time. But I have other matters to attend to and shall take my leave. He bowed respectfully to Su Kong. Thank you, young Master Longshan, for aiding Imo Qian and Imo Li. This is but a small token of my gratitude. I sincerely wish you every success at Qingyun sect. Since it is a gift from the City Lord, I shall not refuse. Farewell, City Lord. Safe travels, young Master Longshan. Exiting the City Lord's estate, Longshan made his way directly to the southern district of the Peng family. Without a word, he swiftly killed the family head, Peng Nan, instilling fear in the hearts of the Peng family members. He then plundered their treasury, leaving behind a declaration that the grievances between the Peng family and himself had been settled once and for all. He headed straight towards the eastern city gate. Outside the eastern gate, as he gazed at the still magnificent city walls, Longshan was suddenly reminded of his initial aspirations upon arriving in Wanshan City. He recalled the reluctant gaze of his sister, Long Zixuan, as she departed, and the dismissive demeanor of Yi Qingyu. Indeed, what reason did he have to falter? He needed to find Yi Qingyu and tell her that she was his woman. He also wished to reunite with his sister, Long Zixuan, and explore the wonders of the world together. Wanshan City was but a small border town. It should serve as the starting point for his journey into the vast world beyond. The road ahead was still long. As the sun set like blood, the ancient path of the mountains seemed to be tinged with a layer of yellow. Longshan turned and headed straight towards Sanyang village. Wishing to take one last look at the place where his life began, as the sun dipped below the horizon, a slender figure gradually faded into the distance. At Longshan's home in Sanyang village, he stood before the desolate and withered courtyard, reminiscing about the companionship of yesteryears. Longshan felt as though he had traversed a lifetime. Now, he too was about to depart, in truth, to live a life. Regardless of the time or place, as long as one has attachments in their heart, there exists a home. After clearing the courtyard inside and out, as night fell, Longshan sat cross-legged on his bed. Pulling out a scroll on the fundamentals of swordsmanship, diligently studying it, he had found this in the Peng family's treasury. Now that his cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the martial master level, he was still far from the entry level of the body of domination, and he had yet to become a soul master. Progress in all three areas seemed unlikely in the short term. He would need to invest considerable effort or await a significant opportunity. It appeared he needed to devote more energy to martial techniques. On a cliff at the back mountain, Longshan held the red blood knife in hand. Closing his eyes in concentration, at a certain moment, his eyes suddenly opened, and he began to move. Chop, cut, swing, thrust. Longshan started from the most basic knife techniques, repeatedly practicing each move. His motions transitioned from slow to fast, from clumsy to proficient, oblivious to the world around him, consumed by his training. He did not know how many strikes he had unleashed, but gradually, his understanding and mastery of the fundamental knife techniques deepened. The knife shadows sliced through the air, the force coalescing without dissipating, leaving a white line in the sky as if the very air had been severed. Longshan immersed himself in the realm of the knife. Forgetting both self and surroundings, 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. A gust of autumn wind swept through, sending leaves dancing in the air. A slender red line traced through the sky, slicing a withered leaf in two, the cut smooth and clean. Longshan reached out to catch it, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Diligence yields rewards. The power has coalesced. The broken mountain knife has reached minor success. Looking up at the pale light of dawn, he knew it was time to leave. Before the grave of Long Tian, he said, "Grandfather, I am setting out on a journey. This should be my last visit to pay my respects to you. Here lies both my end and my beginning. Though we have never met, I am still grateful to you. From a certain perspective, you have given me a second chance at life. Thank you. I will cherish it dearly. Though my sister and I are temporarily apart, I will find her, and together we shall embrace life, exploring the beauty and wonders of this world, protecting her for eternity." Rest assured. I hope that one day, my sister and I shall have the opportunity to return to Sanyang village and visit you. In my past life, I lived in solitude, even until my death. I never knew the identities of my biological parents. In this life, although I still do not know who my parents are, at least I have a grandfather and a sister. I am deeply grateful to you for allowing Longchen to live once more. No longer alone in this vast world, like a solitary boat adrift without knowing where to go. Thank you. Longchen bowed deeply before the grave of Long Tian and turned to leave. A streak of crimson dawn blossomed on the horizon, instantly piercing through the shroud of darkness as a fiery sun gradually rose, breaking free from the earth's grasp, illuminating the world. Long Chun faced the rising sun, treading slowly yet resolutely towards the distant horizon. Qingyun Sect, I am coming. Chapter 31. Qingyun Sect, Wanshan Square. Early in the morning, Long Qin, Yang Shi, Imo Qian, and Imo Li had been waiting for quite some time. Before long, a dark speck shot swiftly from the distant sky. Darting above their heads in a few flashes, it was the inner disciple of Qingyun's sect, Yang Ku, accompanied by the armored eagle beast, whose massive shadow circled overhead before gradually descending. Everyone, come aboard. We depart immediately. The four of them leapt onto the broad back of the armored eagle, its dense feathers enveloping them up to their shins. Hold on tight. Take off, Yang Ku commanded with a booming voice. With a piercing cry, the armored eagle flapped its wings vigorously, propelling its massive form into the air like an arrow released from a bow. The tremendous inertia caused Yang Shi and the others to lurch backward. But they managed to grasp the eagle's feathers just in time to avoid an embarrassing fall. Just as they regained their balance, a fierce gale surged down upon them, tossing them about. Thankfully, the eagle's feathers were sufficiently thick and resilient, preventing them from plummeting to the ground. In contrast, Long Qian, upon leaping onto the eagle's back, split his legs wide, grounding himself firmly as if he were a steel spike. He exuded an air of unwavering resolve. Impervious to the winds that buffeted him, Yang Ku, witnessing this, offered a subtle smile of appreciation. Qingyun Sect is situated in the northern region of the eastern domain, nestled within the majestic Dajian mountain range. At the speed of the armored eagle, the journey will take 3 days. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask. Yang Ku addressed the four of them. Yang Darun, could you provide us with a brief overview of Qingyun Sect? Imo Li inquired with a respectful gesture. You are now outer disciples of Qingyun Sect. Simply address me as Yang Shixiang. You will learn the details of the sect upon your entry, so I shall refrain from elaborating here. However, I must caution you. Qingyun Sect is the second largest sect in the eastern domain, with countless cultivation resources including techniques, martial skills, and elixirs. The sect boasts tens of thousands of disciples, among whom are numerous prodigies. In any sect, for development to occur, it is impossible to distribute limited resources equally among all disciples. Thus, survival of the fittest is not only a principle of the martial world but also a rule of Qingyun Sect. Consequently, disciples are categorized into core disciples, inner disciples, and outer disciples. Generally, martial apprentices are outer disciples, martial masters are inner disciples, and martial spirits are core disciples. The higher your realm, the greater your strength, and the more resources you can access. For instance, Long Chun has a significant chance of becoming an inner disciple upon entering the sect. Yang Shi and the others listened intently, their expressions filled with envy as they glanced at Long Chen. You were all prodigies within your respective families, where resources were at your beck and call. However, upon entering Qingyun Sect, things are different. All resources must be earned through strength. Only those with formidable power can acquire the resources they desire. In a word, within Qingyun Sect, strength represents everything, and this is the rule of the martial world. Therefore, strive diligently in your cultivation in the martial realm. To obtain anything you desire, you must possess corresponding strength. Otherwise, it is mere empty talk, or worse, a disaster. I hope that entering Qingyun Sect is not your terminus, but rather your starting point. Thank you for your guidance, Yang Shixiang. The four responded in unison with respectful gestures. Long Chen found a corner to sit cross-legged, allowing the gale to whip around him as he closed his eyes in concentration. He activated the soul refining technique to refine the energy of the soul-nourishing pill while immersing himself in the understanding of the gale above. He sought to grasp the essence of the wind, which was crucial for enhancing his speed and movement. The wind is omnipresent and all-encompassing, sometimes gentle, sometimes fierce. Long Chen gradually lost track of time. Wholly absorbed in his contemplation of the wind, in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. We're almost there. At the sound of Yang Ke's voice, Long Chen awakened suddenly. Regrettably, although his comprehension of the wind had improved significantly, the path to grasping the essence of the wind was still long. Turning his gaze downward, a breathtaking scene unfolded before the eyes of Long Chen and his companions. Amidst the towering and majestic mountains, peaks rose high, ancient trees stood lush and verdant, ethereal cranes soared through the woods, exotic beasts frolicked, and the interplay of mountains and waters, shrouded in mist, created a picturesque harmony. Ancient, antique palaces and houses appeared partially concealed within the fog. Resembling a realm from a painting, as the armored eagle descended, Long Chen and the others leapt to the ground, where a massive stone stood before them, inscribed with the 3 characters Qingyun sect. An overwhelming sense of ambition and aspiration emanated from it. Beautiful script, Long Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Remember, there are powerful formations guarding the sect's surroundings. No one can directly fly into the sect from above, or it will be regarded as a grave disrespect, subject to disciplinary action according to sect rules. When Yang Ke guided Long Chen and his companions to a vast plaza paved entirely with iron stone, they found themselves amidst a crowd of over 10,000 people, clustered in groups of 3 to 5, each led by an inner disciple. Even now, newcomers continued to arrive intermittently from outside the sect. This is the outer disciple plaza. We shall wait here for a moment until everyone arrives. An elder will come to arrange the subsequent matters. Yang Shixiang, could it be that all these people are? Emoli asked, astonished. Indeed, these are all outer disciples selected from various regions. Qingyun sect oversees 4 kingdoms, with a vast sphere of influence. Each outer disciple selection competition typically supplements the sect with around 10,000 newcomers. Generally, these competitions are held by state regions, but Wanshan City, due to its unique geographical position, qualifies to host its own selection competition. As you can see, other teams have dozens of qualified candidates, while you only have 4. And more than half of them are martial masters, while only Long Chen and Yang Shi are martial masters. I originally thought that my peak cultivation of the 9th level of martial apprentices would still count as a prodigy in Qingyun sect. Now, I see it is utterly disheartening, Emoli said with a wry smile. Long Chen also felt a surge of alarm. In Wanshan City, martial masters were scarce among his peers, yet here in Qingyun sect, the majority of these 10,000 newcomers were martial masters. With so many martial masters, it was likely that some were on par with or even stronger than him. Indeed, this world is not short on prodigies. With this thought, Long Chen felt an unfamiliar sense of urgency wash over him. It seemed he must cultivate even harder. Haha, Yang Ke, you traveled all this way just to bring back these 4? A brazen taunt suddenly echoed from the left. Long Chen and the others turned to see a pale-faced youth with a sinister gaze approaching them, a smirk of derision plastered across his face, followed by a group of over 20 young men and women. Yang Shan, what business is it of yours how many people I bring back? Mind your own affairs. Yang Ke's eyes turned cold upon recognizing him. Haha, it has nothing to do with me. I'm merely concerned for you. Don't be so quick to lose your temper. Yes, your cousin. It's only natural for me to show some concern for my younger brother. He then turned to the youths behind him, saying, remember the faces of these 4. During tomorrow's newcomer competition, make sure to pay special attention to them. After the competition, I will reward you handsomely. Upon hearing the promise of a reward, the eyes of the young men and women brightened, gazing at Long Chen and his companions as if they had discovered a treasure. Yang Shan, do not go too far. You are openly inciting disciples to fight amongst themselves. Ah, my dear brother, one mustn't speak carelessly. Qingyun sect has always encouraged competition among disciples. I am merely acting in accordance with sect rules. After saying this, Yang Shan and his group swaggered away. You Yang Shixiang, what exactly is this newcomer competition that Yang Shan mentioned? Yangku took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. The newcomer competition is an old tradition of Qingyun's sect. After each selection of outer disciples, the sect holds a newcomer competition where all newly admitted disciples must participate. The purpose is to test the talent and potential of newcomers. Those who rank highly will receive substantial rewards, and in some instances, individuals have directly become inner disciples. Upon hearing the chance to directly enter the inner sect, Long Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yang Ku was about to say more when an elder clad in white appeared, soaring towards them from a distance, and soon hovered above the plaza in that moment. Everyone instinctively fell silent, gazing in shock at the figure in the sky. For these newcomers, a martial sovereign was a legendary existence. All leading disciples, bow in greeting. Yes, the leading disciples replied in unison, bowing deeply. Proceed with your assigned tasks, understood. Welcome to Qingyun sect. Young ones. I am Elder Lian Hong of the outer sect. You may call me Elder Lian. I will now explain some important matters regarding your entry into the sect. I have some storage rings here. Shortly, each of you will receive one inside. You will find detailed information about Qingyun sect and relevant precautions. Please familiarize yourselves with it after receiving your rings. With a wave of his hand, over 10,000 rings flew accurately to each newcomer. Do you see the buildings on my left? That is the dormitory area for outer disciples. Each of you will be assigned a room, and the room numbers are contained within the rings you just received. Simply find your corresponding number and move in. I shall refrain from reiterating the other matters here, as the rings provided to you contain detailed instructions. However, one crucial point must be remembered. Tomorrow morning, when the bell tolls 3 times, all newly initiated disciples must arrive here within a quarter of an hour to participate in the newcomer competition. Those who fail to arrive on time will have their disciple status revoked and will be expelled from the sect. A glimmer of determination shone in Long Chen's eyes as he gazed up at the elder in midair, murmuring to himself, the newcomer competition. I hope there is a chance to directly enter the inner sect. Chapter 32. The newcomer competition in the outer sect disciple dormitory area. Long Chen's room was numbered 118, and adjacent to it, number 119 belonged to Yang Shi. Brother Long, from today onward, we shall be fellow disciples. I hope you will take good care of me. Yang Shi's voice flowed like a gentle spring, soothing to the ears. I am but a simple country dweller. I am the one who may require your assistance, Miss Yang. Allow me to inspect the dormitory first, Long Chen replied, cutting off any further conversation with Yang Shi as he stepped into his room. He sensed that Yang Shi was not an ordinary individual. During the selection competition in Wanshan City, her calm demeanor was unmistakably genuine, and he wished to avoid unnecessary entanglements. Behind him, Yang Shi regarded the vanishing figure of Long Chen with a knowing expression, her eyes glimmering with intrigue. The dormitory was quite simple, comprising a suite with a resting area and a training room, furnished only with the bare necessities for daily living. Nonetheless, it was clean and tidy. Long Chen had no particular preferences. As long as he could cultivate and rest, this dormitory suited him perfectly. Within the ring given by Lian Hong, there were merely 3 items: 2 sets of outer sect disciple attire, a disciple token, and a scroll detailing the Qingyun sect. Long Chen took out the scroll and began to read it attentively. The Qingyun sect is divided into outer and inner sects, with positions such as the sect master, elders, and stewards established within. Major decisions are made by the sect master and the council of elders, which consists of 10 esteemed inner sect elders, known as the Grand Elder, Second Elder, and so forth, down to the 10th elder. Every elder is a formidable martial artist. Stewards are typically veterans of the sect who have little hope of advancing to the martial sovereign realm. They manage the vast daily affairs of the Qingyun sect and are essential to its operation. Within the Qingyun sect, there are numerous wondrous places to assist in cultivation, such as the Alchemy Tower, Ray Pavilion, Spirit Tower, and Martial Tower, among others. For instance, the Martial Tower is specifically designed to hone the combat abilities of disciples, allowing them to engage in real combat with spirit beasts at any time, gaining insights into martial arts through life and death battles and refining their combat experience. Moreover, the Spirit Tower is filled with an incredibly dense concentration of spiritual energy. It is said that certain areas even reach a liquefied state. Martial artists training within can cultivate several times faster than outside, significantly reducing their arduous efforts. It seems I must find a way to enter the inner sect as soon as possible. For most of these auxiliary cultivation sites are exclusively available to disciples above the inner sect level, and utilizing them for cultivation also requires sect contribution points, if I can frequently train there. How could my strength not rise swiftly? The number 10 on this token signifies 10 contribution points. The sect conventionally grants each newcomer 10 contribution points for free. Contribution points are invaluable. Essentially, anything available within the sect can be exchanged for contribution points, making them equivalent to spiritual stones within the sect. Furthermore, contribution points can be freely given or lent. It merely requires the two tokens to be near each other for a quick swipe, which is quite convenient. It seems I must not only earn spiritual stones in the future, but also accumulate contribution points. The Qingyun sect, being the second most prestigious sect in the eastern region, undoubtedly possesses immense wealth. As long as I have sufficient contribution points, will I not be able to procure cultivation resources at will? As this realization dawned upon him, Long Chun couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation for his upcoming life in the sect. Several hours later, having gained a preliminary understanding of the Qingyun sect, he stored the scroll and entered the training room. On his way to the Qingyun sect, Long Chun had gleaned some new insights into the essence of wind, and he resolved to dedicate the night to integrating these revelations into his movement technique, hoping to master the entry-level gale step and enhance his strength before the competition in the training room. Long Chen's figure occasionally dashed by like a howling gale, at times drifting in like a gentle breeze, exuding grace and elegance. Yet, he would abruptly pause, lost in thought for a spell. He painstakingly infused his understanding of the essence of wind into his martial arts, continuously adjusting his footwork and form, practicing repeatedly. Gradually, his movements grew swifter and increasingly elusive. At a certain moment, Long Chen took a step forward, his form vanishing like a gust of wind, only to reappear in an instant at the opposite end of the training room. He was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. The entry-level gale step? Ha ha, I truly am a genius. Ding ding. The bell tolled thrice, signaling the commencement of the newcomer competition. Unbeknownst to him, Long Chun had spent the entire night refining the gale step. After quickly tidying up, he exited the dormitory and fortuitously encountered Yang Shi, and together they made their way to the outer sect square. Upon their arrival, the crowd was still sparse, and Long Chun found a discreet corner to await the proceedings. Not far away, a group of 10 individuals approached, led by a tall, aristocratic young man. You there, are you Long Chen? Long Chen frowned, casting a glance at the speaker, whose sharp features left little impression on him. He did not recognize him and chose to ignore the inquiry. Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Do you know who we are? Who you are is of no concern to me. State your business or be on your way. You're asking for trouble. The sharp-featured youth made to strike, but was halted by the leading nobleman. I am Wang Zhang, the young master of the Wang family from the Tianqing dynasty in the eastern province. You understand why I seek you out, don't you? Long Chun was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated encountering a member of the Wang family here. How ironic, he then replied with a wry smile. Oh, I truly do not know what brings you to seek me, humph. You casually extinguished a branch of my Wang family and yet speak so lightly of it, as the saying goes. One must respect the master when striking a dog. Where do you intend to place the face of my Wang family? Spare me the drivel. Just get to the point, Long Chun replied impatiently, irritated by the incessant buzzing in his ears like a fly. He was not one to tolerate such behavior. You're quite arrogant. Rest assured, this is the Qingyun sect. I wouldn't dare kill you, but you shall learn that there are some people you cannot provoke. Be cautious during the newcomer competition. Ha ha. I hope you can do more than just talk. Take action if you dare, Long Chen shot back nonchalantly. You? At that moment, he noticed elderly and Hong had arrived. Soaring from afar into the square, Wang Zheng fell silent, grunting in discontent as he led his companions away. Brother Long, do you need assistance? Yang Shi offered. Though her strength was lacking, she could still lend a hand. Thank you for your kind offer, Sister Yang, but it is merely a trivial matter. I can manage it myself, Long Chen replied, dismissing her concern. Yang Shi seemed poised to say more, but at that moment, Lien Hong's voice rang out. Listen up, everyone. Excellent, you are all gathered. The newcomer competition is about to commence, and I have several points to clarify. The competition will take place in the Bewildering Valley, and shortly, inner sect disciples will escort you there. The duration is 3 days, concluding with a sect signal. During this time, you are to gather as many bewildering herbs as possible, as I hold in my hand. Lien Hong produced a small brown herb, showcasing it in the air. After the competition, the collected bewildering herbs must be submitted, and the sect will purchase them at 2 contribution points each. The rankings will be determined based on the total contribution points collected. During the competition, you may act individually or form teams, and you may vie for each other's contribution points. However, remember that you must not harm one another's lives. Violators will face sect penalties. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of discussions upon hearing about the freedom to seize from others. Most disciples sparkled with excitement, suddenly grasping the true essence of the competition and the sect's underlying intentions. Silence, pay attention to this crucial point. The rewards this year are greater than any previous edition. The top 10 will gain direct entry into the inner sect, becoming inner sect disciples. Furthermore, the 4th to 6th places will receive rewards of 3,000, 2,000, and 1,000 contribution points respectively. The top 3 will also receive special rewards. The first place will earn 10,000 contribution points and a mid-tier mystical martial technique. The second place will earn 5,000 contribution points and a low-tier mystical martial technique. The third place will earn 4,000 contribution points and a low-tier mystical martial technique. Boom! Upon hearing such generous rewards, the throngs of newcomers were instantly invigorated, each filled with fervor, eager to commence the competition and engage in a grand contest. "Let us go!" Lien Hong shouted from above. The Bewildering Valley, nestled within the Broken Blade Mountains, is a unique gorge not far from the Qingyun sect. The valley is lush and verdant, teeming with spirit beasts, and a strange mist drifts through the trees year-round. When humans or spirit beasts inhale this mist, they are easily ensnared in illusions, losing their sense of direction, and the valley is abundant with a spiritual herb known as Bewildering Herb. Hence its name. When the throngs of newcomers arrived at the entrance of the Bewildering Valley, they found that elder disciples had already cleared a vast area. Elder Lien hovered in the air. He saw that everyone was present and bellowed, "The newcomer competition begins now. All newcomers, enter the Bewildering Valley immediately." As Elder Lien's words echoed, the entrance of the Bewildering Valley surged with a tide of people, some paired off, some in groups and others entering alone. "Brother Long, how about we team up?" "Ah, Sister Yang, I appreciate your goodwill, but I am accustomed to going solo. I shall proceed ahead. Feel free to do as you wish." Long Chen replied with a smile. Having spoken, Long Chen swiftly darted towards the entrance. In less than 10 breaths, over 10,000 newcomers had all entered the Bewildering Gorge. "Hee, Lien, who do you think will clinch the championship this time?" A disciple stationed at the entrance inquired, casting a glance at Lien Hong hovering above. "I have faith in Nian from the Tianqing dynasty. His cultivation is at the 4th level of martial master, and he possesses ample battle experience. It is said he has perfected a high-level yellow-class martial technique, making him undoubtedly a top contender among the newcomers." Another inner sect disciple replied, "I believe it will be Liu Mo from the Tianfeng dynasty, who also stands at the 4th level of martial master. His swift swordplay is exceptionally sharp, allowing him to often battle above his level. He is truly a swordsmanship prodigy. I support Huali from the Qian dynasty. His fire element cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the 4th level of martial master, coupled with an immensely strong physique and unparalleled defense. Ordinary 4th level martial masters typically cannot last more than 10 exchanges against him." Wang Gang, Li Hao, and Li Ran, you 3 are mistaken. In past competitions, your choices of Nian, Liu Mo, and Huali were undoubtedly the prime candidates for the championship. However, this batch of newcomers is not only overall stronger than previous years, but also features a prodigy, Nian Wuqing from the Qingmu dynasty, a 5th level martial master, and a 9th level soul master, possesses exceptional advantages in the Bewildering Gorge, making him nearly invincible. What? Nian Wuqing is actually a soul cultivator. Does that mean the elder in charge of souls will personally take him under his wing? This is a meteoric rise. Li Hao asked, sensing Lien Hong's silence. His curiosity piqued. Lien Hong quietly gazed at the vast valley before him. his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Noticing the disciples looking at him, he chuckled and scolded, "Hee hee, you little rascals, stop your wild guesses. Just wait and see. The individuals you mentioned are indeed remarkable, but who knows? More interesting events might unfold." More interesting events? Lien, are you referring to someone in particular? Is there another prodigy among these newcomers even more extraordinary than Yin Wuqing? Wang Gang exclaimed incredulously. How would I know? Just wait and see. Lien Hong's gaze drifted. At that moment, curiosity surged among everyone, all eagerly anticipating the prodigy mentioned by Lien Hong. Chapter 33. Bewildering Gorge. Upon entering the bewildering gorge, everyone immediately dispersed, swiftly vanishing into the dense forest. A moment's hesitation could lead to being plundered. Long Chun was currently seated beneath a tree, dispersing his soul power to remain vigilant of his surroundings while contemplating his next course of action. With my strength, there shouldn't be many among the newcomers who can rival me. I must devise a solid plan to secure the championship. The victor not only gains direct entry into the inner sect, becoming an inner disciple, but also receives a mid-level mystical class martial technique and 10,000 contribution points. This is equivalent to a significant opportunity. Only as an inner disciple can one access various cultivation resources to rapidly enhance their strength. Lien mentioned that the mid-level mystical class martial technique has no restrictions on type. I wonder if there is a soul technique that I urgently need. And those 10,000 contribution points could purchase numerous valuable resources for me. Damn it! This newcomer competition is undoubtedly a scheme orchestrated by the higher-ups of the Qingyun sect, aimed at allocating contribution points to powerful newcomers, readjusting the distribution of sect resources based on potential and strength, and implementing a survival of the fittest policy. I must seize this opportunity and strive to accumulate as many contribution points as possible. It won't be as easy to earn them after the competition. Moreover, since the sect has not explicitly prohibited disciples from seizing contribution points from each other, it implies that I can also take cultivation resources along the way. This is an excellent opportunity to make a fortune. The body dominance technique and the devouring demon technique both consume massive resources, and I've been troubled about where to earn some. My objective for this competition is to fiercely seize contribution points and cultivation resources. Win the championship and enter the inner sect, as the saying goes. Seize the moment, and the rest will follow. Anyone who dares to obstruct my path shall face my wrath. Within his soul perception, he detected a slight figure lurking in the left side thicket, stealthily inching towards him with remarkable concealment. Had he not mastered the Soul Master's technique allowing his soul power to extend beyond his body, he would have surely fallen victim to this little rascal's scheme. Long Chen's lips curled into a slight smirk, feigning ignorance while secretly locking onto the hidden figure with his soul power, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Damn, this lecherous man is quite adept at hiding. He has been lurking for so long without making a move that I'm about to fall asleep. Should I give him a little nudge? Long Chen's eyes glinted with mischief as a plan formed in his mind. Long Chen stood up, pretending to turn right and leave. Just as he pivoted, the slender figure suddenly lunged out of the thicket, launching a palm strike towards his back with remarkable speed. Fortunately, it seemed this individual had no intention of killing Long Chen. The strike was merely aimed at his left shoulder. Long Chen instantly activated the swift wind step, sidestepping to the right while simultaneously twisting his body to the left. He deftly pointed his right index finger at the slender figure's energy C-point, instantly immobilizing him. Disbelief etched across the intruder's face. Lecherous man, not bad. You've got some patience. Learning to ambush others, yet you've targeted me? Now you realize my prowess, don't you? Long Chen teased, a playful expression on his face. How did you know my name is Wei Suanan? Oh dear, big brother, you're too amazing. I failed to recognize your greatness. I apologize for my rudeness. I promise it won't happen again. Please let me go. Damn, you really are a lecherous man. Letting you go isn't impossible, but you must hand over your storage ring. Big brother, please, I beg you. I won't dare to do it again. Stop the whining. Long Chun snatched the ring from him, retrieving a token that displayed the number 40, followed by 6 bewildering grass and a wind spirit fruit from within the ring. Big brother, leave me something. Wei Suanan was on the verge of tears. Lecherous man, You're quite something. It seems you've successfully ambushed quite a few times. Haven't you? Here, I'll return your token and ring. Feel free to come find me next time. With that, Long Chun casually released the immobilization and, taking a step, vanished into the thicket. This fellow is quite the rogue. Not only did he steal contribution points and bewildering grass, but he also took cultivation resources. What misfortune have I stumbled into? It seems I've labored for nothing for quite some time. Wei Suanan wore a gloomy expression, cursing under his breath for a while before finally turning to leave. Beneath a low hill, a cold-faced youth was surrounded by 3 individuals. The youth stood calmly with a knife in hand, showing no signs of panic. Kid, since you refused to drink the offered wine, don't blame us for being rude. Attack. The cold-faced youth moved his hand, and his long knife flashed like lightning, wounding the 3 before they could even approach, causing them to collapse in a pool of blood. The cold-faced youth swiftly took their contribution points and bewildering grass before disappearing into the forest. In a clear lakeside within the woods, an enchanting girl was bathing when suddenly, a boisterous voice called out from the shore. Beautiful lady, how about we join you for a wash? The girl turned her head, a charming smile gracing her lips, her eyes flashing with cold light. Suddenly, several invisible arrows appeared in the air, piercing the minds of the men on the shore with a whoosh. They let out a few screams before falling silent. Similar scenarios unfolded throughout the forest, as those who considered themselves strong sought out others to rob them of contribution points, while only a few weaker individuals cautiously searched for bewildering grass. The forest was alive with activity. Damn it, where's everyone? Why haven't I encountered a single person? Long Chun felt quite frustrated after searching for nearly an hour without finding anyone. He did come across a few bewildering grass and encountered a few spirit beasts at the martial master level, all of which he dispatched with fervor. Kid, it seems you're quite unlucky, not finding anyone after such a long time. A voice filled with schadenfreude emerged from the right. Long Chan turned to see a group of 5 swiftly emerging from the thicket. Surrounding him, the leader, a boy with a pockmarked face, spoke up. Kid, my name is Ho Shang. You've run into bad luck meeting me. From now on, we're all fellow disciples. I won't make it hard for you. Just hand over your contribution points and bewildering grass. Finally encountering a few people, Long Chun felt a rush of excitement. You're absolutely right. I'm indeed unlucky, but meeting you all is a stroke of good fortune. Long Chun nodded in agreement at the tall boy who spoke first. Turning to Ho Shang, he continued, you're even more correct. Since we're all fellow disciples now, we shouldn't act too harshly. As the saying goes, leave a line for future encounters, so here's the deal. You 5 hand over all your storage rings, and I'll take what I need from them. The rest will be returned to you without a single point missing. And then you can leave. Ho Shang and his group seemed momentarily bewildered, staring blankly for a moment before erupting into laughter. Did I hear you right, Ho? Have we encountered a fool? I suppose we have. Another round of raucous laughter erupted. Long Chun remained calm, smiling at the 5 before him. Are you all done laughing? So, what is it going to be? Are you going to comply, or do I have to get rough? Long Chen raised his fist and gestured in the air. Ha, you're amusing, but you really lack insight. You don't even realize who our Ho brother is, a 3rd-level martial master, aiming for direct entry into the inner sect. You dare to rob us? Be quick about it, kid. Hand it over, or we won't hesitate to make a move. You're right. Since you're not cooperating, I'll have no choice but to beat you up and take it myself. As soon as the words left his mouth, Long Chan stepped forward, activating the entry-level gale step, akin to a gust of wind sweeping past the 5 individuals before him, before they could react. In the blink of an eye, they were struck at their chi-si acupoints, rendered immobile, their faces a tableau of shock and panic. Do not be alarmed, my friends. I am merely here to procure a few items and mean you no harm. With that, he methodically removed the spatial rings from each of them, swiftly extracting their tokens to transfer their contribution points to his own. Astonishingly, the 5 had amassed 200 contribution points, thereby granting Long Chun a total of 240 points at once. Quite impressive indeed. Subsequently, he discovered within their rings 15 soul-confounding herbs, 8 bottles of true essence pills, and a single blood bodhi. Robbery certainly proves to be a swift means of acquiring wealth, he continued. Here, I shall return your spatial rings. You see, I am a man of my word, only taking what is of use to me, leaving the rest untouched. I have spoken no falsehoods, have I? Expressing his gratitude to the five. Long Chen offered a mocking bow, deftly unblocking their acupoints before leaping away, disappearing into the forest. The five stood frozen, exchanging glances of disbelief, ultimately sharing a rueful smile. Brother Ho, this individual feigned weakness to mask his true prowess. He is undoubtedly a hidden master among this year's newcomers, a formidable contender for the championship. Observing his speed and agility, it is evident he employs a profound level of movement technique, and his strikes were executed with an air of restraint, showcasing his remarkable control over his strength. Moreover, one added, though he possesses a cheeky demeanor, he did not inflict any harm upon us, adhering to his word by only taking a minimal amount from our rings. In that moment, he could have easily seized all our possessions and left us grievously injured, which would have been far more advantageous for him. His restraint speaks volumes of his character. He is neither duplicitous nor malicious. This man is destined for greatness within our sect and is certainly worth befriending. Another concurred, I believe Brother Nya has a valid point. What is your perspective? Brother Nya speaks wisely, replied another. This individual is destined to make a remarkable entrance when he finally chooses to reveal his true capabilities. And his character is commendable. We should indeed cultivate a friendship with him. Let us treat this encounter as a lesson. We must exercise greater caution in the future, for there may be others like him, exceptionally strong yet remarkably discreet. We may not be so fortunate next time, only losing a trifling amount. After pillaging the five, Long Chen continued his search for other competitors in the forest. Fortune seemed to smile upon him as he stumbled upon a vast expanse of soul-confounding herbs. Numbering in the hundreds, after some effort, he dispatched the guardian spirit beast and was just about to harvest when he encountered a group intent on gathering peaches. Without a doubt, Long Chen swiftly relieved this group of their contribution points and soul-confounding herbs, acquiring nearly 10 additional bottles of true essence pills as an unexpected boon. His contribution points surged to 500 iron-high spirits. Long Chen suddenly heard a cacophony of footsteps approaching. He leaped onto a nearby tree and spied a group of over 20 individuals entering his view. Ah, more contributors arriving. He leapt down and swiftly approached the gathering. Kid, so you were hiding here. We searched high and low for you. We intend to vent our frustrations on you shortly, one of them sneered. Do we know each other? Long Chen replied, taken aback to, The lad is unaware of our identities even as death approaches. Very well, allow me to enlighten you. Do you recall intersect disciple Yang Gang? We were all brought into the Qingyun sect by him. I remember now. We met on the day of entry at So. You have already found the other three who were with me? Did you kill them? Aren't you afraid of the sect's retribution? How naive. Within the soul-confounding gorge, there are countless spirit beasts. A few deaths mean nothing. Who could possibly trace it back to us? The brother and sister pair have already been fed to the beasts. And soon you shall join them. One of them jeered, we bear no grudge against each other. It must be Yang Gang who has sent you to eliminate me, correct? Ah, lad, if you seek someone to blame, let it be your misfortune for aligning with the wrong crowd, came the reply, dripping with disdain. Is that so? I understand now. Thank you for your guidance. With a flash of cold light in his eyes, Long Chen activated the Gale Step, transforming into a predator amidst a flock of sheep. His strikes unleashed a thunderous force, chaos erupting as flesh and blood flew. In less than 10 breaths, the 20-plus individuals lay slain. Their remains strewn across the ground, a rabble thought to take down me. Yang Gang, mark my words. I will end you in due time. He collected all the spatial rings, surveyed the area to ensure no one had witnessed his actions, and stepped into the shadows of the forest. Perched atop a lush tree, Long Chen began to tally his spoils. He transferred all contribution points to his token, followed by the cultivation resources into his bronze ring, discarding the 20-plus tokens and rings without a second thought. Indeed, a golden belt for those who commit murder and arson. Robbery remains the swiftest path to wealth. As he gazed at the figure of 1300 on his token, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia as night descended. A thick fog enveloped the soul-confounding gorge inexplicably, as if conjured from thin air. Inhaling this mist seemed to induce dizziness. Fortunately, Long Chen possessed formidable soul energy. Feeling no discomfort, those of weaker constitution might find themselves nauseous, if not ensnared in illusions. How peculiar! What could be the source of this fog? And how does it affect the soul? Such an enigma. Throughout the night, Long Chen relentlessly refined 8 bottles of true essence pills, and by the first light of dawn, the fog dissipated as mysteriously as it had appeared. With a surge of energy, he realized he was nearing the pinnacle of the martial master 3rd level, having consumed 8 bottles in one night. With only 2 days remaining, he recognized the need to accelerate his efforts, estimating he must amass at least 30,000 contribution points to secure victory. Off he went. In the ensuing days, Long Chen relentlessly plundered others, his contribution points skyrocketing alongside his wealth. Meanwhile, within the soul-confounding gorge, a name began to circulate: the Smiling Tiger. This moniker arose from Long Chen's habitual display of an innocuous smile before striking swiftly and decisively, robbing both contribution points and soul-confounding herbs, along with additional valuables, thus earning such a descriptive epithet. To his delight, Long Chen learned from a small group that a massive soul tree had been discovered at the center of the gorge, bearing numerous soul fruits expected to ripen on the 3rd day. As night fell, in a concealed cave, Long Chen assessed his gains from the day. His contribution points had soared to 5,000, and he possessed nearly 2,000 soul-confounding herbs, bringing his total score close to 10,000. Tomorrow would mark the final day, undoubtedly intensifying the competition. The individuals he encountered would surely be stronger, yet they would also carry greater contribution points. He resolved to exercise caution to avoid any unforeseen setbacks. Reflecting on the immense assistance provided by his soul energy over the past 2 days, Long Chen felt a rush of excitement. Since entering the soul-confounding gorge, his command over soul energy had grown increasingly adept, allowing him to discern the subtle nuances of others' auras, particularly in the forest, surpassing the efficacy of radar from his previous life on Earth. This was why he had effortlessly located others while remaining elusive himself. Soul fruits, you say? It appears the central region will be bustling tomorrow. What a fortunate turn of events, allowing him to seize both the fruits and contribution points without the need for further searching. Chapter 34. Soul Fruit. After a night of cultivation, Long Chen feverishly refined 8 more bottles of true essence pills, finally reaching the pinnacle of the martial master 3rd level, with the 4th level now firmly within his grasp. Should others discover that Long Chen had ascended from the initial stage of the martial master 3rd level to its peak by consuming over 20 bottles of true essence pills, they would likely drown him in their spittle. After all, a typical individual would generally require only 10 pills to ascend from the 3rd to the 4th level. Long Chen's talent was undeniably mediocre, compounded by the extraordinary quality of the swallowing sky devil chi, necessitating such vast resources for his advancement. As dawn broke, Long Chen emerged from the cave, setting his sights on the central valley and swiftly making his way there. Upon arrival at the heart of the soul-confounding gorge, he beheld an ancient, towering tree reaching toward the heavens, its canopy resembling a colossal canopy, casting a shadow over the entire central area. The entire central region resembled a grand pyramid, with the soul tree at its apex, gradually descending in height toward the periphery, creating a striking hierarchy. The surrounding flora and fauna stood sentinel-like, guarding the soul tree in its core. Goodness, upon witnessing this sight, a sudden wave of unease washed over Long Chen, as if an unyielding force were scrutinizing him. In an instant, his instincts flared, igniting an overwhelming urge to flee this place immediately. Yet, seemingly from the depths of his being, a voice appeared to beckon him to hasten forward, leading him unknowingly into the realm shrouded by the soul tree. Strangely, upon entering, the sensations of being watched and enticed began to wane, and the closer he drew to the soul tree, the fainter these feelings became. However, when Long Chen arrived beneath the soul tree, that sensation vanished entirely, as if it had never existed. Good heavens, this place surely cannot be benign. Perhaps I should leave post-haste? Long Chen trembled inwardly, yet, Upon catching sight of the 30 alluring soul fruits at the pinnacle of the tree, a fierce internal conflict ensued. The 30 soul fruits were arranged in 3 tiers. The topmost 5 gleamed with a golden hue, their medicinal potency evidently superior, at least of the highest grade. The middle tier contained 10 blood-red fruits, comparable to those of mid-grade potency, while the bottom tier held 15 green fruits, akin to those of lower-grade quality. Hiss, if I could refine all these, my ascension to the rank of Grand Soul Master would be a certainty. A flicker of fervor ignited in Long Chen's eyes, his breath quickening, as the soul fruits ripened. He resolved to seize as many as possible at the earliest opportunity before making a swift exit. This place felt excessively eerie, evoking an unsettling sensation. Beneath the soul tree, there were already over 100 individuals, divided into numerous small groups, each firmly positioned in their respective places. All gazes were fixed upon the soul fruits atop the tree, eagerly awaiting the moment of ripeness to spring into action and seize them. Fearful of being a second too late, upon Long Chen's arrival, they merely cast him a cursory glance, showing little interest. Had this been any other location, they would have surely rushed to rob him. Seeing him alone, remarkably, they were all martial artists, with at least a dozen possessing cultivation levels surpassing his own, likely at the 4th or 5th stage. Among them, for stood out distinctly, to his left, a robust youth towered with a physique as formidable as steel. Clearly a force to be reckoned with in battle. Not far away, a dashing young man with a visage like white jade donned a water-blue long sword at his side, exuding an aura of barely perceptible sword energy with every blink. Among them, a striking maiden with bright eyes and pearly teeth not only possessed high cultivation but also exhibited an intangible power rippling within her dark pupils. Soul power, unmistakably, it appeared she was undoubtedly a soul cultivator. Much like Long Chen. Additionally, a cold-faced youth bearing a sword stood rigidly in a corner, his form like a blade, poised to cleave the heavens, clearly a master swordsman. Regardless of who they were, I shall claim those soul fruits. A resolute determination flashed through Long Chen's mind as he subtly assessed the optimal route for harvesting. The soul fruits were on the verge of ripening. A sudden exclamation pierced the air, and Long Chen's gaze sharpened. Each soul fruit began to shimmer with corresponding hues, deepening with every pulse of light. At this moment, all individuals rose to their feet, poised for action. Some had even unsheathed their weapons, casting wary glances around. Finally, after about 10 breaths, the light emanating from the soul fruits surged dramatically, then shattered, transforming into a cascade of radiant energy that merged into the fruits, signaling their complete ripeness. In that instant, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. None dared to be the first to rush forward, for the initial challenger would undoubtedly face the relentless wrath of all present. "Charge!" an unknown voice shouted. Shattering the stillness, and in a heartbeat, over 100 individuals surged forth towards the apex of the soul tree. Simultaneously, they unleashed their martial techniques upon one another, creating a chaotic melee of fists, palms, blades, and sword shadows. Seizing this moment, Long Chen propelled himself forward with all his might, his form transforming into a gust of wind as he sped towards the tree's summit, activating his defensive techniques, the Dominance Body and the Golden Bell Shield, to mitigate the majority of incoming attacks, swiftly surpassing most of the crowd. Seeing Long Chen's astounding speed, the others abandoned their opponents, converging to impede his ascent. Seeking death, in that moment, Long Chen shed his modesty and unleashed his full power, activating the Dominance Body and the Devouring Demon Scripture, a titanic force erupting from him, shattering asunder, with a single punch. Several individuals were sent sprawling, bloodied, and incapacitated. Long Chen failed to notice that this blood was quickly absorbed by the ground, as if it had never been shed, creating an inexplicable aura. "Whoever dares to obstruct me shall not escape my wrath." Long Chen bellowed, his eyes glinting with cold light as he surveyed the assembly. With that strike, more than half of the onlookers were deterred, halting their advance, torn between the desire to retaliate and the fear of Long Chen's devastating power. In that moment, Long Chen's slender figure radiated an undeniable aura of supremacy. Do not be intimidated by him. He is but one man, We are dozens. Surely we can prevail against him. Charge, lest he claim all the soul fruits for himself. Among the crowd, a youth with a sinister glare urged on, none other than Na Yin. Consequently, the previously hesitant individuals surged forth to confront Long Chen. Long Chen observed the 10 figures before him. Already ascending the soul tree, his brow furrowing slightly, he cast a glance at Na Yin, his eyes gleaming with chill. Shattering asunder, breaking mountain slash, with both hands, he unleashed twin strikes, pushing back the crowd before turning to pursue the 10 experts ahead with all his might. As he activated the entry-level Gale Step, Long Chen darted through the branches with astonishing speed and agility, rapidly surpassing everyone to claim the foremost position, nearing the midsection of the tree trunk. You possess not only formidable combat prowess but also exceptional agility and swordsmanship. I, with my blade, would like to test your skills, if you would oblige. The cold-faced youth bearing the sword spoke. Ha, my friend. Your mastery of the blade is remarkable. I, too, hold a deep admiration for the art of swordsmanship. Since you are willing to impart your knowledge, I would be honored to learn from you. Very well. Prepare yourself, ruthless slash. Excellent. What a splendid ruthless slash, Long Chen exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he raised the crimson blood blade. Breaking mountain slash, boom. The two exquisitely refined blades clashed like lightning in the air, producing a thunderous roar that forced a dozen experts in the rear to retreat from the overwhelming force. What a superb sword technique, Brother Long. Please continue. Cold Wushuang, impressed, bowed respectfully to Long Chen. Thank you for your generosity. Brother Wushuang, I shall take my leave now and will certainly seek your guidance on swordsmanship another day. Long Chen returned the gesture, preparing to ascend once more. Brother Long, your skills are exceptional. I, Nian Wuqing, also have a technique I would like you to try. Should you withstand it, I shall cease my interference. She smiled alluringly. Miss Nian, could you perhaps go a bit easier on me? A melodious laughter rang out like a nightingale from the valley, and Long Chen sensed an invisible arrow speeding toward his mind. Soul technique? Long Chen was shaken. He hurriedly activated the soul refining method, gathering his soul power to counter the incoming soul arrow. As the arrow pierced him, Long Chen's soul felt as though it were being pricked by needles, an excruciating pain. Fortunately, the strength of this soul arrow was merely that of a 9th-level soul warrior. And as a soul master, Long Chen was able to withstand it through sheer power, suffering no damage to his soul, appearing unaffected due to his previous experiences with soul refinement. Seeing Long Chen endure her soul arrow unscathed, Nian Wuqing realized he was likely a soul cultivator like herself, and perhaps even possessed a greater level of soul power, leading her to relent. Brother Long, you possess remarkable skills. I humbly admit defeat. Ah, thank you, Miss Nian. For your restraint, I owe you a meal in the future. Long Chen's words drew forth another bout of laughter from Nian Wuqing, who playfully rolled her eyes at him, exuding a captivating charm. Brother Long, your strength is formidable. I am Huali. I recognize my inferiority, yet I believe I possess some skill in body refinement. I observe that your physique is also extraordinary. Might you share some insights on body refinement? Brother Hua, you are too gracious. Let us engage in a contest of pure physical strength. What say you? Ha, that suits me perfectly, Brother Long. Prepare yourself. Huali laughed heartily, stepping forward with a powerful punch. Dragon soars. Tiger leaps. Excellent technique. Thunderous might. Long Chen praised, taking a swift step forward to meet the blow. Boom. Their fists collided with a deafening sound, sending Huali staggering back 5 steps while the sturdy branches creaked underfoot. In stark contrast, Long Chen remained immovable like a mountain, the difference in strength blatantly evident. Refreshing, Brother Long, your strength is astounding. I shall return to seek your guidance another day. Haha, you are most welcome, Brother Long. I am Liamo. I also wish to seek your guidance, but seeing these 3 unable to contend with you, I suspect I may not fare any better, so I shall refrain from further embarrassing myself. Please, continue as you wish. The remaining individuals atop the tree, witnessing the 4 masters defeated by Long Chen, recognized that further attempts would be futile and thus withdrew. Below, Na Yin observed Long Chen's impressive display with a sinister expression, his eyes darting with schemes, though in his haste, he found no immediate plan. Hee, brotherly, do not be so modest. Let us now compare our agility, each relying on our respective skills, shall we? Haha, brother Long, I agree. Very well done, my sister shall defer to your judgment. Brother Long agreed. Haha, then let us begin with that. Long Chun activated the gale step, surging like a tempest towards the tree's summit. The dozen individuals perched upon the tree trunk exhibited a remarkable swiftness in their reactions, swiftly employing their agility to soar towards the treetop in less than 10 breaths. Long Di was the first to reach the side of the verdant soul fruit. Long Chen, unceremoniously, summoned his energy with a tremor, and with a flick of his hand, gathered 5 of the soul fruits beside him into his possession. As for the more distant fruits, he had no intention of claiming them, not out of a lack of desire, but rather due to the impracticality of doing so. The 10 individuals trailing behind him refrained from mounting an assault, which he deemed a considerable favor. Otherwise, even with his formidable prowess, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to fend off the onslaught of several masters, potentially missing out on even more soul fruits. Long Chun was not one to lack gratitude. He believed in reciprocating kindness. Although he had arrived first and had the opportunity to claim all the soul fruits, his conscience urged him to set aside a portion, ensuring that all would receive their share. Otherwise, he would find it unacceptable on a moral and emotional level. Furthermore, should he greedily attempt to pluck all the green soul fruits, he risked missing out on the red and golden ones above, considering the 10 masters behind him were not far behind in speed. After securing the green soul fruits, Long Chen did not linger for a moment, continuing his rapid ascent. The 10 individuals behind him were unable to match his speed or strength, merely watching in dismay as he whisked away a significant portion of the soul fruits. Ultimately, Long Chen amassed 5 golden soul fruits, 3 crimson ones, and 5 green ones, leaving the remaining fruits to be divided among the 10 masters behind him. Thus, the contest for the soul fruits came to an end, with all the fruits divided among Long Chen and the other 10 individuals atop the soul tree, who then engaged in jovial camaraderie, referring to one another as brothers. This scene ignited an overwhelming jealousy within Na Yen, who nearly lost his composure. As Long Chen and his companions descended from the soul tree, Na Yen suddenly called out to the crowd, "Esteemed colleagues, 30 soul fruits among nearly 100 of us. Yet we have not received a single one. How is that fair? How can we accept this? Especially that Long Chun, who single-handedly claimed a significant portion of the soul fruits. Are we to accept this? We are many. Let us unite and not fear them. Yes, let us divide them equally." The crowd echoed in fervent agreement. Long Chen and his 10 companions exchanged knowing glances, instantly understanding each other's thoughts, and they nodded slightly to Ian. The next moment, they erupted into action, each choosing a direction to charge into the throng, striking with ferocity, akin to wolves descending upon a flock of sheep, the air filled with cries of anguish. In less than a quarter of an hour, this disarray of individuals was completely subdued by Long Chen and his companions, with Long Chen single-handedly defeating nearly 30 individuals, taking particular care to administer a beating to Na Yen, leaving him bruised and battered, likely requiring at least half a month to recover. This victory significantly boosted Long Chen's contribution points, soaring to 18,000, an increase of 13,000 in an instant. Without hesitation, he proceeded to plunder the mesmerizing herbs and useful resources from the rings of those defeated, before finally ceasing his efforts. The other 10 masters watched Long Chen's brazen robbery with twitching mouths, caught between laughter and tears. "What expressions are you all wearing? I am no different from you. I grew up poor and fearful, and now that I have the chance to prosper, how could I let it slip away?" "What a peculiar fellow!" Nian Wuching exclaimed, shaking his head. "I say, brothers, we should leave quickly. I have an unsettling feeling about this central area, as if something is watching us. Our lives are at stake." "Indeed, I share that sentiment," Nian Wuching replied gravely. "Retreat." Long Chen and his companions hastily exited the soul tree's domain, finally breathing a sigh of relief. "Everyone, the competition will conclude in just a few hours. Let us seize the time to amass wealth. See you after the competition." With that, Long Chen randomly selected a direction and leaped away, vanishing into the dense forest. "Haha, Brother Long is truly a remarkable person. the others echoed. See you after the competition. They swiftly disappeared into the thicket. Perched atop a large tree, Long Chen took stock of his gains. Including the mesmerizing herbs, he now possessed 32,000 contribution points. For safety's sake, he would need to acquire a few thousand more. Chapter 35. The competition concludes. What a coincidence. It seems fate has conspired against me. A smirk spread across Long Chen's face. Not far off, a group of over 10 individuals breached the range of his soul power perception, led by none other than Wang Zheng of the Wang family from the Eastern Prefecture. Heh, just as I was lamenting my lack of targets, it seems fortune has smiled upon me. Unlucky for you. Boy, Long Chen leaped down, striding toward Wang Zheng's group. If it isn't young Master Wang. Where are you headed? Care for a chat? Long Chen emerged from the shadows of the forest, encountering Wang Zheng and his entourage with a smile. Teasingly, Long Chen? Ha ha, I've been searching for you for 2 days, and you dare to reveal yourself? Just as the legends say, you are incredibly arrogant. Surround him. Do not let this brat escape. Escape? You overestimate yourself. I was just about to teach you a lesson in humility. How could I possibly run? Stubborn as a dead duck. I shall see how long you can maintain that bravado. Capture him alive. I want him to beg for mercy. Wang Zheng declared viciously. In an instant, the group surged forward, blades flashing as they aimed their attacks at Long Chen. A bunch of fools. While you could be serving as disciples of the Qingyun sect, you choose to act as the Wang family's lapdogs. I will gladly take your lives, saving the sect resources. Wind step. Long Chen transformed into a gust of wind, nimbly evading all attacks, suddenly appearing behind a youth wielding a sword. With a precise strike of his golden finger, he pierced the youth's heart. The boy stiffened, his sword clattering to the ground as he fell lifelessly, his eyes still reflecting a trace of terror. Without pausing, Long Chen lunged forward like a bolt of lightning, reaching a plump youth, and in a flash, struck at his throat, ending his life in an instant. Long Chen continued to weave through the crowd, deftly dodging various attacks, a harbinger of death, his fists and fingers moving with deadly precision, cries of despair echoing around him. Within 3 breaths, only Wang Zheng's frantic figure remained, fleeing in the distance. It turned out that upon witnessing Long Chen dispatch 2 first-level martial masters in the blink of an eye, Wang Zheng, being merely a 3rd-level martial master himself, realized he stood no chance against Long Chen. He promptly abandoned his companions and bolted into the forest. Trying to escape? Ha ha! Long Chen activated his wind step, covering the distance and positioning himself mere meters behind Wang Zheng in less than a breath. Grandson, don't rush off. Didn't he want me to make you wish for life and death? Hearing the voice behind him, Wang Zheng instinctively turned to look, momentarily slowing down. In that instant, Long Chen struck with his finger, golden finger, the imprint like a flash of lightning, striking Wang Zheng's chest. A mouthful of blood erupted as Wang Zheng collapsed to the ground. In the next moment, Long Chen appeared beside him, pressing him into the earth with a foot. Grandson, don't run. I haven't finished my lesson yet. Don't worry, it will be swift. Please don't kill me. Young Master Long, I was wrong. I'll give you everything, fool. Long Chen exerted force, shattering Wang Zheng's heart beneath his foot. Just then, a signal flare erupted in the sky, marking the end of the competition. Just in time. Long Chen hurriedly removed the spatial rings from the defeated foes, swiped his token, then discarded it. Upon checking his token, he saw the number had risen to 24,000. This should be sufficient. Right? Long Chen set his sights on the valley's mouth and quickly departed. Unbeknownst to him, not far behind in the thicket, a figure lay flat against the ground, exuding no discernible aura, akin to a stubborn stone. Barely hinting at life, it would be difficult to discern the presence of a person until one was close. After Long Chen had moved far away, the figure slowly rose, watching Long Chen's departing form. Murmuring, Long Chen, I have you now. A sinister grin crept across his face. It was an hour later. At the exit of the mesmerizing gorge, the disciples gathered. Lian Hong ascended into the air, his spiritual sense sweeping over the crowd, revealing fewer than 5,000 individuals. Good heavens! There were over 12,000 when we entered. In just 3 days, 7,000 have perished. Such is the brutal law of the martial world. Survival of the fittest. Return to the sect, Lien Hong commanded. As thousands marched back to the outer gate plaza, for figures stood majestically on the high platform at the front, exuding an extraordinary aura befitting masters. The Soul Elder, the Blade Elder, Elder Na, and Elder Ding had all personally descended, yet they had not given prior notice. Please forgive Lien Hong for his negligence. Lien Hong hastened forward, clasping his hands in respect, and no need for formality. We are merely here to observe. Continue with your duties, the elders replied. Very well, elders, please take a moment to rest. With a wave of his hand, 4 chairs appeared on the platform. He then turned to the crowd, calling out, everyone, please submit your disciple tokens and mesmerizing herbs to the disciples below the platform for tallying your scores. Below the platform, 50 broad stone tables were lined up, each attended by an inner sect disciple responsible for counting and recording the scores. Sigh. Who do you think will emerge victorious in this competition? I believe it will undoubtedly be Brother Hinanfeng. His mastery of the 13 swords of gentle breeze is unparalleled, and he has already reached the transformative stage, sweeping through the first level of martial master with ease. What does it matter if he is in the early stages of martial master? I've heard there is a beauty named Feng Feifei, whose icy energy is overwhelmingly powerful. Any ordinary person who comes into contact with it gets hurt. Even mid-level martial masters find her a troublesome opponent. Have you not heard of a sister named Ru Hua? I have heard that Ru Hua, the sister, not only possesses a swift and ethereal agility, but has also mastered an extraordinary archery skill. Archery inherently boasts the advantage of long-range attacks, combined with her elusive movements. Even formidable martial artists in the early stages find themselves defeated without ever laying eyes on her in the dense woods of the bewildering gorge. Is she truly that formidable? Does this mean Ru Hua is invincible? Not necessarily. I have heard of a cold-faced youth named Long Wushuang, who specializes in swordsmanship. His technique is exceptionally fierce, with unmatched striking power. Rumor has it that he has grasped the threshold of the essence of swordsmanship. Once he comprehends this essence, who can rival him? Is it not true that Long Wushuang is merely a martial artist at the age of 14 or 15? How could he possibly comprehend the essence of swordsmanship? It is said that only those at the martial sovereign level can achieve such an understanding. That may be the case for ordinary individuals, but for certain prodigies, comprehending the essence at the martial spirit stage is not uncommon. There are even tales of a century ago, in the western regions, where a senior known as Sword Mad from the Sword Pavilion attained enlightenment in sword intent during the late martial artist stage, causing quite a stir and earning the title of the continent's #1 genius. I say, my friends, your information seems a bit outdated. Are you unaware of the news regarding the Battle of the Soul Tree? What news? We have not heard of it. A crowd of curious onlookers surged forward. It transpired in the very heart of the bewildering gorge during the Battle of the Soul Tree. The individuals you just mentioned were all participants, and I have heard that even the 4 great experts took part, yet they ultimately fell to a youth named Long Chen. Many speculate that this Long Chen is none other than the infamous Smiling Tiger of the bewildering gorge. Upon hearing the title Smiling Tiger, a flicker of discontent crossed the faces of many in the crowd, clearly indicating that they had all been robbed by this very individual. Even the 4 great experts were defeated by Long Chen. Indeed, each of the 4 great experts faced Long Chen in single combat, and none emerged victorious in the Battle of the Soul Tree. Long Chen single-handedly dominated the arena, rendering the 100 or so participants unable to lift their heads in defeat. Ultimately, he claimed nearly half of the soul fruits, and not a single soul dared to utter a word of dissent. You tell me, if Long Chen does not seize the championship, who else could? In the crowd, Na Yan's expression darkened upon hearing their assessments of Long Chen. However, when he caught sight of a figure seated on the high platform, a glimmer of excitement and malice flashed across his face. Long Chen, just you wait, Na Yan vowed inwardly. This may not be certain. Although Long Chen's prowess might be unparalleled among the newcomers, the outcome of the competition also hinges on luck, and it is quite possible that Long Chen may not encounter many opponents in the next 3 days. The crowd turned to regard the monkey-faced youth who had just spoken, gazing at him as if he were a fool. The monkey-faced youth attempted to argue further when suddenly, Lian Hong's voice rang out. The crowd fell silent as the competition scores were tallied, and he proceeded to announce the top 10 results and rewards. As each disciple's name was called, they stepped forward to the platform. 10th place, Ding Yong, 3, 800 contribution points, promoted to inner sect disciple. 9th place, Feng Feifei, 4, 400 contribution points, promoted to inner sect disciple. 8th place, Ru Hua, 5, 000 contribution points, promoted to inner sect disciple. 7th place, He Nanfeng, 6, 000 contribution points, promoted to inner sect disciple. 6th place, Na Yin, 7, 000 contribution points, rewarded with 1,000 contribution points, promoted to inner sect disciple. 5th place, Li Hua, 10, 000 contribution points, rewarded with 2,000 contribution points, promoted to inner sect disciple. 4th place, Li Imo, 11, 000 contribution points, rewarded with 3,000 contribution points, promoted to inner sect disciple. 3rd place, Lung Wushuang, 16, 000 contribution points, rewarded with a low-grade profound martial skill scroll and 4,000 contribution points, promoted to inner sect disciple. 2nd place, Nian Wuqing, 18, 000 contribution points, rewarded with a low-grade profound martial skill scroll and 5,000 contribution points, promoted to inner sect disciple. At this juncture, Lian Hong intentionally paused before loudly announcing, "This session's champion, Long Chen, 30, 000 contribution points." Crowned as the newcomer king, rewarded with a mid-grade profound martial skill scroll and 10,000 contribution points, promoted to inner sect disciple. Newcomer king, newcomer king, newcomer king. The square erupted with thunderous cheers, and in an instant, thousands of eyes turned in unison towards the slender youth at the front of the platform, filled with admiration, envy, and excitement. Goodness, look at the newcomer king Long Chen. He truly is the smiling tiger. Many recognized that the very smiling tiger who had robbed them was now the newcomer king, and the slight displeasure they had felt dissipated, replaced by a sense of inevitability and honor. Indeed, though Long Chen had plundered from them, he had not taken their lives, nor had he harmed them, which was quite benevolent. This was a competition where everyone relied on their own abilities to seize contribution points. It was entirely normal. Having lost to the newcomer king was hardly a disgrace. With these thoughts, they suddenly found that Long Chen's face seemed less infuriating. Among the crowd, Na Yan's gaze remained fixed on Long Chen, his expression one of barely contained fury, teetering on the edge of madness. First, congratulations to the 10 of you for achieving remarkable results in this newcomer competition, thereby being promoted to inner sect disciples. Secondly, I hope you will continue to strive and train diligently, bringing glory to the sect. Thank you, Elder Lian. I refuse to accept this. Suddenly, a startling roar echoed through the square as Na Yin, his face twisted in rage, stepped forward from the crowd and saluted Lian Hong. Elder Lian, I am Na Yin, and I contest the results of this competition. In the bewildering gorge, I personally witnessed Long Chen slay Wang Zhang and over 10 others. Before the competition commenced, you stated before everyone that during the competition, harming lives is strictly prohibited, with violators subject to sect punishment. Long Chen has killed 10 or more individuals in one breath. I propose that Long Chen be expelled from the sect. Long Chen frowned, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his gaze as he looked at Na Yin. He had never before felt such disdain for anyone as he did at this moment. Yet, in an instant, he seemed to recall something and forcibly suppressed the anger within him, turning to observe Lian Hong, eager to see how the Qingyun sect would handle this situation. Chapter 36. Seeking a master. The once boisterous square fell silent in an instant, only to be followed by a cacophony of murmurs. Goodness, is this fellow out of his mind? In the martial world, what competition is devoid of fatalities? I believe this person is simply envious, jealous that Long Chen has received so many sect rewards. And thus he resorts to such a foolish excuse to lodge a complaint. It is also possible that during the competition, he too was robbed by Long Chen and has harbored resentment ever since, now seizing this opportunity to retaliate. You may not know this, but do you know who Na Yin is? It is rumored that he is the heir of the Na family, a dominant force in the Tan prefecture of the Tianqing dynasty. So what? Does such a petty heir think he can act tyrannically in the Qingyun sect? You only know part of the story. Did you not see the 4 individuals seated on the high platform? Those are foreigner sect elders, and the second elder on the right is named Na Qian, and a Qian, Elder Na, shares the same surname as Na Yin. Could it be? Indeed, Elder Na and Na Yin hail from the same family and are indeed uncle and nephew. I have heard that during the Battle of the Soul Tree, Na Yin incited others to besiege Long Qian and several other experts in an attempt to seize the soul fruits, only to be thoroughly beaten by Long Chun, losing even his storage ring. How could a pampered young master like Na Yin possibly tolerate such humiliation, now that he has found this blatant opportunity? It would be strange if he did not seek revenge on Long Chun. So that's how it is. The crowd suddenly understood. In an instant, murmurs erupted among the crowd, some expressing indignation, others lamenting, while many displayed disdain for Na Yin, with a small portion eyeing Long Qian with glee. Although Elder Lien had stated prior to the competition that harming lives was forbidden during the competition, everyone understood that once one participated, there would be life-threatening risks, necessitating constant vigilance against lethal strikes from others. The path of martial arts is often tread upon the corpses of the fallen, driven by the pursuit of resources and strength. The Qingyun sect's regulations are already quite lenient. After all, the sect's cultivation resources are limited, and for the sect to thrive, a survival of the fittest approach must be adopted. Some sects even encourage slaughter, as that is the true nature of the martial world. Long Chun, do you have anything to say? Lian Hong inquired, eager to see how the youth would respond. Heh, Elder Lian. I recall that before the competition commenced, you explicitly stated that one must not harm lives indiscriminately, not that one is forbidden from harming lives. I believe any person of sound intellect can comprehend the difference between these two statements. The individuals led by Wang Zhang were my enemies who sought to kill me. Should I not resist? During the conflict, I was besieged by over 10 of them, and in the heat of the moment, I inadvertently killed them. This cannot possibly be termed as indiscriminate killing, can it? I would argue this falls under the category of self-defense. The claim of violating sect rules is utterly groundless. It seems that this Na Yin, still maturing in his understanding, bears a grudge against me due to my victory over him, and thus maliciously slanders me. As these words left his lips, the square erupted in uproarious laughter, all gazing at Na Yin with bemusement, while Lian Hong regarded Long Qian with admiration in his eyes. No, that is not the case. You are merely evading responsibility, and no matter how you twist your words, it cannot hide the fact that you have taken lives. Na Yin, in a state of anxiety, bellowed desperately, instinctively glancing towards the high platform. Lian Hong cast a glance at Na Yin as if he were an imbecile, and then proclaimed in a clear voice, "Enough of this farce." During the competition, Long Chun resolved personal grievances and acted in self-defense, thus he has not violated any sect rules. Therefore, the contest? What a sharp-tongued lad! Suddenly, the only female elder on the platform spoke up. Observing this, Lian Hong furrowed his brow and clasped his fists, asking, "What insights does Elder Na possess?" Elder Lian, personal grievances among disciples should indeed not be overly interfered with by the sect. However, since the establishment of Qingyun sect, we have always encouraged mutual love and assistance among disciples. Long Qian, driven by a personal vendetta, ruthlessly slaughtered over 10 individuals, displaying a propensity for bloodshed. Such a person could potentially bring great calamity to the sect in the future. In my opinion, Elder Lian should carefully consider whether to retain this individual within the sect. Damn it! Upon hearing Na Qian's slander, Long Chun could no longer contain his fury and immediately erupted in a torrent of curses. Are you out of your mind? Or are all members of the Na family simply fools raised on dung? You, as an inner sect elder, blindly defend your own kin without discerning right from wrong, hastily pinning a heavy accusation upon me without even grasping the facts. As soon as these words left his mouth, a profound silence fell over the square, as if a needle could be heard dropping. No one could have anticipated that Long Chen would dare to publicly insult an inner sect elder. All were left dumbfounded by his audacity. Upon hearing Long Chen's insults, Na Qian stood up abruptly from her chair, her face ashen, her arm trembling as she pointed at Long Chun. "What do you mean? You old hag, what qualifications do you have to be an inner sect elder? Do you know that the Wangjing family killed my grandfather? And you call that a mere personal grievance? I could slay your father, and would you still preach mutual love to me? Have you lost your mind? Bold and reckless, you seek death. Na Qian shouted angrily. Raising her hand to strike Long Chen, I think it is you who are seeking death. A voice of authority suddenly echoed from above, followed by the appearance of a wild and unrestrained middle-aged man from the void. Welcome, Elder Jiao. As soon as the middle-aged man appeared, all the elders, stewards, and inner sect disciples in the square immediately shouted in reverence, gazing up at the imposing figure with admiration. Na Qian trembled and bowed. Forcibly suppressing her murderous intent, the middle-aged man's gaze was as sharp as a blade, fixed upon Na Qian, who trembled like a mouse before a cat, her previous aggressiveness dissipating into silence. You intend to kill this young man? Elder Jiao pointed at Long Chen and addressed Na Qian. Na Qian dared not reply. Good, Elder Jiao declared, and then he descended from the air, approaching Long Chen and surveying him with a slight smile. A fine young man indeed. I appreciate your fiery words. Do not worry. You shall remain the champion of this new disciple competition, and there will be no punishment. Would you be willing to take me as your master? The moment these words were uttered, all who knew Elder Jiao were left wide-eyed in disbelief, as if they had heard something utterly extraordinary. It is well known that the middle-aged man had ascended to elder status 30 years ago and had only taken on 3 disciples in total. The most recent one being a decade ago. 50 years ago, Elder Jiao was a renowned genius across the continent. Had it not been for heartbreak, he would have long since become a formidable martial king. Even so, rumors had long circulated that Elder Jiao was already the strongest figure in Qingyun's sect aside from the sect leader. Even the sect leader might not be able to easily best him, as his cultivation had approached the level of a martial king. Elder Jiao was known for his loyalty and unwavering spirit, rarely concerning himself with sect affairs, and since rising to elder status, he had seldom taken action, with only a few exceptions to respond to challenges from the continent's top masters. Yet those few encounters had made him famous, with the entire continent aware of a certain elder Morong Xuanyu from Qingyun sect. An unparalleled expert beneath the martial king. Therefore, despite Elder Jiao's rare appearances and minimal involvement in sect affairs, his words carried immense weight, and few dared to oppose him. Had he been more interested in sect matters, his rank within the Elder Council would surely not be limited to the 9th position. Nevertheless, the younger generation of Qingyun sect regarded Elder Jiao as their ultimate aspiration. For such an extraordinary individual to actively seek Long Chen as a disciple was nothing short of astonishing. Observing the remarkable aura of this man before him, Long Chen felt a stirring within. Wasn't his pursuit of martial arts intended to emulate Elder Jiao? Once a word is spoken, it is akin to a decree. None dare to dispute it. This is the majesty that a true powerhouse should possess. Otherwise, if one spends all their time scheming against petty individuals, when would they have time to cultivate their martial path? What? You are unwilling? Elder Jiao inquired. How could that be? Long Chen had just been taken aback by Elder Jiao's commanding presence, and in a moment of inspiration, he knelt before the master, exclaiming, Master, please accept my bow. Long Chen knelt on both knees, performing the formal bow of a disciple before Elder Morong Xuanyu. Good. I did not expect to gain such an excellent disciple today. I do not concern myself with such formalities. Rise and follow me. Yes, master. Congratulations to Elder Jiao on finding such a promising disciple. The square erupted in a chorus of congratulations, with everyone enviously gazing at Long Chen, wishing they could take his place. Elder Jiao led Long Chen before Na Qian and said calmly, If I hear even a whisper of you targeting my disciple in the future, I shall slay you. Remember my words. Upon hearing this, Na Qian trembled uncontrollably, her head bowed low, too frightened to utter a sound. Be the way, Elder Lian. Expel that fellow from the sect and send the champion's reward to my residence afterward, Elder Jiao instructed. Pointing at Nayan, Understood. Now, let us proceed to my palace, where I shall introduce you to your 3 senior brothers and sisters. With a wave of his hand, Elder Jiao led Long Chen into the sky. Swiftly vanishing from sight, we bid farewell to Elder Jiao. Chapter 37. The summit of heavenly absolute Morong Xuanyu hurriedly flew with Long Chen until they arrived before a solitary peak. This solitary peak rose majestically from the mountains, towering high, like a divine spear piercing the clouds. Atop the peak, palaces were scattered, appearing ethereal amidst the sea of clouds, exuding an otherworldly aura. Surrounding the mountain were sheer cliffs, perilously steep. Yet, remarkably, the cliffs were lush with vegetation, teeming with life, and the sounds of tigers roaring and monkeys chattering echoed through the air. Chunner, this is my heavenly absolute peak. Let us descend. As he spoke, Murong Xuanyu brought Long Chen down to the foot of heavenly absolute peak. Ahead lies the sole entrance to the peak. You shall ascend the mountain path, and I will await you at the summit. The flicker of anticipation crossed Murong Xuanyu's face as he finished speaking, not allowing Long Chen an opportunity to inquire further before soaring into the sky, disappearing from view. Hey, master, can't you just take me up directly? But Murong Xuanyu had already vanished into the clouds, leaving Long Chen's voice trailing behind. Isn't this setting up your disciple for failure? Such a high and steep mountain. If I were to slip and fall, it wouldn't be a light matter, Long Chen muttered, proceeding towards the entrance. The moment his foot landed on the stone steps, a sudden, overwhelming pressure bore down upon him. Damn! Long Chen, caught completely off guard, stumbled as if struck from behind, falling into a most undignified position. What is happening? With a face full of frustration, Long Chen picked himself up, brushing the dirt from his clothes, and continued his ascent. Realizing that the pressure persisted, Long Chen deduced that this was Master Murong Xuanyu's training ground, intentionally designed with a gravity array to temper his disciples. This was an exceptional method for honing the body. Indeed, a grand sect is nothing if not extravagant, even when it comes to climbing a mountain. With this thought, Long Chen summoned his strength, racing up the mountain path. The pressure was great, yet Long Chen cultivated the overbearing body, endowing him with extraordinary physical prowess. Even without activating the overbearing body, he could withstand the weight of this gravity. Long Chen moved swiftly, and soon he had ascended 300 steps. However, upon stepping onto the 301st step, a weight twice as heavy as before pressed down upon him, bending his back. What? The gravity can increase? Long Chen exclaimed. But it's still manageable for me. He continued his ascent, though his speed began to wane. It felt as if he were carrying an immense burden uphill. Even with his formidable physique, by the time he reached the 600th step, he was panting, his calves trembling. After a brief rest, as he stepped onto the 601st step, a force 5 times greater bore down upon him, causing Long Chen's knees to buckle, nearly bringing him to the ground. Not again. 300 steps, 600 steps, and now 900 steps. Will the pressure keep increasing? At this rate, I won't last much longer. With no other choice, Long Chen grit his teeth and pressed on, step by step, and after more than half an hour, he reached the 900th step. Huff, huff, huff. Long Chen bent over, hands on his knees, gasping for breath. Finally nearing the summit, he could see the palace above in the distance. The pressure on the 901st step would surely be even greater. In my current state, I fear I won't be able to make it. It seems I must activate the devouring sky demon Qi. Taking a deep breath, Long Chen thrust his right foot forward with a mighty stomp. Boom! A tremendous force, at least dozens of times more powerful, surged forth, causing my body to plummet to the ground as if crushed by an ancient divine mountain. In a hurry, I activated the swallowing heaven demon scripture, and the pure black demonic aura enveloped me in an instant. Transforming me into a black-armored demon god, I braced myself against the steps, halting my fall immediately. Phew, that was close. I almost made a fool of myself. Perhaps my master was standing atop the mountain, waiting to see me humiliated. Indeed, I was not mistaken at this moment. On the edge of the plaza at the mountain's summit, Murong Xuanyu stood with 2 young men and a young woman, observing my every move. They were the 3 disciples Murong Xuanyu had taken under his wing over the years. What pure demonic energy! Exclaimed the cultured young man on my left. Little junior brother is quite impressive. He has already slain the Rookie King at the 3rd level of the Martial Master realm. I've heard that this batch of new disciples includes several geniuses at the 4th level of the Martial Master realm, and one even specializes in soul cultivation at the 4th level. Moreover, the fourth one only activated his cultivation after reaching the 900th step. It seems his physical body has been well trained as well. When he comes up, I must spar with him. The old man Morong has a sharp eye. He has picked up a fine disciple, the young woman on the far left teased. Morong Xuanyu, standing in the middle, twitched his lips in annoyance but pretended not to hear, gazing up at the sky. Only this peculiar young woman dared to address him so freely. The key was that he couldn't reprimand her. With the enhancement of the swallowing heaven demon aura, I felt the pressure diminish significantly, so I promptly began to ascend. Yet, before my foot could touch the next step, an even greater force surged from beneath, nearly toppling me over. What the hell? How can the pressure at the first step increase again? Is it going to escalate by one level for each of the remaining 99 steps? This is utterly absurd. With the swallowing heaven demon aura surrounding me, I trudged upwards, my expression strained. With each step, my feet met the steps with a resounding thud. As I ascended each level, the pressure intensified, encroaching upon me like a tidal wave, squeezing my body and causing me to tremble incessantly. Fortunately, only about 90 steps remained. Otherwise, I truly would have lost confidence in my ability to continue. I say, Old Morong, did you increase the pressure? When I entered, I surely didn't face such immense pressure as little junior brother does now, did I? Not just increased. I've directly amplified the pressure to 10 times what you faced back then. What? 10 times? Old Morong, you are truly ruthless. Are you not afraid of crushing the little fourth's fragile body? Is it broken? Morong Xuanyu shot the young woman an exasperated glance. Not yet, but with these last 99 steps being so arduous. I suspect we are not far from that point. She murmured that it's still early. I sense a peculiar power within the little junior brother. That power has yet to manifest, so we're far from any danger of injury. Sigh. Another hidden card? It seems little junior brother is rather extraordinary. Meanwhile, I was pale as a ghost, clearly overwhelmed by the pressure, which caused my blood to boil. An hour had passed, and I had only reached the 920th step. The final 99 steps were proving to be exceedingly difficult. I bent over, palms pressed to the ground, trembling slightly as I crawled upwards. In truth, I could have opted to activate the body dominance technique, which would have made things considerably easier, but I refrained. I discovered that as the pressure continued to escalate, the operation of the swallowing heaven demon aura within me accelerated as well. My cultivation, originally at the peak of the third level, was rapidly soaring, and I glimpsed the hope of breaking through to the fourth level of the martial master realm. Thus, I gritted my teeth and persevered, eager to seize this opportunity and strive for a breakthrough. 922 ND step, 923 RD step, 924 TH step. Ultimately, I halted at the 929th step. At this moment, the swallowing heaven demon aura within my meridians surged like a raging flood. Sensing the mountainous force at the 930th step, I realized I had to either activate the body dominance technique or risk injury to break through. Otherwise, I would never manage to ascend this 930th step. I must go for it. With determination, I leaned forward, bending my back, and forcefully propelled my right leg forward while pushing off with my left leg, launching myself toward the 930th step like an arrow released from a bow. Instantly, a ferocious force engulfed me like a tidal wave, fiercely compressing my body, and the defenses of the swallowing heaven demon aura could no longer hold, shattering with a loud crack. Simultaneously, the swallowing heaven demon aura within me was violently pressured, and its operational speed surged dramatically. In an instant, it broke free from its confines, erupting with an even more formidable momentum. I had broken through to the fourth level of the martial master realm. A muffled sound resonated from my dantian as the swallowing heaven demon flame expanded significantly, followed by a more substantial demonic energy originating from my dantian, rapidly forming a solid defensive barrier around me. I felt an immediate reduction in pressure. Incredible! He truly managed to break through, as expected of my little junior brother. Haha, I have decided. Once the fourth one arrives, I will commend him. The four of us atop the mountain witnessed my desperate breakthrough, a glimmer of admiration flashing in our eyes. Phew! I bent over, gasping for breath. Yet my face radiated excitement. In just over 2 hours, I had achieved a breakthrough. Had I been cultivating normally to reach the 4th level of the martial master realm, it would have taken me at least several days, along with the consumption of numerous true essence pills. Thankfully, I had won my gamble. This daring endeavor proved worthwhile. After a brief rest, I surged up another 10 steps, reaching the 940th step. Observing the flickering defensive barrier, I realized that the swallowing heaven demon aura had reached its limit. Since that was the case, I would try the body dominance technique. Body dominance scripture. Activate! I called out, and instantly, my skin transformed into a bronze hue, resembling a bronze war god. Body cultivator. The four at the summit gasped in astonishment. I never expected little junior brother to be a body cultivator. And he appears to be at quite a remarkable level. Remarkable? You should see the bronze skin occasionally shimmering with strands of gold. Those golden threads emanate the aura of ancient ferocious beasts. It must be a form of mutated ferocious beast bloodline power that Chenner has refined and perfectly fused with his physique. This speaks volumes about the miraculous nature of his body tempering technique, as well as his immense fortune and courage. Upon hearing Master Morong Xuanyu's reminder, the three senior siblings suddenly noticed the golden aura surrounding my body, their eyes widening in shock. Transformed into a bronze war god, I marched towards the peak, and in less than an hour, I ascended to the 990th step. At this point, my bronze form flickered erratically, indicative of the body dominance technique reaching its limit. I glanced at the final 9 steps. My brow furrowed in concern. Would I have to reveal the embryonic form of my sword intent? No, the embryonic form of my sword intent is my ultimate hidden card. I must not reveal it easily unless faced with life and death circumstances. Although Master Morong Xuanyu is trustworthy, we have only just met. One must always be cautious. Thus far, the only person in this world I can completely let my guard down around is my sister, Long Zixuan. What should I do? I pondered anxiously, watching the fading bronze hue. Old Morong, it seems little junior brother has reached his limit. I'll go get him up here. Wait. He hasn't reached his limit. He still has hidden cards. I say, old man, are you mistaken? Little junior brother's body cultivation technique is on the verge of collapsing. If he had any hidden cards, wouldn't he have used them by now? Once his body cultivation technique collapses, the pressure at the 990th step will be no joke. Sister, listen to your master. Little junior brother indeed has hidden cards yet to be revealed. Though he appears anxious, he shows no signs of panic, clearly indicating he has no concerns. But if little junior brother possesses hidden cards, why hasn't he used them? Is he grappling with something? Could it be that he has more than one hidden card? Hiss, big brother, are you serious? At that moment, I suddenly realized the imminent collapse of the body dominance technique and exclaimed, "Ah, how could I have forgotten?" Golden Bell Shield. With a resounding shout, I enveloped myself within a golden, wave-like barrier, and instantly, the pressure diminished by more than half. Secret power of the physical body, impervious body. Morong Xuanyu exclaimed in disbelief. What? That golden power is the secret power of the physical body? Little junior brother has achieved the impervious body? The young woman beside him gasped in astonishment. Morong Xuanyu took a deep breath, suppressing his overwhelming excitement, and stated solemnly, although I am also quite shocked, that is undoubtedly the impervious body. Upon hearing Master's confirmation, the three senior siblings collectively inhaled sharply. Even the usually composed eldest brother was rendered speechless in astonishment. At just under 14 years of age, I had managed to attain the impervious body, a goal many body cultivators strive for throughout their lives. The key is that this impervious body cannot be achieved merely through good techniques or talent. It requires enduring countless pains of body tempering, refining flesh and skin to a state of flawlessness and perfection. How could this not be astonishing? What trials had I endured as a youth to achieve such a shining accomplishment? As expected of the accompanying divine ability of the body dominance technique. I beamed with joy and continued to stride upwards. Before long, I reached the peak of the mountain, standing before Morong Xuanyu. Master, your disciple has arrived. Morong Xuanyu remained lost in his immense shock and joy. Utterly unprepared for the extraordinary gem he had inadvertently taken as his disciple. Good, good, good. Ha 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 ha. It is indeed a great delight in my life to have discovered a disciple like you, Murong Xuanyu exclaimed. Come, allow me to introduce you to your 3 senior brothers and sisters. This is your eldest senior brother, Yilingyun. Murong Xuanyu pointed to a tall and aloof young man on his right. Greetings, eldest senior brother. I am Long Chun, the young disciple said. Hello, junior brother. Yilingyun's gaze towards Long Chun was still filled with astonishment. Murong Xuanyu then gestured towards the 2 individuals on his left, saying, These are your 2nd senior brother, Ren Xiaoyao, and your 3rd senior sister, Chu Liyue. Greetings, 2nd senior brother and 3rd senior sister. Haha, there's no need to be so formal, junior brother. In time, you will learn that at Tianjue Peak, we are the least concerned with such trifling formalities. Do not be deceived by the cold exterior of your eldest senior brother. He is, in fact, warm-hearted beneath that stoic facade. He is fiercely protective of us. And should anyone dare to bully any of us, he would undoubtedly be the first to seek retribution. Furthermore, when it comes to enemies, your eldest senior brother is a formidable character. None who fall into his grasp meet a favorable fate. Ren Xiaoyao stepped forward and playfully draped an arm around Long Chin's shoulder. You talk too much. Yilingyun shot a glare at Ren Xiaoyao. From this day forth, I am no longer the youngest. Long Chun exclaimed gratefully, Junior brother, I am your 3rd senior sister. If anyone dares to bully you, just inform me, and I shall make them unrecognizable to their own mother. Chu Liyue chimed in, giving Long Chun a pat on the shoulder. I say, Murong old man, while we 4 brothers are engaged in conversation, do you not think it is rather intrusive for you to linger here? Ahem, you 3 should take Chun'er to familiarize him with Tianjue Peak. I shall return to the main hall for now, and you may join me later. We know. No need for your incessant prattle. Chapter 38. The ancient body cultivation. Chu Liyue rested her chin on her hand, circling around Long Chun while taking him in, her mouth making a clicking sound. I say, 4th brother, do tell me what you have been consuming since childhood to achieve such a remarkable physique at such a tender age. Long Chun was momentarily taken aback by the eccentricity of his 3rd senior sister, his mind struggling to comprehend. What does my diet have to do with body cultivation? I haven't eaten anything out of the ordinary. I just happen to enjoy meat, he replied hesitantly. Meat, you say? It seems I must endeavor to consume even more. Chu Liyue mused aloud, seemingly oblivious to those around her. Long Chen was left utterly bewildered. 4th brother, do not heed her whims. She possesses the body of a demon beast, her true form being that of a devouring beast. Her training consists primarily of consuming food, allowing her strength to rise without any effort. We need not compare ourselves to her. The so-called unleaking body refers to a state attained after refining the physical form to a certain level, achieving a condition of purity and completeness. As the name suggests, once attained, one's physical essence is concealed from external perception, making it difficult for anyone whose cultivation is not vastly superior to discern the true nature of the practitioner. Upon achieving the unleaking body, a secret power known as the physical secret force is generated within the body, akin to the force you unleashed on the mountain path. This physical secret force is distinct from the energy wielded by martial artists. It possesses various miraculous abilities that require personal exploration in the future. So this is what is known as the physical secret force. The unleaking body is essentially a realm of physical cultivation, originating from the ancient body cultivation practices. You should be aware that martial arts are categorized into 3 main systems: body refinement, energy cultivation, and soul cultivation. In today's martial arts world, energy cultivation holds an absolute dominance, whereas in ancient times, body cultivation rightfully took center stage. The ancient era was indeed the golden age of body cultivation. According to ancient texts, during that time, everyone practiced body cultivation, possessing the strength to move mountains and tear apart ferocious beasts with their bare hands. It remains unclear what caused the drastic changes in the world, leading to a significant decline in the concentration of spiritual energy across the continent, resulting in dwindling resources, which in turn led to the gradual decline of body refinement and the rise of energy cultivation. Ren Xiaoyao's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, evidently longing for that fervent ancient era. He paused briefly before turning to Long Chun. Are you aware of the various realms of body cultivation? Long Chun shook his head. There are 5 primary realms of body cultivation, ranked from lowest to highest: the mortal body, the unleaking body, the diamond body, the indestructible body, and the chaotic true body. Each realm further divides into minor achievements. Major achievements and perfection. The mortal body is self-explanatory. The vast majority of beings exist in this state by birth, with only a select few being born as unleaking bodies, all of whom are undoubtedly prodigies. The diamond body refers to the transformation of the physical secret force into diamond-like power upon reaching an advanced stage of refinement. Once a practitioner generates diamond-like power within, their body undergoes enigmatic transformations, such as the ability to change size at will, alter appearance, and even fly or traverse the earth using their physical strength. With the aid of external forces, one could even transform into a demon beast. Exhibiting extraordinary capabilities, the diamond body is a form of the Buddha's 6-foot golden body. The legendary indestructible body is even more terrifying. It is often referenced in texts as the realm of achieving sanctity through the physical form. When the body is cultivated to such profound levels, it generates various incredible supernatural powers, such as the holy might of the flesh and the ability to be reborn from a drop of blood. There are rumors that upon achieving the indestructible body, one could traverse the void and sail across the seas of stars with their physical form alone, potentially attaining immortality alongside the heavens. In ancient tales, it is said that one of the 3 ancestral figures of the Buddha, the Tathagata, achieved the indestructible body, yet no records of him remain in later generations, as if he had vanished into thin air. At this point, Ren Xiaoyao was animatedly gesturing, clearly captivated by the legendary supernatural powers. Indeed, every martial artist aspires towards such lofty ideals, does one not? The Tathagata, Long Chen exclaimed, as if struck by thunder. His mind momentarily unmoored as he muttered, "The Tathagata exists in this world too. I wonder if he is the same as the one from Earth. Junior brother, what is the matter? Are you well acquainted with the Tathagata?" The second senior brother jested. "That ancient figure is scarcely documented even in ancient texts. Where would I find information about him? I merely feel admiration upon hearing of the Tathagata achieving the indestructible body." "Ha ha, junior brother, though you are still in your youth, you have already attained the unleaking body. Perhaps one day you may even reach the legendary realm of the indestructible bodied." Second senior brother, do you even believe what you just said?" Ha ha, where there is a will, there is a way. Perhaps it may indeed come to pass." After saying this, Ren Xiaoyao swiftly shifted the topic. As for the final realm, the chaotic true body, it seems to exist solely in legend. Its existence remains unverified, and not a single record in ancient texts indicates anyone has achieved it, rendering it exceedingly elusive. It is important to note that many body cultivators may toil for hundreds or even thousands of years without achieving the unleaking body. While you, at barely 14 years of age, have already accomplished such a feat, how could that not astonish your senior brothers? Is it truly that difficult? Why do I not feel anything unusual? Long Chen asked. Perplexed. Could it be due to the Ba body technique? Upon hearing this, Yi Lingyun and the others cast him incredulous glances. "Fourth brother, I am currently quite tempted to give you a beating," Chu Liu had declared. Shaking her fist, "I feel the same," Ren Xiaoyao replied earnestly. "Enough of the nonsense. Let us first guide the junior brother around Tianjue Peak, then allow him to select a palace for his residence. After which we shall proceed to meet the master. He likely has matters to discuss with us. Indeed, let us go, junior brother, and we shall converse along the way." Chu Liu clapped Long Chen's shoulder and began to bounce ahead towards the palace. Just as Long Chen was about to follow, his second senior brother, Ren Xiaoyao, suddenly stepped closer, draping an arm around his shoulder. Casting a glance at Chu Liu, he lowered his voice conspiratorially, "Fourth brother, let me advise you to keep your distance from your third senior sister. She is a little demoness who will lead you astray. Do not be deceived by her youthful appearance. Her age surpasses ours combined. She merely transformed into a human due to inadvertently consuming a shape-shifting herb in her youth. Nonetheless, this does not alter her fierce nature, especially since she has been raised by the Grand Elder, who regards her as his granddaughter. Did you not hear her refer to the master as old man?" Long Chen was about to express his agreement when suddenly, he sensed a fierce glare directed at them from the second senior sister, Chu Liue, who was turning her head with a scowl. He quickly changed his tune, declaring with righteous fervor, "Second senior brother, I will not permit you to slander my third senior sister. In my eyes, she embodies the essence of an unrivaled beauty in her youth. Not only is she adorable and lovely, but her heart is also exceptionally kind and eager to help others. She is truly the epitome of a model senior sister." Hearing this, eldest senior brother Yi Lingyun suppressed a silent chuckle. Casting a sidelong glance at the irate third senior sister advancing towards them, while regarding the second junior brother, who was still lamenting about Chu Liue, with a look of pity, silently wishing him well. "Ah, Ren the Blabbermouth, how dare you speak ill of me behind my back? You are ancient, your whole family is ancient, and I shall beat you to a pulp. What? I say, little Yaya, are you mistaken? I have been introducing the situation of Tianjue Peak to fourth brother. When would I have time to speak of you? Furthermore, in my eyes, Chu's senior sister has always been synonymous with grace and beauty. How could I possibly speak ill of you?" Still attempting to argue. "I heard it with my own ears, so how could it be false? Today, I shall let you understand why the flowers are so vibrantly red." Upon concluding my words, a flurry of punches ensued. "Ah!" A chorus of anguished cries erupted. "Xiaoye, remain calm. Do not act impulsively. Impulsiveness is the devil. Allow me to explain, for I am your senior brother. You cannot lay a hand on me. Ah, do not strike my face. Senior brother, little junior brother, save me." Long Chen and Yi Lingyun stood nearby, observing the merciless beating inflicted upon Ren Xiaoyao, their hearts swelling with secret delight. "Fortunately, I am a soul master. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be the second senior brother suffering such a fate." Upon hearing the second senior brother's cries for help, they hastily looked skyward, maintaining an air of indifference, feigning ignorance. Moments later, Chu Liue approached Long Chen, her eyes twinkling with mirth. "Little junior brother, as a physical cultivator, why don't we engage in a friendly spar? With my humble skills, how could I possibly contend with my senior sister? Perhaps you should seek another opponent." "Humph. At least you are wise enough to recognize that. Enough of this nonsense. We shall soon arrive at our destination." Yi Lingyun interjected, then turned to Long Chen. "Little junior brother, atop Tianjue Peak, there are only the 5 of us disciples. There are many rooms for you to choose from. There is a wind return valley on the back mountain, an excellent venue for honing your agility. Perhaps you may explore it in due time. Indeed, old 4, that wind return valley is not only a great place to refine one's agility but also aids in comprehending the essence of wind. Would you like the second senior brother to take you there now?" Ren Xiaoyao, his face bruised, glared at Long Chen through gritted teeth. "Aid in comprehending the essence of wind?" Long Chen exclaimed with delight, his eyes shining, eager to accompany Ren Xiaoyao to explore, but halted upon noticing the latter's malicious expression. Heh, such trivial matters do not require the second senior brother's assistance. I shall visit on my own another day. Senior brother, why don't we seek out the master now? Let us not delay any further. Off we go. Within the main hall of Tianjue Peak. Chunner, this is your inner sect disciple token. The reward of 10,000 contribution points has already been deposited within. Additionally, for the champion's reward, the mid-level Xian rank martial art requires you to select from the martial arts pavilion. The rest are provisions allocated to inner sect disciples. Take it. Yes, master, I have observed your remarkable physical cultivation, and thus specially prepared a martial art for you, the Diamond Fist. This technique differs from ordinary martial arts. It can only be activated by the secret power of the physical body. With its potency varying by individual, a powerful physical cultivator can unleash the might of Earth-level martial arts. Take it and cultivate diligently Earth-level martial arts. Long Chen exclaimed, trembling as he accepted the scroll handed to him by Morong Xuanyu. Thank you, Master, Liue and Chen'er. You two may return for now. In 3 months, the intersect competition will commence. You must devote yourselves to training and prepare thoroughly. This competition is directly related to the quota for entering the Yin-Yang secret realm. Especially you, Chen'er. Although you are a new disciple, I hope you can shine brightly in this intersect competition and secure a spot in the Yin-Yang secret realm. The path of martial arts is swift. One must always remain focused, lest you become complacent after achieving any measure of success. Yes, mastered as Chu Liue and Long Chun exited the Grand Hall. Liue inquired, "Little junior brother, what are your plans now?" Long Chun pondered for a moment. "First, I shall select a room to settle in. Then I will visit the martial arts pavilion and the exchange hall." Boring. Chu Liue rolled her eyes and turned to descend the mountain, seemingly off to some wild escapade. Chapter 39. Conflict. The newcomer competition concluded, with the newcomer king, Long Chun, being immediately accepted as a disciple by Elder Jiu. This news swiftly ignited a fervor within the inner sect of Qingyun sect. Sweeping through the inner sect like a tempest, all inner sect disciples and core disciples were filled with curiosity and even jealousy, pondering the identity of this Long Chun who had garnered Elder Jiu's favor. When news spread that Long Chun publicly insulted Elder Na Qian at the outer sect square, the initial reaction of all disciples was one of bewilderment. They unanimously perceived this newcomer king as a fearless individual. Little did they know, Long Chun's audacity to insult an inner sect elder in front of thousands was due to his soul power sensing the presence of a hidden expert above the square, who had been watching over him with benevolent intent. He was betting that this expert would not allow Na Qian to act unjustly. Otherwise, even with tenfold courage, he would not dare to publicly insult a martial sovereign. Was he not courting death? Long Chun did not believe that within the vast Qingyun sect, there existed no one to uphold justice. Fortunately, his gamble paid off, and he emerged victorious. It is worth noting that one of Long Chun's initial purposes for joining Qingyun sect was to seek a strong master. In addition to Long Chun, two other newcomers, Nian Wuqing and Long Wushuang, also shone brightly in the competition, subsequently being taken under the wings of Elder Hun and Elder Dao respectively, causing a significant stir within the inner sect. Another fortunate individual named Yang Shi, originally ranked 11th, ascended to 10th place following the expulsion of Na Yin, thus becoming an inner sect disciple. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Na Yin was in Elder Na Qian's palace, seething with rage as he lambasted Long Chun for various grievances. "Enough," Na Qian admonished in a low voice, her expression dark. "Long Chun is now a disciple of Elder Jiu. He is no longer someone we can provoke at will. Yinner, return home. I have an old friend in Tiansha Valley. Shortly, I will pen a letter for you to take to her. She will surely take you into Tiansha Valley, and I trust my old friend will look after you. Focus on your cultivation there. Aunt, are we truly going to let that scoundrel Long Chun off the hook? Yinner, you must understand that some individuals are beyond our reach. A mere Long Chun is insignificant. But the key lies with Elder Jiu. Provoking him could lead to our family's annihilation. Are you willing to risk our family's very survival for a moment of personal humiliation? Aunt, even if Elder Jiu is powerful, he cannot dominate the entire Qingyun sect, can he? Wasn't our ancestor a sixth elder of the Elder Council? His position is higher than that of Elder Jiu. We need not fear him. Foolish, do you comprehend the might of Elder Jiu? It is rumored he ranks as the fifth strongest on the continent, invincible beneath the martial sovereign, earning the title of the strongest beneath the martial sovereign. Even the sect master is not his match. Let alone our ancestor. 10 ancestors would not stand a chance against Elder Jiu. Rank means nothing. This world values power. Do you understand? The fifth strongest on the continent, the strongest beneath the martial sovereign. Na Yin murmured, her complexion paling as she trembled, the flames of revenge swiftly extinguishing. Yinner, I understand your unwillingness to endure such a gross humiliation, but circumstances dictate our restraint. We cannot afford any rash actions. Otherwise, only annihilation awaits us. The sole hope for revenge lies in your diligent cultivation to enhance your strength, allowing you to defeat or even slay Long Chun in the future. Though Elder Jiu may be overbearing, he cannot intervene in conflicts between peers. Is that true? Aunt, do we still have a chance to slay Long Chun? Indeed. As long as you grow stronger, there is hope that so, Yinner, once you arrive at Tiansha Valley, you must cultivate diligently. Aunt, I understand. Tomorrow, I shall descend the mountain and head straight for Tiansha Valley. Upon hearing that there was still a chance for revenge, the flames of vengeance ignited once more in Na Yan's heart. Good, that is the spirit. Here, take this low-level Xian rank martial art, Xian Yu Hand, which I acquired not long ago. Cultivate it diligently. Thank you, Aunt. Na Yan's heart soared with joy upon hearing it was a Xian rank martial art. Little brother, little brother. A jubilant voice accompanied by a tall youth entered. Brother, Na Yan exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace the newcomer, who was none other than her elder brother, Na Wudao. Ha ha, it has been years since we last met. Little brother, you have grown quite a bit. Na Wudao clapped Na Yan on the shoulder and turned to Na Qian Ant. Brother, you are even more impressive than before. Enough with the flattery. Take a seat. Na Qian smiled, her expression brightening as she witnessed the reunion of the siblings. Little brother, I have heard about your situation. Do not worry, Long Chun will take care of it and surely help you regain your honor. Wudao, be cautious. Long Chun has already become a disciple of Elder Jiu. Do not let a small matter lead to significant consequences. Aunt, I understand. For now, I cannot provoke Elder Jiu, but that Long Chun is still under my control. Conflicts between juniors are not for Elder Jiu to meddle in. Do not worry, Aunt. Very well. As long as you understand. After selecting his room, Long Chun descended Tianju Peak and made his way toward the martial arts pavilion. At the entrance of the martial arts pavilion, greetings, esteemed elder. I am Long Chun, here to claim the rewards from the newcomer competition. Long Chun bowed respectfully to the lanky elder lounging in a recliner. Simultaneously presenting his disciple token. You are the newcomer king, Long Chun? The elder opened his eyes, sizing up Long Chun. Not bad. A fourth-level martial master with a robust physique. No wonder that Morong fellow took a liking to you. The lower 3 floors contain yellow-rank martial arts. The 4th floor has low-level Xian-rank martial arts, while the 5th floor features mid-level Xian-rank martial arts. Here is your pass to the 5th floor. You have 1 hour to select and register your choice. Do not wander elsewhere. Violators will face severe penalties. The elder tossed a card to Long Chun and closed his eyes once more. Thank you, esteemed elder. Long Chun took the pass and proceeded directly through the first 4 floors, entering the 5th floor of the martial arts pavilion. Wow! So many mid-level Xian-rank martial arts? This truly is a grand sect. Incomparable! If I could acquire them all, I would truly become rich overnight. Long Chen beheld the plethora of martial arts scrolls lining the shelves, at least 100 in number, and could not help but exclaim, Youngster, cease your daydreaming. It's evident you have not yet experienced the world. Are you a newly initiated disciple of the inner sect? A rotund youth emerged from the shadows, his face adorned with a mocking expression as he regarded Long Chen. Mind your own business. Worrying about trivial matters is beneath you. Do you even know who I am? Indeed. Are you not merely a corpulent fool? I, Zhu Biao, despise being called fat. If you do not learn your lesson today, you will soon realize the vastness of the heavens and the depth of the earth. With that, he lifted his foot and aimed a kick at Long Chen. A glint of cold light flashed in Long Chen's eyes as he stepped forward. Instantaneously appearing behind Zhu Biao, he retaliated with a kick of his own, sending Zhu Biao flying 2 meters, landing in an undignified heap. Youngster, you seek death. Zhu Biao roared in fury, rising once more to charge forward. At that moment, an elderly voice resonated ominously in their ears. Fighting is strictly prohibited within the martial arts pavilion. Any violators will bear the consequences. Yes, Elder Zheng. You are fortunate today, brat, if you have the guts. Leave your name. Zhu Biao spat bitterly. I shall not change my name or my surname. Long Chun is who I am. You are the newly crowned king of freshmen, Long Chun? Very well, I shall ensure you regret this. Zhu Biao retorted before slinking away in defeat. Finally, peace returned as Long Chun seized the opportunity to search for martial arts techniques. I possess offensive skills in boxing, swordplay, and finger techniques, along with defensive techniques such as body dominance and movement techniques. There is no immediate need for a change. Therefore, I shall seek other skills. If I could discover a soul technique, that would be ideal. A flicker of anticipation danced in Long Chen's eyes. Regrettably, after thoroughly scouring the 5th floor for all martial arts techniques, he found no soul techniques. In the end, he unearthed a scroll from the very bottom of the shelves that resembled both a cultivation method and a martial arts technique, the thunder summoning technique. He then exited the martial arts pavilion and made his way to the exchange hall. Inside the exchange hall, Long Chun exchanged all his useless resources for sect contribution points, subsequently acquiring a substantial quantity of body refining elixirs before contentedly leaving the hall. Damn, it took such effort to accumulate over 40,000 contribution points, yet I squandered nearly half in an instant. These points do not last long. It seems I must devise a way to earn more. Long Chen lamented, realizing that cultivating body dominance was exceedingly costly, and the heaven-swallowing devil scripture was also a significant drain on resources. You are the current king of freshmen, Long Chen? Just as Long Chen stepped out of the exchange hall, lost in thought about how to make money quickly, he was abruptly confronted by three youths. Indeed, that would be me, and you are? Long Chen skeptically mused, feeling as though today was ill-fated, encountering a series of inexplicable provocateurs. His irritation growing. Youngster, you truly have no eye for greatness. This is senior brother Lao Can. A lanky youth gestured toward the pallid youth in the center, speaking with haughty pride. Braindead? You call yourself braindead? What did your parents do to you to bestow such a name? Long Chen quipped with a teasing expression. Youngster, you are courting death. Senior brother Lao is ranked 97th on the inner sect leaderboard. How dare you insult him? As soon as the lanky youth finished speaking, he struck out at Long Chen. With only 100 spots on the inner sect leaderboard, being ranked 97th is hardly something to boast about. You should be embarrassed, Long Chen retorted, raising his hand to strike, unleashing a powerful finger strike that struck the lanky youth's right shoulder. The lanky youth cried out in agony, soaring backward. You are quite audacious. Do you dare to face me in the arena? Lao Can's eyes flashed with intensity as he spoke in a deep voice. I have no time for this. My time is valuable, and I have no interest in playing petty games with you. Step aside. I have matters to attend to. A martial arts duel, with a wager of a mid-level Xian rank martial technique. Do you dare? You must have just acquired one, correct? Oh, so you are after my martial technique? You certainly have a clever scheme, but how do I know you can place your wager? Long Chen, pondering where to earn money, found an unexpected opportunity presented to him and felt compelled to accept. As soon as Long Chen finished speaking, Lao Can had already produced a scroll from his storage ring and tossed it over. What do you think of this? Long Chen opened the scroll to reveal the dragon capture technique. A mid-level Xian rank martial technique? Agreed. We shall meet in the arena 3 days hence. He tossed the scroll back to Lao Can and turned towards Tianju Peak. Excellent. We shall see you in 3 days at the arena. The trio quickly departed. Chapter 40. Reunion with Zhong Ling. Upon returning to Tianju Peak, Long Chen made his way to the main hall to seek his master, Mu Rong Xianyu, requesting him to activate the gravitational formation along the mountain path. He intended to use the immense pressure of the formation to enhance the absorption of medicinal effects, thereby accelerating his cultivation of body dominance. A discovery he had made while ascending Tianju Peak. Entering the grand hall, he found his master, Mu Rong Xianyu, engaged in light-hearted conversation with a young woman, laughter echoing between them. The young lady was turned slightly away, obscuring her features, but her figure suggested she was a great beauty. Upon noticing Long Chen's arrival, Mu Rong Xianyu inquired, Chener, do you seek your master for something? Just as Long Chen was about to respond, the young woman turned her head. Zhong Ling, Long Chen gasped, disbelief flooding his eyes. You little lecher. How dare you arrive at Qing Yun's sect without coming to find me first? It seems I must take the initiative to seek you out. Have you grown too proud now that you are the king of freshmen? Long Chen remained momentarily stunned by the revelation, but snapped back to reality upon hearing Zhong Ling's playful jibe. That is not the case at all. I just arrived and have a multitude of matters to sort out. I was actually planning to inquire about your well-being with second senior brother. Zhong Ling, you seem quite familiar with my master. Do you two know each other? Haha, Linger's father is my fellow disciple, making me her sure shoot at so. Would you say we are close? Yet you, my dear Chener, seem to have known Linger for quite some time. Had it not been for her seeking you out, I would have remained oblivious to your relationship as fellow disciples. Who shares a deep bond with this little lecher? Zhong Ling muttered under her breath, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Noticing her demeanor, Long Chen hastily shifted the topic. Master, how about I take Zhong Ling around for a tour? That sounds good. You two have not seen each other in ages, and it is time for a proper conversation. Speaking of which, since you both hail from the same sect, I shall take you both to pay respects to your master on another day. Now, you young ones chat. This old fellow, shall not be a hindrance. Shirshu is not old at all. Ha ha ha. Outside the hall, Long Qin and Zhong Ling walked side by side, yet neither rushed to speak, allowing a comfortable silence to envelop them. Gradually, the atmosphere grew slightly intimate. Both seemed to sense the unusual tension and simultaneously spoke. You? They exchanged smiles, and the mood lightened instantly. Lady first. You may go ahead. What brings you to Qing Yun's sect? Is it not simply because I missed you? So, I came. Be serious. Zhong Ling shot Long Qin an exasperated glance. Well, my arrival at Qing Yun's sect was quite serendipitous. After we parted, the Wang family began pursuing me relentlessly. In a frenzied attempt to draw me out, they heinously slaughtered all the men, women, and children in my village. With no other choice, my sister and I fled into the 10,000 Great Mountains to evade their pursuit. Later, my sister was taken away by her family, and I remained in the mountains, hiding while also cultivating and enhancing my strength, vowing to avenge my village. I took risks and seized every opportunity to grow stronger in the 10,000 Great Mountains. And eventually, my efforts bore fruit. I then went to Wanshan City, where I annihilated the Wang family. This act drew the attention of the city lord, who recommended me to participate in the Qing Yun sect selection competition, granting me the opportunity to be here. So, your arrival at Qing Yun sect was purely coincidental? I had thought you came specifically to find me. Zhong Ling pouted, clearly displeased. That cannot be entirely true. When City Lord Su mentioned Qing Yun sect, you were the first person who came to mind. Knowing I had the chance to train here, I felt elated, not only to see you again, but also to enter the sect for cultivation. You know my situation. After my sister left, I had no acquaintances, and in my heart, you are a very important friend. Perhaps even my only friend. That sounds more acceptable. I shall forgive you for now. But what about you? How did you come to know I was at Qing Yun sect? Is there anyone in Qing Yun sect who does not know the name King of Freshmen Longchen? It is merely a title. It only indicates I have some strength among the newcomers, not as grand as you suggest. The title of King of Freshmen alone would not cause such a stir. The key is that you were accepted as a disciple by Shirshu, which has garnered the attention of the entire sect. While my master is indeed the ninth elder, accepting disciples should be a common occurrence. No? That is because you do not understand Shirshu. He has been the ninth elder of Qing Yun sect for 50 years, and he has only taken on 4 disciples. Other elders have countless disciples. Shirshu is quite selective. Generally, only individuals with exceptional talent and virtuous character are accepted as his disciples. Take, for instance, your senior brother Yi Ling Yun and second senior brother Ren Xiaoyao. Both are yet to reach the age of 40, yet they have already attained the status of martial sovereigns. Senior brother Yi is notably one of the 2 representatives from Qing Yun sect who have ascended the True Dragon rankings. Although third senior sister Chu Liu seldom practices, she has also reached the realm of martial spirits. Most importantly, our esteemed uncle possesses unparalleled strength within Qing Yun sect, even overshadowing my father. Rumors abound that he is the 5th strongest individual on the continent. The mightiest figure in Dongshan continent aside from the 4 martial kings. Can you imagine the envy that your fellow disciples must feel upon learning that you have been taken as a disciple by Master Moro? So, it turns out that my master and seniors are truly remarkable individuals. It is not merely envy. It borders on jealousy and resentment. You were unaware of all this? How could I know? Before joining Qing Yun sect, I was oblivious to its very location, let alone knowledge of my master. You truly are a fortunate fool. What exactly is the True Dragon Rankings that you just mentioned? The True Dragon Rankings is a highly authoritative list in Dongshan continent, exclusively featuring martial sovereigns under the age of 50, with only 20 spots available. Anyone who ascends this list is undoubtedly a prodigy. In the vast Qing Yun sect, only 2 have managed to secure a place on the True Dragon Rankings. One is Senior Brother Yi, and the other is Senior Brother Ren. At this point, Zhong Ling paused, contemplating before solemnly stating, Long Chun, you must brace yourself for what I am about to say. What is it? Why so serious? The individual who holds a grudge against you from the newcomer tournament, Na Yan, has an aunt in Qing Yun sect, namely Elder Na. Most importantly, his elder brother is also in Qing Yun sect, the senior brother. Na Wudao, who is one of the aforementioned individuals on the True Dragon rankings. Senior brother Na is ranked 9th on the True Dragon rankings and is the only one outside the 4 major sects to break into the top 10. It is highly likely that he will be the next sect leader of Qingyun sect in a Wudao, the senior brother of Qingyun sect, a top 10 contender on the True Dragon rankings. It seems I have indeed provoked a formidable adversary. The Na family has an ancestor who has long served as the 6th elder of the Qingyun sect Elder Council, wielding considerable influence. Thus, it can be said that the Na family's power within Qingyun sect is not merely significant, but rather pivotal. The reason you were able to insult Elder Na Qian in the outer sect square without suffering consequences is solely thanks to Master Morong. Had it been anyone else, this matter would likely not have concluded so easily. Master is truly formidable, so much so that no one dares to provoke him. However, even with Master's deterrent presence, he cannot overly interfere in disputes among peers. It is an unspoken rule in the martial world. Therefore, you must exercise extreme caution regarding the younger generation of the Na family seeking retribution against you. No worries, as long as the elders do not intervene. I am unafraid that I, Long Chun, have yet to fear anyone among my peers. The Na family had better not provoke me, for if they do, I shall ensure they regret it thoroughly. Oh, by the way, you mentioned the True Dragon rankings. I wish to inquire about a certain individual, a genius also on the True Dragon rankings named Yi Qingyu. Do you know her? Yi Qingyu. Why do you wish to inquire about her? Do you know her? Zhong Ling looked astonished. Don't joke around. You know my situation. How could I possibly know someone of her stature? Long Chen lied, his heart racing. That is true. Yi Qingyu is a direct disciple of the Sword Pavilion in the western regions. Recognized as the continent's foremost prodigy, at under 30 years of age, she has already attained the realm of martial sovereign, and her swordsmanship is extraordinary, ranking 3rd on the True Dragon rankings. Gosh, she is that formidable? No wonder she looks down on me, Long Chen muttered under his breath. What did you say? Nothing, by the way, Zhongling. Where do you reside? It would be convenient to find you if needed. I reside on the Sect Leader Peak. Sect Leader Peak? Sect Leader Zhong Wentian, my goodness, you must be the treasure jewel of the Sect Leader, right? Long Chen exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. What? Am I not like that? Indeed, you must be. I shall proclaim to all that I am a friend of the Qingyun sect princess. And let us see who dares to provoke me. Long Chen declared earnestly. Speak plainly. It has been a while since we last met. Allow me to treat you to a meal, I assure you. My barbecue is unparalleled, a unique experience that cannot be found elsewhere. Would you care to try? Very well. If you boast so loudly, I shall see if it truly lives up to the hype. Fear not, it is indeed more authentic than pearls. After bidding farewell to Zhongling, Long Chen sought out his master, Morong Zanyu. Master, is the gravity formation on the mountain path controllable at will? I wish to utilize the pressure of the formation for body tempering. It can be controlled, but you must exercise caution and avoid recklessness. This is a matter of control techniques, I understand, Master. Long Chen immediately ascended to the 901st step, taking a deep breath as he activated the formation. Suddenly, a weight akin to a mountain bore down upon him, causing Long Chen to collapse to the ground, feeling as though he were being crushed beneath a sea of pressure, threatening to tear him apart. Soon, blood seeped from his flesh. Yet, it was not enough. Long Chen roared, gritting his teeth to push himself up, slowly ascending. Upon reaching the 905th step, a scarlet trail of blood appeared on the mountain path. A harrowing sight at that moment. Long Chen sensed the pressure was just right. Trembling, Long Chen managed to support himself, sitting cross-legged on the step, retrieving several medicinal herbs and hastily consuming them. He then activated the second layer of the body dominance technique, refining the herbs and directing most of their potency to his left arm, intending to complete the tempering of his left arm in one go. Indeed, with the assistance of the gravity formation, the speed at which his body absorbed the medicinal potency increased significantly, but the pain also multiplied. It was evident that Long Chen's entire body was a bloody mess, with many bones visible. Yet he remained silent, gritting his teeth to prevent himself from losing consciousness. The occasional grimace on his face revealed the excruciating torment he was enduring. At the summit, Morong Zanyu and Ren Xiaoyao observed Long Chen. whose body bore no unscathed flesh, a flicker of admiration crossing their faces. So, this is how the unyielding body of our junior brother is forged. I find myself lacking in comparison. He is still so young yet capable of enduring such agony. What force propels him? The reason I accepted him as my disciple was due to his extraordinary courage, unyielding and fearless, but it appears I have underestimated him. Oh, by the way, Master, I just heard that junior brother has a duel scheduled for 3 days hence against the 97th ranked Lao Can from the inner sect. What are your thoughts on this matter? A trifling concern. Let Chun'er handle it himself, as long as the elders do not intervene. We ought not to interfere excessively. This would not benefit his growth. A martial artist must mature through trials by fire. If the elders do intervene, we shall strike with lightning speed. Let us see who dares to act recklessly, particularly those of the Na family. Keep a close watch on them. Understood. Chapter 41. The duel. The newcomer king, Long Chen, is set to engage in a duel against Lao Can, ranked 97th on the intersect leaderboard, in 3 days. With the wager being a scroll of mid-level profound rank martial arts. This news spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching every corner of Qingyun's sect, sparking fervent discussions. Most dismissed the event with derision, deeming Long Chun as arrogant and presumptuous. How could a mere newcomer possibly contend with Lao Can, a master on the inner sect leaderboard? It is worth noting that there are over 10,000 disciples in the inner sect, and those who make it onto the leaderboard, even at the bottom rank, are exceptional individuals. What qualifications does Long Chun possess to dare challenge Lao Can? Others suggested that Long Chun's favor with Elder Jiu must indicate some remarkable qualities. Perhaps he has hidden talents yet to be revealed. Some speculated that Elder Jiu must have bestowed upon Long Chun some powerful means of protection. Otherwise, how could he muster the courage to wager against Lao Can? And to wager a mid-level profound rank martial art? Is that not tantamount to being foolish with money? In any case, the myriad discussions swirled like snowflakes, creating a cacophony within the sect. Meanwhile, the focus of these discussions, Long Chen, continued to endure immense pressure, awaiting the moment of transformation. On the morning of the 3rd day, a resounding boom echoed along the mountain path, followed by the sight of Long Chen's form turning a deep bronze before quickly retracting and vanishing. Long Chen opened his eyes, finding himself enveloped in a thin layer of crimson, solidified grime, emitting a foul stench. With a surge of energy, the grime fell away entirely. Taking stock of his physical state, he raised his left arm and delivered a powerful punch, producing a resounding sonic boom. Be why your grandfather's beard. The considerable investment in medicinal herbs has not been in vain. My physical strength has surged by 100 newtons. Unfortunately, I am still a tad short of achieving minor success in the 2nd layer of body dominance. At this pace, I estimate I will require at least 3 more attempts. 10 medicinal herbs cost at least 10,000 contribution points. By this reckoning, achieving minor success in the 2nd layer of body dominance will necessitate a minimum of 50,000 contribution points. What kind of calamity have I brought upon myself? The thought of finances gave Long Chun a headache, overshadowing the joy of completing the tempering of his left arm. Well, as the saying goes, where there's a will, there's a way. I shall take it one step at a time. Long Chun could only comfort himself in this manner. He deactivated the formation and, dragging his weary body, made his way back. The agony from days of body tempering left him mentally exhausted. Thinking about the upcoming competition, he resolved to refine a soul fruit upon returning, hoping it would alleviate his fatigue. Upon arriving at his quarters and freshening up, Long Chun immediately took out a green soul fruit and consumed it, activating the soul refinement technique. Indeed, the medicinal power of the soul fruit enveloped his spirit like a gentle rain. And in an instant, an unprecedented sense of comfort surged from the depths of his soul, akin to a long-awaited downpour after a drought. Meanwhile, his soul power began to surge rapidly. Junior brother, junior brother. A sudden, vigorous knocking at the door jolted Long Chen from his meditation. Fortunately, the soul fruit had already been refined, and his fatigue vanished, replaced by a refreshing vigor. To his surprise, his soul power had even advanced to the 2nd level of Soul Master, indicating that after significant consumption, his cultivation speed would increase dramatically. Sister, Long Chun opened the door. Junior brother, why are you still here? The arena is already packed with people. Everyone is waiting for you. Hurry up, or you'll be late. Chu Liue pulled Long Chin outside. Sister, are you going too? Of course. Why would I miss out on such excitement? Who knows, I might even make some money. Make money? How so? As soon as Long Chin heard about the potential for profit, his eyes lit up and he perked up. I heard some disciples set up a betting pool. The odds for betting on Lao Can to win are 1-1, while betting on you to win is 1-10. Junior brother, let me in on it. How confident are you in winning, sister? I have 50,000 spirit stones. Please place all of them on my victory. Long Chun said calmly. So, Junior brother, you are quite confident in your victory? Haha, splendid. I'll wager all my spirit stones on you, and we'll make that gambling scoundrel pay dearly. Hee, sister. After you place the bet, don't leave. Keep an eye on that gambling crook. I fear he might slip away amidst the chaos. Indeed. You can rest assured, Junior brother. I'll certainly keep a close watch on that scoundrel. When Long Chen arrived, the area around the arena was already teeming with people. I thought our rookie king was too scared to show up? Lao Can mocked. Ha ha. Laughter erupted from the crowd, clearly indicating that the majority believed Long Chen was destined to lose. Hee, brainless brother. I truly cannot comprehend you. Why are you so eager for a beating? Were you beaten senseless by your parents as a child? Hence they named you brainless? You seek death. Lao Can's expression darkened swiftly. Many people wanted to laugh but dared not, as they feared Lao Can's status as a powerful figure in the inner sect. Someone not to be trifled with. Ha. Brother Long's tongue remains as sharp as ever. Fire Li's voice rang out from the crowd. Hee, not only is Brother Long formidable in strength, but his words are equally infuriating. The usually composed Li Mo rarely joked. This guy is simply toxic, Nian Wuqing remarked with irritation. Lung Wushuang remained as cold and serious as ever, saying nothing. The four from Fire Li, who had become acquainted with Long Chun during the rookie competition, were astonished to hear him challenge a top-ranked inner sect expert and thus rushed to the scene. Enough chatter. Let us get started. Finish quickly so we can eat. Let us see how long you can be arrogant. Wait a moment. Did you bring the bets? I need to verify them first. I don't want to hustle for nothing later. You? Lao Can was infuriated by Long Chin's words. As a dignified inner sect expert, would he default on his bets? With a grim face, he produced the dragon capture scroll and tossed it to Long Chen. All right, the martial arts techniques are genuine. Let us begin. Long Chen, today I shall let you know that there are always greater heights beyond your own. With that, Lao Can unleashed his aura, revealing his formidable cultivation at the 8th level of martial master. He charged at Long Chun, throwing a powerful punch. Ha, I fear you may lack the capability. Long Chun remained unperturbed. Fully activating the devouring heaven demon technique, a torrent of pure black demonic energy surged forth, enveloping him completely. With a swift step, he moved like the wind. Thunderclap fist. The black and green fist strikes collided violently. Boom! Like a thunderclap, it reverberated, leaving the audience's ears ringing. The two fist strikes shattered simultaneously, and an invisible shockwave erupted, sending Long Chun sliding backward. Just as he was about to tumble off the arena, he kicked off the ground with his right foot, barely managing to stay on the edge. Brother Lao is indeed mighty. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause. Is this all you can do? I truly do not understand the source of your arrogance. Let me tell you that punch just now. I only used 80 of my strength. From now on, I shall not hold back. Lao Can mocked without reserve. Hee, even the top experts in the inner sect are not much different. That punch I just threw was merely 30 of my strength. Stubborn as a dead duck. Let us see how long you can keep up the act. Lao Can activated his movement technique and closed in rapidly on Long Chen. Unfazed, Long Chen shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Breaking wave palm. The clash of fist and palm sent a violent shockwave that propelled both fighters backward. Long Chen activated the gale step, advancing rather than retreating, his form swaying like a fish swimming upstream as he quickly closed in on Lao Can. Seeing this, Lao Can's heart jolted. He had not anticipated Long Chen's agility. He could only hastily parry with a palm to slightly halt Long Chen's advance, using the recoil to create distance. But Long Chen, seasoned from countless battles, would not let such an opportunity slip away. As he saw the palm strike approaching, he thrust his right index finger, unleashing a rapid burst of golden finger force that shattered the palm strike. Simultaneously, he leapt high into the air and executed a devastating strike, sending a fist imprint crashing down like a mountain upon Lao Can. Realizing he could not evade, Lao Can quickly halted his retreat, drawing his sword from his waist and slashing fiercely at the fist imprint. One sword breaking the waves, the fist imprint split in two, while the sword light shattered into fragments. Having gained an upper hand, Long Chen would not relent. As he landed, he took a step forward, closing in on Lao Can with blinding speed, immediately launching a series of relentless close-range attacks, putting Lao Can in a position where he could hardly retaliate. As an intersect expert, being pressed back by a newcomer filled Lao Can with embarrassment. To turn the tide, he had no choice but to endure a punch from Long Chen, using the momentum to break free from Long Chen's assault range. Lao brother was actually injured. How is that possible? Is Long Chen really that strong? It's merely that Long Chen momentarily gained the upper hand while Lao brother was careless. Just wait. He will soon reveal his true prowess. Brainless brother, how does it feel? My fist isn't easy to endure, is it? Long Chen, you will pay the price. Prepare to face my wrath. Water-splitting sword technique. Lao Can wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and roared, swinging his sword to unleash a blue sword light. Come at me. I'm not afraid. Long Chen immediately drew the crimson blood blade, taking the stance of the broken mountain blade. During this time, Long Chen had diligently practiced his sword techniques. The broken mountain blade was already highly proficient, just a step away from perfection, and now was the perfect opportunity to test its might. Look, Lao brother is using his famous technique. The water-splitting sword. Long Chen is in for a rough time. Haha, it looks like I'm about to make a small fortune of 1,000 spirit stones. You only bet 1,000 spirit stones? I wagered my entire fortune on Lao brother's victory. At this rate, I'm about to make a considerable profit. Oh no, I bet too little. I see you lack confidence in Lao brother. Didn't you also bet on Long Chen? Of course not. The person exclaimed, clearly panicking, hastily denying it, for he could not afford to offend Lao Can on the other side. Fire Li and his companions, watching the battle heat up, couldn't help but feel anxious. Wushuang brother, what do you think? Can brother Long win? Fire Li asked the usually silent Long Wushuang. Without a doubt, from the beginning until now, Long brother has solely relied on his energy in combat, hardly utilizing his physical strength. Are you unaware of how formidable his physical power is? Moreover, he possesses an even stronger trump card, a fact I'm sure Sister Nian is most aware of. An even stronger trump card. Fire Li and Liu Mo exchanged surprised glances, both looking at Nian Wuching with inquiries in their eyes. This guy is most likely a soul cultivator, Nian Wuching said with a wry smile. Hiss! Both Fire Li and Liu Mo gasped in shock. As they spoke, the two on stage had already exchanged dozens of blows, with sparks flying as blade met sword, causing the surrounding crowd to retreat in waves. Brainless brother, your water-splitting sword technique doesn't seem that impressive. From your earlier tone, I expected a heavenly grade sword technique. You had me all worked up. Long Chen teased loudly on purpose. Wow, brother Long really dares to dream. Thinking of heavenly grade sword techniques. Why is this guy's tongue so irritating? Nian Wuching remarked, though her expression held a hint of amusement. Ha ha ha! The audience erupted into uproarious laughter, yet in the eyes of the proud and haughty Lao Can, it was nothing short of mockery directed at him. Combined with his prolonged inability to secure victory, a fierce blaze of anger ignited within him. A Long Chen, it is you who has forced my hand. Prepare to perish as I unleash torrents of chaos. Long Chen's mind sharpened, sensing a tremendous sword intent surging towards him, compelling him to instinctively activate his body enhancement, channeling his physical strength. No, absolutely not. The true enemy has yet to reveal themselves. I must not expose too many of my hidden cards. The only course of action is to gamble, break through to the perfected realm of the Duanyue blade. Otherwise, under this sword strike, my body enhancement will inevitably be exposed. At this critical juncture, Long Chen surprisingly closed his eyes, focusing intently on discerning the essence of the Duanyue blade. Under immense pressure, his comprehension of the Duanyue blade soared at an astonishing pace, while simultaneously his aura rapidly coalesced, akin to a divine blade on the verge of breaking its seal in a moment of revelation. A formidable blade intent erupted from Long Chun, signifying the Duanyue blade's completion. His eyes snapped open, and with a powerful leap, he raised his blade, striking down with the force of a mountain upon the shadow of the sword. Duanyue slash, shatter. In the next instant, a blade shadow reminiscent of a mountain-splitting strike violently collided with the oncoming sword shadow, resulting in a thunderous explosion as the two forces disintegrated, each dissolving into nothingness. As he landed, Long Chen swiftly activated the Gale Step, closing in on Lao Can with blinding speed, delivering a devastating punch that severely injured him. While the red blood blade was thrust forward to restrain him, brain-dead brother, you have lost. You Lao Can, realizing the blade was already poised at his throat, understood that any words would be futile. His face darkening in despair. Did I lost? I actually lost, Newcomer King. Newcomer King. A chorus of cheers erupted from the crowd below, akin to a tsunami crashing against the shore. Those who had bet on Long Chen beamed with satisfaction, feeling a sense of vindication, while those who had placed their bets on Lao Can wore expressions of dismay, cursing Lao Can profusely in their minds while simultaneously lamenting their own misfortune. Breaking through the sword technique on the battlefield, Long Wushuang murmured to herself, "This fellow is truly excessively formidable." Nian Wuqing couldn't help but mutter, "Braindead brother, thank you for your martial skills. I welcome you to challenge me again." He then turned to the audience below and exclaimed, "Oh, I thought the masters of the inner sect rankings were exceptionally powerful, yet it seems they are merely averaged. Of course, if any masters feel unconvinced, I am still willing to offer everyone an opportunity, but the prerequisite is that there must be a wager." Long Chun solemnly promised that for anyone below the martial spirit realm who defeats me, they may freely choose from these two mid-tier mysterious martial arts techniques in my possession. The challenger's wager can consist of contribution points, spiritual herbs, pills, etc., as long as their value is comparable to that of the mid-tier mysterious martial arts techniques. With that, a mischievous smile spread across his face before he walked off the stage. Upon hearing Long Chen's brazen provocation, many in the audience felt their teeth grind in frustration, lamenting their own lack of strength. Otherwise, they would surely ascend the stage to thrash Long Chen. "Brother Long, you've really stirred up some hatred," Huoli remarked, smacking his lips. "Why do I feel like this guy is setting a trap?" Nian Wuqing mused, "Long Chen, I challenge you to a life-and-death battle. Do you dare accept?" A fierce voice resounded, and a figure stepped forward from the crowd, plunging the previously boisterous scene into utter silence. Long Chen's lips curled into a slight smirk. "Ha ha, the fish has finally taken the bait." Chapter 42. Life and Death Battle. Long Chen paused, a flash of murderous intent flickering in his eyes as he turned to face the newcomer. There stood a tall young man clad in gray, leaping onto the stage not far from him, his eyes glinting with ferocity, resembling a beast poised to devour. Is that not Senior In Chongping? Ranked 90th on the Intersect leaderboard? A gasp rippled through the crowd as someone recognized the youth's identity. Could it be that Long Chun has enmity with Senior In? Otherwise, why would Senior In initiate a life-and-death battle simply due to Long Chen's taunts? It seems implausible. Long Chun is 2 ranks lower than Senior In, and logically, there should be no interaction between them. Enough chatter. Be careful not to say something wrong and invoke disaster. We cannot afford to offend anyone on that stage. Just watch, Senior In. I presume this is our first meeting. With that mournful expression of yours, one might think I have wronged you. Have you thought this through? A life-and-death battle is no trifling matter. It involves lives, less nonsense. Do you dare to accept the challenge? In Chomping bellowed. "Ha ha." Long Chen's expression darkened. There is nothing in this world that Long Chun would shy away from. However, I have always been benevolent and compassionate. I would mourn for an entire day if I accidentally stepped on an ant, let alone take a life. I suggest you return home and fill your head with some sense. Calm down, and do not let a mere volume of mid-tier mysterious martial arts techniques cost you your life. Oh my, brother Long's tongue. I almost want to go up and give him a good beating. Huali chuckled, unable to contain his amusement at Long Chen's words. I truly want to tear this guy's mouth apart to see how it differs from others. Nian Wuqing gritted her teeth. On stage, Yin Changping waved his hand, and dozens of precious herbs and pills materialized in the air, including a first-tier spiritual herb, thunder bamboo, and a third-tier pill, strengthening bone pill. You're looking for a wager, right? Is this enough? If not, I have 100,000 contribution points in my token. Should you kill me, all of this will be yours. Yin Changping coaxed enticingly. Haha, since you're so sincere, if I refuse, wouldn't that make me seem ungrateful? Come, let me see what this ranked 90th powerhouse of the inner sect can truly do to warrant such ferocity. Long Chen beckoned Yin Changping with a finger. You're quite greedy, kid, but I fear you won't live to claim it. I might show mercy and let you die painlessly. Yin Changping grinned wickedly. Damn you. Enough with the chatter. Long Chen shouted angrily, leaping into the air to deliver a powerful downward strike aimed at Yin Changping. Wow, this Long Chen is truly audacious. He dares to engage with Senior Yin. Someone exclaimed that I've heard that although Senior Yin is ranked 90, it's because he hasn't challenged anyone on the leaderboard for a long time. In terms of strength, he is far beyond the 90th rank. Indeed, this Long Chen is likely to be in dire straits. After all, this is a life-and-death battle. If it were merely a sparring match, he might only endure a beating and some injuries. But in a life-and-death battle, once on stage, even the sect cannot intervene. Senior Yin is known for his ruthless and bloody confrontations. It seems the newcomer king may face grave danger today. You are gravely mistaken. Do you not realize whose disciple Long Chen is? In the entire Qingyun sect, who would dare offend that existence? If Senior Yin truly seeks to kill Long Chen, could he hope for survival? I believe Long Chen is not in any life-threatening danger. At most, he'll receive a good thrashing. This conflict between juniors is something that existence would not overly interfere with, right? Look, Senior Yin is making his move. Trivial skills, prepare to die. Yin Changping scoffed, raising his right arm in an instant. A massive palm of energy coalesced in the air, crushing Long Chen's blade shadow to pieces with a single grip. Kid, if you have any skills left, you better use them quickly. Soon, you won't have the chance. Yin Changping observed Long Chen with a playful smirk, much like a cat toying with its mouse. Seeing his blade aura shattered with a mere gesture, Long Chen realized that Yin Changping was far beyond the likes of Lao. An alarm surged within him. Was he to expose his physical strength? No, the time is not yet ripe. But what other options were available? A look of contemplation flickered in Long Chen's eyes, yet his hands remained unyielding. As he touched down, he immediately activated the Gale Step, propelling himself towards Yin Changping like lightning. His left fist surged forward, delivering a devastating blow, while his right hand wielded the red blood blade, sending forth a Duanyue slash that hurtled through the air, both attacks converging towards Yin Changping at breakneck speed. Today, I shall teach you the meaning of despair. With Yin Changping's voice echoing, a fierce aura erupted from him, an overwhelming force of a martial master at the 9th level sweeping through the arena, saturating the air with earthy energy. Earth-shattering claw, Yin Changping roared, his palm transforming into a claw as he forcefully swept forward. Instantly, a colossal claw of earthy hue manifested, violently clawing at the approaching black fist and blade shadows. The moment of collision. A thunderous roar akin to the heavens crashing down resounded across the arena as the yellow and black energies clashed fiercely, neither yielding ground, like two ferocious lions locked in a life-and-death struggle. Soon, the fist and blade shadows were obliterated, the black energy dissipating into the air, leaving only the massive earthy claw rushing towards Long Chen. Long Chen's heart sank. He raised his blade above his head, channeling all his strength into a Duanyue slash, successfully shattering the gigantic claw, but he too was thrown back by the claw's violent energy, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Kid, do you understand the concept of disparity now? Is it despair? Long Chen furrowed his brows tightly, his mind racing as he resolved to engage in close combat. Perhaps therein lay his chance to turn the tables. Otherwise, with his current cultivation level, without activating his body enhancement, defeating or killing Yin Changping was utterly fanciful. Even his recent victory over Lao had been somewhat of a fluke. How much more formidable was Yin Changping? Determined, Long Chun wiped the blood from his mouth and activated the gale step, speeding towards Yin Chongping like a gust of wind. Thinking of engaging in close combat? Do you think you can get close to me? Yin Chongping sneered dismissively, pushing his palm forward. Thick earth palm dot a colossal and weighty ochre handprint, resembling a great mountain, gradually crushed towards Long Chen, who was advancing at great speed. Instantly, he felt an overwhelming pressure enveloping him, as if he were sinking into a quagmire, causing his pace to slow dramatically. Long Chen's expression darkened, and in the next moment, a flicker of madness flashed across his eyes. He promptly summoned the devouring sky demon Qi, forming a vast, pure black shield that encased his entire being. Subsequently, he activated his dominance body, unleashing a titanic force of nearly 700 Jin. Raising the crimson blood blade high, he leapt into the air, executing a strike that fused man and blade, aiming at the giant palm. Break. The audience below beheld a massive black energy sphere hurtling towards the enormous ochre energy palm, and in the next heartbeat, a gaping hole materialized in the center of the palm, which then shattered into countless fragments. The black energy sphere continued to surge fiercely towards Yin Chongping. Kid, I never imagined you had such a hidden move. But it is all in vain. You wanted to engage me up close? Very well, I shall grant you your wish. Die. Explosive fist. Upon hearing this, a fierce glint flashed in Long Chen's eyes. He immediately halted the operation of his dominance body, clenched his left fist, and thrust it forward with great force. Collapse. At the moment their fists collided, Long Chen bellowed, "Golden Bell Shield." A golden bell-shaped defensive barrier materialized around him, enveloping him securely. Ignorant child, do you truly believe such a mere defensive technique can withstand my explosive fist? Die! As soon as the words left his mouth, an even more formidable force surged from Yin Chongping's right fist, crashing directly onto the golden bell shield. The surface of the shield shimmered with ripples before it began to concave inward, as if it were a quagmire, absorbing Yin Chongping's punch. Impossible. Yin Chongping was left astounded and speechless. It was only a breath later that the golden bell shield suddenly exploded, and the residual force slammed into Long Chen's left shoulder. Yet, he remained utterly unfazed, merely spitting out a mouthful of blood. In a clash between masters, a single breath could determine life or death. In that brief moment of Yin Chongping's days, Long Chen's right hand, which was turned away, shot forth like lightning, piercing the crimson blood blade directly into Yin Chongping's chest, penetrating his heart. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream echoed. Yin Chongping slowly lowered his head, gazing at the blade that had pierced through his chest. His eyes filled with disbelief, unable to comprehend why it was he who lay dying in the END's. The rhythm of his heart slowed. The light in his eyes gradually faded. Regretting your loyalty to Na Wu Dao? Long Chen's voice dripped with mockery. Yin Chongping abruptly raised his head as if struck by a revelation, a fleeting glimmer of horror flashing in his eyes before the light rapidly dimmed, until it vanished completely. Yin Chongping, ranked 90th in the inner sect, is dead. A thunderous roar erupted from the audience below, filled with cheers, gasps, and terror. Long Chun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, seized Yin Chongping's storage ring, and turned to the crowd, proclaiming, once again, I say, as long as there are stakes, I shall accept any challenge from those beneath the martial spirit realm, be it in combat or a life-and-death arena. Having said that, he strode away from the stage. Long Chen, do not flee. I, Ding Gaoyuan, demand a life-and-death battle with you. Long Chun cast a sidelong glance at the newcomer, cursing angrily, battle with you? Can't you see that I'm covered in injuries? I've already fought 2 formidable opponents today. Are you foolish or am I? If you seek death, so be it. In 7 days, once I've healed, I shall meet you here for a life-and-death duel, if you dare. With that, Long Chen departed the arena without a backward glance. As he passed by Hua Li and the others, they opened their mouths to speak but were silenced by Long Chen's gesture, indicating they should feign departure and follow him. Once they reached a secluded spot, Long Chen halted and turned to Hua Li and the others, saying, Brother Hua, Brother Li, Brother Long, Sister Nian, do you 4 understand? With great enemies looming, staying too close to me may bring about peril. Brother Long, what do you mean by that? Liu Mo frowned. Since our encounter in the newcomer tournament, we have recognized your integrity and sincerity. Is it that you look down upon us? Haha, well said. Truly, it is a matter of not knowing until one has fought. I knew I did not misjudge you for that, however. This is not the place for idle chatter. Let us first meet with my senior sister, and then we can converse at length. What do you say? The four exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Chapter 43. Friend sister, what brings you to the exchange hall? Little junior brother. Upon seeing Long Chun safe and sound, Chu Liyue's face lit up with joy. Then, with a pout, she indignantly continued. It was that gambling fiend. After you won the duel, he realized the amount of spirit stones he owed me was substantial. So he tried to sneak away. Luckily, I caught him in the act, but he attempted to renege, claiming he didn't have enough spirit stones on him, insisting that even if I killed him, it would be pointless. I dragged him around looking for his friends to borrow money, and then exchanged all his belongings for spirit stones, but it was still a bit short in the end. I had to give him a beating to vent my frustration. Here, this is your 500,000. Little junior brother, you truly have foresight. Otherwise, that scoundrel would have surely escaped today. The others exchanged glances, stunned. Sister, you emptied his pockets and even beat him up. Is that truly acceptable? Who told that scoundrel to try to sneak away? He even made me run all over looking for people. My legs are sore from chasing him. I was quite merciful not to charge him for my efforts. Sister, how much did you wager? Not much, just 200,000. Long Chan nearly collapsed in disbelief. Sister, that's what you call not much? Betting 200,000 with odds of 1/10? You just made 2 million spirit stones. No wonder he wanted to flee. If it were me, I would run as well. That's 2 million, not 20,000. How much is that even? Huali and the others finally grasped the situation. One was fighting in the arena while the other was betting and winning. In less than half a day, one won 500,000 while the other raked in 2 million. What kind of people are these? Haha, it's not as outrageous as you think. Besides, one must honor their bets. By the way, little junior brother, you weren't injured, were you? I heard there was another life and death battle after yours, but I was too busy collecting debts to check on you. So, how did it go? Win or lose? Your junior brother stands here unharmed. Does that not indicate victory? Oh, that's right. A life and death battle can only conclude with one party dead. I almost forgot. The group nearly fainted collectively. You could forget something like that? Sister, these four are my friends. Nian Wuqing, Lung Wushuang, Liemo, and Huali. I met them during the newcomer tournament. He then turned to the four, introducing, this is my senior sister, Chu Liyue. Chu Liyue, you are indeed the legendary beauty of the inner sect? Known as one of the four beauties of Qingyun's sect, who attained the martial spirit realm before the age of 16. Truly extraordinary, Huali exclaimed in admiration. Indeed, today, I just happened to hit the jackpot. Let us go to the exchange hall. Take whatever you fancy. It's on me. Chu Liyue declared with grandiose flair, leading the way to the exchange hall. Sister, you are truly my idol, of course. Just look at who I am. Brother Hua, you're quite something. With all that flattery, we all benefit. Long Chen teased, draping an arm over Hua Li's shoulder. Unjust. My admiration for senior sister is genuine. What I said earlier was purely heartfelt. Huali insisted fervently. Long Chen and Nian Wuqing exchanged glances and chimed in unison. So cheesy. While they were talking, the six of them had already arrived at the exchange hall. Old Liao, bring me your inventory list. Chu Liyue commanded as she sat down imperiously. Wow, senior sister is quite commanding. Oh, it's little Ye. All right, I'll fetch the list right away. Old Liao, don't try to get chummy with me. Be careful. Or I'll pluck your beard. Hurry up. Impressive, my sister. Long Chun and the others raised their thumbs in unison. Little junior brother, here is the list. Hurry up. Don't hold back. Take whatever you like. After you're done, we'll grab a bite to eat. I'm starving after a long day. Senior sister, you're magnificent. As Long Chun surveyed the array of spirit pills, precious herbs, techniques, and martial arts, his tongue nearly drooled in anticipation, yearning to acquire everything to fill his pockets. There were far too many items he desired, especially the fourth-tier spirit pills and the legendary treasures worth tens of thousands of spirit stones. It made his heart race. Couldn't he possibly empty his senior sister's purse, could he? Long Chen secretly vowed to seek opportunities to earn money, so when he was wealthy, he could buy whatever he wished. In the end, Long Chen selected over 30 body refining herbs, a volume of the Ice Heart method, and 100 jars of 100-flower brew. Hua Li and the others had Chu Liue pick out several suitable spirit pills and herbs for them. Let us go back to Tianju Peak for dinner. I'm starving, sister. Do you know why I bought those 100 jars of 100-flower brew? I don't know. Didn't you say you were hungry? Soon we shall indulge in barbecued delicacies, accompanied by my exclusive secret dipping sauce, paired with this exquisite 100-flowers brew. It will undoubtedly leave senior sister reminiscing for more. Is that truly the case? Chu Liue's eyes sparkled with interest. Absolutely, no deceit here. Then I must call Linger. Let her have a taste as well. You all return first. I will fetch Linger. With a swift motion, Chu Liue vanished from sight. My brothers, the formidable enemy I mentioned is no mere exaggeration. Today, Yin Chongping is likely the assassin sent to eliminate me. Brother Long. Whom do you refer to as the formidable enemy? Na Wudao, Na Yan's elder brother. You are all aware of the enmity between Na Yan and myself. Having been expelled from the sect due to Na Yan, do you think Na Wudao will let me off the hook? Why does that name sound so familiar? Na Wudao, the senior brother of Qingyun's sect, Hua Li exclaimed in shock. Indeed, Na Yan has truly found a fortunate reincarnation, my friends. I am concerned that Na Wudao and Na Qian may take their grievances out on you because of me. Particularly you, Brother Li and Brother Hua. Ha, Brother Long, fret not. A person of Na Wudao's stature would surely not stoop to disturb us in the immediate future. Thus, this presents our opportunity. The path of martial arts has never been smooth sailing. We martial practitioners must strive against the current, remaining true to our hearts. Liamo spoke with confidence. Rest assured, Brother Long. While Na Wudao is indeed powerful, I, Hua Li, am not to be trifled with. Long Wushuang and Yin Wuqing displayed calm demeanors, showing no signs of fear, a commendable resolve to remain true to oneself. I shall say this. Should any trouble arise, you must inform me. I will hasten to your aid through fire and water. I do not wish to involve my few remaining friends in my own troubles. Suddenly, a melodious teasing voice rang out from behind. I hear someone is about to showcase their skills, yet I was not invited. I have come to join the fun, though I wonder if I am welcome. The five of Long Chun turned to see Zhongling and senior sister Chu Liue approaching side by side, one clad in yellow, the other in blue, a sight to behold, reminiscent of spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums. Zhongling, you have arrived. Welcome, welcome. It seems all our friends are gathered here. Let us take this opportunity to get acquainted. This is Zhongling, the princess of Qingyun sect. The reason I came to Qingyun sect was to seek the favor of Princess Zhongling. Greetings, senior sister Zhong. Greetings, fellow junior brothers and sisters. I say, junior brother, when did you and Linger become acquainted? I was unaware. Zhongling and I are old acquaintances. The tale of our meeting is quite convoluted and would require at least 3 days and nights to recount. I shall share it with senior sister next time. Long Chun said with a teasing smile, casting a provocative glance at Zhongling. You rascal Long Chun. Are you getting cheeky again? Shall I teach you a lesson? Zhongling glared with wide eyes, gritting her teeth. I say, Long Chun, it is rumored you grew up in the countryside. That is clearly false. You have only just arrived at Qingyun sect, yet you already have a senior sister and an old friend among the inner sect beauties. If you were to tell me you were the illegitimate son of some elder in Qingyun sect, I would believe it. Ha ha ha, Nian Wuqing's words prompted an uproar of laughter from everyone. You all. At that moment, Long Chen's face flushed with exasperation, yet his heart brimmed with warmth. This was the first time since arriving in this unfamiliar world that he had found a few trustworthy friends. No longer feeling isolated, and it filled him with immense joy. It was only at this moment that Long Chen truly realized how indispensable the companionship of friends is throughout one's life. Since everyone is here, let us commence. I am positively starving, junior brother. Hurry and bring out your secret dipping sauce, and let us get the 100 flowers brew ready. In the midst of the conversation, Chu Liue had already retrieved several clean spirit beasts, seemingly all of third-tier quality. Long Chun coated the meat with the dipping sauce and placed it on the grill, just as he was about to gather wood to start a fire. He noticed Chu Liyue placing her hand beneath the grill. With her palm open, a cluster of crimson flames erupted from her hand, blazing fiercely in the air and radiating astonishing heat, quickly filling the air with an enticing aroma of roasted meat. Long Chen's pupils constricted as he gasped, "Senior sister, what is that flame in your palm? What are you shouting about? You nearly made me burn the meat. This is merely beast fire. No need for such theatrics." "What is beast fire? What purpose does it serve?" Long Chen's heart raced with excitement. "You don't know? That makes sense. Coming from such a remote place, in simple terms, there are 5 types of flames in the world: mortal fire, beast fire, spirit fire, sacred fire, and divine fire. The flames above beast fire are all born of the earth and sky, possessing life and independent existence. These flames typically require specific conditions and a lengthy period to mature, which endows them with innate uniqueness and extraordinary potential. The least potent beast fire can grow to rival a martial king, while spirit fire, under suitable conditions, can even reach the level of a martial saint. Not to mention sacred and divine fires. These flames, born of nature's creation, are rare and exceedingly precious. Even the mere mention of them can incite chaos across the continent. As for the uses of spirit fire, they are manifold, including refining elixirs, forging weapons, attacking, tempering the body, and defense, among others. Tempering the body? You mean spirit fire can temper the body? Long Chen exclaimed excitedly, standing up. Then what about this flame of mine? Long Chen extended his right hand, exerting his breath, and slowly opened his palm to reveal a cluster of pure black flames quietly burning within. Chapter 44. Devil flame body tempering. This is spirit fire, Zhong Ling exclaimed in astonishment. While Hua Li and the others stared at Long Chen, dumbfounded, their eyes wide in disbelief. Even the usually expressionless Long Wushuang displayed shock, while Chu Liyue, who was grilling the meat, had burnt it to a crisp. Still oblivious until a pungent smell wafted through the air, awakening her. "Impressive, junior brother. I am once again astounded by you. To my knowledge, only the alchemist elder in our Qingyun sect possesses spirit fire. Other elders with special flames, like the medicine elder and the forging elder, only wield beast fire. Yet here you are, young as you are, with a spirit fire. Pray tell, who exactly are you? Are you perhaps the reincarnation of some ancient being from 10,000 years ago?" Upon finishing, Chu Liyue fixed her gaze intently on Long Chen, seeking any signs of anomaly. Senior sister, your imagination is rather vivid. What ancient being would take an interest in me? This spirit fire entered my body by accident. I had no idea what it was or what it could do, and it has simply remained within me. Had I not seen the flame you conjured just now, I might have forgotten all about it. You truly are a fool blessed with good fortune. Zhong Ling rolled her eyes. Ha ha. Long Chen awkwardly rubbed his nose. Zhong Ling, you mentioned using spirit fire to temper the body. How exactly does that work? Simply put, you burn your flesh, burn? Are you sure you're not joking? Of course not. When tempering the body with spirit fire, it can incinerate the impurities within, though it will also injure oneself, so some spirit herbs must be on hand to recover from the injuries. Otherwise, if all the impurities are burned away, one might die in the process, so that's how it is. What? Do you intend to use your spirit fire to temper your body? I plan to find a time to give it a try. Then you must be cautious. Don't end up harming yourself. Rest assured, I am aware. Everyone, the fact that junior brother possesses spirit fire must remain a secret. No information must leak out, or he will face endless pursuit. If it comes to that, even our master may struggle to resolve the situation. Chu Liyue, usually carefree, became serious and stood up to sternly warn everyone present. Thus, I must state my intentions clearly. Should anyone divulge this information, I, Chu Liyue, will ensure they have no place to hide. You are all friends that junior brother trusts. Since he believes in you, I shall also choose to trust you. I should not be sharing this with you. But the matter is too grave, and I can only take on this role as the villain. Please understand, I implore you. Senior sister, is it really that serious? Brother Hua and the others are absolutely trustworthy. You needn't worry. It is indeed that serious. You simply do not comprehend the rarity of spirit fire. Nian Wuqing and the others exchanged glances, then stood up to speak. Senior sister Chu, we completely understand your words and need not worry. Even if you did not mention it, we would keep the matter of spirit fire to ourselves. Though our acquaintance with Brother Long is brief, friendship is valuable in understanding one another. We hope you will trust us. And in time you will see our true characters. We have plenty of time ahead. What are you all doing? Why so serious? Come, let us drink and eat meat. I must tell you, my secret dipping sauce is one of a kind. Make sure to indulge, as who knows when we will have the chance again. After a round of toasts and merriment, as they prepared to leave, Long Chen deliberately kept Huoli and the others behind. This is the prize from today's wager. Each of you should take a copy. Long Chen handed over the dragon-capturing hand scroll, and spare me the thanks. I detest that sort of thing. As Sister Wuching said, among friends, understanding each other is what matters most, and there is no need for further words. In the past, I, Long Chen, was once solitary, but now I am fortunate enough to have you 4 friends, whom I cherish dearly. How remarkable it is that you, usually so carefree, have become so sentimental at this moment. Your words have rendered my eyes misty. If you were to be even more serious after such a declaration, I might just reconsider whether to take you as my companion. Ah, Nian Wuching, so it turns out you have harbored feelings for me all along. Why did you not reveal it sooner? You have put me in a precarious position with your earnestness. Indeed, it seems I must never be so serious again, lest I become the subject of someone's affections. That would be far too risky. Why don't you just vanish? Haha, I'm off to sleep now. Let us head home. Long Chen turned, waved his hand, and departed without a backward glance. The previously heavy atmosphere lightened instantly, and the 4 friends gazed at Long Chen's receding figure, secretly marveling. It is truly wonderful to have a friend like him. In the practice chamber, Long Chen sat cross-legged on the empty ground, eyes gently closed, immersed in the understanding of the heart-cleansing technique, the Ice Heart Sutra. His mind was as clear as ice, undisturbed by the weight of the heavens. As the moon reached its zenith, Long Chen's state gradually morphed into something uncanny. His life force flickered like an ancient ice crystal, transparent, serene, and chillingly cold. In the next moment, Long Chen abruptly opened his eyes, and an emotionless, frigid light shot forth from them. What a remarkable Ice Heart Sutra! How fortunate I was to have chosen it. With this technique as my ally, how could I ever fear the dominance of my body? To live without madness is to not truly live. Let us begin. Long Chen activated his technique, and the swallowing demonic energy instantly enveloped him. His spirit focused, and the demonic energy swiftly transformed into the swallowing demonic flames. Gazing at the intoxicatingly dark flames, Long Chen inhaled deeply and commanded, "Ignite!" The black flames surged toward him, enveloping him in a fierce blaze. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen's clothing and hair were reduced to ashes. His skin and muscles were fully exposed to the searing flames, and under their immense power, his body instinctively activated, transforming his skin into a bronze hue to resist the fiery onslaught. As the bronze skin began to show signs of scorching, Long Chen hastily ceased the operation of the first layer of his body technique, instead activating the second layer of the flesh-refining technique, voluntarily absorbing the flames into his flesh, beginning to sear and refine his body. The moment the demonic flames entered his flesh, Long Chen could not help but emit a cry of agony, as if being burnt alive on a pyre. Who could endure such inhuman torment? Wherever the flames traveled, muscle tissue rapidly desiccated, cracked, and shattered, then was utterly consumed. Such was the power of the spirit fire. In less than 10 breaths, Long Chen's body was reduced to patches of skin draped over bones. The muscle completely vanished. The tyrannical flames not only burned away the impurities in the muscle, but destroyed the muscle itself. At this rate, Long Chen would soon be reduced to ash. Long Chen howled, enduring the excruciating pain, and simultaneously took out 5 precious herbs, swallowing them whole, fervently refining their essence while silently reciting the Ice Heart Sutra, allowing his heart to remain as clear as ice, undisturbed by the heavens. This bolstered the potency of the herbs, slowing the flame's destructive speed. As the flames seared through his flesh, the herbs worked to mend the damage, though the repair speed was still insufficient to outpace the destruction. It at least ensured that Long Chen would not perish in flames. As the medicinal power restored him, new muscle began to grow where it had been burned away, firm and resilient, radiating strength. And upon closer inspection, faintly tinged with a bronze hue in the darkness of night, from afar, Long Chen appeared as an ancient ice crystal, sitting motionless on the ground. Yet upon closer inspection, one could see countless black flames dancing beneath his skin, burning fiercely, while new muscle continued to regenerate. Long Chen consumed an additional 20 precious herbs. As the unrefined muscle diminished, the flames began to envelop his skin, igniting it in a blaze, yet his skin had already reached perfection. Impervious to the flame's wrath as time passed, after absorbing all 20 herbs, his muscles were finally restored. Long Chen consciously extinguished the swallowing demonic flames, revealing numerous faint black demonic patterns on his bronze skin, which faded upon dispersing his aura. Rising to his feet, he tested his strength, discovering a remarkable surge of 300 new units of power. To his delight, he found himself perilously close to achieving the minor completion of the second layer of his body technique. Just one more session of such intensity would suffice. Long Chen settled back down, retrieving true essence pills and green soul fruits, consuming them all at once, determined to first replenish his depleting life force and soul energy, before striving to achieve the minor completion of the second layer of his body technique in one go. After a while, he regained his peak state. This time, Long Chen consumed 30 herbs at once, then unleashed the swallowing demonic energy to its maximum, transforming it into a surging inferno that engulfed him, fiercely burning and refining his body, as he silently recited the verses of the Ice Heart Sutra. I in the practice chamber. A massive orb of black flames blazed intensely. 2 days later, on a clear morning, a soft sound echoed in Long Chen's practice chamber, followed by the gradual receding of the black flames, revealing Long Chen's form. What an extraordinary physique he possessed! His bronze skin appeared as if forged from the finest steel, exuding explosive power. Beneath the skin, his muscles exhibited a subtle bronze tint, resembling the body of a deity or demon, impervious to harm. He had finally achieved the minor completion of the second layer of his body technique after enduring countless hardships. Yet, the thought of the searing pain from the spirit fire ignited a lingering fear within him. Thank goodness for the Ice Heart Sutra, or he might not have endured it now. It was time to practice martial skills. For the opponents he faced were growing increasingly formidable, and his martial skills were slowly becoming inadequate. Chapter 45. Self-created sword technique. Ever since his battle with Yin Chongping 2 days prior, Long Chen realized that as he faced increasingly powerful foes, the martial techniques he currently mastered could no longer meet his needs without resorting to his physical strength, in terms of fist techniques. The Thunderous Fist was of too low a grade, and opportunities to use it were dwindling. The Crushing Fist, though a high-level profound technique, was only known in its first form, making it somewhat singular in approach and easy for adversaries to exploit its weaknesses during combat. As for sword techniques, Long Chen only knew the Broken Mountain Blade, which, while perfected, was merely a yellow-grade technique, proving inadequate against formidable foes. As Long Chen's power grew, it even began to limit his potential. Conversely, the Diamond Finger and Gale Step had steadily increased in power alongside his cultivation and deeper comprehension of the essence of wind, both emphasizing speed and complementing each other remarkably well. Long Chen resolved to take the time to enhance the potency of these two techniques. He vividly remembered a location called Wind Return Valley on the back mountain, ideal for honing agility and grasping the essence of wind. After a brief wash, Long Chen made his way to the clearing on the back mountain, preparing to master the second and third forms of the Crushing Fist before practicing the Thunderous Slash. Standing in the center of the clearing with closed eyes, the essence of the Crushing Fist flowed through his mind. The essence of crushing has two key components: accumulation and explosion. What does accumulation mean? It is the gathering of the small into the great, the formation of a forest from a few trees, and the convergence of rivers into the sea. At a certain moment, Long Chen's eyes suddenly opened, a glimmer of understanding shining within in the next second. He assumed the starting stance of the Crushing Fist, his movements gradually accelerating, until soon, only a blur was visible in the clearing, a figure darting about with remarkable agility. Fragmentation and collapse, all internal energies crumbling, mountains collapsing and rivers drying up. Long Chen repeated the first to the third forms of the fist, again and again. Seemingly tireless, he continually adjusted the way he unleashed his power, the duration of accumulation, and the timing of his strikes, and gradually, the force of his punches grew more potent, the momentum more formidable, as if a reservoir were nearing its floodgates. After countless punches, his aura finally peaked. All internal energies collapsed. Long Chen roared, directing a powerful punch toward a towering ancient tree, then flipped backward, delivering a crushing blow to a nearby boulder. With a resounding boom, the boulder shattered into countless fragments, scattering in all directions while the nearby hill trembled. The ancient tree collapsed with a thunderous crack, curiously showing no external damage, yet its interior was reduced to powder. Long Chen gasped, momentarily dumbfounded, but soon his face lit up with excitement. The power of the second and third forms was indeed extraordinary. If these strikes were to land on a person, they would surely obliterate them. Long Chen could not help but look forward to the last two forms. But those required a martial spirit realm to practice, so he had to set that ambition aside for now. After mastering the first three forms of the crushing fist, Long Chen swiftly retrieved the thunderous slash scroll, delving into its study with great seriousness. The thunderous slash consisted only of a single move, embodying the swift, domineering, and destructive force of thunder, merging the power of thunder into oneself. Once unleashed, it would strike like a thunderbolt from the heavens, annihilating all in its path. What? This thunderous slash actually requires the power of thunder. How am I supposed to train in that? I do not cultivate a thunder-based technique. Where would I find the power of thunder? Long Chen could not help but feel a surge of disappointment. It seemed that the thunder slash was a technique he could only admire from afar and not practice. He needed to devise a method to acquire another profound-level sword technique. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. Could the devouring demon chi be utilized to activate the sword technique? Given that the thunder slash embodied the overwhelming and destructive essence of thunder, the devouring demon chi should be more than capable of enhancing it, perhaps even surpassing its original power. It is important to note that the devouring demon chi originates from the supreme grade Demon Sutra, which is inherently unrivaled in its ferocity and possesses the unique characteristics of the demonic path, capable of annihilating and devouring all. Its exceptional quality is indeed rare throughout history. The reason Long Chen could defeat and slay Yin Changping, a 9th-level martial master, despite his own cultivation being only at the 4th-level martial master, was not solely due to his battle experience, but largely due to the unparalleled quality of the devouring demon chi. While the power of thunder is the mightiest among natural forces, it pales in comparison to the extraordinary devouring demon chi. Without hesitation, Long Chen began to channel the devouring demon chi along the route of the thunder slash, striking towards a small mountain. In an instant, a pure black blade shadow swept through the air and crashed down, cleaving a deep gash several meters into the mountainside, leaving the surrounding flora withered and lifeless, as vitality was swiftly consumed by the devouring demon chi. Ha ha! It truly works. I am indeed a genius. Long Chen exclaimed with exhilaration. This strike can no longer be called Thunder Slash. It should be renamed Devouring Slash. He was utterly elated, for he had just created a sword technique of his own. At his age, how many could boast such an achievement? Subsequently, Long Chen tirelessly practiced the Devouring Slash over and over again, seeking to find a perfect synergy between the sword technique and the devouring demon chi, aiming to merge them into a uniquely personal swordsmanship. If others were to learn that Long Chen, still only a martial master, had begun attempting to create martial arts, surely none would refrain from labeling him a madman. Creating martial arts is something that typically only a martial king can accomplish. Even for a martial sect master, dedicating a lifetime to developing a single technique would be considered a remarkable feat. In a strict sense, Long Chen was not truly creating martial arts. He was merely drawing upon the sword intent of the Thunder Slash, infusing it with his unique devouring demon chi to forge a new technique. Nevertheless, this was an extraordinary endeavor, especially considering he was merely at the martial master level. This seemingly inadvertent action would later plant the seeds for Long Chen's creation of his own unique martial arts years down the line. No, this strike lacks the unstoppable momentum and the invincible spirit. It relies solely on the quality of the chi and fails to express the true essence of the technique. The domineering intent of this strike is insufficient. It lacks the will to annihilate all. For 3 consecutive days and nights, Long Chen, almost entranced, mechanically repeated the same motion. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would discover that each strike was distinct, at times showcasing unmatched dominance, at times devouring all, and at others resembling a celestial demon descending to obliterate everything. On the morning of the 3rd day, Long Chen abruptly halted, furrowing his brow as he murmured, "It seems I have reached my limit." The technique possesses only momentum without will, akin to a body devoid of a soul. I require pressure, immense external pressure to compel me to inject will into the technique. As he pondered where he could find such immense pressure, he began to walk back, passing through the square when suddenly, his eyes lit up that of course, the gravitational array on the mountain path provides the perfect pressure. Ah, just when I needed it, a pillow arrives to catch my sleep. Long Chen felt a surge of excitement and hurried towards the mountain path, rushing to the final tier of stone steps, and immediately set the gravitational array to its maximum. A tremendous force assaulted him, causing his body to sink dramatically, and his right leg instinctively stepped back, stabilizing his form once more. What the? That's it. Long Chen was taken aback, and as he contemplated, he quickly realized that after reaching the 2nd level of the body fortification, his defenses and strength had increased several-fold, rendering the gravitational array ineffective in providing him with significant pressure. His excitement had been in vain. Turning off the array, Long Chen trudged back to his quarters, dejected. "Hey, little junior brother, what's the matter with you? Why do you look so glum this early in the morning?" "Don't mention it. I'm troubled over practicing a martial art. By the way, sister, does the sect have a training ground that can exert immense pressure on martial artists? Preferably something that induces mental pressure. Isn't the martial tower just that? The martial tower is specifically designed to hone the practical abilities of disciples, but why is there a gravitational array inside? Have you gone a bit daft from training? Just challenge spirit beasts significantly stronger than you in the martial tower, and there you will find pressure. Life and death pressure. Isn't that sufficient?" Chu Liue rolled her eyes, looking at Long Chen as if he were an idiot. "Heh. Thank you for the guidance, sister. I'll go and give it a try." Long Chen scratched his nose, ready to leave. "Wait a moment. Do you know where the martial tower is?" Long Chen shook his head. "I'll take you there. It just so happens that I haven't ventured into the martial tower in a while." Chapter 46. Entering the martial tower, Chu Liue promptly led Long Chen towards the martial tower. "Little junior brother, how much do you know about the martial tower?" "Just what was mentioned during the orientation when I joined the sect." "Why? Does the martial tower have any intriguing stories?" "Let me tell you in detail. Legend has it that the martial tower was originally a personal weapon of Qin Jianzi, the founder of the Qingyun sect. A low-grade treasure in its own right." "What? The martial tower is a treasure?" Long Chen exclaimed incredulously. Qin Jianzi was a martial king. What's so surprising about having a treasure-grade personal weapon? Chu Liue expressed her exasperation with Long Chen. "A martial king. It is said that martial kings can live for over 1,000 years. Surely Qin Jianzi is not still alive. Who knows? It is said that 1,000 years ago, after Qin Jianzi broke through to the martial king realm, he traveled the world and has never been seen since. No one knows where he went or if he is still alive. Before departing, Qingyun martial king left the martial tower in the Qingyun sect as a treasure to stabilize the sect's fortune. 1,000 years ago, the Qingyun sect was the dominant sect in the eastern region, but after Qingyun martial king disappeared, and no one else ascended to the martial king realm in the following years, the sect gradually fell from its position of power, eventually being replaced by the Guiyuan sect. As the saying goes, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. A fallen phoenix is not as good as a chicken. The Qingyun sect, having lost its dominant status, soon faced a barrage of attacks from various sects, finding itself in dire straits. Initially, the Qingyun sect seemed reluctant to engage in conflict, adopting a defensive posture. However, when the headquarters was besieged, the sect master of that generation suddenly unleashed the martial tower and launched a fierce counterattack against the leaders of over 10 second and third-rate forces, resulting in a shocking upheaval in the martial world. More than a dozen leaders of various forces were defeated in that battle, with several second-rate sect masters being slain on the spot. While the Qingyun sect's sect master remained unscathed, it was not until this moment that the world learned that the Qingyun sect harbored a treasure-grade tower left behind by the Qingyun martial king as a means of stabilizing the sect. As the news spread, a martial king soon came to forcibly demand the martial tower, only to be repelled by the sect master at that time, who wielded the martial tower in conjunction with the sect's protective array. Through these two events, the Qingyun sect managed to retain its status as a second-rate sect, and generally, second-rate sects would not dare provoke them. Even the later dominant sect, the Guiyuan sect, typically refrained from escalating conflicts with the Qingyun sect. However, outsiders are often only aware of one aspect. As a treasure of the sect, the martial tower's role is not limited to being wielded by peak martial sect masters. It poses a certain threat even to martial kings and, more importantly, continuously cultivates powerful disciples for the sect. Oh, how so? This brings us to the marvel of the martial tower. It is widely known that the martial tower is populated with numerous spirit beasts, whose purpose is to enhance the combat abilities of disciples. However, these spirit beasts do not actually exist. Instead, they are conjured by the martial tower using the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. As long as the martial tower is placed in an area rich in spiritual energy, it can continuously generate large numbers of spirit beasts. Moreover, although these spirit beasts are not real, their attacks can inflict damage and even cause death. Akin to genuine spirit beasts, this is comparable to the sect enclosing a vast forest, claiming it as their own, with the spirit beasts therein being inexhaustible, thereby creating an invaluable training ground for their disciples. Over time, the sect naturally cultivates a plethora of martial prowess. This is also why the Qingyun sect, despite lacking a martial king, can maintain its position as the fifth sect of the continent. Aside from the absence of a martial king-level powerhouse, the Qingyun sect's other high-tier strengths are comparable to the four dominant sections. Wow, the martial tower is truly remarkable. The marvel of the martial tower goes far beyond this. Once you step inside, you will experience it for yourself. In summary, the martial tower is an exceptional training ground. Sister, after hearing this, I can hardly wait to enter. Are there any precautions I should take when I enter the martial tower? The martial tower has 5 levels. The first level contains spirit beasts of the martial apprentice realm. The second level contains spirit beasts of the martial master realm, and so forth. Each level is further divided into 10 regions, 1 safe zone, and 9 combat zones. You must clear 1 region before you can proceed to the next. It is rumored that the 5th level holds the opportunity for ascension to martial king, but in the past 1,000 years, only the sect master has ever ventured there, and no one knows what lies above. Master once had a considerable chance of ascending to the rank of martial king, but alas, he was ultimately wounded by love, causing his efforts to go to waste. Wounded by love. It appears that my master is indeed a man with a story. Senior sister, what exactly transpired? Please enlighten me. The specifics are somewhat unclear to me. Perhaps only the older generation knows the details. However, I have heard that in his youth, Master was romantically involved with a woman from the Western region's sword pavilion. They had promised to be together for life. But for reasons unknown, the woman broke her vow. Upon learning this, Master personally sought confirmation, only to be met with indifference from her. In a fit of rage, he caused a ruckus at the sword pavilion, resulting in severe injuries inflicted by the pavilion master of that time, leaving him with lingering ailments that have not healed for many years, ultimately destroying his foundation for becoming a martial king. The Western region's sword pavilion. A vision of an extraordinary figure clad in white palace attire flashed through Long Chen's mind, and he chuckled. What a coincidence! Since then, interactions between the two sects have been scarce. Even when they cross paths, it is often in a hostile manner. However, the higher-ups of both sects have maintained restraint, and no significant clashes have occurred. As they spoke, the two reached the summit of the mountain where the martial tower stood. The summit was a vast expanse of flat ground, and at its center stood a majestic 5-story jade tower. Being early morning, the area was almost devoid of people, and Long Chun and his companion walked directly toward the martial tower. Junior brother, once we enter the martial tower, the spirit of the weapons will directly transport you to the corresponding floor based on your cultivation. Remember, during the challenges, do not be overly ambitious. If you find yourself in danger, Return immediately to the safe zone. Furthermore, in order to encourage disciples to engage in practical training, the sect rewards challengers with contribution points, which you will understand better once you are inside. Understood. Upon stepping through the grand entrance, Long Chen's figure vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he found himself in a space reminiscent of an arena, with a central plaza featuring a stone platform marked with a groove, surrounded by 9 rooms. Each door bearing a number from 1 to 9. Challenger, welcome to level 2. Please insert your disciple token into the groove on the stone platform to begin your challenge. The word of caution. If you find yourself outmatched, you may exit the room. The area outside is a safe zone. Wow, is it really this amazing? A weapon can possess a spirit that speaks like a human. Truly bizarre. Long Chen hesitated no longer, retrieving his token and inserting it into the groove. Immediately, the door to room 4 opened, revealing a portal of light, and Long Chen stepped through. The moment he entered, 44th level martial beasts appeared out of thin air. Some flying in the sky, others charging on the ground, all rushing toward him with ferocious roars. Damn it, so many! Long Chen swiftly drew his crimson blood blade, and with a flicker, he positioned himself behind the horde of beasts. With a downward slash, he severed the nearest beast, a demon monkey, instantly causing it to fall, transforming into a wave of dense and pure spiritual energy that surged into Long Chen's body, which he swiftly refined. Feeling his cultivation rise slightly, is this a perk? Long Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. He wondered if there would be more after slaying these 40 beasts. If there were a few more, he might even reach the 5th level of martial arts. He couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. Nevertheless, he wasted no time as he activated the sky-devouring slash, cutting through the beasts like chopping vegetables, in less than 10 breaths. He had slain all 40 beasts. Having absorbed the energy from the 4th level martial beasts, Long Chen's cultivation surged significantly, bringing him close to the mid-level of the 4th stage. Seriously? After absorbing so much energy? This is all I gain. My talent is truly exasperating. Challenger Long Chen, you have passed level 2, Area 4, and earned 1,600 contribution points. You wish to proceed to Area 5? Yes, upon hearing the considerable reward. Long Chen answered without hesitation. Soon, a portal appeared on the right side of the room, and he stepped through, instantly arriving in another chamber. Immediately, 55th level martial beasts manifested, charging toward him in a frenzy. Long Chen's eyes lit up. He saw not beasts, but a bounty of spiritual energy and contribution points. He activated the sky-devouring slash, unleashing a barrage of strikes against the horde in no time. All 50 beasts lay dead, their essence absorbed into Long Chen, propelling his cultivation to the mid-level of the 4th stage. Challenger Long Chen, you have passed level 2, Area 5, earning 2,500 contribution points. You wish to proceed to Area 6? Yes, I wonder if Area 6 will feature 66th level martial beasts. As Long Chen had anticipated, upon entering Area 6, 66th level beasts charged at him. Haha, fortune smiles upon me. I am about to strike it rich. He unleashed the sky-devouring slash once more, decimating the beasts in a mere quarter of an hour, absorbing their pure essence and significantly boosting his cultivation. Had it not been for his poor innate talent and the high quality of the sky-devouring demonic energy, he would have surely reached the late stage of the 4th level. By now, the 6th level martial beasts were hardly a challenge for Long Chen. Only those at the late stage of the 4th level could pose any pressure. Challenger Long Chen, you have passed level 2, Area 6, earning 3,600 contribution points. You wish to proceed to Area 7? Yes, and thus, Long Chen continued his relentless challenge, sweeping through the areas. In Area 7, he bit down on his determination, refraining from activating his defensive form, pushing the sky-devouring demonic technique to its limits. After expending a significant portion of time, he finally eradicated all the beasts in Areas 8 and 9. He activated his defensive form, annihilating all beasts in under 10 breaths. After slaying over 200 late-stage 4th-level beasts and absorbing a vast amount of pure spiritual energy, Long Chen's cultivation finally broke through to the 5th level. Ha ha ha, this trip was worth it. Congratulations, Challenger Long Chen. You have cleared level 2. Your reward is 20,000 contribution points. totaling 47,100 contribution points. Dio, you wish to enter level 3? Yes. As Long Chen's voice fell, a portal appeared above the room, and he leaped through it. Martial Tower Level 3, Safe Zone, welcome, Challenger Long Chen. Would you like to immediately start Level 3, Area 1? Half an hour later. Long Chen promptly sat cross-legged, taking several true essence pills to restore his condition to its peak before the challenge. According to the rules, this level would be filled with martial beasts of the martial spirit realm, with even the easiest Area 1 featuring 10 first-level martial spirit beasts. Although Long Chen was confident that his strength had reached the martial spirit level after activating his defensive form, he had never faced a martial spirit level opponent before, and thus was uncertain of their true power or how his strength compared to theirs. Feeling unsteady, he dared not be careless. A single misstep could be fatal. After half an hour, he rose, gazing at the illuminated portal for Room 1. Taking a deep breath, he forcefully stepped forward, crashing into the portal. Chapter 47. Mastery of the Blade Technique, Martial Tower Level 3. Area 1. Long Chen beheld 10 first-level martial spirit beasts charging toward him and bellowed, "Kill!" Instantly, he activated his defensive form and the sky-devouring demonic technique, transforming into a bronze war god, wielding his crimson blood blade. With a powerful stomp, he surged toward the horde like an arrow released from a bow. The beasts, enraged at the audacity of the tiny figure challenging their might, roared in fury. The giant ape pounded its chest with thunderous sounds. The venomous scorpion violently flicked its scorpion tail like a spear, the demonic eagle screeched sharply in the skies, and the snow tiger unleashed a deafening roar. The beasts charged at Long Chen as if a swarm of small mountains were crashing toward him, causing the ground to tremble violently. Just as the beasts were about to collide with him, Long Chen suddenly fell backward, pressing his body against the ground, and flew through the gap beneath the descending foot of the giant ape like a gust of wind. Following this, he slapped the ground with his left hand, sprang upright, and with a determined step, leaped high into the air. Twisting his body mid-flight, he raised the crimson blood blade high above, targeting the venomous scorpion, and unleashed a powerful downward slash, sky-devouring slash, in mid-air. A dark blue blade shadow streaked across like a meteor, instantly descending upon the venomous scorpion. With a ruthless strike, the massive body of the scorpion was cleaved in two, transforming into a torrent of overwhelming and pure spiritual energy that Long Chen absorbed, solidifying his recently achieved cultivation. Seems not so formidable after all. With his first successful strike, Long Chen gained a clearer understanding of the strength of these martial spirit beasts, instantly boosting his confidence, especially since he had only used 30% of his power in that attack. Upon landing, Long Chen unleashed his full combat prowess, charging forward determinedly. This time, he aimed to eliminate the beasts as swiftly as possible. He had not forgotten the purpose of his challenge to the martial tower. There was no time to waste. Utilizing the Gale Step, he maximized his speed, darting through the beast horde with the agility of a specter. His left hand delivered crushing punches while his right wielded the sky-devouring slash, causing carnage among the beasts, their roars echoing as blood splattered. In less than half an hour, all 10 beasts fell at Long Chen's hands. What a rush! After refining and absorbing the spiritual energy from the 10 martial spirit beasts, Long Chen's cultivation surged to the mid-level of the 5th stage. Challenger Long Chen, you have passed level 3. Area 1, earning 1,000 contribution points. Dio, you wish to proceed to Area 2? Yes. In the 2nd district, the 22nd tier martial spirit realm beasts pose little trouble for Long Chen. However, being besieged by a group of 2nd tier martial spirit realm beasts, Long Chen distinctly felt the mounting pressure. Several times, he found himself inadvertently struck by the beasts, but fortunately, with his quick reflexes, he activated the Golden Bell Shield just in time to avoid severe injury. Under the duress of this intense life-and-death battle, Long Chen sensed a rapid advancement in his comprehension of the devouring heaven slash, realizing that he was not far from its complete formation. Yet, it was still insufficient. He needed greater pressure. His current combat strength, he feared that the 3rd-tier martial spirit realm would be his limit. Whether he could master the devouring heaven slash hinged on the challenges of the 3rd district. He absolutely could not venture into the 4th district, for it would spell certain doom. Challenger Long Chen, Having traversed through the second layer of the third district, earned 4,000 contribution points. Should he proceed to the third district? Long Chen took a deep breath and declared solemnly, "Open it." Within the third district, Long Chen's gaze was grave as he fixated on the massive horde of beasts that obscured the sun. A chill coursed through him. After a thunderous roar, the ferocious beasts charged at him with alarming ferocity. "Kill!" Long Chen bellowed, brandishing his crimson blood blade as he surged forward, fully unleashing his power through the body of tyranny and the devouring heaven demon codex. The devouring heaven slash shattered the air as he struck with blade and fist against a colossal wild snake, thick as a barrel. The snake showed no fear. Its robust tail lashed down from above like a divine whip, obliterating both the blade and fist's shadows in quick succession. Simultaneously, a multitude of its scales were torn apart by the surging force, scattering to the ground and dissipating into spiritual energy. The wild snake let out a pained hiss, becoming even more vicious, its body darting towards Long Chun like a swimming dragon. Just as Long Chun prepared to advance with his crimson blood blade, a red golden eagle swooped down from the sky. Its enormous, sharp beak aimed directly at him. With danger looming from both front and back, Long Chen's heart tightened. He pushed off forcefully with his right foot, sliding backwards while raising his crimson blood blade to deliver a downward slash, sending a dark blue blade shadow slicing through the air towards the eagle with a resounding boom. He had no time to assess the outcome, for the menacing head of the wild snake was already less than 10 meters away. Emitting a foul, nauseating stench in a sudden twist of fate, Long Chen found himself retreating into the shadow of a colossal figure. Turning back, he saw a mammoth, akin to a small mountain, looming just behind him. Lifting its massive leg to stomp down, damn it. Even an elephant resorts to ambush, Long Chen thought, realizing that if struck, he would surely be reduced to mere pulp in this critical moment. He steeled himself, abruptly halting his backward slide with a powerful push of his right foot, then leaped forward with all his might. Devouring heaven slash, invincible with me. In this life-or-death instant, Long Chun finally erupted, embracing a mindset of success or death. Channeling all his energy into this one strike in midair, the sound of sonic booms filled the air as he wielded the blade with both hands, merging man and sword as he slashed towards the gaping maw of the wild snake. The snake, undeterred, opened its blood-filled jaws to viciously bite back. In an instant, man and beast collided. The wild snake's enormous mouth was cleaved in two by Long Chen's terrifying strike, and the entire serpent's body was swiftly sliced through by the crimson blood blade. The snake had no time to emit a cry before it was dismembered, rapidly exploding into countless pure strands of natural spiritual energy. Ha ha ha, at last, I've devised the first form, though it is still rudimentary. With diligent practice, it shall undoubtedly shine brightly. Long Chun felt exhilarated. The creation of the first form affirmed that his understanding of the devouring heaven slash was on the right path, with the remaining task being continual refinement. However, before he could revel in his triumph, he was suddenly struck hard from behind. Pooh! Long Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body soaring through the air like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently into the ground. Instinctively, he rolled to the side, but the spot he had occupied was now a several-meter-deep pit, crackling with arcs of electricity. Quickly regaining his footing, he retrieved a healing pill and swallowed it. But the mammoth and the lightning bird were already charging towards him once more. "You damned elephant! I want to let you off!" Long Chen cursed bitterly, then activated the gale step to dodge to the side. Yet, the lightning bird was extraordinarily swift, always shadowing him, making it impossible to shake off. Resolutely, Long Chen halted and summoned the golden bell shield to protect his entire body, fiercely grasping the lightning bird's beak with his left hand. Long Chen was engulfed by a surge of potent electricity, involuntarily letting out a cry, his body momentarily stiffening. Fortunately, his body of tyranny provided exceptional defense, allowing him to swiftly recover. In that fleeting moment of recovery, Long Chen's right index finger shot out, targeting the lightning bird's head with a lightning-fast jab. Diamond finger. The lightning bird attempted to evade, but its beak remained firmly in Long Chen's grasp, unable to break free. In a frantic struggle, it was pierced through the head, exploding into a torrent of natural spiritual energy that Long Chun promptly refined. Now, you elephant's turn. Long Chun flicked the blood from his left hand. Devouring heaven slash, invincible with me, a domineering and unmatched black blade shadow swiftly coalesced in the air. The moment the blade shadow emerged, it seemed to captivate the hearts of all, imbued with a terrifying will that commanded absolute submission. The massive elephant below appeared to sense the threat of the black blade shadow, emitting a series of uneasy roars. It then reared up on its hind legs, its trunk swinging down like a divine staff towards the blade shadow. With a thunderous crash, the blade shadow shattered, sending the mammoth crashing to the ground, yet it suffered no harm. Long Chen's pupils constricted violently. Thus far, aside from the embryonic form of his blade intent, this devouring heaven slash was his most formidable attack, yet it still could not injure the mammoth, let alone inflict any damage. This was troublesome. Unless he unleashed the embryonic form of his blade intent or comprehended the second form of the devouring heaven slash, he feared he would be unable to withstand it. No, I absolutely cannot resort to the embryonic form of blade intent. My purpose in challenging the martial tower is to harness the immense pressure of life and death battles. Ultimately, to perfect the devouring heaven slash, if I rely on the embryonic form, it would signify retreat. If such situations arise in the future, I would inevitably do the same. And how could I then forge my own swordsmanship? As he pondered, the remaining 20 or so beasts had completely surrounded him, lunging at him with ferocity, eager to tear him apart. While Long Chen struggled to grasp the essence of the second form of the devouring heaven slash, he activated the Gale Step, moving at full speed, his form alternating between flashes of lightning and gentle breezes, evading the onslaught of the beasts. Occasionally, he seized the opportunity to unleash the second form of the devouring heaven slash. Yet he found himself at a loss, both in form and spirit. But prolonged defense inevitably leads to failure. Surrounded by so many third-tier martial spirit realm beasts, Long Chun stubbornly forsook other methods and solely relied on the devouring heaven slash to counterattack. Even with the formidable defense of the body of tyranny, he could not withstand a prolonged barrage. As time passed, his vitality and stamina were severely depleted, and he gradually began to falter in a moment of inattention. Several gruesome wounds appeared on his body, blood flowing profusely, leaving him gravely injured. If this continued, he feared he would truly perish here. Should he withdraw and return another day? Long Chen glanced at the distant light gate. His brow furrowed. No, I cannot withdraw. To do so would signify fear. Even if I were to return 100 times, the outcome would remain unchanged. Ultimately, it would likely evolve into my inner demon, severing my path in martial arts. I cannot die here. My sister is still waiting for me to find her, and this world awaits my exploration. I must personally tell Yi Qingyu that she is mistaken. How could I so cowardly perish here? The best defense is offense. A martial artist should not merely dodge or retreat, but should advance fearlessly, forging ahead with valor. If the earth blocks my path, I shall trample it. If the heavens stand in my way, I shall cleave them asunder. A martial artist must possess the courage and confidence to eliminate all obstacles and annihilate all foes. Under the immense pressure of impending death, Long Chen finally grasped the essence of the second form of the devouring heaven slash. Devouring heaven slash, obliterating heaven and earth, perish. Long Chen transcended to the pinnacle, delivering a resplendent strike, causing the world to momentarily lose its color. As the blade light flashed, nearly half the beasts silently vanished, as if they had never existed. Long Chen darted into the horde, sweeping through and exterminating all the beasts in his path. Waves of pure and potent spiritual energy were swiftly refined and absorbed, finally elevating Long Chen's cultivation to the 6th tier of martial masters. Challenger Long Chen, having conquered the 3rd layer of the 3rd district, earned 9,000 contribution points. Should he proceed to the 4th district? He chose to exit the martial tower. As a flash of white light enveloped him, Long Chen disappeared from within the martial tower. You wretched pups of Na Wudao, it is time for you to taste the might of my fists. Chapter 48. Shaking the tiger in the mountain. A few days prior, the newly crowned king, Long Chun, had defeated the inner sect's 97th rank Liao Can in a single day, followed by the execution of the 90th ranked Yin Chongping, causing a sensation throughout Qingyun's sect. This time, no one dared to underestimate this newcomer who had only recently entered the sect. Rising to the inner sect rankings within mere days was ample testament to Long Qin's formidable potential. After slaying Yin Chongping, before he could even leave the arena, another disciple named Ding Gaoyuan immediately challenged Long Qin to a life-and-death battle. Long Qin did not refuse but instead agreed to a duel on the arena in 7 days to determine their fates. This Ding Gaoyuan was no ordinary individual. He was a peak martial master ranked 80th in the inner sect. Point 2. Formidable figures on the inner sect rankings have issued a life-and-death challenge to a newcomer disciple, raising suspicions among many. Those with discerning minds have sensed an underlying conspiracy, and thus, rumors began to circulate among the disciples of Qingyun's sect. Master Brother Na Wudao is targeting the newcomer Wang Longqin, wishing to eliminate him swiftly. The cause of this animosity stems from Master Brother's younger brother, Na Yin, who harbored a grudge against Longqin after a conflict during the newcomer competition, subsequently accusing Longqin of indiscriminately killing, only to be expelled from the sect himself. Once this news broke, it spread like wildfire, and within days, it became common knowledge throughout the sect. Although many disciples dared not openly confront Na Wudao, they internally accepted the veracity of these rumors. After all, Longqin's public humiliation of Elder Na Qian at the outer sect square was already widely known, providing Na Wudao with ample motive to act against Longqin. Moreover, Longqin had only recently entered the sect, making it improbable for him to have offended senior disciples. Even if he had been somewhat arrogant and exchanged a few heated words with them, it would hardly warrant a fight to the death. Upon exiting the martial tower, Longqin also caught wind of these rumors while en route to Tianjue Peak. However, he merely chuckled at the absurdity. If Na Wudao's men did not come looking for him, that would be fine, but for those who dared to approach him, death would be their only reward. Once back at Tianjue Peak, Longqin immediately entered seclusion, causing Chu Liyue outside to roll her eyes in exasperation, scolding him for not wanting to play with her. After a series of intense battles, Longqin was mentally fatigued but steadfastly resisted the urge to sleep. Instead, he consumed a green soul fruit, activating the soul refining art to absorb its medicinal properties, unwilling to miss such a prime opportunity to enhance his soul power, hoping to possibly break through to a slightly higher level. 2 days later, not only had Longqin fully recovered from his injuries, but he had also ascended to the 3rd rank of Soul Master and successfully mastered the mid-level Xin class martial technique. Dragon Capture, obtained from Laocan Longqin. Are you there? Zhongling. What brings you here? Longqin, having just concluded his training and still not having calmed his aura, hurried to open the door upon hearing Zhongling's voice. You've advanced to the 6th rank of Martial Master already? So soon, Zhongling exclaimed, astonished. She distinctly remembered that when she encountered Longqin in the 10,000 Great Mountains, he was merely a 1st-rank martial apprentice. In just over half a year, he had achieved the 6th rank of Martial Master, an astonishing rate of cultivation. Hee, it's merely luck. My level is hardly worth mentioning in your presence. You are younger than I. Yet already a martial spirit. Is it really the same? Back in the 10,000 Great Mountains, I was already a martial master while you were still at a lower level. Moreover, if I recall correctly, you were a body cultivator then, right? Zhongling retorted, then shifted topics. Aren't you supposed to fight Ding Gaoyuan in a life-and-death match today? I'll accompany you. I've heard that several others are preparing to challenge you today, including a senior brother at the martial spirit level. Don't worry, Zhongling. Since Na Wudao has chosen to extend his claws towards me, today I shall sever them and feed them to the dogs. Longqin smiled faintly, immediately walking alongside Zhongling towards the martial combat zone. Such confidence. It seems you have made significant progress recently? Of course, just look at who I am. Be careful on the arena later. Those who can ascend the inner sect rankings are not to be trifled with. Don't trip up in the gutter. Understood. I'm not concerned about those on the arena. What I worry about is whether I'll be booed to death by the audience when I arrive at the martial combat zone. Huh? What do you mean? Think about it. The esteemed one among the inner sect's twin beauties, one of the 4 great beauties of Qingyun sect, the princess of Qingyun sect, appearing alongside a newcomer disciple. Those disciples who have harbored secret affections for you for years will surely vent their frustrations on me. That does make some sense. How about I give you a good beating first, then tie you up and drag you to the martial combat zone? That way, they might not harbor resentment towards you. That seems a bit excessive, doesn't it? Let them scold me. One who does not incur jealousy is mediocre. As they conversed, the two arrived at the martial combat zone. Indeed, upon seeing Zhongling arrive with Longchen, an uproar erupted in the square, with most people inquiring about the relationship between Longchen and Zhongling Ding Gaoyuan. Right? Na Wu Dao sent you, didn't he? You don't need to be so eager to meet your demise. Longchen leaped onto the arena, gazing at the white-clad youth with a sword on his back standing straight across from him. They say this year's newcomer king is arrogant and ignorant, but now it seems you are simply unaware of your own limitations. I truly wonder what Elder Ju saw in you. You'll find out soon enough. Let us get started quickly. Don't keep the others waiting. Since you're so eager to seek death, I shall send you to hell now. Die! A sword flashed like snow. Ding Gaoyuan's figure flickered, shooting towards Longchen like a streak of white light, the tip of his sword emanating a chilling aura. Longchen, be careful, Zhongling cried from below. Such speed. Longchen's pupils constricted. Indeed, none among the inner sect rankings were easy opponents. In that fleeting moment of admiration, a bone-chilling coldness enveloped him. Longchen swiftly flicked his right index finger, unleashing a forceful strike that collided with Ding Gaoyuan's sword, causing the latter to feel an immense force reverberate through the blade, forcing his arm to veer to the side involuntarily. Seizing the opportunity, Longchen activated the wind step, stepping forward to appear behind Ding Gaoyuan. Launching a powerful punch, Ding Gaoyuan remained unfazed, spinning gracefully as he moved forward, sweeping his sword horizontally to meet the punch. With a resounding explosion, the punch and sword clashed, dissipating rapidly, sending shockwaves through the arena. Ding Gaoyuan was forced to retreat, while Longchen remained undeterred, stepping forward like a gust of wind through the explosion area. 5 organs crumble. Ding Gaoyuan, startled, swiftly swung his sword in a horizontal arc. Longchen, seizing the advantage, followed up with another punch. Mountain crumble, river drain, clang. The sword fell, and Ding Gaoyuan was sent flying several meters, crashing heavily onto the arena, blood spewing forth, mingled with numerous internal fragments, and he immediately lost consciousness. Ding shitty, ding shitty. A tall, muscular youth rushed forward, supporting Ding Gaoyuan's head, but alas, Ding Gaoyuan could not respond. Longchen, you will die. The towering youth roared, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Longchen, then leaped onto the arena, declaring, life and death battle, I will slay you. Who are you? Are you avenging Ding Gaoyuan? Or are you also sent by Na Wu Dao? What do you think you are? How dare you call Master Brother by name? Remember this, the one who seeks your life is named Wu Kuang Wu Kuang. The audience below gasped. He was the 36th ranked expert on the inner sect rankings, a martial spirit level master. Although Wu Kuang was merely at the first rank of martial spirit, he was a body cultivator, possessing extraordinary physical prowess, making his overall strength comparable to that of a second-rank martial spirit master. Hiss, so strong. The newcomer king is only at the 6th rank of martial master. I say he doomed? Hee, after so long, today is the first time I encounter a body cultivator. I shall play with you. With a flash of bronze, Longchen activated his body dominance. Wow, look, the newcomer king is also a body cultivator, and he seems quite extraordinary. Observing Longchen's imposing figure on the arena, Zhongling was filled with astonishment. She was well aware of this young man's background and was surprised to see how much he had grown in just half a year. Fierce bull strength. Wu Kuang bellowed, a surge of violent power emanating from him. Clearly a master of body cultivation. Collapse and shatter. With every punch that collided, a deafening sound akin to metal clashing resounded, unleashing primal forces that swept across the arena, igniting the fervor of countless spectators below. In a single blow, Wu Kuang staggered back 5 steps, while Longchen only took 1. The disparity evident. It appears your body cultivation isn't perfected yet. To think you could kill me is merely a fool's dream. Longchen taunted. I will make you die. Wu Kuang retaliated with a ferocious punch. Hee, then I shall ensure your defeat is utterly convincing. 5 organs crumble. The fierce punch collided, causing Wu Kuang to stagger backward. a torrent of ferocious force surging within him, akin to a colossal millstone crashing against his internal organs, causing him to bleed from all 7 orifices and suffer severe injuries. Since you wish to be Na Wu Dao's lapdog, do not blame me, Longchen, for being merciless. This blow shall claim your life. Mountain crumble, river drain. Longchen advanced like a raging tiger, delivering a punch that unleashed a tempestuous force, causing Wu Kuang's clothes to flutter wildly. Wu Kuang seemed to see death beckoning him. Stifled, he bellowed, "Frenzied dragon technique," and charged recklessly towards Longchen, throwing a punch, boom. A deafening roar echoed as if thunder had struck before the storm, and then Wu Kuang fell backward. Lifeless and devoid of sound. 3 punches ended the life of the 36th-ranked martial spirit master on the intersect rankings. The audience fell into a stunned silence, seemingly still reeling from the shock of the newcomer King Longchen's formidable strength. Na Wu Dao's lackeys, if you still wish to take my life, I offer you the opportunity. However, before you step up, think carefully if you possess the ability to claim Longchen's life. Though I, Longchen, am merciful, I have always dealt with whimpering lapdogs with a single slap. After waiting for a while, and seeing no one else take the stage, Longchen casually took the storage rings of Ding Gaoyuan and Wu Kuang, and departed alongside Zhong Ling. What were they planning to do next? Naturally, they were headed home to count their riches. These individuals were all experts on the intersect rankings, each likely possessing considerable wealth. This time, I am certain I will strike it rich. Do not hold back when you see something you fancy. Do you think I would be courteous with you? Zhong Ling shot Longchen a glance. Well, you can be a bit polite when counting the money later. Don't get your hopes up. Chapter 49. The all-seeing demon eye on the way to the heavenly return peak. Zhong Ling was hastily pulled away by her senior sister, Chu Liyue, in a mysterious manner, leaving Longchen to return to his palace alone. He was filled with joy as he began to organize the spoils of his recent endeavors. Aside from the storage rings of Yin Chongping, Ding Gaoyuan, and Wu Kuang, Longchen also retrieved a jade storage ring from the bronze ring, which he had obtained after slaying Chu Tianhe. This was the storage ring of the first true disciple of the Guiyuan sect. Longchen had not forgotten about it. He had simply been too occupied to examine it until now. Longchen dumped the contents of all 4 storage rings onto the ground, creating a pile resembling a small mountain. The sight made his mouth water. After half an hour, he had categorized all the items into 6 small heaps. Ha! I truly am a genius. I relish this feeling of counting money. Longchen's eyes sparkled as he rubbed his hands together and began selecting items. First, he transferred the contribution points of Yin Chongping and the others into his disciple token. A flash of light revealed the figure of 240,000 inscribed on it. What a delightful surprise! He then packed all the spirit stones into the bronze ring, and combined with his existing stash, he amassed a total of 2 million. Among these, nearly 1 million came solely from Chu Tianhe's storage ring, a testament to him being the first true disciple of the Guiyuan sect, a martial sect powerhouse. Next, he turned his attention to the pile of pills, which included healing elixirs, detoxifying potions, and various cultivation pills. Longchen decided to keep only those of 2nd grade and above. He had collected 48 bottles of Jinyuan pills, 19 bottles of Xian Yuan pills, and even discovered 8 bottles of the 4th grade Spirit Yuan pills used for martial cultivation, along with 5 bottles of Divine Power pills, 2 bottles of bone tempering pills, and 1 bottle of blood condensation pills. The medicinal herbs were relatively few. After rummaging through, he found only 10 stalks of spiritual herbs and several dozen stalks of precious herbs, with only a small portion suitable for body tempering. To fully cultivate the 2nd layer of the dominant body to perfection, these pills and herbs would likely prove insufficient. Moreover, he estimated that the precious herbs would no longer be effective for refining the dominant body. Last time, when he used the devouring sky demon flame for body tempering, Longchen discovered that the efficacy of precious herbs on the dominant body was dwindling. Tio advanced to the perfected 2nd layer of the dominant body. He suspected he would need at least a 1st grade spiritual herb. There were also several martial skill scrolls, most of which were of yellow rank, with only a few being of the Xian rank. These consisted mainly of sword techniques, and none were of particular interest to him. Longchen decided to keep the Xian rank martial skills to let Liu Mo and the others choose from them the next time they met, while planning to sell off the rest for spirit stones. However, Long Chen unexpectedly discovered a scroll among the pile that detailed formation techniques. This scroll was dedicated to the knowledge of formations, and he carefully tucked it away, intending to study it thoroughly when he found the time. The concept of formations was a brand new and fascinating field for him, one he had long been curious about but had never had the opportunity or resources to explore. The ores were the least among the items. However, one piece stood out. It was oval in shape, with a pure black center surrounded by thin, blade-like white jade material, resembling an eye. Upon closer inspection, Long Chen noticed a faint purple light flickering within, evoking an irresistible sense of enchantment and allure. What kind of ore is this? Why do I have no recollection of it? Long Chen couldn't help but take the ore in his hands. Feeling its warmth, suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his finger. Looking down, he realized he had accidentally cut himself on the ore, blood gushing forth. Startled, Long Chen felt a peculiar sensation. After all, his dominant body had reached the second layer's minor completion, making him nearly impervious to ordinary blades. What kind of object is this that could so easily break his skin? At that moment, he was astonished to find the ore absorbing his blood, resembling a mischievous child. Initially, it was slow, but upon tasting the essence, it began to voraciously devour it, as if a dam had burst within him, flooding his blood toward the ore. What the hell? Long Chen exclaimed, shaking his hand, but the ore seemed to cling to him, refusing to fall off. He tried to pry it loose, but it remained steadfast, continuing to gulp down his blood. What the hell is this thing? Who did I provoke? Long Chen was on the verge of tears. At this rate, he would surely be drained to a husk. Fortunately, the eye-like ore did not appear as greedy as he had feared. After a brief period, it slowed down, and after a moment, it completely ceased its voraciousness. In just this short time, Long Chen had lost nearly half of his blood, leaving him pale as if recovering from a serious illness. He quickly took out several precious herbs to replenish his vitality, finally feeling a bit more at ease. Looking at the eye ore, it had detached from his finger and was now floating in the air, rapidly spinning while emanating waves of blood light. In the next moment, a strange purple light surged forth from within the eye, clashing and intertwining with the blood light, swiftly merging into a more otherworldly purplish-red glow, which then quickly retracted into the eye. Suddenly, the eye radiated with brilliant purplish-red light and shot toward Long Chen. What the hell? Before Long Chen could evade, the eye-like ore dashed into his right eye like lightning. Long Chen felt as if his right eye were about to explode, involuntarily letting out a scream as he instinctively covered it with his hand. Strangely, there was no blood flowing out. He could feel something pressing deeper into his eye socket, as if it wanted to merge with his eye. Each time he felt as though it might burst, a flash of purplish-red light would appear, momentarily alleviating the pain. However, before he could catch his breath, the sensation of pressure would return with a vengeance. It felt as though an eternity had passed, and this pain, even for someone as accustomed to suffering as Long Chen, was torturous beyond measure. In the end, he was rendered so weak that he could no longer scream, collapsing to the ground like a limp rag, drenched in sweat, with only a faint glimmer of rationality urging him to remain conscious. At a certain moment, the sensation of pressure finally dissipated, and it was then that Long Chen felt as if he had exhausted all his strength, lying still on the ground. When he finally regained his senses, he slowly relaxed his grip on his right hand and opened his eyelids, only to find himself surrounded by a purplish-red world. Instantly, a stream of information appeared in his mind. All-seeing demon eye. Ancient eye technique, seizing the power of heaven and earth, merging countless extraordinary powers into one. With every absorbed extraordinary power, a corresponding eye technique could be awakened, truly marvelous. In the next instant, the purplish-red light receded, and the world returned to normal. Phew. It turns out my vision is intact. Long Chen felt a weight lift from his heart as he exhaled a sigh of relief. Damn it, I thought I was going to end up as a one-eyed dragon. It turns out that the ore had transformed into the all-seeing demon eye. This ore seemed to have been found within Chu Tianhe's storage ring. What a tremendous stroke of fortune that has now fallen into my lap. The all-seeing demon eye sounds incredibly powerful. I wonder what abilities it possesses. requiring the absorption of extraordinary powers to awaken its eye techniques. But where can one find such extraordinary powers? Extraordinary powers refer to those forces in the world beyond natural energy, encompassing various exotic powers often possessing incredible and miraculous abilities, such as the power of the moon, the power of the sun, the power of life, the power of death, and so forth. These exotic forces typically arise in forbidden, dangerous, and desolate places, almost impossible for anyone to harness. Extraordinary powers. I wonder if the devouring sky demon energy counts as one? Long Chen's eyes brightened. The devouring sky demon energy is of remarkably high quality and possesses the terrifying ability to devour everything. So it should be considered an exotic force, right? Let's give it a try. After all, I have an abundance of devouring sky demon energy, and if it doesn't work out, there's no loss. I can always find more. Without hesitation, Long Chen carefully directed the devouring sky demon energy towards his right eye, as he did not wish to transform from a graceful youth into a one-eyed dragon. A trickle of devouring sky demon energy flowed into the meridians of his right eye. It was immediately absorbed by the all-seeing demon eye, which then expressed an urgent desire for more. Ha ha, this is promising. Without a moment's hesitation, Long Chen urged the devouring sky demon energy into his right eye. And in the next instant, a ferocious suction erupted from within, causing the devouring sky demon energy to rush into the demon eye like a bursting dam. And my goodness, this is intense. A quarter of an hour later, Long Chen felt his body gradually emptying, yet the demon eye seemed insatiable, like a bottomless pit. Thus, he hurriedly took out a box of spirit stones and fully activated the devouring sky demon technique to refine the spirit stones into his body. After half an hour, the suction from the demon eye finally ceased, and at that moment, Long Chen had refined a total of 10 boxes, amounting to 100,000 spirit stones. Damn it, just like that, I lost 100,000 spirit stones. However, the thought of awakening a certain ocular technique brought a sense of equilibrium to Long Chen's heart. Soon, an epiphany struck him, and he instantly grasped the outcome of the transformation of the demon eye, igniting an overwhelming excitement within him. The all-encompassing demon eye's ability to devour demonic light. Long Chen exclaimed softly, and a beam of eerie light, a deep black interspersed with strands of purple, shot forth from his right eye like a bolt of lightning. Striking the nearby training stone, a thumb-sized hole, transparent from front to back, instantly appeared in the stone, which was a foot thick. Hiss! How terrifying! The training stone within Long Chen's palace was crafted from diamond. Its hardness was such that without the might of a peak martial spirit, it was nearly impossible to break. This meant that the demonic light he had just unleashed could threaten a peak martial spirit. Despite his own cultivation being merely at the initial stage of the 6th level of martial master. Just imagine, if such a manifestation could intimidate peak martial spirits while he was still at this level. What would happen when his cultivation ascended in the future? Filled with these thoughts, Long Chen couldn't help but dance with joy. Ha ha ha, it seems I am indeed a person of great fortune. Once he calmed down, Long Chen meticulously sensed the state of his demon eye and realized that this ability to devour demonic light could not be activated without limit. It required a certain recovery time after each use. At this stage, he could only activate it once every 2 days. In addition to the embryonic form of his knife intent, I have finally acquired another powerful trump card. It appears I must pay closer attention to extraordinary powers in the future. With each new force absorbed, I can master a new ocular technique, and I truly look forward to it. There are still a myriad of items to organize. I wonder if there will be further surprises? Chapter 50. Tomb of the Martial King. The new king, Long Chen, openly warned and provoked by name in the arena, was akin to a colossal bomb detonating in the minds of the thousands of disciples of the Qingyun sect, instantly sparking a frenzy of public discourse. The admirers of Na Wudao mocked Long Chen for his ignorance and audacity, claiming that a mere novice, even with some strength, had no right to challenge the illustrious talents of the true dragon rankings. The foremost disciple of the Qingyun sect, a martial sovereign. Conversely, Long Chen's supporters praised his uprightness and fearlessness in the face of authority. Meanwhile, the majority of disciples criticized Na Wudao for his selfishness in harming fellow disciples. which tarnished the image and responsibilities of the senior brother of the Qingyun sect at the Chaoyang peak of the Qingyun sect. In the palace of Elder Na Tianxiang, an elderly man sat upright at the head of the table. Though his hair and beard were white and his frame gaunt, he exuded an aura of authority that commanded respect. He was none other than Na Tianxiang, the sixth elder of the Qingyun sect. On either side of him sat Na Qian, an inner sect elder, and Na Wudao, the foremost disciple of the Qingyun sect. Wudao, the recent discussions and criticisms regarding you among the disciples have led some previously neutral elders to harbor reservations. For the time being, cease any matters concerning Long Chun. Do not allow this situation to escalate, lest we suffer greater losses. Do you understand? Na Tianxiang spoke in a grave tone. I understand, ancestor, Na Wudao replied. His voice steady yet imbued with an icy chill. Ancestor, that brat Long Qian has repeatedly provoked my Na family publicly. I cannot swallow this indignation. If it cannot be done openly, why not resort to more covert means? Na Qian's face was filled with anger. Foolish, in the current circumstances, if anything were to happen to Long Chun, anyone within the sect would attribute it to our Na family. The ensuing public opinion would be overwhelmingly against us, which would be detrimental to Wudao's pursuit of the sect leader position. In any matter, if it conflicts with Wudao's ambitions, we must yield. Moreover, do not forget whom Long Chen's master is within the sect. We can only use overt methods against Long Chun, and they must be limited to peers. For now, we cannot afford to provoke Morong Xuanyu. Outside the sect, other methods may be employed, but they must be executed cleanly. Leaving no traces, Wudao, your true opponent is not Long Chun but Yiling Yun. Do not underestimate any adversary, especially Yiling Yun. He has been personally trained by Morong Xuanyu and has remained in seclusion for years without revealing his strength. You cannot hope to surpass him in terms of support from the higher-ups, thus you must secure overwhelming strength. Ultimately, this world values strength above all else. Wudao, do not let trivial matters cloud your vision. Your foremost task now is to diligently enhance your strength. If you can decisively defeat Yiling Yun in the upcoming selection for the young sect leader 3 years hence, the majority of the higher-ups will have no choice but to support your ascension. By then, even Morong Xuanyu will not dare to act against you, let alone a mere Long Chun. However, our Na family's dignity is not something that can be casually challenged, since Long Chun dares to openly boast. We shall impart upon him an unforgettable lesson. The inner sect competition in 2 months. Arrange for someone to cripple him. By then, even Morong Xuanyu will be unable to voice any objections. During this period, refrain from any other actions to avoid further repercussions. Understood, ancestor. Outside the palace, Na Wudao and his aunt Na Qian walked down the mountain together. Aunt, send a few people to keep a close eye on that brat. If he steps outside the sect, notify me immediately. I shall crush this insignificant insect. Wudao, are you planning to act personally? Do not be impulsive. Do not let a mere Long Chun ruin your grand plans. Na Qian exclaimed, concern etched on her face. Fear not, Aunt. Do you think Long Chun merits my personal involvement? Just relay the information to me, and I will send someone to eliminate him. Additionally, investigate whether Long Chun has formed any close ties within the sect. This time, I will teach him a severe lesson, making him aware of whom he cannot provoke. Good. Na Qian's eyes sparkled with determination. You arrogant little wretch, if I cannot touch you, I shall target your friends instead. Let us see how you can contend with that. Inside Long Chun's palace at Tianjue Peak. What is all this? Long Chun rummaged through a pile of miscellaneous items, discovering that a significant portion consisted of portraits of beautiful women. He distinctly remembered that most of these items originated from Chu Tianhe's ring. Goodness, does this fellow harbor some peculiar preferences? Long Chun felt a shiver run down his spine, his aura fluctuating as he hastily pushed the assorted items aside, wiping his hands clean to alleviate his discomfort. What is that? Perhaps due to the recent commotion, a hidden compartment popped out from the bottom of an empty wooden box, revealing something within. Long Chun opened the compartment, uncovering a neatly folded, thin piece of paper, which had turned yellow with age yet bore no damage or creases, likely treated with special care. Upon unfolding it, he was astonished to find it was a map, prominently marked in the center with the words Martial King. Martial King. Could this map possibly lead to the tomb of the Martial King? Long Chen's pupils constricted sharply, his hand trembling as it clutched the map. Could it be that his luck was this extraordinary? Taking several deep breaths to steady his racing heart, Long Chen resumed examining the map. The locations depicted were unfamiliar to him. He was certain he had never been there. After thoroughly searching through the memories of the knife demon old ghost, he still found no clues. What to do? This feeling of guarding a treasure mountain yet being unable to enter was exasperating. Wait, I wonder if the library has a map of the continent. If so, I could compare it and perhaps find a lead. Elated by this thought, Long Chen quickly gathered all the unnecessary items in his room into a spatial ring and rushed toward the library. At the library on the first floor, Long Chen gazed at the vast sea of books, feeling a headache coming on. Elder Ding, do we have a map of the continent in this library? A detailed one, if possible. Indeed. It should be on the second floor, though I can't recall the exact shelf. You'll have to search for it yourself. Just don't make too much of a mess. Thank you, Elder Ding. After a considerable time, Long Chen finally found a comprehensive map of the Eastern Dawn continent and a more detailed map of the eastern region in a corner on the second floor. He also took the opportunity to dispose of some useless items at the exchange hall before hastily returning to Tianju at peaked eye in his room. Long Chen spread out the three maps and meticulously compared them. As the moon reached its zenith, he finally identified a location on the eastern region map that bore a resemblance. The southern part of the eastern region, the soul-devouring mountains. This area lies within the territory of the southern barbarian kingdom. Under the influence of Tian Sha Valley, such a distance would likely require nearly half a month's journey. A round trip would take a month. With the intersect competition in 2 months at stake for the places in the Yin-Yang secret realm, I absolutely cannot afford to miss it. Seems I must set out in the coming days. Long Chen murmured to himself, a thoughtful glimmer in his eyes. The matter of the martial king's tomb is of great significance, and I must not let a single whisper of it leak out. Otherwise, the entire continent will erupt in chaos. Why then? All the martial sovereigns and martial spirits will gather, and with my current cultivation, I might not even qualify to participate. I shall wait a few days until the fervor within the sect subsides before setting out. Currently, both the body of domination and the devouring heaven magic scripture have hit a bottleneck, making significant progress impossible for the time being. Why martial skills are sufficient, and to greatly enhance my strength before departure, I must focus on refining my intent. Perhaps I will visit the Return Wind Valley tomorrow. With a plan in mind, Long Chen no longer hesitated. He retrieved the scroll of knife intent from his bronze ring and immersed himself in comprehension. The next morning, Long Chen opened his eyes. Wryly smiling, truly, grasping the knife intent is no ordinary challenge. Rising abruptly, he made his way to the wind-returning valley. Inside the valley, a youthful figure was tossed about violently by the fierce gusts. Akin to a ball kicked about at will, it was none other than Long Chen, who sought to comprehend the essence of wind. At this moment, Long Chen appeared utterly disheveled, his garments resembling tattered rags. Hair a chaotic mess, his body marred with bruises of varying hues, eyes resembling those of a panda, and blood streaming from his mouth and nose. Damn you, Ren Xiaoyao, you pitiful fool. Long Chen had just been slammed into a jagged boulder by a sudden gust, and despite the swelling on his forehead, he hastily grasped a nearby crevice to steady himself, immediately unleashing a torrent of curses. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, mentally hurling every foul word he could think of at Ren Xiaoyao. Still feeling far from satisfied, as this place truly conducive to grasping the essence of the wind. I can hardly stand. I'm merely here to be tormented. Slowly, Long Chen clawed his way along the stone wall, expending considerable effort before finally emerging from the valley. He lay on the ground for a while before getting up and heading back to, little junior brother, what have you been up to? How did you end up in such a state? Suddenly, Chu Liue appeared, her face a mask of astonishment as she regarded Long Chen, unable to contain her laughter. Look at you. You didn't really go to the wind-returning valley, did you? Long Chen's face flushed crimson, and he remained silent, his teeth gritting audibly. I say, little junior brother, you actually believed Ren's endless chatter? Now you see how much trouble that fool can cause. Huh? Ha ha. Don't worry. I was also duped by him once. Just be cautious in the future. However, the wind-returning valley indeed helps hone one's agility and comprehend the essence of wind. You simply haven't grasped the right method yet. Remember, do not resist. Move with the wind, consider yourself a part of it, and integrate into it. With that, Chu Liu skipped away. Move with the wind, consider myself a part of it, integrate into it. Long Qin murmured, his eyes gradually brightening. Over the next few days, he trained in the wind-returning valley during the day, refining his swift wind steps and embracing the essence of the wind, while at night, he delved into the understanding of blade and tint. Gradually, his comprehension of both realms progressed rapidly. On the morning of the third day, just as Long Chun was about to set out for the wind-returning valley, he was intercepted by Chu Liu. Little junior brother, it's bad. Hua Li and Liamo have been injured by those of Na Wu Dao. What? Long Qin erupted in fury, his figure flashing as he raced down the mountain. In a Wu Dao? Are you seeking death? Calm down, little junior brother. Chu Liu hurriedly followed. This is undoubtedly the Na family's scheme. If you rush in and kill those two, you'll fall into their trap. Perhaps the Na family has already joined forces with the disciples of the enforcement hall and are waiting for you to strike. Ready to apprehend you for violating sect rules. If it comes to that, it will be detrimental for both you and the senior brother. What does this have to do with the senior brother? That's a long story. Let us discuss it as we walk. Hua Li and Liamo were attacked in their own dormitory within the disciples' quarters, and no enforcement disciples appeared afterward. Clearly, they were intentionally grievously injured during a challenge. Each dormitory for inner disciples has a spirit-gathering array. The closer the dormitory number is to the front, the more potent the array and the higher the concentration of spiritual energy, thus enhancing cultivation benefits. Generally, the lower the dormitory number, the higher the disciples' ranking. The Qingyun sect encourages competition among disciples, allowing each inner disciple to challenge those ranked above them. Victory means taking over the opponent's dormitory. As you know, the Qingyun sect forbids casual fights between disciples. Any disputes can be resolved in the martial combat area. Challenges between inner disciples can be settled on the spot, as long as neither party is severely injured or killed during the process. It does not violate sect rules. The perpetrators who injured Hua Li and Liamo were Dong Cheng, rank 35 th, and Yang Zhanhui, rank 32 nd. According to rankings, they should not have been able to challenge Hua Li and Liamo. I suspect Na Wu Dao orchestrated this, arranging for those two to deliberately lose to the new inner disciples, then using the guise of a challenge to grievously injure Hua Li and Liamo. Na Wu Dao's motive is to provoke you. He knows that upon learning of Hua Li and Liamo's injuries, you will recklessly seek vengeance against Dong Cheng and Yang Zhanhui, allowing him to use the violation of sect rules to have enforcement disciples arrest you. Although he cannot directly harm you due to your master's influence, he will certainly enlist the second elder's aid to escalate the situation. This way, he can punish you under the pretext of this incident, stripping you of your inner disciple status, thus preventing you from participating in the inner sect competition in 2 months, and consequently, you will also miss the yin-yang secret realm. Furthermore, he can leverage this to spread rumors, claiming that our Tianju peak lineage, relying on our master's reputation, acts recklessly within the sect and disregards the rules, thus sullying the senior brother's reputation and diminishing his support. You should know that both the senior brother and Na Wu Dao are the only 2 disciples of the Qingyun sect to have ascended to the true dragon ranking, and both are the most prominent candidates for the next sect leader. Na Wu Dao's ambition to succeed the sect leader is widely recognized, yet he has always been overshadowed by the senior brother in terms of support. Thus, 2 years ago, he used his master, the second elder, to incite all high-ranking members supporting him to orchestrate a selection competition for the junior sect leader, set to take place in 3 years. His goal is to defeat the senior brother in this competition, thereby gaining the backing of most high-ranking members and seizing the junior sect leader position. If he were to ascend to the junior sect leader position, given the Na family's proclivities, the Qingyun sect would likely descend into chaos in a few years, a scenario that our master wishes to avoid. While he generally refrains from interfering in sect matters, he places great importance on the preservation of the Qingyun sect's legacy. Na Wu Dao has truly set the stage for a grand scheme. Since he wishes to use me to frame the senior brother, I shall ensure he pays the price for his miscalculations, sister. I should currently rank 36th on the inner disciple list, correct? Please point out which of the top 35 disciples are Na Wu Dao's lackeys. I will challenge each one below the 5th level of martial spirit and leave them all half-crippled. Let us see if these sycophants dare to bite indiscriminately. Upon hearing Long Chen's plan, Chu Liue was taken aback. Could it be that he harbored absolute confidence against anyone below the 5th level of martial spirit? Even I do not possess such strength. She distinctly remembered that when Long Chen first entered the sect, he was merely at the 3rd level of martial master. Even with the unleaked body, he could at most reach the 8th or 9th level of martial master, right? Later, he shocked her by slaying Wu Kuang in 3 punches. Now, Long Chen confidently claims to be invincible against anyone below the 5th level of martial spirit. That level is typically reserved for the top 10 experts on the inner disciple list. If this is indeed the case, then her little junior brother is truly remarkable, always keeping a low profile. The top 10 on the inner disciple list all possess martial spirit levels above the 5th. Setting that aside, from the 11th to 35th ranks, I know at least 13 are supporters of Na Wudao. Little junior brother, if you proceed with this, it would equate to another slap in Na Wudao's face. Given his temperament, he will undoubtedly retaliate against you with everything he has. Are you certain you wish to do this? Heh, from the moment he sent people to injure my friends, I have sworn enmity against him. I, Long Chen, despise nothing more than harming the innocent. If Na Wudao dares to touch my friends, he must be prepared to pay with his life. Sister, let us first confirm Huoli and Li Mo's safety. Then you can guide me to confront those scoundrels one by one. Seeing Long Chen's resolute expression, Chu Liu ceased her objections and quickly led him to the inner disciple dormitory area. Long Chen found Huoli and Li Mo at Long Wushuang's residence. When he and his sister arrived, the two remained unconscious. Nian Wuqing had already tended to Huoli and Li Mo, administering healing pills. How are their injuries? Long Chen asked coldly, glancing at Huoli and Li Mo, their bodies wrapped in white bandages. The murderous intent he had just suppressed surged once more. There is no danger to their lives, but they may need to lie down for at least half a month to fully recover, Nian Wuqing replied, his expression equally grim. Will this affect their future cultivation? Not necessarily, however, after they were grievously injured and collapsed. Dongcheng and Yang Zhanhui continued to torment them publicly for a full quarter of an hour before stopping. I worry this may impact their martial hearts, Nian Wuqing expressed his concern. You and Long Xiong keep an eye on them. I will be back shortly, Long Chen, do not act impulsively. Killing those two will result in sect punishment, and the losses will outweigh the gains. This grudge must be avenged, but wait until you are stronger to seek your opportunity. Rest assured, I am well aware of my own intentions. We will accompany you. No need, you stay and care for them. I assure you, I know what I am doing. Very well, but be cautious. Outside Dongcheng's dormitory, Long Chen kicked the door open with a resounding crash and shouted, Get out here. Oh, isn't this the newcomer King Long Chen? Why the fury? What brings you to my humble abode? Dongcheng emerged, wearing an air of arrogance. I just changed dormitories. How did you know? Are you familiar with the previous occupant? Indeed, all sycophants are the same. Weren't you waiting for me? Spare me the nonsense. I've come to challenge you. You truly are just as the rumors say, arrogant and presumptuous. Today, I shall see how you managed to kill Wu Kuang with 3 punches. You're about to find out. Shattered Cloud Step, Dongcheng leaped into the air, executing a kick aimed at Long Chen. You will know soon enough. Collapse. Long Chen summoned the might of his formidable body and the devouring demonic energy, unleashing a fist imprint of a blue-black hue that streaked across the sky like a meteor, crashing down upon Dongcheng. With a resounding thud, Dongcheng merely witnessed the blue-black fist imprint shatter his footprint in an instant, followed by a blindingly swift impact upon his right foot. In that fleeting moment, an overwhelming force surged from the ground up, and he felt every bone on the right side of his body fracture rapidly. A heart-wrenching agony assailing him, a scream erupted from his lips as his body, propelled by the force, plummeted to the earth like a cannonball, blood gushing from his mouth like a fountain. Long Chen took a step forward, swiftly arriving beside Dongcheng, his eyes gleaming with a frigid light. This is how I vanquished Wu Kuang. Do you understand now? You relish trampling others. Today, you shall experience the taste of being trampled. With that, he lifted his right foot and stomped down mercilessly, shattering the bones in Dong Cheng's left shoulder in an instant, continuing his relentless assault down to the left foot, crushing every bone in Dong Cheng's left side inch by inch. The wide street fell eerily silent, save for the occasional crack of breaking bones and Dong Cheng's beastly howls, sending chills down the spines of onlookers, including Chu Liue and the gathered crowd, who watched in horror at Long Chen's bloody and brutal methods. Each felt a shiver run down their spines, as if encountering Long Chun for the first time, perceiving him now as a bloodthirsty demon king, untouchable and fearsome. "Senior sister, let us go. We must seek out Yang Zhanhui." Long Chun spoke calmly, leading the way forward. Upon witnessing Long Chen and his companions depart, a wave of nervous gulping reverberated through the crowd, as some individuals, emboldened by the moment, dared to follow Long Chen and his companions. "Yang Zhanhui, come forth and meet your demise." A robust youth, clad in ominous energy and wielding a long knife, emerged from within the courtyard. "You are Long Chen?" The sinister youth smirked wickedly, slowly unsheathing the long knife from his back. "Do you know? It was with this very blade that I carved openly Mo's flesh, and the sound of blood gushing forth was simply exquisite, a melody that lingers in my memory." "Is that so? Allow me to carve you open, one slice at a time, and we shall see if you still find it exquisite." "Oh, is that so? Then come forth." Devouring heaven slash, evil blade slash. Two blades of contrasting black and red sliced through the air at breakneck speed, one radiating an aura of invincibility, the other imbued with a sanguinary malevolence. Like two peerless swordsmen, they clashed fiercely in midair, each determined to annihilate the other. In an instant, the red blade shattered, while the black blade, akin to a dark lightning bolt, pierced Yang Zhanhui's abdomen. With a sickening thud, Yang Zhanhui collapsed to the ground like a lifeless dog, drenched in blood, his internal organs barely visible, narrowly escaping evisceration, yet he emitted guttural, raspy laughter, reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell. "How does it feel? Is it exquisite? Heh, damn it." The crimson blood blade danced in the air, mercilessly slicing Yang Zhanhui hundreds of times, leaving not a single piece of unscathed flesh, blood flowing like a river. Following this, Long Chen retrieved several blood-replenishing pills and energy-restoring elixirs from his storage ring, forcing them into Yang Zhanhui's mouth, then unleashing a wave of devouring demonic energy upon his wounds to prevent healing. "Do you still find it exquisite?" A collective shiver ran through the onlookers as they beheld Long Chen's dazzling methods of torment, involuntarily gasping in horror. "Long Chen, cease this. You are violating sect rules during a challenge. Please come with us." Several disciples from the law enforcement hall finally arrived, albeit belatedly. "Begone. Where were you when Horali and Liamo were being beaten? Spare me your sanctimonious lectures. Speak another word, and I shall ensure you share Yang Zhanhui's fate. Though you think I, Long Chen, would hesitate?" Long Chen's eyes blazed crimson, glaring at the disciples with the ferocity of a bloodthirsty beast. "You, senior sister, the next one." Half a day later, Long Chen mercilessly dispatched all 13 supporters of Na Wudao ranked between 11 and 35 on the inner sect leaderboard, each subjected to a unique method of torment until they lay half dead, destined to languish in bed for at least a month. Long Chen's ruthless methods spread like wildfire through the Qingyan sect. In the dormitory of Lung Wushuang, Hua and Li, "How do you find the situation?" "Fear not, they shall not die. Once my strength is sufficient, I will eliminate those two scoundrels." Hua Li's arm swung, inadvertently aggravating his wound. "Seeing you this way puts me at ease. I've already collected some interest on your behalf. That pack of sycophants should behave for a while. For now, focus on recovery and training. In 2 months, during the intersect competition, I hope we can compete together. Indeed. For the time being, I shall venture forth to hone my skills. Should you need anything, feel free to seek out my senior sister. She will assist you. Here are a few items. See if they may be of use. Long Yin, take good care of them, and upon my return, we shall share a drink. Travel safely. Be cautious out there. We await your return." Chapter 52. Encountering an ambush in the core disciples area of Qingyun sect, within the palace of the first core disciple Na Wudao. Gazing upon the 13 faces, grotesquely marred from torment, Na Wudao's expression darkened ominously. An unfamiliar observer, It would be nearly impossible to recognize these bloodied youths as formidable martial spirits ranked within the top 35 of the inner sect leaderboard. Take them away for treatment and ensure they are well cared for. With a wave of his hand, dozens of attendants entered to carry the injured away. Long Chen, you wretched brat, I shall rend you limb from limb. Once everyone had exited, the room was left with only his aunt, Na Qian. Unable to contain his overwhelming murderous intent, Na Wudao smashed a nearby table into powder, his face contorted in rage. After a moment, Na Wudao coldly instructed Aunt, dispatch more individuals to keep a close watch on that brat. The moment he steps outside Qingyun's sect, notify me immediately. I shall have him suffer 1,000 cuts to quench my wrath. Understood. Na Qian's face mirrored his cold fury. The Na family had stood tall within Qingyun's sect for over a century. This was the first time someone dared to provoke them so openly, leaving her feeling humiliated and filled with a murderous desire towards Long Chen. After departing from Long Wushuang's dormitory, Long Chen headed straight to the exchange hall, converting his 140,000 contribution points entirely into first and second grade body tempering elixirs and third and fourth grade body tempering pills. Before returning to Tianju Peak, second brother, I plan to venture out for a period of training tomorrow morning. IS Master and Senior Brother, not present at Tianju Peak. Master took Senior Brother out for training. They won't be back for a while. Dio, you realize the consequences of leaving at this time? Second Brother is worried that Na Wudao will send someone to hunt me down, isn't he? You have once again dealt Na Wudao a fierce blow today. Given his temperament, he will undoubtedly send someone to track you down. The moment you step outside Qingyun's sect, he will send people after you. However, due to Master's deterrence, core disciples and martial sect powerhouses will likely refrain from acting, but inner sect disciples will have no such reservations. Are you confident you can handle it? Rest assured, second brother. As long as core disciples and martial sect powerhouses do not intervene, I have little to fear. In truth, I am merely going with the flow. I indeed have matters to attend to outside. And if I remain within the sect, Na Wudao will likely send top 10 inner sect powerhouses to deal with my friends, so I might as well venture out. Given the Na family's nature, they will not miss this opportunity to kill me, thus keeping Huali and the others relatively safe. Sigh. You've truly made it difficult for yourself. I can't help but envy those 4 boys for having a friend like you. Ren Xiaoyao patted Long Chen's shoulder and took out 2 items from his storage ring, handing them to Long Chen. These were to be given to you by Master before he left. He anticipated your need to venture out for training and specially crafted this jade pendant, containing his full power strike. It can be shattered in times of crisis for protection. This inner armor was something I obtained in my early years. It can absorb 30 of attacks from those below the martial sect. Wear it at all times, and remember to return to the sect before the inner sect competition. Thank you, Master and second brother. Long Chen felt warmth in his heart as he solemnly accepted the jade pendant and armor. Second brother, rest assured, I am well aware of my circumstances. During this time, I would appreciate your oversight of Huali and the others. Additionally, if senior sister and Zhongling inquire, please handle it for me. I dare not bid them farewell myself. Regarding your senior sister and Linger, perhaps it would be best if you explained it to them yourself when you return? I am not particularly eloquent and fear I might not convey it properly. I shall take my leave first. Before Long Chen could respond, Ren Xiaoyao vanished from his sight, leaving Long Chen alone in a state of bewilderment amidst the wind. The next morning, Long Chen rented a crimson-scaled horse and quietly departed from Qingyun sect. Senior brother Na, our people have just spotted Long Chen leaving Qingyun sect alone on horseback, heading downhill. Immediately notify Wei Wuji. Na Wudao spoke coldly, a flash of murderous intent crossing his eyes. Yes, senior brother Na. Wretched brat, let us see where you can run this time. Na Wudao let out a sinister laugh, his face etched with a fierce murderous intent. The vast expanse of the 10,000 great mountains loomed, stretching for thousands of miles like an ancient dragon coiling at the northeastern edge of the continent. The majestic and imposing Broken Blade mountain range stood like a natural barrier in the heart of the 10,000 great mountains, serving as a delineation between the northeastern realms of the continent. At this moment, amidst the morning mist, atop the mountain path descending from the Qingyun sect, Long Chen rode upon the robust back of a crimson-scaled horse. Resembling a streak of red lightning as he galloped towards the deep valley, He soon burst forth from the valley floor, leaping onto the towering mountain peak. Suddenly, Long Chen reined in the crimson-scaled horse. Pausing to gaze into the distance, that very moment, a golden glow broke free from the mountains, radiating a brilliant light that dispelled the fog shrouding the vast earth, rendering the view remarkably clear. Not far away, the perilous and magnificent one-line sky was now distinctly visible. Beyond this line lay the territory of the Tianfeng Kingdom, marking the exit from the Qingyun sect's domain. In this dramatic scene, a surge of adventurous spirit welled up within Long Chen, reminiscent of a swordsman journeying to the ends of the earth. With a hearty laugh, he tightened his legs around the horse, which once again transformed into a bolt of red lightning, racing towards the one-line sky. Suddenly, as he sped along, Long Chen abruptly pulled on the reins. A young man clad in snow-white robes, wielding a sword, stood in the middle of the mountain path, blocking his way. "Are you Long Chen? I trust you are aware of my intentions," he said with a smirk. "Ah, esteemed sir, your noble demeanor and innate charm should not be squandered in service to Na Wudao. It is indeed a pity, and Wudao has bestowed great kindness upon me, and I must repay him, though repay such kindness with my life speaks volumes of your loyalty. Were our circumstances different, I believe we could have been friends. May I inquire as to your ranking on the inner sect list? Fate plays tricks on us. Often, we find ourselves without choice. My name is Wei Wuji. Ranked second on the inner sect list, a master of the 6th level of martial spirit, just behind the illustrious Su Yichen. It appears Na Wudao holds me in high regard. He seems determined not to rest until I am slain. I shall exert my utmost effort, delivering only 3 strikes. Whether you preserve your life lies entirely within your fate. I, for one, place little faith in fate. Many years ago, a great figure proclaimed that man can conquer heaven. And thus I firmly believe that destiny is in our own hands. Tio expressed my gratitude. I shall also unleash my formidable blade. Man can conquer heaven. Indeed, beware, for the first move is human sword." As Wei Wuji's words fell, he vanished from sight, his form transforming into a streak of light, merging man and sword as he swiftly lunged towards Long Chen. What astonishing speed! Long Chen's pupils constricted, and with a surge of breath, he unleashed his full power, gripping his blade high above his head before cleaving towards the shadow of the sword, declaring, with the swallowing heavens slash, "I am invincible." Clang. The clash of blade against blade rang out with a crisp sound. As both sword and knife trembled violently, a tempestuous force surged from their tips, rushing towards one another, akin to 2 martial arts masters locked in a fierce duel, neither yielding an inch, each striving to overpower the other. With a thunderous roar, Long Chen was the first to be violently repelled, soaring backward for several dozen meters before regaining his footing, while Wei Wuji merely swayed and took 3 steps back before stabilizing himself. The disparity in skill starkly evident. Remarkable sword, exceptional blade. The 2 exclamations of admiration resonated simultaneously. Now for the second move, Earth Sword. Wei Wuji raised his right hand in a fluid motion, flicking his sword upward. A razor-sharp sword aura sliced from below, cleaving through the air with astonishing swiftness, carving a long and smooth fissure into the ground. Long Chen, witnessing this, could not help but exclaim inwardly, "What a formidable sword aura!"